Chapter 1 The gold finger has arrived. Please collect. Please give me flowers. Rattata use tackle. A purple figure quickly approaches the target running quickly on the ground with 4 limbs and then crashes into Bulbasaur who has just used Vine Whip. Bulbasaur has lost its fighting power. The winner is Lin Chen. The boy wearing a headscarf was a little frustrated. The Pokeball in his hand shot out a red light which zigzags and constricts Bulbasaur's body and then takes the Pokemon back into the ball. I lost. The boy looked at Lin Chen who was calm on the side. At this time Lin Chen had recycled the Rattata and handed the Pokeball in his hand back to the referee. Teacher Kingguan, this Rattata seems to be about to evolve. The running speed and the power of tackle have improved significantly compared to the last time. Lin Chen said lightly. Everyone's eyes were cast on the boy in the white school uniform. The fine bangs were casually placed on his forehead. Lin Chen, who was carrying a single shoulder skull bag, seemed to be just warming up for the battle just now. Yes, you observe very carefully. This Rattata's combat experience should be enough. Lin Kingguan looked particularly elegant in a red long skirt with her big wavy curly hair. She released Rattata from the Pokeball again. As soon as Rattata came out, a white light radiated from its body. This Rattata evolved. The evolved Raticate was obviously very excited and cast a grateful look at Lin Chen. Lin Chen used this Rattata in every campus training battle. Under his command, Rattata defeated many opponents who were stronger than himself. If it weren't for the fact that teacher Kingguan, who had been nurturing him, was very kind to him, Rattata would have thrown himself into Lin Chen's arms at this time. These fighting Pokemon do not belong to students but official reserve Pokemon. The purpose is to allow these children to adapt to future Pokemon battles in advance. This is an era of Pokemon for all people. 100 years ago, the real world merged with the Pokemon world. A large number of Pokemon appeared in every corner of this planet. There are traces of Pokemon in almost every city, field, sky and ocean. 2 voices quickly emerged among humans, one advocating taming and the other advocating destruction, but proud humans misjudged the ability of Pokemon. Even the weakest Rattata has the ability to eat and kill humans. Not to mention the powerful Pokemon, the aftermath of the battle can even destroy cities. Later, strong people appeared among humans and began to tame powerful Pokemon. One person can form an army sweeping everything and one person can defeat a country. The weak can only be dominated. Fortunately, Pokemon will circle their own territories due to different races and attributes and will no longer depend. Humans took this opportunity to recontact and tame Pokemon. Some people took this opportunity to rise and the upper class occupied a large amount of resources. A large number of adventurers poured into the wild hoping to obtain powerful Pokemon, but most of them turned into white bones or became food for all the brutal Pokemon. After all, there are not so many mega newcomers in this world. Pokemon in the wild are ferocious. Even Weedle, a little jerk in the game, is a terrifying poisonous insect that controls poison sting. In reality, the world pattern has also changed with the birth of a large number of trainers. A large number of small countries have fallen apart and the big countries have risen up and gained more voice. The remaining small countries have also united together to keep each other warm and finally formed the current 8 major alliances. The Xiaoguo Alliance, where Lin Chen is located, is one of the 8 major alliances. In Xiaoguo, every student over the age of 18 can pay 1 WUN selection fee, select Pokemon or Pokemon eggs in the official breeding house, become an entry-level trainer. Of course, trainers also have levels, namely entry, superior, professional level, title, elite, champion and headmaster. As long as you can become a superior level trainer, you can become a social superior, receive preferential treatment and enter the upper class. Therefore, every family wants their children to become an excellent trainer. Once you enter the professional level, you can be called a strong man and open up the wilderness. As for the title elite, it is enough to secede from one side, stand on millions of people and control the fate of countless people. As for champion and headmaster, for ordinary people it is too far away. Of course, not every family can afford this 10,000 yuan for their children. You must know that in an ordinary family 10,000 yuan can be enough for a family of 3 to live for half a year. If you can't afford the selection fee, you can also get free Pokemon. In order to discover powerful trainers, sometimes you can also find Pokemon with good qualifications in the free breeding house. This year is the 18th year since Lin Chen came to this world. In the past 18 years he has figured out all the information here. The reality and the Pokemon in memory overlap one by one. Humans' understanding of Pokemon is far from enough. Just as Lin Chen was thinking about the past, teacher Lin Kingguan lifted her long hair and showed an expression of wanting to say something but stopping, which immediately attracted the attention of all the students. Finally, teacher Lin Kingguan revealed the secret. Today is the day we go to the Pokemon breeding house. After speaking, all the students were boiling and even Lin Chen was slightly moved. Is this day finally coming? I will definitely be able to capture a Charmander. Various discussions came from the crowd. The only ones who can remain calm are Lin Chen and the figure at the outermost edge of the crowd. The lake blue long hair is draped over the shoulders and there is a little covet in the watery eyes. Chu Xener must also want to have a powerful Pokemon. Squirtle is the strongest. When it evolves into Blastoise I can become a professional trainer. Everyone was dreaming about the future. Charmander is the strongest. Another voice came. Lin Chen smiled silently in his heart. Royal 3 is not something that ordinary students can get. Even if you pay a selection fee of 10,000 yuan, Royal 3 is hard to come by. Royal 3 with excellent qualifications can be worth millions on the market, and you can only get some cheap ordinary Pokemon in free selection. Although you can't get Royal 3 Pokemon worth millions, you can get some basic Pokemon such as Pidgey and Caterpie, and you have the opportunity to cultivate them to evolution. Yes, it is not an easy thing to make Pokemon evolve. The food needed by each Pokemon every day is a considerable expense for an ordinary family. Bug-type Pokemon don't eat much, most of them only need leave. Guadut of the stone type can use some stones to replenish energy, but if you want your Pokemon to become stronger, nutritionally balanced and sufficient Poke Blocks are essential. For temporary victory or defeat is nothing. Let's compete again after we pick the Pokemon. A cold snort came from the turban boy, who was also the second in the class, Li Feng. He believed that with his wealthy family it was impossible for him to be suppressed by a mere civilian. He didn't care about the so-called selection of Pokemon. Anyway, he would receive a gift from his parents in the next few days, which was the real Royal 3. Lin Chen didn't care. Although the other party had been working hard, his fighting skills were still too rough. He didn't think about it anymore. The Pokemon he was about to see was what he was most looking forward to at this time. The most suitable one in Lin Chen's mind was Pidgey. Although it was a home bird in his memory, its racial value was 251 points. The flying type can deal with most Pokemon fleibly. Pidgeot after evolution is also very powerful. It can even grab its claws for short distance gliding and quickly leave the battlefield when encountering danger. At least Pidgey is easy to feed, and it is a kind of Pokemon that is easy to use when going out. When I followed teacher Lin Qingguan to the Pokemon breeding house, a voice sounded in my ears. Ding, the treasure bow system is binding. PS newcomer and new book, please support. Please collect. Please vote for the monthly ticket. Please give flowers. Please give evaluation vote. Chapter 2 God level treasure bow system. Open the diamond treasure bow. Please support. The golden finger has arrived. Lin Chen was a little surprised, suppressing his ecstasy. His eyes brightened a little. If the memory of his previous life was his confidence enough to become a strong man, then the awakened system now gave him the opportunity to reach the top of the world. Maybe the history of the whole world will be rewritten by him. As far as the eye can see on this road leading to the Pokemon breeding house, there are various treasure chests in the distance. The treasure chests are square and half a meter wide. Treasure chests of different levels have different colored halos, but most of them are black iron treasure chests. It is impossible to get off the bus to search and open the bow. Lin Chen thought to himself, it seems that I have to explore the wild when the time comes. At this time the voice in my mind sounded again and began to introduce the levels of the treasure chest and how to obtain it. After being introduced to the treasure chest system, Lin Chen knew that the treasure chests were divided into SI levels: black iron, bronze, silver, saffron, diamond and colorful. In addition to exploring and searching for treasure chests, you can also obtain treasure chest reward through battle. The more powerful the enemy, the more generous rewards you will receive. As the bus slowly stopped, Lin Chen also came out of his surprise. In front of you is an oval building like an upright Pokemon egg with a huge red and white baby ball inlaid directly above the building. This is the Pokemon breeding house. The cultivator in a white coat greeted teacher Lin Qingguan, who got off the bus. They each changed greetings with each other and then determined the purpose of their trip. Following the lead of the breeder, everyone began to file into the Pokemon egg. It was just that Lin Chen had no intention of observing the building at this time, because a lively sound sounded in his mind. The cheerful music seemed to be the joy of the new year, and after the BGM was a piece of festive news. There were no high-end treasure chests seen outside the building. Following the excited crowd, we entered the Pokemon breeding house. The inside of the breeding house was much larger than it looked from the outside, and different categories were divided according to the different habits of various Pokemon area. Many traces of Rattata can be seen in the large indoor grassland and short bushes. The grassland spreads deep into the depth, and there is actually a large forest. Pidgey. As the crowd approached, several frightened Pidgeys flew up from the wood, and several caterpies could be seen eating leaves in the hidden branches of the trees. There is also a water body in the forest. Several polywags are playing happily in the water. Their long blue tails are like floating water plants. It can be seen that the breeders have raised them well. Everyone gathered together first. Teacher Lin Qingguan blew the whistle, and soon everyone was sent to the empty region in the middle of the breeding house. This is the boundary area for dividing the territory of Pokemon. Later we will be able to freely choose Pokemon. Most of the Pokemon here are relatively docile. We will give each of you a Pokemon ball to conquer your favorite Pokemon. But be careful, there are also a few Pokemon here. They are bad-tempered. Please do not provoke them when entering the territory. After explaining the precautions, teacher Lin Qingguan handed out a treasure ball to each person. Everyone was eager to try it. In addition to looking for the treasure ball, Lin Chen's eyes also scanned each Pokemon. He also wanted to choose the Pokemon he was most satisfied with. From the peaceful coexistence of Pidgey and Caterpie, it can be seen that in addition to the abundant food provided by the Pokemon breeding house, there must be their evolution types living here. Otherwise it will be difficult for natural enemies to live in peace with each other. Looks like there are some surprises here. Here I come, Pidgeot. Li Feng, the second oldest boy in the world, glanced at Lin Chen and walked straight into the depths of the wood. Idiot! Lin Chen whispered 2 words. If you directly conquer the evolution type, you can naturally ascend to the professional level. But you must know that the evolution type Pokemon here are there to protect their own groups and check and balance each other. How is this possible? If you are willing to leave here, the group will soon be attacked by other Pokemon. Lin Chen stopped watching and began to explore around. A bright white light caught his eye. In the corner of the bush lies a diamond treasure chest. Lin Chen looked calm and began to walk towards the corner quietly. Ugh! A weak growl made Lin Chen stop. He suddenly saw a figure huddled in the corner where an Eevee with dull fur was shivering. Lin Chen was a little surprised. Logically speaking, Eevee can be considered an excellent Pokemon. Not only does it look cute, it also has many evolution types in combat and has great potential. On the black market one costs hundreds of thousands. With its cute appearance and outstanding strength, the price is extremely high, and it actually appears in this kind of gift breeding house. The hair on this Eevee's body is stained with solidification point soil and sawdust. It is probably not a new arrival but has lived in this breeding center for a period of time but has not been tamed. There is obviously something wrong. Lin Chen had learned about Eevee in his past studies. According to current knowledge, although only 3 types of electricity, fire and water, have been discovered, some researchers have suggested that other forms may be born. Only Lin Chen knows that Eevee has more than 3 evolution forms. The rarer evolution types Sun, Moon, Leaf and Glacian may all be born, but they all require a lot of conditional factors. For example, a Espeon requires strong mental power. Basically, only when the intimacy with the trainer reaches a certain level it is possible to evolve to Espeon during the day, and the same goes for Umbreon. Speaking of which, Lin Chen thought that when he was strong enough he could use his understanding of Pokemon to try to publish papers and become a Pokemon researcher, and countless wealth would flow in. You must know that senior researchers have a very high status in the whole country and they can cultivate more Pokemon, but now their strength is not enough to support themselves to publish papers, and they are easy to become fat sheep in the eyes of others. It will take a long time to capture Eevee, and soon someone will notice this place. Lin Chen did not throw his Pokeball rashly. Most of the captures in the breeding house are to play with Pokemon, build enough trust and let them automatically enter the Pokeball. This Eevee must have lived here for a long time. It is impossible that it has not been discovered. There must be other reasons why it has not been captured. Lin Chen decided to open the treasure chest first to see what kind of things he can get. In this way it will also reduce the difficulty of capturing Pokemon. Thinking of this, Lin Chen has touched the treasure chest. The cold metal touch makes him a little excited, and the inlaid diamonds shine with dazzling light. The moment Lin Chen touched the treasure chest, only a light that he could see bloomed. The diamond treasure chest is opened. Chapter 3: The All-Seeing and All-Powerful Eye. The lame Eevee. Please collect it. The dazzling light flowed in the bow, and then one of them turned into white electricity and drilled into Lin Chen's left pupil. There was no pain when it came into contact with the left pupil, just like water disappearing into water. If someone could see Lin Chen's left pupil at this time, they would definitely see countless mysterious purple patterns glowing in the pupil like a formation engraved in the pupil. Lin Chen's vision suddenly widened and the entire breeding house became clear in front of him. The patterns on the trees in the distance, the Pidgey on the trees licking its feathers and the Caterpie on the tree trunk shaking its tentacles to start string shot, all of these were displayed in front of Lin Chen one by one. Afterwards some values and different colors appeared on all the Pokemon. Most of them were red and only a few Pokemon were orange. The prompt sound in my mind sounded again. All-Seeing Eye incomplete version. Attribute 1: All-Seeing Eye can obtain powerful dynamic vision and formulate perfect training methods for Pokemon. Attribute 2: All-Seeing Eye can distinguish the qualifications of Pokemon and Pokemon Egg. The potential size is divided into 8 levels according to color: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple and gold. Attribute 3: All-Seeing Eye can see the weaknesses of enemy Pokemon in battle. Lin Chen was shocked. What a bug this is. When he captures Pokemon in the future, won't he be able to choose the best Pokemon? You must know that even the most sophisticated instruments and top masters cannot directly detect the attributes of Pokemon Pokemon egg. Even Pokemon in their infancy can only analyze the approximate talents through habits, fur color, movements, etc., and they may make mistakes. But I don't need any instruments and can directly see the original talents of Pokemon. It's simply cheating. Not only does it help in battle, but it can also arrange the most perfect training and growth method according to the characteristic and weaknesses of Pokemon. Even a Pokemon with poor talent can achieve twice the result with half the effort. In battle, if you can analyze the weaknesses of the enemy Pokemon in real time and attack them, you will be invincible. Of course, Lin Chen was not arrogant. He still understood the principle that one force can defeat 10 skills. If the level and strength of the Pokemon are too different, even if you know the opponent's weaknesses, you may not be able to break the opponent through the weaknesses. The ability obtained from this diamond treasure chest alone is enough to make yourself a legendary trainer. And what if you get more treasure chests? Thinking of this, Lin Chen was full of hope for the future. He calmed down and reached out to touch another light in the treasure chest. A bottle of red potion lay inside. It is worthy of being a diamond level treasure chest. The eye of all Ziying can make any mediocre person a Pokemon training master, not to mention Lin Chen already knows the existence of almost all Pokemon characteristic. Thinking of this, the Sufi of the eye of all Ziying still says incomplete version. If it can become a complete version, Lin Chen felt a little hopeful, but he didn't know what the conditions for repairing the eye of all Ziying were for the time being. The light of the treasure chest was fleeting, and then the diamond treasure chest turned into a shadow and disappeared without a trace after taking out the healing potion. Lin Chen thought of this and looked at the Eevee. Wow, there is an Eevee here! Someone shouted and the crowd rushed over and everyone surrounded it. It's Eevee, this is a rare Pokemon. Ah, it's Eevee! The crowd around made Eevee a little overwhelmed and its watery eyes were full of fear. It was timid and wanted to escape from the crowd, but it limped and fell to the ground. The people around frowned when they saw it limping. What a pity, it's a cripple. A voice came from the crowd. Several girls sighed in regret, shook their head and left. It looks like another Eevee has been discovered. The noise of the crowd prompted the breeder to come over and E-plane after looking at the reactions of the crowd. This is indeed an Eevee hatched from a Pokemon egg in the breeding house, but after birth due to a congenital genetic defect can't use any evolutionary stone eye, and because it was bullied by other Pokemon before, it has a lame leg. It may cost hundreds of thousands to treat it, so only one is left here. Speaking of this, the breeder sighed. All the students frowned. Hundreds of thousands are not something that ordinary families can afford. Even the children of the wealthy families present shook their head. You know, hundreds of thousands can buy another Eevee. Why treat a lame one? What's more, it can't evolve, which means its combat power is lousy. Some girls began to mutter, Eevee with ugly fur is not cute at all, it's dirty and disgusting. This Eevee is very weak at first glance. How can an Eevee that can't evolve face those Pokemon with 2 or even 3 stages of evolution? It can only compete with weak Pokemon like Caterpie. Someone said loudly. That's right, it's still a lame one. It only has one characteristic FLE ability. Now it seems it's just a waste. The voice in the crowd deliberately dragged out a long tone, and everyone couldn't help shaking their heads with disappointed eyes. Some people left the crowd and walked back to the woods to find a new target. The trembling Eevee still wanted to escape, limping and dragging his body, which made others laugh. Teacher Lin Qingguan also noticed this and sighed secretly. Although Eevee was pitiful, hundreds of thousands were not a small amount for her, not to mention an Eevee who couldn't use evolutionary stone eye. Poor little guy. Lin Qingguan could only sigh helplessly. It was only at this moment that she noticed that Lin Chen, who was at the front of the crowd, was always staring at Eevee. At this time, Lin Chen had already opened the eye of all Ziying, and the mysterious purple patterns glowed in Lin Chen's eyes. For a moment, time seemed to be still. The eye of all Ziying is activated. Countless data emerged in front of Lin Chen's eyes like a tide. After a moment, Lin Chen's E-Pression returned to normal. He seemed to have made up his mind. He approached Eevee and squatted down slowly. Looking at the trembling little guy, he stretched out his hand and spoke softly. Will you be my partner? Chapter 4, Dragon Slayer Sylveon. Please collect. Eevee called softly with a little doubt in his voice but more of surprise. Eevee, who was still trying to drag his body, stopped. It timidly raised its head and looked at the gentle boy in front of it. It felt like a ray of light appearing in the darkness. The light passed through the darkness until it shone on her body. At this moment it seemed that even the pain in her leg disappeared a little. Eevee was a little excited and her fluffy ears moved. She was afraid that this was another dream. The boy in front of her was not just making fun of her, but when she looked into Lin Chen's gentle eyes, she saw the sincerity in his eyes and tears flashed in his eyes. The whole crowd laughed. Lin Chen, you are not stupid. This Eevee can't evolve. It's useless for evolutionary stone eye. Someone shouted at the side. Lin Chen, don't be stupid. You may never be able to enter the professional level hall in your life. Li Feng had come over when he heard that Eevee appeared, but when he saw Lin Chen's choice he couldn't help but frowned and said he actually chose a lame Eevee. It's so stupid. He gave up his future directly. Even if he was cured it would waste a lot of time. I didn't expect that Lin Chen, who has always been ranked first, would be so confused. Li Feng shook his head, feeling that Lin Chen was no longer qualified to be his opponent now, and the gap would become bigger and bigger in the future. Teacher Lin Qingguan also frowned, but she didn't rush to stop Lin Chen. She just watched all this quietly. She was also a little puzzled. Lin Chen is the best and top student in the class. Why would he choose a lame Eevee? Even if Eevee is a little rare here, the cost of treatment is too high. She thought so in her heart, but Lin Chen never let her down, and she inexplicably felt a little expectation in her heart. Lin Chen, I know your family's situation. If you choose this Eevee, you will have no chance to capture other Pokemon. You will have big problems in the wild. Someone in the crowd persuaded Lin Chen, but Lin Chen still did not move. He never retracted his hand that he stretched out to Eevee. He just looked at Eevee quietly, and the gentleness on his face never dissipated. Teacher Lin Qingguan finally spoke. Her responsibility for the future of her students defeated her expectations. Lin Chen, with your talent, choose a good Pokemon to train and you will soon be able to enter the door of a professional trainer. There is no need to ruin your future here for a lame Eevee. You will capture many Pokemon in the future. This Eevee will prevent you from capturing other Pokemon. She sighed. As your teacher, I hope you can consider it carefully. Eevee who can't evolve. Just Lin Qingguan hesitated for a long time and finally didn't finish the sentence in a very restrained tone. She didn't want her best student to ruin his own future on this most important day. After all, for children from ordinary families, the first Pokemon is too important. Eevee also heard the discussions of the people around her. Every time she looked forward to meeting her master, and every day she looked forward to someone coming to take her away. Again and again, is it the same result again? Every time she was full of expectations, but never someone once reached out to her, but the final result was that they left here with other Pokemon. Eevee wanted to leave here with her lame leg. The huge crowd made her feel a little scared. Suddenly a nice boy's voice broke into Eevee's ears, and her two big ears jumped just like her long frozen heart. I believe in my feeling. I believe in Eevee too. Lin Chen said softly. His voice was not loud, but it was particularly firm. Eevee looked at the hands that had not been retracted, which looked broad and warm. Lin Chen spoke again. Will you be my partner, Eevee? Eevee nodded heavily. She threw herself at Lin Chen with all her strength, even though her broken leg could not exert any force, but she did not exert any force and was hugged by a pair of warm big hands in midair, and then she was embraced in a warm embrace. This warm and real touch, Eevee felt that this was the happiest day of her life. The long fur on her chest rubbed Lin Chen's face, and she acted coquettishly in his arms. Lin Chen touched Eevee's little head with his broad big hands. The breeder not far away was a little surprised. This is the only chance to choose Pokemon. It will be difficult to buy good Pokemon again if you miss it. She was shocked that Lin Chen actually chose Eevee as his first Pokemon. Lin Chen in front of her had already taken out his Pokeball and smiled at Eevee. A red light shot out from the Pokeball and twisted and constricted Eevee's body. Then Eevee turned into a white light and drilled into the Pokeball. This also indicated that the contract between Pokemon and humans was signed, and there was no chance to regret it. Li Feng laughed when he saw this scene. You will regret it. It seems that you can't reach the top of the strong like me. Then he left here and continued to walk deep into the wood. He was going to find the strongest person in this wood, Pidgeot. If he get Pidgeot and one of the royal three prepared by his family, he might have the hope of participating in the professional level assessment before the age of 20, and Lin Chen will no longer be his opponent. The people around him were whispering, all discussing Lin Chen's decision. In their opinion, it was too stupid. Chu Xiner lifted her lake blue hair and thought to herself, this guy is quite kind. I admire his courage. The lame Eevee can be treated, but this is a genetic defect that cannot use evolutionary stone. Alas, it's still too impulsive. Thinking of this, her eyes brightened. She had already chosen a Poliwag as her first Pokemon. Everyone's discussion naturally entered Lin Chen's ears. Only he looked calm, but he was laughing in his heart. This Eevee is not just the evolutionary stone-eyed evolution form. There is also a powerful posture called Dragon Slayer. Fairy system. Sylvian. Readers must read. Post the rules for additional update. 2000 flowers plus 1 update. 500 evaluation vote plus 1 update. 5 different people give 1 reward. 50 comments plus 1 update. The author will work hard to update and bring you a cruel and powerful Pokemon world. Absolutely a cool article. Please support all readers. If you have good suggestions, you can also post them in the comment area. I will seriously refer to them. I hope that readers will vote more data so that my typing speed will soar. Chapter 5 Elite Level Potential. The Natural King of Fairy. Put in poke. After the ball, Lin Chen released Eevee again. The crowd had dispersed at this time. After the dust settled, no one paid attention to the situation here. Lin Chen once again looked at Eevee with his all-seeing eyes. In the talent qualification, red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, gold. Red is the lowest. Green has the potential of superior superior level. Cyan has the hope of impacting elite level as long as there is no accident. Blue can definitely become elite and impact champion. Purple means there is hope to become the headmaster level. As for gold, it is the qualification of the first level divine beast. And this Eevee actually has a Cyan level talent. It is precisely because of this that Lin Chen chose her without hesitation. In addition, she cannot use evolutionary stone-ite only because of the powerful fairy energy which suppresses her physique and bloodline. But learning fairy skills is the first step to evolution to Sylveon. You know, the general Eevee talent attribute can reach yellow, which is very good generally in orange. This Eevee has reached Cyan and has the potential to impact the elite level. Moreover, this Eevee itself already has fairy skills, which is really the best candidate for evolution to Sylveon. This is a dragon slayer. According to Lin Chen's understanding, the official has not yet discovered the instance of the fairy type. Fairy Pokemon are either really hard to find or are non-combat types such as Jigglypuff. Although they are occasionally found, they can make all observers fall asleep with a sing, and then they will graffiti on people's faces with rage. Such fairy types are not considered combat types but are classified as wild Pokemon. The dragon type is still the most powerful. Any dragon Pokemon can be sold at a sky-high price. Any dragon Pokemon egg can easily sell for millions, which is a wealth that an ordinary family cannot accumulate in a lifetime. Dragon Pokemon stands at the top of the food chain. If every professional trainer can get a dragon Pokemon, his status will rise a lot and he will soon be named elite. Every Pokemon trainer dreams of getting a dragon Pokemon. Of course, even the weakest Pokemon with dragon blood is priceless. However, Fairy is the father of dragon, and Sylveon is the best among them with extremely strong combat power, and both special attack and special defense are top-notch. With one hand return, he directly beat all the trainers, not to mention the Eevee in front of him, who is born with 2 fairy skills and full fairy talent. If the intimacy is maed out, maybe evolution will be the beautiful Sylveon. That posture beyond everything. Being strong or not is temporary, but being handsome or not is a lifetime. Thinking of this, Lin Chen hugged Eevee tightly and said with a smile, "We must work hard together in the future." Lin Chen's embrace was so warm that Eevee felt so comfortable that she wanted to have a good sleep. She could feel the sincerity in Lin Chen's words. When she realized her hair all over her body became fluffy, which was completely different from her previous appearance. Eevee's eyes were blurred. She had lost her sense of security due to her long-term cowardice and bullying. After feeling this warmth, Eevee never wanted to lose it again. She shook her head and licked Lin Chen's cheek. She would never allow anyone to take her master away. A strange emotion took root in her heart. She wanted to accompany Lin Chen for the rest of her life and never separate. The time to choose Earl Dervish Pokemon passed quickly. With a huge bell ringing in the breeding house, it indicated that everyone's selection time had come. It was time for the Pokemon to eat. Staying here would interfere with the normal breeding work. Lin Chen walked to the queue with satisfaction, holding Eevee. Many people had not captured Pokemon at the last moment, so they could only hurriedly hold the Pokemon that had just been born. Although Lin Chen got the healing potion, there were many people here. He was not going to use the potion on Eevee here. He was going to give Eevee careful treatment after returning home. Looking at the lame Eevee held by Lin Chen, some people in the crowd sneered. When the college entrance examination comes, will this Eevee be able to fight? Although it is very kind, this kindness will ruin its own future. It seems that Lin Chen will go from the first place to the last place. Lin Chen's excellence has long made some people jealous. Now seeing him fall from the altar, they are naturally very happy. At this time a familiar figure appeared in the crowd. Lin Chen couldn't help laughing when he saw Li Feng's disheveled appearance. This guy's head was full of Pidgey feathers and there were many scars on his body. He was holding a Pokemon egg in his hand. Judging from the pattern, it was a Pidgey egg. It seems that he suffered a great loss in front of Pidgeot. When the last bell rang, he casually took a Pidgey egg back. From the hatching of the egg to the formation, the young Pidgey could not fight. Lin Chen didn't pay too much attention to Li Feng. He looked around. Most people had chosen their own Pokemon. There were also some good Pokemon among them. Some were Pidgey with particularly good fur colors, and there were 2 Poliwags that looked quite strong. There was even a Guaidud that raised its 2 fists. However, Guaidud was like a piece of stone. The boy couldn't hold Guaidud at all and could only put Guaidud on the ground in grievance. Guaidud looked at other Pokemon and said, being held in his arms, he kept jumping on the boy with great dissatisfaction. Lin Wangqing looked at all the students who had something to gain and said with a smile, "It seems that all the students have gained something, so we should go back too." Everyone cheered, and Lin Chen also held Eevee, waiting to go back to use the spirit potion. He was very curious about how powerful Eevee's talent would be when it was truly revealed. Chapter 6: Killing the same level with one blow, surpassing the command talent of peers. The group began to return to the bus one after another. Everyone was very excited. They had the first Pokemon in their lives and began to embark on the road of trainers, except for one one person. Li Feng sat alone at the front of the bus holding a yellowed Pokemon egg which was somewhat out of tune with the atmosphere on the bus. He couldn't help but glance at Lin Chen. This guy must have also seen that there was a second-level evolution Pokemon in the breeding house, but he didn't expect to choose a lame Eevee in the end. Fortunately, there is a Royal 3 prepared by my parents waiting for me at home. When I get that Pokemon and hatch this Pokemon egg, it is equivalent to having 2 Pokemon, which is already ahead of most people. Lin Chen will eventually become the first stepping stone to start his own legend. Thinking of this, Li Feng laughed, but because the laughter was too large, he pulled the wound injured by the Pidgeot chase. He couldn't help but wail a few times in pain, causing the classmates around him to laugh secretly. Everyone was very happy to get the first Pokemon. They took out the Pokeball to release Pokemon and compared the Pokemon they had captured. Look at how gorgeous the scales of my Goldeen are. A Goldeen was held in his arms and started to spit bubbles because there was no water. My Caterpie is the best. Look at how happy String Shot is. My. For a while the whole bus was very lively. Teacher Lin Qingguan smiled at the student. It was this lively scene every year. However, the first test should come soon. These young Pokemon will naturally not adapt to the environment after leaving the breeding house and coming into contact with human life for the first time. Pidgey. A student's Pidgey suddenly screamed, obviously frightened by the unfamiliar environment in the car. It suddenly lost control and started to bump around. This collision made all the other Pokemons in chaos. For a moment feathers flew all over the bus as if a heavy snow had fallen, and the scene was out of control for a while. The frightened Pidgey wanted to leave the bus and flew towards a girl near the window. It used tackle. Faced with this emergency, most students did not have this emergency response and subconsciously stayed where they were. Lin Qingguan frowned. It seemed that the students of this class had poor reaction ability and panicked when faced with a little emergency. Just as she was about to take out her Pokemon to suppress it, a calm voice sounded. Use disarming voice. A purple sound wave spread in all directions, and the sound wave seemed to have substance and spread like a spider web, causing all the Pokemon in the car to stagnate. The flying Pidgey in the center of the sound wave was obviously traumatized. It screamed in pain and its flying body was already unstable. That calm voice sounded again. Tackle left wing. Pidgey, who was already unable to stabilize his body, was hit by a black shadow on his left wing. Suddenly feathers flew everywhere and Pidgey fell to the ground and lost his ability to fight. Just one hit made Pidgey lose his ability to fight. When everyone looked at the fallen Pidgey, Pidgey was already unable to move and was obviously unconscious. Then the black shadow gently touched the ground with its forelimbs, and then the hind limbs released the force on the ground to stabilize its body. Until this moment everyone saw the black shadow clearly. It turned out to be Eevee. This scene seemed to freeze the air in the entire bus. For a moment no one was not shocked. Everyone was stunned. This lame Eevee was so strong. Li Feng stood up in shock. He was speechless at the scene in front of him. It was a pity that Eevee was only handsome for 3 seconds. After using tackle he staggered to the ground because of his lame leg. After walking a few steps he looked pitiful. Li Feng breathed a sigh of relief. With this congenital defect and no way to evolve, this Eevee's future is mediocre after all. Lin Chen picked up Eevee and touched her little head again, smiling, and said, well done. He looked at the shocked others in the bus, then looked at the owner of Pidgey and said, why don't you put it away? Oh ho, the latter just reacted and put the Pidgey who had lost its combat ability into the Pokeball with an embarrassed look. The others were also surprised. It was less than an hour since they had captured their own Pokemon and Lin Chen was already able to command Eevee to fight. This command ability was really beyond reach. This Eevee actually killed Pidgey in one hit. Why? It's a pity that you chose a lame Eevee. When the other Pokemon have evolved, the gap will be E-posed. Although this Eevee has mastered the rare ability of disarming voice that most Eevees cannot master, it takes a lot of time and money to treat it. After all, there is no future. Maybe he will fail the college entrance examination. For a moment the whole bus was full of discussions and everyone's eyes were focused on Lin Chen and the Eevee in his arms. Lin Qingguan took back the Pokeball she had just taken out and a trace of surprise appeared in her heart. It is shocking to kill Pidgey in one shot, but it is even more surprising to kill Pidgey, a Pokemon with a low racial value. A curious smile appeared on her delicate face. Lin Chen knew that Eevee mastered disarming voice so quickly, and his command ability is so strong that he is almost unlike a player of this age, more like an experienced trainer. Everyone put away your Pokemon first and show them when you return to school. After explaining everything, Lin Qingguan quietly put the Pokeball in her hand back into her pocket. She looked at the boy with a calm face who was gently stroking Eevee's little head, and a question came to her mind. Did he really just choose this Eevee on impulse? P.S. Please collect. Please give flowers. Please give evaluation vote. Please give data. Please support the new book Seedling. Chapter 7. Everyone's amazement. Open the silver treasure chest again. Please collect. Please give flowers. After a while the brief episode on the bus subsided and everyone took their their Pokémon back to the Pokeball. The scenery outside the window also changed from the suburbs to the city. The toros in the distance were migrating, rushing away in a mighty force, and the dust they raised locked everyone's sight. The students on the bus all had their own thoughts. Most of them were excited, and they had not yet realized how severe the upcoming practical courses and the college entrance examinations they would face in the near future would be. Everyone's journey from a teenager to an entry-level trainer is not smooth sailing in this vast world. In addition to opportunities, there are more harsh challenges. Lin Chen naturally said nothing more. After calmly returning to his seat, he leaned against the window and thought. Suo just fought. He is a person who is used to reflecting on himself. He will review every actual combat exercise in school when he goes home. How to defeat the enemy more efficiently. After each review, Lin Chen will have more experience in the battle. The next time he fight, he will be able to grasp the opponent's weakness and defeat the enemy quickly. Now, with the cooperation of the All-Seeing Eye, the weaknesses of the Pokemon that he meet for the first time can also be discovered in advance before the battle, which is really in line with his own nature. In addition to his own knowledge, a great contribution to this battle is naturally the All-Seeing Eye, which detected the weakness of Pidgey. This Pidgey, after being frightened, Pidgey hit the roof in a panic so that the left wing was scratched by the roof fence. It was this wound that Eevee fought hard and then hit it with one blow, which directly caused the effect of instant kill. Although it is only an entry-level Pidgey, but Eevee is seriously injured, which shows its potential. It is worthy of being an elite-level Eevee. At this time, Eevee, lying in Lin Chen's arms, shook her little head proudly. "Eevee, Eevee," she called softly, and was obviously very surprised to be able to fight for her master fighting, but every time she moved in the arms of her master, the injured leg hurt badly. But soon Eevee became a little frustrated. She realized that if she continued like this, she would not be able to help her master fight in the future. She hated her body even more and began to bite her injured leg with her teeth, as if doing so could make the leg recover. She knew that she was dragging down her master. Eevee felt more and more uncomfortable. Lin Chen was awakened by Eevee's movements in his arms. He felt her emotions and touched Eevee's little head. "Eevee, don't worry, I will heal you," Lin Chen said softly while touching the injured leg that Eevee had just bitten, which was now covered in blood. Lin Chen took out the bandage from his pocket and carefully wrapped the wound. The broken limb had never healed, and now it was bitten and injured again, making Eevee twitch in pain. Eevee was in so much pain that growl changed. Lin Chen was so distressed that he wanted to go home immediately and use the spirit potion to heal little Eevee. Eevee's eyes were full of water, and Alina's eyes were full of water. Looking at the boy in front of her, this beam of light shining into her heart, everything that happened today was like a dream. Only the pain in her leg told her that all this was not a dream. Eevee rubbed her head against Lin Chen's arm, and she silently swore in her heart that she would fight for her master in the future, even if she had to drag this broken leg. Lin Chen, who was bandaging Eevee's injured leg, looked at the tears in Eevee's eyes, thinking that Eevee couldn't bear the pain, and hurriedly tried to distract Eevee's attention. "Eevee, let me give you a name," Eevee hummed excitedly after hearing this. "From now on you can call me Yi Yi." Lin Chen touched Eevee's head and Yi Yi nodded, her voice full of excitement. After the turmoil just now, the classmates beside Lin Chen looked at Lin Chen from time to time. Seeing this scene, they sincerely admired Lin Chen. With such a calm command ability, even if the first Pokemon is weaker, there is a chance to rise. It's worthy of being the first in the class. The affinity with Pokemon is really strong, and the command in battle is also very calm. Chu Zener looked at Lin Chen and said from the bottom of her heart, "It's a pity that his command ability chose a useless Pokemon." Li Feng sneered when he heard this. A boy who was inseparable from Li Feng smiled and said, "But it's a good thing that there is one less strong opponent in the college entrance examination." Li Feng snorted coldly, wanting to say that he was not afraid of anyone, but thinking of Lin Chen's command ability just now, he still didn't say this. Chu Zener also heard the voice, but she didn't argue with Li Feng. She just looked at Lin Chen and Eevee in his arms quietly. Her intuition told her that the man in front of her might bring a surprise. The bus had been driving for an unknown period of time, and the students who had just obtained Pokemon had already fallen asleep. After all, they would always feel tired after the excitement. The bus finally stopped. It was almost dusk when they arrived at the school. After teacher Lin Qingguan gathered and explained several precautions for raising Pokemon, everyone went back to their home. Lin Chen rode his bicycle home. His parents were ordinary employees. Before going to school today, they told him that they might work overtime at night, so Lin Chen was the only one at home. Lin Chen held Eevee and pushed the bicycle into the community. "Yi, this is my home." Lin Chen did not put Eevee back into the Pokeball along the way, but let Eevee lie on his left shoulder and introduced everything on the road to Eevee. All of this made Eevee feel novel, and the hearts of one person and one pet were gradually getting closer. After parking the bicycle holding Eevee, Lin Chen stepped onto the stairs. This small but warm house is his home. "Yi, we are home. I will treat your leg injury later. Eevee. Eevee's cute FO ears trembled and he couldn't help but shout excitedly when he looked at his master's home. Lin Chen also smiled lightly and took the key to open the door, but the moment he looked up he was stunned. On the table in the living room at home, a silver treasure chest was refreshed. The treasure chest was placed steadily on the table. This luck, it's really awesome. Lin Chen was a little surprised. The silver treasure chest on the table seemed to be waiting for him. This treasure chest delivered to the door was really a blessing from heaven. Eevee didn't know what happened, but she was happy when she saw her master suddenly happy. You play for a while. Lin Chen put Eevee on the sofa and then opened the silver treasure chest. Ding! A ray of light came out from the bow. PS: the 7th update. Please collect. Please vote for the monthly ticket. Please give flowers. Please give evaluation vote. Please give data. Chapter 8 Primary Cultivator Skills. Use Spirit Potion. Please collect. Please give data. As the white light was injected into Lin Chen's forehead, a lot of cultivation knowledge and the production methods of various types of primary poke blocks emerged in Lin Chen's mind. In addition, there was 10,000 yuan in the treasure chest, which was just enough to make up for Lin Chen's financial difficulties. Thinking of his parents who were still working overtime, this money could buy them 2 more clothes. The most important thing was the primary cultivator skill. This unexpected gain surprised Lin Chen. You should know that only breeders who have been specially certified can make poke block, and the success rate is not stable, so it is also called a money-burning profession. If entry-level trainers need to capture a Pokemon of their own as a threshold, then Pokemon breeders need more things. In addition to the ingredients for making various poke block, they also need to have enough knowledge of Pokemon. Knowing the characteristics of each Pokemon food, whether it will be to IC after combination etc., is an extremely tedious subject. Of course, the taste of poke blocks is also something that Pokemon breeders need to consider. If the poke blocks produced are not to the taste of Pokemon, the small amount of consumption will also affect the effect. But now Lin Chen can fully master the formula of poke block with all attribute. This is simply mastering the code of wealth. You should know that poke blocks are common but rare in the market. They are common because if you want to cultivate Pokemon well, you must have a lot of poke blocks etc. High-level poke blocks can even enhance certain characteristics of Pokemon. For example, chop the pomegranate and limu fruit in a ratio of 1:2 and stir them into a paste, then use a large can of milk as an emulsifier, and after solidification you can get poke block that enhance the special attack of electric Pokemon. It looks simple, but the process is extremely cumbersome. If you are not careful, you will waste materials and ordinary families can't afford it. It's just that many tree fruits have strict requirements for growth environment, and they are also extremely rare. Some special ingredients are even guarded by god-level Pokemon. Of course, that is something Lin Chen cannot access now, so the threshold for Pokemon breeders is also extremely high. However, now the treasure chest has directly allowed him to gain a lot of knowledge. Even if he cannot become a powerful trainer in the future, he can make poke block and have no worries about food and clothing. At present, Lin Chen knows that there are exactly 2 poke block formulas that can make Eevee stronger. The ordinary honey fruit and the fairy cloud mist can both be eaten by Eevee. One can increase potential and the other is to lay the foundation after evolution. After all, you only need to eat ordinary food to feed Pokemon, but to raise it well and make it strong you must use a lot of poke blocks, that is money. Combined with the spirit potion, it can not only strengthen the strength but also make up for congenital defects, make Eevee's hair shiny and reverse her inferiority complex. In this way you can give full play to all your talents and become a top Sylveon. At that time a gust of fairy wind will destroy the city and become an elite level instance, surpassing millions of people. When thinking of that beautiful future, Lin Chen couldn't help but want to buy the formula materials to make delicious poke blocks for Yi. Eevee in his arms didn't know why the master was happy, but if the master was happy, Yi would be happy too. She couldn't help but roll in Lin Chen's arms. When Lin Chen saw Eevee's injured leg, his heart tightened. He put this cute little guy on the sofa and then took out the spirit potion. Looking at the red liquid in the transparent container, Eevee has already felt the rich breath of life as if it tasted the growth of all things. Eevee's eyes were expectant. She knew that this was what the master intended for her to drink, but after feeling this rich breath of life, Eevee retreated instead. She didn't move on the sofa. Obviously this bottle of potion is very precious, and am I really worthy of it? Eevee looked into the eyes of her master with only tenderness and expectation in her eyes. Good boy, this is for you. Lin Chen touched Eevee's head again. He felt the burden in Eevee's heart and was very moved. Lin Chen said seriously, I will make you the most dazzling instance in the Eevee family. Eevee. After Eevee felt Lin Chen's intention, she nodded seriously and jumped up. Lin Chen opened the lid of the spirit potion. Eevee drank it in big gulps. The breath of life emanated from her body. A green light enveloped Eevee. It seemed that she could feel the vigorous vitality of all things growing on her her body. Visible to the naked eye, Eevee's originally dry hair began to become shiny and her shriveled cheeks due to long-term malnutrition began to become round, looking very cute, and these were just eternal appearances. The blood on the hind limb that had been broken for a long time had already been collected and the bandages began to break into pieces. At the same time, the bones on the broken limbs were growing bit by bit. Eevee looked at her hind limb in disbelief, her eyes full of disbelief. She had already made up her mind to be lame for life. Originally, the trainer at the breeding house wanted to take her to the Pokemon Center for treatment, but she learned that it had been broken for too long and even if she was treated it might only relieve the pain, so in the end she was reluctantly brought back after a little treatment. Eevee felt a little itchy in her hind limb and she cried out in joy. Eevee, don't move, the wound is healing, Lin Chen reminded her, and you can see that Eevee's hind limb is repairing bit by bit and the wound is visibly healing. Soon the repair of the broken limb was completed, but this rich breath of life was not over yet. Eevee felt a little hot, she hummed comfortably, her breath began to become stronger, a pink fairy energy gushed out and then hovered over Eevee's head for a long time. Pink energy then poured down from the top of his head, directly covering Eevee's entire body. An invisible genetic transformation was taking place in Eevee's body. Lin Chen couldn't see Eevee clearly at this time and could only know from the increasingly powerful aura that Eevee was in no danger. After a full quarter of an hour, the pink energy surrounding Eevee slowly faded, revealing a shining Eevee. The change was too big. Lin Chen looked at Eevee in front of him with surprise. If the previous Eevee was an ugly duckling, then the Eevee after the transformation had become a white swan. Eevee's hair is now shiny and there is a wisp of white hair on both ears which look like a pair of earrings. The watery eyes look very cute. Now he can show his skills in the Pokemon Gorgeous contest. I believe no one will not feel pity when seeing Eevee now. If the changes in appearance are visible, the strongest effect of the spirit potion is still in the repair of genes. Since Eevee's body, the fairy energy in it can almost be felt as if it were real. Lin Chen happily opened the Eye of All-Knowing and a purple pattern emerged from his eyes. Eye of All-Knowing open. Lin Chen looked at Eevee and after a moment the surprise on his face could not be added and he said in surprise, "This is Chapter 9 Talent Improvement. Fairy Wind. Please collect." After using the Spirit God Potion, some defects in the genes have been repaired and the overall qualifications have also been strengthened. If Eevee is put into the Eevee group for comparison, it may be the best in the group. More importantly, the talent that was originally only blue has now become blue under the effect of the Spirit Potion. However, only Lin Chen can see these, otherwise it would be enough to cause a sensation in the entire Pokemon breeding world. In addition, the improvement of talent has allowed Eevee to master another fairy skill, Fairy Wind. Eevee uses Fairy Wind. Lin Chen wanted to see Eevee's new skills and he happened to find a perfect experimental subject. He pointed to a Metapod on the tree trunk outside the window. Metapod is the evolution type of Caterpie with extremely high defense. When encountering danger, it will use Harden. Of course, it will not actively use other attack skills. As a second stage evolution Pokemon, it is a good subject for experimental skills. A Cyan Hurricane with a purple halo rushed out of the window and the entire window was whizzing. Fairy Wind was a special attack skill with mental damage. The moment Metapod sensed the danger, his body began to emit a luster. It was obvious that he had used Hard Bang, but after Fairy Wind hit directly, Metapod's eyes blurred and Hard Bang was completely ineffective. Metapod, who was directly hit, fell from the tree trunk and was obviously mentally injured. His Cyan was aggrieved. "I was beaten even when I was lying down. I may not be a human, but you are a real dog." Lin Chen did not continue to issue instructions. He just wanted to experiment with the entire newly mastered fairy skills. Before evolution becomes Sylveon, the more fairy skills you learn, the greater the chance of being able to evolution into Sylveon. Eevee. After feeling the huge change in herself, Eevee spun around excitedly. She did not expect that drinking the bottle of red potion would bring such a big change to herself. In just a few hours he went from the first level to the second level. When he reached the 9th level, he would have the opportunity to be promoted to the superior level trainer. Of course, strength enhancement is not achieved overnight and it takes time to cultivate slowly. With Eevee's current blue qualifications, he will be able to impact the elite level in the future. Eevee excited. Eevee got into Lin Chen's arms and rubbed Lin Chen's arm with her ears. She was very happy. Everything that happened today was really like a dream, but he was afraid that it was really a dream and he would lose everything when he woke up. It didn't want to lose its owner. "Eevee is not a waste, you are the best." Lin Chen proudly lifted Eevee up and announced loudly. His voice was serious and gentle, making Eevee feel his sincere heart. In this world, fairy energy has not yet been discovered, but general fairy Pokemon are classified as psychic, so many fairy Pokemon are buried. Of course, if it weren't for this, Eevee wouldn't have been picked up by me. Even if I spent hundreds of thousands, many people would have flocked to it. It's more likely that Eevee would never have been Chen left in the Pokemon breeding house but was taken away by a local dignitary early. As expected, knowledge is power, so Lin Chen has been learning all the knowledge about Pokemon here for the past 18 years. And the knowledge of the previous life is also a huge treasure. Many things that are not understood now can be prepared and collected in advance. Those materials about Pokemon's habits are often difficult to collect, and these are the most important parts about Pokemon's growth and breeding method. And now that Eevee has used the Spirit Potion, as long as nothing unexpected happens, he will definitely become an elite level Pokemon. It's perfect. In addition, evolution will also improve qualifications, which is why Royal 3 can beat other 2-stage evolution Pokemon. Every evolution is an important moment to improve qualifications. So if Eevee can evolve to Sylveon, is it possible to become a purple qualification? Thinking of this, Lin Chen was a little excited. If there is a chance, then he will definitely be able to take the college entrance examination, show your skills and become famous, get a good ranking, and even have the hope of entering the top 10 of the college entrance examination, even the top of the list. When that time comes, you will definitely gain both fame and fortune. As for pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger, it doesn't exist. Only by showing enough talent can you get more resources. If you pretend to be a pig for a long time, you may really become a pig, and he only needs to hide the secrets of the system and the all-seeing eye. At this moment, one person and one Pokemon are very happy at this moment. Eevee. Eevee felt his own changes and was very excited that he could recover his health. All this was brought by the gentle boy in front of him. Eevee. The happiest thing is that he fight for his master, and he doesn't have to be disliked like before. As long as he can fight, he can always be with his master and protect him. Eevee wants to do everything for his master so he can monopolize his master. Lin Chen could feel that his intimacy with Eevee had further improved, and he even felt a sense of spiritual connection with Eevee. Perhaps soon Eevee will have a chance to evolve. You should know that the first condition for evolving into Sylveon is to learn more fairy skills when the intimacy is sufficient. Now Eevee has learned 3 fairy skills, and the remaining is the lack of intimacy and practical experience. Lin Chen plans to find time to go to the wild. On the one hand, it is to explore the treasure chest, and on the other hand, Eevee must have the ability to live in the wild. Cultivating a comfortable life in the house may also be a hurdle to evolution. After the intimacy increased, Eevee seemed to be able to feel what the owner was thinking. She shook her furry tail as if saying, "I will definitely evolve. Come on together." Lin Chen looked at Eevee's bright eyes. Eevee. Under the dim light, the dream is shining. PS, the 9th update ETRA updates are coming. Please support. Please collect. Please monthly ticket. Please flowers. Please vote for the review. I am still working hard to bring a real and dreamy Pokemon world to all readers. There will be mythical beasts too. Chapter 10, Making Pokeblocks is the eye of all-knowing Achi. After a hard day, Lin Chen took Eevee back to the Pokeball to rest. Breeding Pokemon requires enough patience and time. Now that he already has the recipe for Pokeblock, Lin Chen plans to stock up on some Pokeblocks so that Eevee can evolve as quickly as possible. It is not enough to just have the recipe, he also needs to purchase some tree fruits and ingredients for making Pokeblock. After planning everything, it was already dark. The night came silently, and Lin Chen, who had been busy all day, felt a little tired. He lay on the bed. His parents had not come back at this time, and they might still be working overtime. After all, they are just ordinary office workers, and they keep working overtime just to help themselves save some money to breed Pokemon. In his previous life he was just an orphan, but in this life his parents treated him very well. He felt the warmth of family and wanted his parents to live a rich life, even becoming an elite, standing above millions of people challenging to recover the bees. He lay on the bed and imagined the future and gradually fell into a dream. The next morning, Lin Chen made up his mind to buy some Pokemon rations to prepare for the wild adventure later. He came to the breeder building in the city center. As soon as he arrived at the door, he saw that the breeder building was a silver building. At the top of the building was a huge Pokeball held by a big hand which looked particularly majestic. As soon as he approached the door, the automatic glass door opened by sensor. Under the bright light there were several green plants. A smiling receptionist girl in professional attire looked at Lin Chen. "Welcome to the Pokemon Cultivation Center. I will serve you wholeheartedly." The receptionist with a high ponytail did not look down on Lin Chen because he looked young, but warmly entertained him with professionalism. Of course, Lin Chen was often treated preferentially because of his handsome appearance. "I need some citrus berry, Aron berry." Lin Chen explained his needs, which surprised the receptionist. Judging from his age, this handsome guy should not have taken the college entrance examination yet. Could he be a new Pokemon breeder? "Brother, these are not cheap," the receptionist kindly reminded him. After listening to Lin Chen's needs, she roughly estimated that these might cost less than 10,000 yuan. This is the expenditure of an ordinary family for half a year. The handsome guy in front of him didn't even blink. "Hey." Lin Chen took out a card casually. The card contained the 10,000 yuan he got yesterday. He just deposited all of it into the card when he went out. Okay. Seeing this, the receptionist calculated the list price with the assistant beside her. Not long after, Lin Chen got his card back. In just a few minutes 8,000 pieces flew away. These were mainly necessary for making fairy series poke blocks. In order for Eevee to evolve, these materials would not be left over afterwards. Lin Chen bought 10 more ordinary materials and paid 1,000 yuan to borrow the poke blocks room for 3 hours. Although Lin Chen waved his hand to show that he was just sprinkling water, he still felt a little pain in his heart. Sure enough, it is very expensive to cultivate an excellent Pokemon. However, for the growth of Pokemon there is no other way. This one cannot be saved. Moreover, if you buy ordinary primary poke blocks directly, it will cost 5,000 yuan each. If the poke blocks you need are of higher quality and more expensive, you can't even splash water with your 10,000 yuan. Entering the poke blocks room, although you have never touched the instrument in front of you, it is not difficult to familiarize yourself with the instrument with the knowledge and formula in your mind. There are 2 release mechanical arms on the front of the poke blocks making machine, and there are several circular grooves on the theme of the instrument which seem to be used to place materials. There is also a glass cover in the making area, and several spotlights inside seem to be used for heating and cooling. Soon Lin Chen figured out the function of each button. He began to make poke blocks according to the knowledge in his mind, placing the fruits in different areas and setting them according to the proportion. Lin Chen kept operating the instrument. Buzz. With the injection of electricity, the instrument rotated and the fruits were placed in order. The mechanical arm kept waving under Lin Chen's operation. Time passed little by little and sweat also oozed out of Lin Chen's forehead. Ding! A crisp reminder bell sounded and the spotlights in the production area went out, indicating that the poke blocks had been made. Lin Chen took out the 3 black poke blocks and it was considered a success that they were formed. But Lin Chen was not very satisfied with the quality of these 3 poke blocks, which were only of average quality. Lin Chen frowned. Sure enough, there was still some gap between Eevee and actual Hansen. I don't have much material, I can't waste it anymore, I must do my best with limited material. Thinking in his heart, Lin Chen suddenly thought that the eye of all-knowing can provide powerful perception and detect everything, so can it be used to observe the formation of tree fruit? Lin Chen did not hesitate and did it. He activated the poke blocks making instrument again and started to try again. The eye of all-knowing really sensed the feeling of the tree fruit forming process. Under the perception of each tree fruit, Lin Chen manipulated the mechanical arm to squeeze the juice and make it according to the most reasonable proportion. The most important and difficult step is here. Under the illumination of the spotlight, the temperature of the production area rose little by little. Under the gaze of the eye of all-knowing, the temperature numbers jumped one by one. Now, Lin Chen said in his heart and pressed the button at the same time. The spotlight went out and a golden poke blocks appeared in front of him. Without taking it out, Lin Chen knew that this was a perfect primary poke block, divided into ordinary, medium, advanced and perfect. The energy concentration is 30 times that of ordinary quality. If it is placed in front of other breeders, it can be called a work of art. This poke blocks will be auctioned at least 150,000 on the black market. It is a great supplement for young Pokemon. The eye of all-knowing is indeed an item in the diamond treasure bow. It is simply a mega cheat. Great! Lin Chen was very surprised, but he did not stop but kept putting the remaining fruit into the poke blocks making instrument and started making them continuously. In the end, 8 perfect quality and 1 medium primary poke blocks were made. 1 was lost due to excessive mental power consumption, and the best effect was an ordinary quality intermediate poke block. After making all this, Lin Chen quickly collected all the poke block. After all, wealth should not be e-posed. It is not convenient to sell perfect quality items which can easily cause trouble, and he cannot e-plain these things. The best way is to sell some low quality items. Lin Chen came to the front desk calmly and met the front desk lady again. The receptionist naturally remembered this handsome boy. He entered an ordinary production room. It seemed that he failed. There are always some rich kids who don't know themselves and think that they can make poke blocks with a few tree fruit. It's okay, it's okay. Production failure is common. Any time you come here to buy tree fruits, I'll give you a 10% discount. The receptionist blinked and gave some special treatment to the handsome boy in front of her. Okay, but can I help sell the poke blocks I just made? The second, the receptionist saw the medium quality primary poke block that Lin Chen took out and her eyes widened. As the front desk of the training center, she naturally has enough eyesight. This one in front of her is a medium quality primary poke block. This boy in front of him is not a practicing apprentice but a real poke blocks maker. PS 10 more chapters today. Please collect. Please vote for the monthly ticket. Please give flowers. Please give evaluation vote. Chapter 11 Genius Breeder. Go to Celadon Rainbow Forest. Please collect. Please give me flowers. Seeing this medium quality primary poke block and thinking of the age of the boy in front front of her. The receptionist, originally calm Zion, was stirred. As an old employee of the training center, she whispered to Lin Chen with great insight, would you please move to the VIP room? She adjusted her scarf, bent down slightly and stretched out her left arm to make a gesture of invitation. Lin Chen naturally expected this result, and he also entered the VIP room generously. In front of the floor-to-ceiling window on the front wall was a huge black leather sofa, and there was a grey blanket on the ground. The morning glow shone into the VIP room through the floor-to-ceiling window. Outside the window was a lake like a mirror. When you enter the VIP room, a hostess automatically prepared tea and then walked out backward and closed the door. What caught Lin Chen's eyes was an old man with meticulously combed silver hair and a grey suit. I am Anshan, the manager of the training center, Anshan said while taking out his business card, bowed and handed it to Lin Chen with both hands. Lin Chen was not a domineering person. He nodded slightly to return the greeting and sat down generously on the black sofa. Seeing Lin Chen's calm appearance, Anshan smiled and said, "What's your name, sir?" "Lin Chen." "Mr. Lin, did you make this medium quality primary poke block?" Anshan took the tray from the receptionist, put on white silk gloves on his hands, took out the magnifying glass from his left chest pocket and looked at it carefully. Lin Chen nodded and said calmly, "Name a price. You should have investigated these things before this." Lin Chen got straight to the point. It seemed casual, but he pushed the choice to the other party and took the initiative in the negotiation. "Although I didn't expect that a medium quality poke block would attract the manager, the training center was rich and would not kill for this little money." Since Mr. Lin got straight to the point, I won't waste any more words. Before Lin Chen entered the VIP room, Anshan had already figured out the time from when Lin Chen entered the training center to when he entered the poke block's production room and how many materials he bought at the front desk. Anshan decisively gave a price because the quality is good and the overall harmony is very high. "I am willing to pay 50,000 for it." "Deal." Lin Chen nodded. 50,000 was beyond his expectation. The average quality poke blocks on the market were only about 40,000. "Mr. Lin, this is the saffron card of our breeding center. Please accept it." A gold card was silently delivered after Anshan snapped his fingers. Anshan smiled and said, "VIP cards are divided into bronze, silver, saffron, diamond and black cards. Saffron cards can use our primary production room for free. We are eager to recruit talents for poke blocks makers. Of course, we hope that brother Lin Chen can come to us to make poke blocks more often in the future. Please consider our breeding center first when selling." "Okay." Lin Chen nodded and agreed and put the gold card in his pocket. "I have deposited the money into our card. It can be paid directly throughout Xiaoguo. Sometimes our card is still a bit famous, which can make it a lot more convenient for you, Mr. Lin." Anshan smiled. "Happy cooperation." Lin Chen smiled and turned away. After Lin Chen left, Anshan raised his mouth and smiled. The front desk lady was a little surprised and asked in confusion, "Is a medium quality primary poke blocks worth your attention?" "Of course it is worth it. This primary poke block seems to be of only medium quality, but if you look closely you can find that it is obviously done on purpose. The production process and proportioning techniques shown on it, the connection between the lines obviously has spare strength and it is deliberately broken. And even if I am wrong, this is also an excellent breeder who will soon be able to produce high quality product." Anshan put the poke blocks back on the tray, looked at the back of Lin Chen who was walking away in the distance through the French window and said slowly, "Mr. Lin is obviously a genius. If you can invest in a genius in advance, you will get dozens or even hundreds of times the return at that time. In the future, high quality poke block, even the primary ones, will be worth hundreds of thousands each. If there is a long-term and stable supply, we can make a lot of money." As for why he concealed the level, as businessmen we don't need to explore it, we just need to cooperate. The front desk lady nodded thoughtfully, thinking that he was indeed a manager from the headquarters and he was indeed far-sighted. After all, there was competition between the branches of the training center. On the other side, Lin Chen rode his bicycle all the way to the suburbs in the south of the city. Although he had seen many treasure chests scattered in the wild in the distance on the bus, and the number of treasure chests was indeed quite large from a distance, it was only when he really rode to the wild that he realized that the distance between each treasure chest was not close. Soon they arrived at the edge of the city. After entering the suburbs, there were fewer buildings and the traces of Pokemon became more and more obvious. The trees on the edge of the road blocked out the sun and looked wild and dangerous. Through this forest is the Celadon Rainbow Forest, where only the law of the jungle is. As soon as Lin Chen arrived here, he saw a muscular uncle wearing a worker's hat and carrying a log on his shoulder. "Hey brother, are you going to the Celadon Rainbow Forest?" The uncle wiped the sweat off his face with the towel around his neck. Lin Chen stopped and said, "Yes, let's go explore the wild. You look so young, you probably haven't taken the college entrance exam yet. I'm the forest ranger here, you can just call me Old Dai." Old Dai looked at Lin Chen and gave a kind reminder. Uncle Dai knows Celadon Rai. Are there any rare Pokemon in the Rainbow Forest? Lin Chen didn't put on airs when he heard this. Old Dai rolled his eyes and said, young people like to ask this. You know, rare Pokemon also indicate dangers. In fact, those are just rumors. Just like someone said before that there are quasi-god Pokemon in the depths of Celadon Rainbow Forest, but for so many years no one has seen a hare. Instead, a bunch of people were attracted and entered rashly and ended up dying in the depths of the forest. They didn't even have a chance to collect their bodies and became food for some ferocious Pokemon. He met trainers going to Celadon Rainbow Forest almost every day, and he would give verbal reminders every time, but even so some people still couldn't come back. Besides, you have to be careful. The most dangerous thing in the wild is not just wild Pokemon. Sometimes there are people. When saying this, Lao Dai looked at his left arm and sighed. At this time Lin Chen noticed that the left arm of the forest ranger Lao Dai was actually a prosthesis, but it was just blocked by the log and he didn't notice it. It seemed that he might have had an experience when he was young. Although he spoke sharply, Lin Chen could feel that Lao Dai was a good person, at least on the surface, otherwise the alliance would not let him become a forest ranger. By the way, I can buy some basic tools needed in the wild here. Old Dai stayed here to get more people to come back, so he would make every trainer more fully prepared when they entered Celadon Rainbow Forest. Following Old Dai into the ranger's house, you can see a wide variety of props from ropes to outdoor searchlights, etc. However, Lin Chen still needs these for the time being, and he also prepared some necessary outdoor props before coming, but compared with what Old Dai prepared, they are much worse. It happened that he felt that the number of Pokeballs he brought was not enough, so he bought 10 empty Pokeballs from Old Dai, ball and some lights, insect repellent powder, etc., and then said goodbye to Lao Dai. After leaving the ranger's house, he released Eevee and started to head towards Celadon Rainbow Forest. The lush trees grew vigorously on both sides of the road, and the road under his feet began to become more and more rugged. Lin Chen did not go deep into Celadon Rainbow Forest, but planned to find a quiet place at the edge of the forest. According to the memory of the previous life, let Eevee learn some powerful offensive skills. After all, the skills that Eevee has mastered now are all functional skills. What he wants Eevee to learn is Orberg Tail and Quick Attack. Chapter 12, Taking Perfect Poke Blocks. Sucker Punches. Can Orberg Tail and Quick Attack can be acquired through training. In the current cognition, it is believed that Pokemon can only learn skills by themselves. In fact, many of the so-called self-learning skills are learned through a lot of actual combat. In actual combat, some parts are used unconsciously. For example, when the big rock uses binding and other skills that require the use of the tail. In fact, at some point its tail has become strong enough so it has learned the Orberg Tail by itself. The so-called learning machine also is naturally. It is burned and sold by some powerful trainers, but it is not like in the game that you can learn it in an instant. It is a systematic tutorial that also need practice, but it saves a lot of mistakes, saves time, and the power is also good. But the price is too expensive, not suitable for Lin Chen now. And Lin Chen is now using targeted training methods to further train Eevee's physical functions. After special training, he will definitely be able to quickly master these two skills. After all, these two ordinary magic skills are practical and powerful, which are most suitable for Eevee now. After learning them, he can better prepare for the college entrance examination that is coming soon. The periphery of Celadon Rainbow Forest is very quiet. Only some bug buzz sounds and some rustling sounds of Caterpie's string shot can be heard. This is a good place for training. Eevee is also in the wild for the first time. She is very excited to smell the breath of the forest and keeps running around Lin Chen on the ground. Eevee, let's learn new skills, Lin Chen said seriously, but Eevee couldn't hold it back after jumping into his arms. Her furry ears rubbed against his neck, causing Lin Chen to laugh. After playing rough for a while, Eevee stood obediently in front of an orange tree and waited for the master's command. Eevee, let me explain to you. When running fast, rely your body, try to feel the flow of your power. Jump after determining the target and then concentrate all your strength on your tail and attack the target. Lin Chen bent over and explained patiently. Eevee listened carefully to Lin Chen's explanation. Quick attack is to focus all your strength on your limbs, increase your speed as much as possible, and the strength when tackle the amount will increase exponentially, and at the same time you should try to reduce the force as much as possible to avoid getting hurt. Lin Chen continued to explain the precautions of quick attack. Eevee kept rubbing the ground with his limbs, understanding the instructions of his master. As the intimacy increased, he was able to make more detailed action commands. Eevee was a little impatient to show herself and began to whip the trunk of the orange tree with her tail again and again and increased her speed. Tackle stone. It is not easy to learn a new skill. She whipped again and again and was bounced back again and again. At first the orange tree didn't even move its leaves. Gradually, after mastering the right force point, the whole orange tree was whipped and rustled and countless unripe oran berries fell from the tree. However, these wild Aron most berries will be eaten by wild Pokemon before they can grow to maturity, which is why most tree fruits are extremely expensive. Fruit trees that lack fertilizers have much less nutritional value than berries carefully cultivated by fruit farmers. Only the most fruitful berries are suitable for making Pokeblock. The sky is getting darker and darker, and Eevee's training is still not over. No, the hitting power is at the tail. Lin Chen commanded again and again, and the purple patterns in his eyes kept emerging. The all-seeing eye always analyzed the areas where Eevee did not do well. The function of finding the enemy's weaknesses in battle can also be used on Eevee. Eevee is not a Pokemon who gives up easily. It seems that there is endless energy in its small body. It ran towards the orange tree again and again and hit it hundreds of times, but it didn't succeed. Encore. Adjust your breathing. Lin Chen touched the panting Eevee. It looked a little tired, but it didn't beg for mercy with charm, and its eyes were still firm. Come and eat some Pokeblock. Although Lin Chen felt sorry for Eevee, he did not stop. The road to becoming a strong man must be full of thorns. If such a small difficulty cannot be overcome, then no matter how good Eevee's talent is, his future achievements will not be high. So Lin Chen issued another command. I believe you can do it, Eevee. Use Orberg Tail. Eevee was encouraged to attack again. Only by becoming stronger can she fight for her master. Eevee rushed towards the orange tree quickly with sharp eyes. This time a white light finally lit up on her tail. Yes, that's it. Lin Chen knew that this time it worked. Eevee was like a yellow lightning, and the white light transformed from her tail passed through the orange tree so fast that people could hardly see it clearly. Boom! With a loud bang, the orange tree that required one person to hug fell down, and the smoke and dust rose up. Well done! Lin Chen nodded and praised Eevee, then fed Eevee the perfect quality primary Pokeblock that he had prepared long ago to replenish her abilities. Only at this time did Eevee eat the Pokeblocks in big mouthfuls, and she even shook tail whip at Lin Chen proudly. Only through high-intensity training can one perfectly absorb Pokeblock and grow rapidly. After eating the Pokeblock, Eevee quickly recovered his vitality, and his originally tired body now regained its agility. Eat slowly, no one is competing with you for it. Lin Chen fed the Pokeblocks in his hand to Yi one by one. The perfect quality Pokeblocks are the easiest to absorb, and the effect is the best. Yi felt that this was much more delicious than all the food she had eaten before, and she couldn't stop eating it for a while. At the same time, the physical fatigue caused by training also receded, and a large amount of energy was filled and integrated into every cell. This is why the perfect quality Pokeblocks are sought after. It allows Pokemon to continue high-intensity training while greatly improving. It can improve physical fitness without any side effect, and it can be called a growth accelerator in the real world. Even if he can't pick up a better treasure chest later, Lin Chen has the confidence to stand on the top of the world with the eye of all-seeing and the ability of the breeder. Lin Chen touched Eevee's head, and when he looked at Eevee with the eye of all-seeing, a new skill had been added to the ability column. Orberg Tail. Soon Eevee, who had recovered her energy, stood in front of a boulder. Seeing her full of fighting spirit, Lin Chen did not interrupt her. Okay, then let's continue to train quick attack. When Lin Chen explained the key points of how to use quick attack again, a sense of crisis rose from behind Lin Chen, and Yi seemed to sense something, and the hair on her body suddenly stood up. An Ekans suddenly jumped out from the shadow of the bushes, and now it was winding its body, opening its bloody mouth, approaching Lin Chen. Lin Chen could almost smell the stench in Ekans' mouth, and the cold snake eyes stared at him closely, clearly treating it as prey. Eevee. Yi looked back and screamed when she saw this scene. Ekans opened its fangs filled with venom and pounced on Lin Chen. P.S. A new day. Please collect. Please vote for the monthly ticket. Please give flowers. Please give evaluation vote. Chapter 13. Crush Ekans and start killing people. Oh no. Lin Chen was also shocked, but in just a moment he regained his composure, used the eye of all-seeing to capture Ekans' movements, and dodged the attack by a flash. He was just a millimeter away from being bitten by the fangs. He quickly distanced himself, thinking in his heart that this Ekans clearly had the intention to kill. Generally speaking, even Pokemon with a strong sense of territory such as Ursaring would only drive away humans who broke into their territory rather than kill them. Only Pokemon that hunt for food would make such an attacking move. Could it be that they were hungry? But there are many wild Pokemon in this area, so it is not impossible to catch prey. Besides, he had seen the Celadon Rainbow Forest Pokemon distribution map. Ekans was not a Pokemon that lived here. It should be deeper in the forest. Why did it suddenly appear here? But before Lin Chen had time to think about it, this Ekans had already pounced on him again. Lin Chen calmly retreated and distanced himself. Fortunately, Lin Chen always remained vigilant and kept a certain distance from Ekans. Years of training allowed him to have enough reaction power in times of crisis. Eevee. She was extremely worried when her master was almost injured. When Lin Chen was out of danger, Eevee also rushed up quickly. No one can hurt the master. Her movements were swift, and she approached Ekans directly. Her momentum seemed to tear this Ekans, which was much larger than herself, into pieces. An Orberg tail swept across and forced it back. Lin Chen also found a safe distance and began to observe. According to the information of the all-knowing eye, the Ekans in front of him had already reached the third level of entry and was an extremely dangerous opponent. Eevee, calm down. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes and issued an order. Knowing that Eevee was eager to protect his master, Ekans was a predator-level Pokemon that had not evolved in the first stage. If it evolved to Arbok, there would be few wild Pokemon that could fight against it. Although Ekans did not have a strong body at the Ekans stage, the venom was extremely dangerous to every Pokemon. So you must be careful, Eevee. After hearing the voice of its master, Eevee immediately calmed down and jumped back twice to distance itself from Ekans, but Ekans continued to attack Eevee as if someone was controlling it. Eevee dodged the bite with a flash, and at the same time its tail lit up with white light and it chopped down vertically, tearing a huge wound directly, causing Ekans to feel pain and almost fall to the ground. Although it was unknown why this wild Pokemon suddenly attacked, the most urgent thing was to deal with this Ekans first. Lin Chen saw Ekans was injured and calmly gave orders. Fairy wind, attack its lower left abdomen where the purple patterns converge. The fairy energy in Eevee's eyes flowed and a green hurricane with a purple halo appeared around it, suddenly descending and hitting Ekans' 7-inch part. Ekans, who was unable to dodge, felt some pain and his whole body twisted. Lin Chen's all-seeing eyes have been opened and mysterious patterns are flowing in his eyes. The 7-inch point is the weakness given by the all-seeing eyes. Although ordinary trainers know it, they cannot use it fleibly in battle. After all, different Ekans have different body shapes and there will be confusing patterns to cover them, so the winning rate of novice trainers when fighting Ekans is not high. Only those trainers with extremely rich combat experience can roughly judge the weaknesses based on their own experience. After the attack, Ekans began to roll but did not leave, but bit Lin Chen with fangs again. It actually knew to attack trainers? Lin Chen frowned. If it were an ordinary trainer, he would not guard against this at all. The battle between Pokemon often does not involve human. Only after the other party is dealt with will the attention be focused on human. But now Lin Chen smiled in his heart. Disarming voice. Lin Chen did not retreat a step but continued to give orders calmly. The pink sound waves spread forward like a spider web, and after covering Ekans, it immediately stopped his body. The yellow ring on Ekans' tail was shaking wildly. It was obvious that it had no resistance to this kind of sound wave attack. Its body had lost control and stiffened in place. Lin Chen raised his mouth and said with a smile, "The last blow end him." Eevee, Eevee. Eevee began to rush quickly as fast as a yellow lightning. A quick attack. Lin Chen looked at Eevee in surprise. Originally Eevee only had tackle, a close-range ordinary skill, and the others were special attack skills to assist in combat. Unexpectedly, this little guy actually learned quick attack directly in rage. Unexpectedly, this little guy learned the power of emotions so quickly, so it seems that he can try to learn the magical skill of return in the future. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. On the battlefield, Eevee rushed left and right, turned into a lightning and hit Ekans' abdomen with all his strength. Blood gushed out from the wounded part of Ekans and he was obviously injured. Ekans wailed and twisted his body as if he wanted to crawl towards the wood. Blood flowed from the wound, staining the ground. Although Ekans wanted to escape, he could not. Eevee's rage attack left it with no strength to leave and it completely lost its ability to fight. At this time Eevee landed on the ground with a force release but did not rella immediately after landing. Instead he kept his posture and continued to stare at Ekans until Ekans was motionless, and then he added, "Fairy wind. He can even finish off, worthy of being my Pokemon." Lin Chen was very satisfied, and Eevee beside him also looked at his master and called out with concern, "Eevee, master, are you okay?" "I'm fine." Lin Chen smiled when he felt Eevee's desire to protect him. The blood gushing out of Ekans stained Eevee's light yellow hair, giving Eevee a kind of weird beauty. "Eevee, well done." Lin Chen touched Eevee's little head and used the all-seeing eye again to check Eevee's attribute. At this time Eevee had reached the third level of entry and mastered 2 new skills. Although it encountered an accident, Eevee's strength has improved significantly, which can be regarded as an unexpected surprise. Eevee, Eevee. Eevee was very happy and rubbed Lin Chen's arm with his furry ears, indicating that he would always protect his master. Lin Chen nodded with satisfaction and his eyes once again focused on the Ekans who had lost their ability to fight. Since they want to eat us, then they have to pay a price. Lin Chen did not intend to subdue this kind of Ekan. After all, from the battle just now, this Ekans might, in that case, send it on its way. Eevee use. Lin Chen smiled and was about to order an attack, and Eevee had already set up his posture. Wait! Suddenly an urgent shout sounded and a middle-aged man in a cyan sun protection suit appeared behind a tree not far away. The middle-aged man was fat with shiny hair. His sunscreen suit could barely cover his belly. At this moment his face was full of fat and he had a flattering smile on it. "Ah, brother, I'm so sorry. This is my Ekan. I just got a little bit of astonished finish and ran out of control here. I'm really sorry for causing you trouble. After saying that he was about to take out the pokeball to take back Aken. After saying that he was about to take back Aken's, but because of Lin Chen's strength he subconsciously glanced at him. Lin Chen showed a playful smile and said, "So it was an accident, then you take it back." The middle-aged man didn't thank him much. A red beam of light flashed out and took back the Akens that had lost its combat ability. However, after taking back Akens, the middle-aged man showed an even greasy smile and then his eyes swept greedily over Eevee. "Brothers, Eevee looks well cultivated." He walked over and was about to reach out and touch Eevee, saying as he walked, "I like Eevee very much, but it's too expensive on the market." And just as he approached, Lin Chen's eyes suddenly became sharp and he quickly ordered, "Eevee, use sand attack." Chapter 14 Kill the Dark Trainer. Eevee's Yandere transformation. The sand and dust flew and Eevee's sand attack directly hit the middle-aged man's left eye. This attack successfully made the man's eyes black and completely lost resistance. "Damn, what are you doing, you little brat, it hurt." The middle-aged man fell to the ground unexpectedly and hurriedly reached out to rub his eyes with his hands, and at the same time he began to curse in anger. Before he could say a few words, a yellow shiny hit his abdomen fiercely and Eevee's quick attack made him retreat again and again. Bang! After this attack the middle-aged man vomited all the food in his stomach. His legs softened and he fell to his knees on the ground with a thud. He felt that several ribs were broken. The middle-aged man had a distorted expression and his eyes barely opened at this moment. He looked at Lin Chen and said angrily, "Hui, you will be wanted by the Alliance if you attack humans like this." Lin Chen looked indifferent and looked down at the other party and said, "Poor acting skills, still attracting attention for it." After speaking, Lin Chen gave an order to Eevee not far away without looking back. "Eevee, use fairy wind." Eevee received the order and the fairy wind swept over, targeting Lin Chen's back. Squeak! At the same time, in a hidden corner, a Rattata was hit by the fairy wind and flew backward. After Eevee used the fairy wind, he dodged and hit the sneak attacking Rattata. Rattata was knocked unconscious, but fortunately his body was relatively small, so the force he received did not completely make him lose his fighting power. He gritted his teeth and just wanted to bite Eevee, but was knocked unconscious by Eevee's slap and his eyes were almost shattered and he fainted on the ground. Lin Chen looked at the middle-aged man without turning his head. From the beginning he had used his all-seeing eyes to see that Akens had an owner. After defeating Akens he felt something was wrong. Right. Looking around he found the middle-aged man hiding in the dark, and this Rattata walked away from the middle-aged man and went behind him when he defeated Akens, obviously with bad intention. Although the opponent was not strong, if he let him go it would easily attract his companions, so Lin Chen pretended to be a young man who had just started out, luring the opponent out and then attacked him by surprise to seize the opportunity. Thinking of this, Lin Chen couldn't help but sigh that it was no wonder that the forest ranger Lao Dai would remind him of this matter. It was indeed extremely dangerous in the wild, and the human heart was the most dangerous thing in the wild. You know, if other entry-level trainers came here and met Akens, they might not have the power to resist. This guy didn't intend to leave anyone alive. From the moment Akens appeared, the target of attack was the human who had been given instructions long ago, and in the battle he attacked Lin Chen many times. If he didn't react in time he would fall into his trap. What's more, after defeating Akens the trap would be set. If he was careless he would die immediately without a burial place. The middle-aged man finally reacted, but the Rattata had already lost its ability to fight. Lin Chen still didn't say anything, just looked at the other person quietly. The middle-aged man felt like he was on edge and didn't dare to breathe. After a while he knelt on the ground. "I'm sorry, this Rattata has nothing to do with me." It was only at this time that he began to beg for mercy, intending to escape from here while Lin Chen was not paying attention. As for the Rattata that had lost its fighting power, he could catch it anywhere and he didn't feel bad at all for losing it. It just felt too unlucky to have met such a ruthless character. That's right, the middle-aged man had been eyeing Lin Chen since he saw Eevee, and when he saw Lin Chen took out pokeblocks he determined that this was a fledgling kid, so he left his companions and came alone, wanting to eat this fat sheep for himself. This Eevee with very good fur color is very valuable in the market, and the pokeblocks on this kid are also very valuable, which made him greedy. "I thought it was a fat sheep, but I didn't expect it to be a wolf in disguise." Not only was he extremely calm, but his command style was also decisive and accurate, not like a young boy at all, which led to his own failure. Although he cursed in his heart, the middle-aged man also knew that it was very dangerous now, so he pretended to be pitiful and begged for mercy with tears and snot. "Please be generous and let me go. I really didn't expect Akens to lose control." He didn't dare to admit that he was the one who attacked the other party, otherwise he would definitely be handed over to the Alliance and he would be dead at that time. However, in his opinion, this kind of young boy who was not experienced in the world was easy to deceive. As long as he was pitiful enough, the other party would let him go. I guess he would still think that he was generous, but I didn't expect that this kid was so strong. I would have called the brothers on the mountain earlier. When the time comes, do a job and get at least 700,000 or 800,000. The middle-aged man thought in his heart and kept begging for mercy, but Lin Chen in front of him never responded, just standing in front of him, which made him a little strange. But when he raised his head at a certain moment, he could see Lin Chen's eyes clearly at this time. Those were a pair of cold eyes full of indifference and at the same time as deep as the bottomless abyss. The sophistication in these eyes seemed somewhat out of place with the young man who looked like a rookie in front of him. For the first time the middle-aged man felt that he had been completely detected. His facial expression, which was originally crying and screaming, froze, and there was a trace of fear in his eyes, and then his pupils began to shrink. He realized something. The boy in front of him, who looked harmless, had a calm look without any fluctuation, as if he was looking at a dead person. He wanted to kill himself. The middle-aged man was really scared when he thought of this and just wanted to beg for mercy. Please. However, Lin Chen just said lightly, noisy. As soon as the voice fell, the middle-aged man felt a pain in his chest and a shining passed through his chest. The middle-aged man's eyes were full of disbelief. He never thought that the young man in front of him, who looked young and tender, could be so cruel. He saw a cut in his chest from which he could see that his heart had been completely crushed. Blood could not stop pouring out of the wound, and the broken heart pumped out blood in the last desperate resistance. He murmured, I don't want to die. Before closing his eyes, he saw Eevee taking action with cold and violent eyes. All those who hurt the master will be wiped out by her. Eevee stood in front of the corpse, and her gentle and cute appearance was not in harmony with her violence at this time. Who would have thought that such a little guy would be so bold? Eevee's hair was stained with a lot of blood beads which stuck together and turned into blood-colored line. It was like a monster from the ancient time. P.S. The cover was hung tears, and I hurried to make a better cover. I beg readers to support me with data to comfort my wounded heart. Please collect. Please vote for the monthly ticket. Please give me flowers. Please vote for the review. Chapter 15, Killing and Arson. The gold belt. The world is a delicate gray. Lin Chen looked down at the body of the middle-aged man and said softly, since you have made a decision, you must be prepared to pay the price after failure. But the man will never hear this again. No one will give you a second chance. Lin Chen knew very well that if he had been a little soft-hearted just now, he might have died. The first time he killed someone, when the blood was stained on his hands, Lin Chen did not feel disgusted like the protagonist of the novel, just felt a little interesting. In the past 10 years he has long understood that this world is not a fairy tale but a real world where the strong prey on the weak. The nobles can use money to dominate the world, and the weak can't even pay the 10,000 yuan selection fee and can't even choose the cheapest Pokemon. They can only watch the nobles take the best Pokemon to conquer the world. Only those with excellent talents can follow the trainers to go out for adventures, while most civilians can only be exploited and can only become stepping stones for others. This world has never been fair. In Pokemon, the weak Pokemon can only become food for the strong and be captured by the circus for performances, and the weak will only become a dish. The law of the jungle is the real supreme law. The first time he killed someone, Lin Chen didn't have so much bad feelings but instead had a feeling of dominating everything. In this world, power is everything. He didn't feel guilty either. Indeed, if he met him in the wild, Lin Chen would not take the initiative to embarrass him, but for trouble he never mind flattening it. Since you have made plans to kill and rob, you must be prepared to be killed in return. Lin Chen did not sigh too much. He had to clean up the battlefield as soon as possible. After all, who knows whether these scum will form gangs and factions. Lin Chen did not want to continue wasting time on these scum, but the spoils still need to be plundered. Now is the time to improve strength, so naturally not a penny can be wasted. Lin Chen turned over the man's blood-stained clothes and found something. 3 anonymous cards with a limit of 100,000, some empty pokeballs and some medicine. Each card is marked with a limit value and the total income is about 300,000. Sure enough, killing and arson gold belt. 10,000 yuan can maintain the expenses of a family of 3 for half a year. This 300,000 yuan is already a large fortune for an ordinary family. No wonder so many people can't come back in the wild. How many people really died from the attack of wild Pokemon? Lin Chen sighed and looked at the sky. The sky was dim at this time and several Murkrows flew across the sky. For the first time Lin Chen felt that the world was so vast. After this battle he wanted to improve his strength more urgently. Lin Chen smiled, dealt with the corpse, touched the man's waist, took his 2 Pokemon and threw them into the bushes. The smell of blood would soon attract some wild Pokemon and then there would be no corpse left. Lin Chen planned to sell these 2 Pokeballs on the black market after returning. Rattata was not worth much. It was a common Pokemon and the price on the market was not high. However, this Rattata could cooperate with the actions of this scum. Compared with the talent, it was not too bad, which could increase the price. As for Ekans, it was much rarer. 1 Ekans Ekans was worth 70,000 to 80,000. After all, with Ekans, if it could be evolved to Arbok, it could also make a name for itself among entry-level trainers. Lin Chen did not intend to use the All-Seeing Eye to check his talent. He did not intend to keep them. Such Pokemon with masters would not obey him, let alone kill their masters. But when you want to do your best to protect your master, he is thinking about how to abandon you and survive. Lin Chen used the empty Pokeball to take back Rattata, who had lost his ability to fight. Just now this guy was planning to let Rattata restrain him. The world is indeed a delicate gray. Lin Chen squatted down when he thought of this and looked at Eevee, who had just risked his life to protect him. Eevee rubbed Lin Chen's leg. At this time she was covered in blood and looked particularly charming. Come back. Lin Chen took out the Pokeball and planned to take Eevee back. After all, the child had just experienced a big battle, plus the physical strength consumed by training. Even if he ate the perfect quality primary Pokeblocks, his physical strength should be almost consumed at this time. But Eevee shook her head when she saw Lin Chen took out the Pokeball, and it seemed that she wanted to protect her master until they left the wild. How stubborn! Lin Chen touched Eevee's little head and took the little guy back. After all, he had the All-Seeing Eye and could sense some breath before the danger came. With his experience and knowledge, he could deal with any Pokemon. Lin Chen smiled. Eevee, who had reached the blue talent, had made great progress in physical strength and skills. The 2-year-old Eevee could defeat the adult Ekans so quickly. For the college entrance examination, Lin Chen had a certain degree of confidence, but it needed to be faster. After defeating Ekans and Rattata, he reached the 3rd level of entry. He needed to further improve Eevee's strength to have a chance to let it evolve into Sylveon. Lin Chen was ready to go deep into the forest and search for treasure chests, which was also the important purpose of coming to Celadon Rainbow Forest. The treasure chest system is his biggest reliance, so he needs to collect as many treasure chests as possible. After all, the Eye of All-Seeing, the spirit potion that healed Yi, and the Pokeblocks recipe that allowed him to make a lot of money were all obtained from treasure chests, so he was also looking forward to what kind of treasure chest he could find in the forest. Thinking of this, Lin Chen simply packed up and continued to Celadon Rainbow Forest. From a distance he saw a treasure chest lying not far away. It seemed that there would be new gains, but because it was getting dark it was not clear what level of treasure chest it was. It was not until he got closer that he could see it clearly. It turned out to be a silver treasure chest. Chapter 16, Shinyaran Saffron Level Treasure Chest. Lin Chen approached the silver treasure chest and scanned the surroundings with his all-seeing eyes. There were only some faint breath. Sure enough, there were many Weedles on the treetops above the silver treasure chest. At this time they were leisurely eating leaves. The Weedles looked at Lin Chen and continued to eat leaves with a harmless look. Lin Chen knew that he had to collect all the treasure chests as soon as possible. After all, where there were Weedles there might be their evolution types. He didn't have to be afraid of meeting Iron Shell Pupa, but it would be troublesome if he met a Pokemon with a strong territoriality like Beedrill. After all, Beedrills usually live together in groups. Where there are larvae they must be not far away. Lin Chen looked around vigilantly, and after making sure that there was no movement for the time being, he opened the silver treasure chest. The first thing that caught his eye was 10,000 yuan, and the rest was a small silver bell with a red ribbon tied to it. Lin Chen was a little surprised. This is a good thing for brushing intimacy. It is most suitable for Eevee. Maybe it can accelerate the evolution to Sylveon. After all, in addition to sufficient combat experience, intimacy is also one of the necessary conditions. With Sooth Bell, Lin Chen quickly left the tree. He could already hear the buzzing sound of the wings of the Beedrill group flapping in the distance. If he was mistaken for a guy who was a threat to the larvae, he would be attacked by a group of Beedrills. Estimating the time, Eevee has recovered his strength. After releasing Eevee, Eevee immediately noticed the silver-white bell on the master's hand. Ding 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 ding. Lin Chen shook the Sooth Bell, and the crisp and pleasant sound made people feel that their minds began to calm down. Obviously Eevee also liked to hear this sound. Prepared for you. Lin Chen tied the red ribbon on the bell for Eevee. Yi's eyes showed surprise, as if saying, "Is this prepared for me?" Eevee, wearing the bell, tiptoed around Lin Chen as if to let the whole world see the gift given to her by her master. Ding 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 ding. Yi kept shaking the bell, using the power to soothe the soul, making her feel happy. At the same time she secretly looked at her master, her face slightly red. Could this be a token of love? However, because of the color of its fur, Lin Chen did not notice Eevee's presence. Lin Chen led Eevee to the depths of Celadon Rainbow Forest. Later he found several black iron treasure chests and had several battles. However, they were all weak Pokemon such as Oddish and Mankey. Although they were attacked, they were easily defeated by Eevee. Every once in a while Lin Chen would feed Eevee with perfect quality primary Pokeblocks to ensure physical recovery while strengthening its own energy. In this way Eevee's strength improved rapidly. With the supplement of perfect Pokeblocks, his strength has reached the 4th level of entry. At the same time, Lin Chen counted the items obtained from several black iron treasure chests. A total of 50,000 cash, 20 grass-type poke blocks, 10 steel-type poke block and 3 bottles of healing spray. Although the quality of these poke blocks is just ordinary, they can be kept for later use or sold at the Pokemon Cultivation Center. As Eevee expected, opening a treasure chest is the best way. This trip to the Celadon Rainbow Forest was very fruitful. Not only did Eevee learn 2 new abilities, but he also reached the 4th level from the 2nd level. In addition, he also obtained an important item that can help hand Eevee evolution to Sylveon. As the sky was getting dark, the sun was setting. Lin Chen did not plan to spend the night in the Celadon Rainbow Forest. You must know that the night in the forest is extremely dangerous for a person who does not have the danger of surviving in the wild, especially the firelight can easily attract some powerful Pokemon. Even Lin Chen did not want to stay here. Fighting at night is extremely disadvantageous for trainers. Without sufficient light, you cannot see the movements of Pokemon and cannot give the most correct command. So Lin Chen did not bring tents and other props for the night from the beginning, so we had to leave the forest before night fell. When Lin Chen was about to turn around and leave, he suddenly heard a buzzing sound as if a storm is about to hit, and the sound of metal colliding. It seems that there are Pokemon fighting. Lin Chen immediately hid behind a tree. At the same time, the eye of all-knowing had been opened. He carefully observed the surroundings and felt the fluctuations of the breath. It was on the way back that Pokemon fought. Eevee, as if it smelled the smell of danger. Yi-Yi's growl was slow and warned Lin Chen. I know. Lin Chen touched Yi-Yi's head. He decided to go forward and take a look. After all, this road was the only way back. If you want to take a detour, it will take at least an hour. So he walked for a while and soon found the source of the sound. Looking up, it turned out that a group of beedrills were besieging a huge blue dread figure. It seemed that they had a conflict over territory. Lin Chen looked at the target that beedrill was besieging from a distance and he was a little confused. Blue dread Pokemon? What could it be? He approached slowly and calmly and saw a huge red figure constantly jumping and fighting with beedrill with some round depressions on its silvered back. But for a moment even Lin Chen could not underestimate its true appearance among dozens of beedrills. Buzz buzz buzz. At this time the beedrills were circling. They were group Pokemon. 2 beedrills in the air flapped their wings and the buzzing sound was like a war song. They would attack in turns, leaving the enemy no chance to breathe. If you don't have enough strength, encountering them in the wild is almost a dead end. However, although the blue dread Pokemon was besieged now, it didn't seem to sit there and wait for death, but was always looking for opportunities to counterattack. It's just that it's a Pokemon that can't fly on the ground. It's really difficult to defeat so many Pokemon that can fly. That is the net moment. A silver claw mark flashed and a beedrill was torn to pieces before it could dodge. Steel skill metal claw. Crack. The dark green juice and broken insect wings scattered but did not scare off the beedrills. Instead they aroused their ferocity. Their eyes became redder and their attacks became more fierce like a storm. And this attack also allowed Lin Chen to finally see the identity of the blue dread figure. Shiny Laren. Lin Chen frowned, feeling something was wrong, but when he saw it clearly his eyes widened. The blue dread figure surrounded by a group of beedrills was not Laren at all, but a shiny blue dread Laren first form larva. Aron. The most important thing is that net to it there was a saffron treasure chest shining brightly. P.S. A new day, please collect. Please vote for the monthly ticket. Please give flowers. Please give evaluation vote. I put a picture of the final evolution form of Aron. I didn't find the blue dread shiny, so let's make do with it. Chapter 17. The ceiling of Pokemon's physical defense. A walking Godzilla. Lin Chen was shocked. Is this the initial form of Aron? But isn't the average Aron only 0.4 meters long at most? But the Aron in front of him is at least 1.3 meters long, which is the size of Laren, more than 3 times larger. The light blue eyes are very intimidating and the head, back and feet are covered with a layer of blue dread armor which is completely different from the dark gray of ordinary Aron. That's why Lin Chen didn't recognize it at first glance and thought it was a Laren. This size is like dynama and it's a blue dread shiny. This blood-colored Aron has a scar on his face which look extremely ferocious. I don't know what Pokemon it has fought with. At this time it looked like a demon wearing blood-colored armor. Thinking of this, Lin Chen has already thought about taming this bloody Aron. After all, the huge Aron plus the rare instance of shiny, when it evolves into Aron, how big will it be? But unfortunately a complete form Aron is called the weakest mega Pokemon like Steely. The main reason is that it is too biased in one subject and the overall racial value is not high. Although it is not low among the complete forms, it can never really rank among the top instances, so it has always been a cold bench in the battle mode. But if this giant shiny Laren grows up just when Lin Chen was thinking the war was about to break out. Buzz buzz buzz. After tearing a beedrill apart, the entire bee colony was enraged and their attack frequency immediately became much faster. Under this violent offensive, this bloody Aron could only resist all the time, but Lin Chen Chen knew that he did not give up. Sure enough, under the repeated attacks of Beedrill there will always be flaws, and this bloody Aron is waiting for this opportunity. Roar! It roared, and a silver-white claw mark illuminated the sky and the earth. The Beedrill hit by the metal claw was torn to pieces instantly. This bloody Aron did not resume its defensive posture after the fight, but completely gave up defense and continued to attack the flying Beedrill. It had a strong sense of combat and knew that if it continued at this time, if they defend, they will never find a chance to counter-attack and may be besieged to death. As long as they keep attacking and disrupt the offensive of Drill's combined attack, they will have a chance to turn defeat into victory. The wings of Beedrill kept vibrating in the sky, making a buzzing sound. They were always dodging, but a few were still torn apart by this bloody Aron. The rest of the Beedrills took turns to attack with poison sting. Ding ding ding! A large number of poison stings fell on the iron armor, making a ding-dong sound and leaving a lot of traces. This bloody Aron did not evolve into Laren after all. Although it was huge, it lacked the skills to deal with enemies in the sky. After the defense, it was quickly penetrated by a large number of poison stings and was covered with scars. Although the battle situation at this time still looked like you and I, Lin Chen knew that if he continued to sit back and do nothing, this Aron might be besieged to death. Although I don't know why there is no adult Aron around. Generally there will be an evolution type around Aron, but I don't know why this bloody Aron appeared here alone. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes and made a decision quickly. He decided to help hand this bloody Aron. Although it is one of the most rubbish mega Pokemon, it is too biased with high physical defense, poor HP and special attack. After Mega, the shield is thicker than the blood bar, which is simply a weird Pokemon that dog don't even play. But that's just a game, this is the real world. Plus he has the all-seeing eye. Are you afraid that he can't be trained well? Aron can reach the ceiling of physical defense, which is enough to achieve the E-Dream in one aspect, not to mention this super large shiny Aron. There is no lack of attack in your team, and the strongest defense is in this cruel real world. Defense is often more important than offense. If Akins is stronger today or has evolved into Arbok, can you avoid its sucker punch and attack yourself? The answer is very difficult, but if there was a top tank player protecting him at that time, he wouldn't have to worry about a sneak attack from a stronger Pokemon. Instead of risking his life to sneak attack the opponent, just crush him. Although he didn't encounter the Quasagod Pokemon in the Celadon Rainbow Forest legend, he was pleasantly surprised to encounter this alien Aron. Being able to withstand the siege of dozens of Beedrills in the first form shows that there must be a huge secret in its body. If it can evolve into Aron, how big can it be? According to the fact that Aron's size will increase exponentially every time it evolves, the general Aron is only about 0.4 m in size, and when it evolves to Laren it will double to about 0.9 m in size. As for Aron, it has already stood up and reached a height of 2.1 meters. According to this ratio, this bloody giant Aron is already about 1.3 meters tall. When it evolves to Aron, its size will double several times, directly become the size of a small mountain. Isn't that a walking Godzilla? The desert tyrant Quasagod Tyranitar is a small guy in front of him. Maybe he can even wrestle with Groudon, just enough to become the top tank player in the team. After all, to become a top trainer and have the power of one person to form an army, the Pokemon team must be fully developed. In this way, a top meat shield is indispensable. Collapsing a mountain with one blow is not a dream. The most important thing is that this blue dread shiny is so handsome. Being strong or not is temporary, but being handsome or not is a lifelong thing. What's more, there is a saffron treasure chest. Lin Chen looked at the scarred blue dread Aron, which had obviously reached its limit. If he waited any longer, an accident might happen, so he no longer hesitated, began to quietly approach the Beedrill group and decisively issued an order. Yi use fairy wind. PS a new day. Please ask for data. Please collect. Please vote for the monthly ticket. Please give flowers. Please give evaluation vote. I am still working hard on writing this article. It is definitely a good article. There will be some mythical bees. There will also be some quasi-gods. I will try to restore a more realistic Pokemon world. If you have a favorite Pokemon, you can leave a message in the comment area. I will choose to come in depending on the situation. Chapter 18 Jealous Eevee opens the saffron treasure chest. Please collect. Please give me flowers. Boom. The blue fairy wind swept in and instantly repelled several Beedrills who were besieging. The fairy energy swept and tore the wings of two Beedrills. Although it did not completely get the bloody Aron out of trouble, the bloody Aron could breathe a sigh of relief at this time. It looked back at Lin Chen. Although it was a little confused about why humans wanted to help itself, it still cast a grateful look. Lin Chen looked at it, smiled kindly, nodded slightly, but did not rush to say hello, but continued to give instructions. Eevee, use quick attack. Eevee. Eevee once again transformed into a yellow shiny and knocked away 3 Beedrills with just one strike. Beedrills are typical of the type with high attack but extremely weak defense, that is traditional special attackers with thin skin and blood. Once hit, it is a fatal injury. Wild Beedrills have no systematic trainers and their reputation is based on on group combat. Moreover, they have been fighting with the bloody Aron for a long time and their physical strength is on the verge of limit, so the arrival of Eevee changed the whole battle situation in an instant. Roar! With Eevee's helping hand, bloody Aron instantly felt much more rela-ed. It was also experienced in combat and used Rock Tomb directly. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Countless stones suddenly rose from the ground, wrapping the beedrills and making them unable to move. Then the rocks continued to shrink. With a bang, the 5 beedrills shattered and dark green blood spilled all over the ground. The beedrills who lost the battle also felt the problem and did not continue the meaningless suicide attack. Pokemon living in groups have a characteristic that when enough companions are defeated and the number of members is greatly reduced, they will quickly lose their will to fight. This is also an instinct born to protect the young and the continuation of the tribe. In order to preserve their strength, they quickly retreated. Coco. After seeing the defeated beedrills retreat, the bloody Aron also fell down exhausted. He had persisted for too long. Now that he rela-ed, the pain in his body surged up, making it a little unbearable. It was visible to the naked eye that the blue dread armor on the back and feet of this bloody Aron was full of scratches and pinholes. It looked a little embarrassed, but its 2 deep blue eyes were still rolling around and it seemed that its spirit was actually okay. After confirming that it was safe, Lin Chen walked out slowly. Eevee on the side looked cautious and protected his master. He didn't think that he could subdue the other party directly after saving this bloody Aron. Maybe he would need to fight again. Aron was not afraid at all. It looked at Lin Chen fiercely and then looked at Eevee, who was ready to go in front of him. Although Lin Chen was helping hand itself, but it is a human, the purpose is unknown. Maybe it is also an enemy. The long wandering life made it extremely cautious, so it always kept alert to Lin Chen lying on the ground. It used unparalleled deterrence. Seeing that Lin Chen was still approaching, Aron's right claw lit up with a silver glow. Bloody Aron was about to use Metal Claw, but before it could be used successfully, an invisible sound wave instantly enveloped it, making Aron's Metal Claw, which was already scarred claw, failed to release. The loss of control over energy was like the last straw that broke the camel's back. Aron fell heavily to the ground. His huge body stirred up a cloud of dust on the ground, but the eyes of this blood-colored Aron were still sharp and invisible pressure emanated from his already huge body. Eevee was not sure whether this blood-colored Aron would suddenly rise again and was ready to attack at any time to give a fatal blow. However, Lin Chen was not afraid and began to approach the fallen Aron, which made Eevee's hair stand up behind him, and he was a little nervous, fearing that his master would be in danger. Eevee reminded her master nervously, and her hair was all tense. As long as this Aron had any action to hurt his master, he would attack immediately. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Lin Chen waved to Eevee, then raised his hand under Aron's vigilant gaze to show that he had no ill intentions, and then took out a healing spray from his backpack. Sizzle sizzle. The cool spray sprayed on Aron's body and Lin Chen tapped the ground with his foot. There was a slight bulge on the ground there, and this Aron also had a rock tomb hidden. Seeing that Lin Chen had broken his ambush, Aron felt a little embarrassed and also knew that the human in front of him had no ill intentions, so he whispered, Coco, Coco. Although he couldn't understand Pokemon language, Lin Chen could feel that the other party was thanking him. However, Lin Chen was also very careful to treat Aron's wounds. After all, the scene of killing 5 beedrills in an instant with this attack was still vivid in his mind. Of course, Lin Chen had already used the all-seeing eye to feel the energy fluctuations under the ground when he approached Aron, so even if the other party launched an attack, he could dodge in time. It was just that at that time it proved that this blood-colored Aron could not get close to human. He would only heal him and leave. Lin Chen was a decisive person and would not hesitate on a Pokemon that was hostile to human. However, even Lin Chen couldn't help but praise the combat awareness of this blood-colored Aron. Not only had he learned Rock Tomb at this stage, but he was also able to respond calmly when fighting Beedrill, using Metal Claw from time to time to relieve pressure and hiding a killer move underground when he found an opportunity. With the healing spray, the wound began to heal and scab over. Aron subconsciously narrowed his eyes and made a sound of enjoyment. Cora. Eevee stared at him with cold eyes with a hint of jealousy. The master's favor should be all his. Aron felt the malice, but he looked at Eevee tauntingly and then rolled on the ground with a very enjoyable E-Press Zion. This E-Press Zion made Eevee, who was not far away, implode. Black air rose from Eevee's body and he wanted to tear this big guy apart. Lin Chen wanted to laugh when he saw this situation, and at the same time he did not stop the treatment in his hand. He took out a roll of bandage from his backpack and bandaged Aron. Seeing the master's patient treatment, the black air on Eevee's body almost became real, but it didn't want to disobey the master's order after all, because that would make the master hate it. Soon Aron's treatment was basically completed. While it was repairing and the two little guys were secretly competing, Lin Chen approached the saffron treasure chest not far away. The saffron treasure chest was the most precious level I saw today. In addition, there was only the diamond treasure chest that was opened for the first time last time. The Eye of All-Knowing and the Spirit Potion in the diamond treasure chest last time were the most valuable things for his helping hand. Now he actually found a saffron treasure chest, which made Lin Chen look forward to the contents of the treasure chest. He slowly stretched out his hand to open the saffron treasure chest. A white light emerged and Lin Chen was stunned and said in surprise, "This is PS Week Eevee, please collect it. Please vote for the monthly ticket. Please give flowers. Please give evaluation vote." Chapter 19 Mysterious Pokemon Eggs. Under Aron, there was a Pokemon egg lying quietly in the treasure chest with purple and blue triangles and round square stripes on it. Lin Chen opened the Eye of All-Seeing and checked it out. This made Lin Chen a little curious. It was actually a Pokemon egg. You know, the last diamond treasure chest had items of the level of the Eye of All-Seeing and the Spirit Potion, and the Pokemon egg in this saffron treasure chest must not be ordinary stuff. But we can't know what it is without hatching, so we can only guess. Is it a Quasagot, Hydreigon, Tyranitar, Volcarona, or something else? Thinking of this, Lin Chen wanted to hatch this mysterious Pokemon egg as soon as possible. If that's the case, then the main combat power will be there. Lin Chen carefully put it into the backpack and waited for it to hatch. After receiving the saffron treasure chest, the most urgent thing is to subdue this Aron. Before taking out the Pokeball, Lin Chen used his all-seeing eye to take a look at Aron's data. It's actually a female. When Lin Chen saw the gender, he was stunned. This guy was so strong when he fought Beedrill just now, but he didn't expect that he was a female man. With this body size, it will be difficult to find a partner in the future. After all, they are all small horses. Ahem, I thought wrong. However, shiny Pokemon is indeed rare only for humans, but it is an alien to most tribes. For Ampleberry is not strong enough and will be repelled. It seems that Aron has a very hard life, especially with such a huge body. He will be repelled by the tribe. Among her attributes, the heavy metal feature can double her weight. Combined with this super huge Aron, learning the heavy impact, that the heavier the weight, the stronger the power is simply an invincible skill. In the future, she can even counterattack the divine beast. Think about the super huge Aron directly knocking over Groudon. That scene is even more interesting than Lao Gu not being able to fly. And Eevee also absorbed the ESS Pokeblock's energy in her body during the battle and broke through to the entry level 5. At this rate, she will soon be able to touch the threshold of the superior level. Since he met Aron, Lin Chen did not plan to continue to go deeper into the Celadon Rainbow Forest. Both the equipment he brought and the possible dangers were not enough to face more dangers. Although the treasure bow smelled good, he had to control his desire. Soon Aron, who had recovered a lot from his injuries, stood up again, looked at Lin Chen, and expressed his gratitude to Lin Chen with his eyes. Then he turned around and looked around, ready to leave. Lin Chen watched it leave and whispered, "Can you listen to me?" Aron stopped and looked back at Lin Chen's eyes, seeming a little confused. Lin Chen stretched out his hand and said seriously, "Be my companion, Coco." Aron was stunned for a moment. Although he had some feelings for the human who saved him, he still turned his head away proudly. He was going to be the overlord of Celadon Rainbow Forest. Even if he starved to death or jumped off a cliff, he might succumb to a small human. Lin Chen continued, "Follow me and you will have a lot of delicious food and you will grow much faster than now." Aron snorted. He was going to be the strongest Aron Pokemon. How could he be captivated by human? Just as he was about to leave, he saw something similar to an iron block in Lin Chen's hand. Steel poke block. It was what Lin Chen got from the treasure chest before. Now it just came in handy. Coco. Aron smelled the smell, and covet in his heart was a little moved. He could feel the powerful energy contained in it, which was beneficial to his body. That was the covet for evolution that came from his blood. Oh my god, it smells so good. Aron suddenly thought that the EVNET to Lin Chen was extremely powerful. From the breath he felt during the brief contact, he knew that this Eevee was much more powerful than the Pokemon of the same strength he had met before. All this may be the result of this human's training. This made Aron hesitate. Want to try it? Lin Chen smiled and handed the steel poke blocks in his hand to Aron. Aron smelled the unique aroma of Orberg from a distance, but because of the rejection just now, he was a little embarrassed and couldn't rush over directly. On weekdays, when looking for food, you always have to dig deep into the rocks for a long time to find a little iron ore. Those iron ores are often covered with mud and the purity is not enough, which is very difficult to fill the stomach. But the iron ball-shaped food in the hands of the human in front of him looked so delicious. Finally Aron couldn't resist the captivate and ate it with relish. This kind of delicacy is the first time she has come into contact with it in her life. Not only is the purity extremely high, but the taste is also unmatched by iron ore. It's a good comparison. After eating a steel poke blocks, Aron clearly felt that her physical strength was recovering rapidly. The scratches on her back and head caused by Beedrill's attack were also healing rapidly. In addition, she could feel that her armor was getting stronger. This is the power she pursues. If she can keep eating this kind of food, she will soon gain enough strength and become the powerful chagrin that her parents pecked. Lin Chen naturally didn't know what Aron was thinking at this time, but she saw Aron holding poke blocks and not letting go, which formed a contrast with his previous arrogant appearance, and she couldn't help but feel a little cute. He took out the poke ball and prepared to capture it. A red light shot out from the poke ball and fell on Aron's body. At that time Aron headbutted the poke ball back. Just when Lin Chen thought it was going to refuse, Aron looked at Eevee with taunts eyes. Coco, if you want to capture me, beat me first. Eevee had been eager to try, and he couldn't bear it when he saw this taunt. He dared to refuse the master's request. He must teach this big guy a lesson. Lin Chen also understood that Aron felt that he had just refused and was now conquered, and he couldn't let go of his face. Lin Chen couldn't help laughing and said, it's true that being a thunder ruins your life. Fortunately your shiny color is blood red instead of gold, otherwise you would be a loser. Coco. Although Aron didn't understand what a loser meant, he knew that his little abacus had been detected when he saw Lin Chen's smile. If his whole body was not blood red, he would not be able to hide his blushing at this time. Coco. It seemed to say that only a strong trainer could conquer her, and only the strong could become her master. Lin Chen's eyes were meaningful and he smiled and said, in that case let's have a showdown. Lin Chen's smile made Aron shudder as if he had fallen into some kind of trap. P.S. Please add to favorite. Please vote for monthly ticket. Please give flowers. Please vote for reviews. Chapter 20 Successfully subdued Aron. The source of the body size change. Eevee. When Eevee heard that his master allowed him to fight Aron, he suddenly became excited, as if all the battles today were not as good as this one. However, just relying on his judgment of the Aron in front of him, Eevee knew that he couldn't fight him head-on. In terms of numerical value, this big guy might be better than himself. Lin Chen was also thinking, although the attributes were not superior, but Eevee didn't have evolution Sylveon and the attributes were not restrained, and both sides had fought many times today and the physical strength was similar. Lin Chen smiled, which made Aron shudder. Although he was a little tempted by poke blocks captivate, Aron didn't want Eevee to defeat him easily. Because the weak are not qualified to be their own masters, the two sides pulled apart and the battle officially began. At the first moment of the battle, Lin Chen opened the eye of all-knowing and data analysis was carried out at a rapid pace. Weakness confirmed. At Aron's wound, the most serious one was the left hind leg. Although the healing spray had just been used, the wound that was stung by Drill's poison sting did not heal so quickly, and it was still red and swollen at this time. When facing the enemy, this kind of gregarious Beedrill will adopt group combat, so the legs are attacked first to prevent the opponent from escaping, and then the opponent will be hosted to death by using a round-robin battle. This kind of fighting method often allows the Beedrill group to defeat many Pokemon that are far stronger than them. This is also one of the main reasons for their notorious reputation. The battle begins. You must know that Eevee is only at the 5th level of entry at this time, and there is still a certain pressure facing Aron, who is at the 7th level of entry. Such a battle can make her grow faster. Use quick attack. Lin Chen, who was observing the battle, issued a command at this time. Eevee used quick attack and began to approach Aron at a high speed. Attack the left hind leg. As soon as the command was issued, Eevee's speed increased again. After using quick attack, it was like a yellow lightning. Bang! With a loud bang, quick attack directly hit Aron's back. She was already injured and felt even more pain. She made a helpless roar. I suddenly felt that this Eevee was too cruel. No, it was this human who was too cruel. I was still injured, not to mention Koichi. Eevee. After Eevee hit, he used quick attack continuously. According to Lin Chen's command, he attacked the weak points and hit the weak points every time. Aron, who was not at an advantage in speed, tried to attack Eevee again and again, but each time he was in vain and was constantly attacked. Eevee was extremely cautious and never gave Aron any chance. It always attacked and ran away using the Kite and Consume tactic. A series of attacks made Aron a little confused. It was really shameless. Every move was aimed at the wound. Mom, humans are so insidious. I want to go home. Aron was extremely angry, but he had no way to deal with the agile Eevee, so he could only let the other party be hit again and again in the place where he was already injured. Although Aron had just been treated, facing the series of attacks from Eevee, every move was aimed at the injured weak point, and in just a few minutes he could only fall down helplessly. Aron lay on the ground again, watching Lin Chen approaching her. She suddenly felt like crying. What did she do for face? I should have agreed directly earlier. This master is too black-bellied. He actually beat her up directly, and it was her own request. Aron wanted to cry but had no tears. Looks like I won, Lin Chen said with a smile and took out the poke ball again. Aron was also willing to accept the loss, lowered her head and called out, and was directly put into the poke ball. This time there was an ETRA partner. Lin Chen released Aron again, sprayed Aron with healing spray, and then bandaged her wound with gauze again. Although it was a bit wasteful, it was a big profit to get a different species of Aron. Coco. Aron, who was wrapped in gauze, looked at the arrogant Eevee on the side proudly, thinking that he must get back at her in the future. After all, women are very vengeful. After the bandage was completed, Lin Chen took out the remaining steel poke blocks he had obtained before. Aron was very excited to see the little steel ball and began to eat the steel poke block. It seemed that he turned his grief and anger into appetite to make up for the sadness of being beaten up just now. Lin Chen also felt that he had gained a lot. In addition to money and poke balls, he also gained a mysterious Pokemon egg and a mutant shiny Aron. Perfect. Sure enough, picking up treasure chests in the wild is the right way. Come on, eat some more. Lin Chen looked at Aron, who seemed to be starving, and fed her a few steel poke block. Aron was very happy to eat Lin Chen's poke block. She felt that it was not a bad thing to become someone else's Pokemon. At least this food was so delicious. Aron ate poke blocks one bite after another. Lin Chen touched her head. The cold touch made Lin Chen feel a little strange. He didn't know that Eevee's eyes behind him were already full of black air. Eevee looked at Aron, who was cared for by her owner, and her mouth bulged, feeling like a jealous little girl. Aron noticed Eevee's pression and deliberately ate more happily. He also rubbed Lin Chen's arm with his Orberg head, which made Eevee grit his teeth. Lin Chen didn't notice Eevee's pression. He was more interested in the origin of this giant Aron. So Lin Chen asked directly, "Shouldn't you live in the mountains? How did you come to the edge of Celadon Rainbow Forest and have a conflict with Beedrill?" PS The 5th update. Please collect. Please vote for the monthly ticket. Please give flowers. Please give evaluation vote. Please support. The data has not changed much today. A little panic. Chapter 21. All attribute Pokemon. The god of creation Arceus. After all, most Agrons have manic personalities and are extremely territorial Pokemon. They will regard a mountain as their territory and will not allow other Pokemon to approach their territory. Aron is the first form of Agron and must have a similar personality. Territoriality is very strong and generally will not leave easily. More importantly, Aron uses Orberg as food. Although it usually lives in the mountains, it will appear at the foot of the mountain when it is hungry and eat railroad tracks or vehicles. Most of them look for iron ore in the mountains as food. If shiny can be classified as racial specificity, there is definitely a problem with its eyes. This Aron is 3 times the size of a normal Aron and even bigger than Laren after evolution. Lin Chen thought about it carefully, and there were only 2 possibilities. One was that it was because of her special innate constitution, and the other was that she was affected by some mysterious power and broke through the original size limit. But at present, except for shiny, there has been no similar case. After analyzing, Lin Chen felt that there might be something wrong with the place where Aron lived, or there was some kind of high radiation energy there. No matter which situation it was, it aroused Lin Chen's interest. So after Aron finished eating poke block, Lin Chen began to ask about her origin. Coco. Aron looked a little melancholy when she heard Lin Chen's word and began to gesture. With the help of the eye of all-knowing, Lin Chen also roughly understood what it meant. It turned out that her size was not so big at the beginning. The change happened after her parents passed away. After being driven out of the tribe because of the different color on her body, she accidentally fell into a special cave. After living in it for a while, she became very hungry. She hunted and ate meat for a long time near the cave. At this point, Aron took another look at the steel poke blocks in Lin Chen's hand, and it seemed that he hadn't eaten enough. Lin Chen handed over all the remaining poke blocks in his hand, and Aron continued to gesture while eating the poke blocks with satisfaction. About half a year later, his body began to break through the original size and continued to grow. Until now, more than a year later, it has not continued to grow. But Aron shook his head and said that he didn't know the specific cause of the increase in size, because his living habits are almost the same as before. After all, there are no natural enemies around and the food near the cave is relatively abundant, so Aron regarded that place as his own territory and began to live for a long time. But one day an uninvited guest suddenly came. When Aron was foraging for food and returning home, he was attacked by a mysterious Pokemon. The opponent's attack method is very strange, with skills of various elemental attributes bombarding, and many of them restrain his own abilities, causing Aron to leave the cave where he had lived for almost a year. It seems that Aron was not only driven out by his tribe but also finally found a cave and was driven away by a mysterious foreign Pokemon. It was indeed a bit miserable. However, the mysterious Pokemon that Aron gestured at aroused Lin Chen's interest. A Pokemon that can use all attribute bombing? Lin Chen thought about it in his mind. Then he was stunned. What is all attribute? He thought about it with his experience and knowledge. Mew or Arceus? It seems that only these 2 Pokemon can use all attribute bombing. As for the rest, even if they can use it, they are about the same level as these 2 big guys. Don't joke if it is really them, let alone the Celadon Rainbow Forest. Even the entire Zyguo Federation and even the entire world can be shattered. No bragging. One is the ancestor of all Pokemon and the other is the creator god, a mega fantasy beast who truly stands at the top of the world. But listening to Aron's description, the power of these elemental attacks does not seem to be great. If those people exist, of course Aron would would not have survived. Aron blushed and said that he would go back for revenge sooner or later. Eevee on the side heard Aron's gesture and began to show a mocking e-pression and stuck out her tongue at Aron just like a naughty little girl. This mocking e-pression made Aron stomp his feet in anger. The two female Pokemons were full of gunpowder and both sides stared at each other coldly as if they were going to fight again in the net moment. Lin Chen was also a little helpless. It seemed that these two Pokemons would not be able to live in peace. It was indeed the same SE that repelled each other. All attribute elemental bombardment. Lin Chen was still thinking in his mind what kind of treasure could use all attribute elemental bombardment, but since we know such a mysterious Pokemon, let's go and explore it. After all, in addition to this mysterious Pokemon, there may be a mysterious energy in the cave that can allow Aron to break through the upper limit of his size. So can this mysterious energy be used further? It's better to do it now than to wait for a day, so let's go now. Lin Chen gave Aron an order. Let's go back to the mysterious cave. Aron's hot air was blowing out from her nose. Her fighting spirit was high at this moment and she seemed to be ready to go back to find a place. P.S. It's a new day, please collect it. Asking for a monthly ticket. Please give me flowers. Asking for rating vote. What kind of Pokemon do you think this is? Chapter 22 Diamond Level Treasure Chest. The identity of the mysterious Pokemon. Please collect it. Please give me flowers and monthly ticket. Roar. After hearing the instruction, Aron let out a roar excitedly and she began to lead Lin Chen from the middle of Celadon Rainbow Forest to the south. She was extremely excited along the way, as if she had imagined leading her master to beat the bird that was killing her. Chase the Pokemon out of the cave. The moonlight is clear and there is a big river to the south of the Celadon Rainbow Forest. From a distance you can feel the coolness of the wind passing by the river through the forest. Late at night you can hear the sound of thin footsteps and the sound of Rattata crossing the grass. A crescent moon could be seen reflected on the river in the distance, and then under the leadership of Aron they walked down the embankment again. Hidden in the trees was a cave large enough for one person to pass through. Coco. Aron gestured with his forelimbs that this was the place. Lin Chen did not enter rashly but first felt the wind direction at the entrance of the cave with his hands. You can hear some water sounds and the wind is blowing from the inside to the outside. It seems that there is a lot of space inside the cave. After Lin Chen entered, the cave could only accommodate one person at first, and then the cave became more and more spacious. During this period Lin Chen kept observing his surroundings and found nothing strange. Aron carefully observed the surroundings. It seemed that he suffered a lot when he was kicked out last time. Eevee was always following Lin Chen, her ears perked up. If there was any abnormal movement she would be the first to respond. Protect your master. Lin Chen went deeper into the cave but found no trace of any Pokemon. But I saw something that was enough to brighten my eyes. Diamond treasure chest. Grass. Lin Chen was stunned. There is actually a diamond treasure chest here. Could it be that the treasure that caused a series of changes or the energy was in this treasure bow? The last time I opened the diamond treasure chest was as a novice benefit. I didn't expect that there would be diamond level treasure chests in such underground cave. It seems that I will visit more strange places in the future. Lin Chen thought of this and quickly approached the diamond treasure chest. Just as he stretched out his hand, a flame came from above Lin Chen at a strange angle and approached the door. Suddenly the flames rose and heat waves billowed. Eevee, who was always vigilant, reacted quickly and aimed a fairy wind directly at the flame, which was blown away before it hit. Immediately afterwards a hydro pump came. At this time Aron had already reacted. The hard armor directly connected with the hydro pump and he withstood it without any pressure. Its huge body gives it unparalleled defense power. Even if Aron is twice as weak as water in terms of attributes, it cannot pose a threat to it. Roar. Aron roared, obviously realizing after receiving this blow that this was an old acquaintance of his. However, after practicing outside for so long during this period, his defense power has increased several times, not to mention that Lin Chen is backing him up. When Aron comes back again, he wants to show the color of the guy who drove him away. However, seeing Aron fight hydro pump head-on, Lin Chen felt that with Aron's defense, even if she was 4 times weaker, the net move she received head-on might not be able to severely damage her. After all, Lin Chen had seen Aron's strength in Celadon Rainbow. This cave has reached the end. I have opened the Eye of Omniscience along the way and I didn't find anything unusual in the cave itself, so all this was probably caused by the items in the diamond treasure chest. What on earth is this? But what made Lin Chen even more curious was what kind of Pokemon was this that attacked him. After all, after receiving 2 elemental attacks with completely contradictory attributes, I still haven't seen the true face of this Pokemon. It's not that there are no Pokemon that combine water and fire, but they are already at the level of mythical beast, and the one attacking him now is definitely not a mythical beast and its power is not up to the level. Before he could think too much, a new attack was coming. Lin Chen quickly gave instructions to Eevee and Aron to dodge the attack. Just as Aron said, there were also elemental attacks with other attribute. A bolt of lightning spread along the ground to Lin Chen's feet. Aron stepped directly on the lightning and sparks suddenly overflowed, making the entire cave as bright as day. Aron roared proudly, asking that guy to come out and fight head-on. After Lin Chen's previous round of attack, the omniscient eye had collected enough data. Those elemental attacks do have different attributes, but they are not very powerful. It feels like they are only released by Pokemon that appear to be at the 5th or SITH level. Another flame swept over Aron's iron defense. Eevee used disarming voice. Lin Chen quickly gave the command, roar, Eevee. The two Pokemon responded at the same time. Crocodile stood in front of Lin Chen, silvery white like a honeycomb-shaped diagonal shield wall appeared, instantly resisting the flame and then emitting silver white shiny. Obviously the opponent's flamethrower could not penetrate Aron's iron defense. On the other side, under Lin Chen's feet with Eevee as the center, purple sound waves swept the entire cave. In this relatively narrow space, disarming voice enveloped the entire space in an instant. Although it is impossible to know the opponent's position, this indiscriminate attack can't be avoided. Sure enough, under the repeated attacks of disarming voice, the mysterious Pokemon hidden in the dark became an ES and quickly smashed 4 or 5 elemental skills and then tackle on Aron's shield wall, but it still couldn't break Aron's iron defense. Lin Chen noticed that the impatient opponent's continuous use of skills obviously showed a lack of strength, and the power of the elemental skills thrown out was much smaller. In this way there is no way to break Aron's defense. Roar. Aron continued to maintain iron defense. She was very confident in her defense. She proudly blew hot air from her nose. Eevee. Another disarming voice used by Eevee swept the entire cave. The mysterious Pokemon finally couldn't stay still. It finally appeared after hiding behind a stone pillar for a long time. Lin Chen was waiting for this moment, but the moment he saw this Pokemon he was stunned and said in surprise. It turned out to be Chapter 23, God's Favorite Child, Invincible Magic Skill. Please collect. Sorry, I sent my friend's manuscript here. I will add one more chapter today. Sorry. If you don't pay attention. Lin Chen thought it was an egg flying out. The mysterious Pokemon that escaped was smaller. In the dim cave you can still see the bright yellow eggshell. There are red and blue triangular ring patterns on the eggshell. The 5 spikes on the top of the head look like its crown. It was not until then that Lin Chen realized that this was not an egg. It was a Tijipai. Who would have thought that it was such a cute Tijipai that drove Aron out of the cave? Lin Chen began to overlap the many vicious Pokemon that originally appeared in his mind with the Tijipai in front of him. The strong contrast made Lin Chen a little depressed. I didn't expect that the one who fought for so long was such a little guy. Where is the all attribute elemental attack? After thinking about it, Lin Chen suddenly realized why there would be all attribute elemental attacks in battle. Tijipai has a very ordinary but extremely special skill. Shake your finger. The effect is except for some skills that require special release props, you can randomly use any skill of all attribute. It sounds very ordinary, but you should know that the skills of the mythical beast can also be used by it. And Tijipai family, in addition to the vitality characteristic that it generally has, can also obtain a hidden characteristic. Thinking of this, Lin Chen opened the Eye of Omniscience and took a look at the attributes of Tijipai. Tijipai. Gender female. Talent blue. Age 2 years old. Feature God's Gift. Strength entry level 6. Abilities growl, shake finger, charm, sweet kiss, headbutt. Comment: for some reason it accidentally came out to wander, and its own luck is very good. It is indeed a gift from God. Before seeing this feature, Lin Chen had a hunch that this Tijipai might be a hidden feature. After all, it can use a large number of all-element skills to attack without randomly getting those useless skills. This luck, the feature of God's Gift, is also called European Emperor. God's Favorite Child. In Lin Chen's memory of his previous life, the effect of God's Gift was only for skills that release additional effect, and the additional effects were doubled. But in the real world it is an extremely powerful luck skill. For this kind of luck-based ability coupled with the luck of the European Emperor in the comments, it is simply an invincible start. When fighting with others, he will give you a Dragon Ascent exclusive to Rayquaza and then give you a Cliff Sword of Groudon, which will fall to the ground and absorb the power of the earth to give the opponent a fatal blow. Once the skills with explosive values are released, even high-level Pokemon cannot easily take them. It is simply fatal. No wonder he can use skills with all attributes, but the power is not strong. The fundamental reason is this shaking finger. Fortunately, this Tijipai's own strength is not strong, otherwise it will be hammered in minutes if it randomly encounters a few advanced skills. This time Lin Chen understood that Aron's strong defense last time would be beaten without any ability to fight back. After seeing that Tijipai only has the strength of the SITH level, Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief. But Tijipai saw Lin Chen's slightly raised mouth corners and felt that she was being looked down upon. Then she caught a glimpse of the giant Aron that had just locked her way, and she was a little annoyed. The memory of the last battle with Aron resurfaced in front of her. She had finally driven away this big guy, but but she didn't expect that he would bring 2 more guys. This was the territory she had finally snatched. Tijipai was so angry that she shook her finger again as metronome was activated again. A white light lit up on Tijipai's finger, and then Lin Chen felt a powerful energy fluctuation which was stronger than all the elemental attack that had flown out before. After realizing that he had randomly received a powerful skill, Tijipai looked at Lin Chen proudly, and it seemed that he was going to show this big guy some color. Tijipai pointed his finger at Aron, who was blocking him. Poke poke. This time the skill that came out was layers of ripples suddenly appeared on Tijipai's eggshell, and the power of aura began to spread, followed by a circular light wave that rushed towards Aron. Aura Sphere. Chapter 24. Conquer the European Emperor. Tijipai and open the diamond level treasure chest. Please collect it. Boom. The blue aura power surged as if to tear the world apart. This is Lucario's famous move, and it also requires the understanding of the power of aura. Rageous. Tijipai actually used such a skill with explosive values, and it is absolutely restraining Aron's fighting attribute skill, and the source is actually the basic skill of it is worthy of being a Pokemon with the attribute of the European Emperor. This luck is beyond word. Lin Chen was amazed in his heart, but he was amazed. After all, the Tijipai in front of him did not mean to hold back at this time. This attack of Aura Sphere, Lin Chen knew that he must not let Aron get hit. In terms of attributes, Aron is 4 times weaker than fighting, even if there is no such aggregated data comparison difference in the real world. But even if Aron can withstand it, he will be seriously injured and lose his combat ability directly. At that time there will be no tank to resist the skill, and he may be a little passive. It is easy to be bombarded by Tijipai's skills. Lin Chen quickly issued an order. Aron dodged to the right. Roar. After receiving the order, Aron immediately stopped iron defense and began to dodge to the side. Aura Sphere was dodged by Aron, almost brushing his armor. It hit the rock wall of the cave behind Lin Chen, making a loud noise, and even layers of sand fell from the top of the cave. Chachi. Tijipai was so angry that her face turned red when she saw Aron dodged. She would not dodge when fighting this big guy before, but defend herself. Now a human has come and he has become so cunning. It's so abominable. Use tackle. Lin Chen continued to give orders, and Aron, who dodged the Aura Sphere, hit Tijipai with his heavy and huge body. Chachi. Tijipai also reacted quickly and dodged directly, and Aron missed. Lin Chen raised the corner of his mouth and continued. It's not over yet. Eevee used sand attack. She had just dodged Aron's tackle but was directly hit by Eevee's sand attack, and her vision was a little unclear for a while. At this time Aron's huge body tackled again. Tijipai was stunned for a moment and was almost hit, but her body was also staggering. Chaji. She was so angry that she wanted to shake her finger again, but a sound wave that seemed to be real interrupted her shaking of her finger. Eevee behind her shook tail whip proudly, which was her disarming voice. Eevee quick attack. Lin Chen issued an order to seize the opportunity to pursue the victory. Eevee turned into a yellow lightning and quick attack directly hit Tijipai. With a whine, Tijipai was knocked out, and with a parabola he fell to the ground and lost his ability to fight. Was it too heavy? There was no movement for a long time afterward. At this time Lin Chen actually planned to subdue this lucky Tijipai. Seeing that she was motionless on the ground for a long time, he thought something had happened to her. Lin Chen hurried over only to find that the little guy was lying on the ground looking up at the sky with tears in his eyes and looking at the top of his head with some doubt about life. Chaji. Seeing Lin Chen approaching him, he turned his head away proudly, just like an angry girl. Lin Chen suddenly found it a little funny. He slowly squatted down, looked at the angry Tijipai and said gently, "Are you willing to be my Pokemon?" The European Emperor attribute of Tijipai. This attribute alone is simply a god pet, and Tijipai's evolution is also an intimacy evolution, but after evolution it becomes a Tigetic, and its racial value is also very high, making it an excellent special attacker. In this way, with Shinyaran as a tank, Tijipai as a special attacker, and Eevee as a support and supplementary damage, a very reasonable lineup has been temporarily formed. Chaji. This Tijipai just barked twice, looking aloof. Of course, the aloof look only lasted until Lin Chen took out a normal before poke block. Although Tijipai is a fairy type, it also has many general skills, so she also likes to use general poke block. This shiny poke block immediately attracted Tijipai's attention. She had been sleeping in the cave for a long time. When had she seen such good food? Tijipai couldn't help drooling, but when she thought that she was beaten just because she found a new home, her temper came up again. How could she be moved by a little delicious food? How about it? There will be no shortage of such delicious food in the future. Lin Chen took out the second general poke block from his pocket and began to make big promises to Tijipai. Tijipai almost smelled the aroma of poke block. Her psychological defense line was about to be broken, and she glanced at it from time to time. Chaji. Finally Tijipai stood up suddenly as if she had made a decision. It took a look at the 2 poke blocks in Lin Chen's hand and suddenly launched a headbutt, hitting Lin Chen Chen. Although the force was not strong, it made Lin Chen take a few steps back before he could stabilize his body. Eevee, who had been guarding Lin Chen, was angry and the wind of fairy began to gather quickly. Eevee stopped. Seeing that Tijipai did not continue to move, Lin Chen asked Eevee to stop. You hit hard. Lin Chen rubbed his chest, feeling helpless. This little guy is too vindictive. It was just a two-nun fight and he was beaten up. Besides, you occupied Aron's cave and you were beaten up and driven out. Lin Chen smiled helplessly, but he also understood that this was Tijipai's way of saying that everything was over. After the collision, Tijipai ate poke blocks, and as Lin Chen threw out the poke ball, Tijipai was captured by Lin Chen. Tijipai Eevee Sooth Bell Tajipai Eevee Aron Tijipai. But it was getting dark, and after opening the diamond treasure chest, this trip to Celadon Rainbow Forest should be over. Suddenly there were two more Pokemon, an excellent tanker and an agent with great luck. After all, the college entrance examination also required at least 3 Pokemon, and now they were all gathered in advance. Lin Chen smiled with satisfaction and suddenly realized a problem. Why are all the Pokemon he captured female? Is it because he was born to attract females? He is not a little crazy Pokemon who doesn't even let go of Rathicate. He didn't turn into a female hand. Ahem, I thought wrong. Lin Chen thought about it but didn't come to any conclusion, but overall it should be a good thing. Then he looked at the diamond treasure chest in the center of the cave. Lin Chen stretched out his hand and covered the top of the diamond treasure chest. Kaka. The diamond treasure chest slowly opened and an ancient breath surged with it and life energy swept. It was as if the ancient god of life had descended. P.S. Please add to my collection. Please give me a monthly ticket. Please give me flowers. Please give me a review ticket. The data is not moving at all. I am so panicked. I am still working hard to type. Chapter 25. The Slate of the God of Creation, the divine item of the supreme rule. Please add to my collection. Even before taking out the items from the diamond treasure chest, Lin Chen had already felt an extremely strong vitality, even stronger than the life breath contained in the previous spirit god potion. Or in other words, it was like the gap between the stars and the sun. What is inside? Lin Chen muttered to himself and activated the Eye of All-Knowing. At this time the white light in the diamond treasure chest had not yet dissipated and the rich life breath was surging throughout the cave. Even in the cave where there was no sunlight all year round, several withered plants regained a trace of vitality after the diamond treasure chest was opened. Eevee, who had taken the spirit potion, also felt the breath at once. Aron, who was originally lazy, also raised his head. She felt vaguely familiar. This breath seemed as if she had come into contact with it before. And Tijipai was extremely excited. It was attracted by this and came to this cave, but it was a pity that it had never found it. As a result, this human found it as soon as he came, which made Tijipai a little disappointed. The light gradually dissipated and the information of the item was also presented in front of Lin Chen, making him open his mouth and said in shock, how could it be this thing? Skill cannot be explained by common sense. After all, as long as luck is in place, whether it is Dragon Ascent or Cliff Sword, you can use it. If it is a little more ruthless, maybe every time it is a special attribute restraint skill that is the real despair. It is really the favorite child of God. Lin Chen stood silently behind the ring. After arranging Scyther's treatment, the referee returned to the competition scene. He raised his hand. Is there anyone who wants to challenge Lin Chen from number 8 middle school NET? The scene was silent. After seeing the power of Aron's attack, even the 9th level Scyther also couldn't withstand a single blow. No one wanted to send their Pokemon to the battlefield. After all, they didn't have the defense of Scyther. Moreover, if they were hit by this terrifying Aron, it would probably take half of their lives off, so they wouldn't come up to get beaten on purpose. As time passed, the referee counted down a few times and then solemnly announced, since there are no challengers, I declare that the champion of the friendly match between number 7 middle school and number 8 middle school is. This time, before he spoke, the whole venue was filled with overwhelming voices. Lin Chen. The two principals looked at each other and took the lead in applauding. No matter what the outcome was, the two principals maintained the most basic demeanor. After all, in general, although Lin Chen was a student of number 8 middle school, he was also a person from Hangzhou City. When he becomes a strong man in the future, he will be the glory of the entire Hangzhou City. The scene of Lin Chen's previous battle flashed through the mind of the principal of number 8 middle school again, and it was just as he guessed. Use sand attack to cover the opponent's sight and then use rock tomb to block Scyther's way. But he didn't expect that Lin Chen would let Aron use rock throw in the air to attack directly, use tackle in midair and snipe. He even thought of the opponent's backup to avoid the rock. It can be seen that Lin Chen has trained and cultivated Pokemon to such an extent. The principal of number 8 middle school couldn't help but feel pity. Hu Tian was probably autistic. All his actions were detected. It was estimated that even the bank card password would be guessed. He was simply being played in the palm of his hand. Thinking of this, the principal of number 8 middle school admired Lin Chen more and more. The post-match such analysis looks simple, but it is actually extremely difficult to operate. The command ability of the young man in front of him is no less than that of some professional level commanders. Such wonderful tactics can only be seen in elite level battles. It can be regarded as a book level battle. Of course, only by being in tune with the Pokemon can one make such a fine command. The cooperation between this alien giant Aron and him is perfect. Such cooperation does not look like a newly acquired Pokemon at all, but rather like a pair of old friends who have been working together for many years. The principal of number 7 middle school looked at the smiling principal of number 8 middle school and couldn't help shaking his head and exclaiming, "What a natural tactical genius!" If the principal of number 7 middle school was still a little unconvinced before, now he only has pure admiration and said sourly, "You are really lucky. How great it would be if this happened in our school." The principal of number 8 middle school smiled but said nothing, as if there were still many geniuses in our number 8 middle school. Moreover, he knew that this battle had been spread through video and commentary, and it would soon spread throughout the entire network, and even in major universities this battle could be used as a classic battle for teaching videos. Everyone knows that a genius has emerged from an ordinary class in number 8 middle school. When the enrollment period comes next year, the enrollment rate will definitely increase greatly. At that time he will definitely be able to get more educational resources, and his own performance will be greatly improved, and he may even be praised by his superiors. Thinking of this, the principal of number 8 middle school felt better and even looked at this old rival more favorably. The two principals have been competing in the campus-friendly match for so many years, and this is the first time they have such a harmonious scene. After all, the killer that was prepared with great difficulty was directly beaten to pieces by a BU level Pokemon and a trainer with BU level command ability. There is no point in being stubborn. Thinking of this, the two principals smiled at each other. However, after laughing, the principal of number 7 middle school pinched his eyebrows and said with a headache, "Now I have to think about how to explain to Hu Tian's father. You can't say that your son's emperor's talent was beaten away by others. He didn't even win by playing trick. Your son's invincible road has not even begun, and it was broken by someone, and it was an all-round crushing. I guess Hu Tian will have to go home and shut himself up for a while. No matter which one it is, it's not convenient to say it directly. That's too hurtful. After all, this is a famous sponsor in Hangzhou City, and he is generous. It's not easy to find a new one if he leaves." Thinking of this, the principal of number 7 middle school has a headache. What a loss. You can think about it slowly. Hearing this, the principal of number 8 middle school couldn't help rolling his eyes and didn't bother to pay attention to these trivial matters. If the game hadn't ended yet, he would have wanted to contact Lin Chen in advance. Such a genius. If Aron Evolution can be Laren, maybe he can enter the top 100 of the college entrance examination. If this is true, then the whole school will be completely famous. At that time, not only will the number of applicants increase dramatically, but it may be promoted to a higher level institution. Thinking of this, the principal's eyes became more eager. This Lin Chen is really a treasure. PS 4th update. Please add to favorite. Please vote for the monthly ticket. Please give me flowers. Please give me ratings. By the way, I found a picture of Sylvian's feminization and share it with you. Chapter 36. Forming a team of divine beasts can grout and fly. After the game, Lin Chen felt the admiring and awed gazes of the crowd and calmly took back Aron. As for his E-Press Zion, it was already a little stiff. After all, it was fun to be cool all the time, but it was also very tiring. He vaguely remembered that in his previous life a certain Lance who was a dragon type elite but actually a flying type elite. It seems that he loves to buy capes, all kinds of styles, just to look cool. The other Leon is the same. He likes to pose every time. I don't know how he sticks to it. At least Lin Chen experienced it once and it felt really not easy. Having said that, it's not bad to do it a few more times. Just as he was about to turn around and leave the stage, he suddenly felt a fiery gaze which made him feel creepy. Lin Chen looked in the direction of his sight, and at a glance he saw the principal of the 8th middle school looking at him with a smile. His eyes were fiery and his E-Press Zion was extremely excited. Lin Chen's scalp suddenly tingled. This principal won't have any special hobbies. If it's true, then he can't help but want to hit someone. I haven't heard of any scandals about this principal. Lin Chen recalled the original admission introduction. If I remember correctly, the principal in front of him should be a strong man at the peak of the superior level, and he is only one step away from the professional examination. And in the 8th middle school, most of the teachers are just ordinary superior level. However, every year many students from the 8th middle school enter higher education institutions and then take the professional trainer examination. Yes, the professional level needs to pass the alliance's review, and there are hard requirements for taking the EM1 own SI Pokemon, and at least 3 of them have reached the professional level to complete the examination task assigned by the alliance. If one of the requirements is not met, the professional level assessment will fail. Although the examination process is difficult, difficult. Those who can pass the professional level examination of trainers will be recorded as outstanding trainers from then on. And once you pass the examination, the rewards are also extremely generous. In addition to receiving a training subsidy of 200,000 yuan per month at the professional training center, there are also some special resources and information channels that only professional levels can have. Through selection you can even enter some special secret realms. It can be said that it is a step to heaven. Even if you don't have the ability to impact the elite level again, you can find a company to open up the wilderness and get a high income and step into the real upper class. Enjoy endless glory and wealth. However, Lin Chen is not very interested in these. Although he also likes to enjoy life, his goal is to quickly enter the professional level, then find a way to explore some special secrets and wilderness that humans cannot reach, to see if he can find excellent Pokemon and a large number of treasure chests, and strive to become an elite or even champion level as soon as possible. Then see if you can find those legendary bees. After all, every Pokemon player has the dream of forming a team of bees. A Rayquaza in the left hand, a Kyogre in the right hand, a Palkia on the head, and a Groudon that can't fly under your feet. We have come to the Pokemon world. If you don't try it, it would be too unrealistic. And you can also find a way to let Lao Gu learn Aerial Ace so it can fly. Just as Lin Chen was imagining, the future teacher Lin Qingguan came over. Lin Chen, the battle was beautiful. Lin Chen smiled and said calmly, "Thank you for the compliment, teacher. It was just luck. I just happened to meet a scyther with a fragile physical attack. It might not be so easy to meet a special attacker." In the past few years, every time he defeated an opponent, Lin Chen would modestly say it was just luck. However, at that time there would always be people gossiping secretly. You have already won, but you still deliberately say this to mock others. If you have the ability, go compete with the experimental class. Today is different from the past. Now everyone is impressed by Lin Chen's demeanor. Or in the face of absolute strength, all words are pale and powerless. This is the reality. As long as you become stronger, everyone will become friendly. The mainstream of this world is still the strong are respected. Lin Wangqing shook her head and said seriously, "No, this is your strength. I believe you will win no matter who you face." After speaking, Teacher Lin blinked her eyes and looked more playful and cute. "Teacher, you are breaking the rules. I don't want to be a traitor to my teacher." Lin Chen complained in his heart, but he also smiled. After the game, the students of number 7 middle school were all depressed. This was the first time in the past 5 years that they lost to number 8 middle school in a campus-friendly match, and it was the strongest year of number 7 middle school. The students of number 8 middle school were depressed. When they thought of the backs of Lin Chen and Aron, who was wearing red armor and looked like a demon king on the ring, they felt a deep sense of frustration. Seeing that all the students were like this, the principal of number 7 middle school stood on the podium and began to speak. "First of all, I would like to thank all the students for their hard training over the past year. As the principal, I have seen everyone's effort. It is true that number 7 middle school lost this friendly match, but we should summarize the reasons for the failure. Every failure indicates that we are one step closer to the professional level." It must be said that the principal of number 7 middle school was extremely contagious in his speech. Soon the students of number 7 middle school began to cheer up again and turned their grief and anger into strength. They said they must defeat Lin Chen. At this time, the principal of number 8 middle school took the opportunity to bring Lin Chen to the back of the principal of number 7 middle school, proudly took out the camera and made a victory gesture to take a photo with Lin Chen. Prepare to wait until the NET friendly match. During the competition, he took it out to show off. The principal of number 7 middle school heard the shutter sound behind him, subconsciously looked back and almost plotted with anger. "Damn, too shameless. The damage is not high, but the insult is very strong. It's simply not a human being. If he was not standing on the stage giving a speech at this time, I really wanted to go down and PK with real people. So angry, but I still have to keep smiling." The principal of number 8 middle school shook the camera proudly. "Sorry I disturbed your speech." After saying that, he took Lin Chen to show off, but he was very proud in his heart. "Who made you so arrogant before?" After the closing ceremony of the entire friendly match, the principal of number 8 middle school took Lin Chen to his own car and returned to the office. A bookcase as big as the whole wall attracted Lin Chen's attention. Looking around, the whole bookcase was full of books about the breeding methods of Pokemon and the origin of Pokemon. It looks a bit old and it is obviously often read. There is a huge floor-to-ceiling window on the sunny wall through which you can have a bird's eye view of the entire school. The entire office is decorated in a very stylish way. The principal pulled over a chair, pushed a card and a bow from the drawer onto the desk and said softly, "There are 2 million in here," and soothed Bell. "P.S. The 5th update is asking for collection, asking for monthly ticket, asking for flowers, asking for evaluation ticket. Continue to ask for data. Still working hard to write, guaranteeing more than 30,000 words on the day of list interesting. Chapter 37. Do you want a royal 3? Lin Chen was stunned for a moment and did not directly take the bow and card but asked curiously, isn't it a 1 million bonus? He looked into the principal's eyes wondering what the principal was up to. He didn't care about getting more money, after all he loved white girls the most, but if he had to pay a price then there was no need. Lin Chen's vigilant attitude not only did not make the principal plan but made him more satisfied. If Lin Chen couldn't wait to take the money and the bow, perhaps today's conversation would have ended here. After all, if you can't even control your own desires, you can't become a top powerhouse. The principal smiled and explained, this extra 1 million is the school's investment in you. I hope you can help the school promote more after you become famous. Hearing this, Lin Chen naturally agreed happily. Anyway, as long as he became famous, his personal past experiences would inevitably be dug up by others, and then number 8 middle school would be an important point in his resume. And number 8 middle school did teach him a lot of things. After all, although he knew a lot of Pokemon knowledge in his previous life, it was a fake game after all, and he had never really come into contact with Pokemon, and the knowledge of the real world made him feel a real world. The combination of the two can play a real role, and the so-called publicity is a win-win situation, so Lin Chen doesn't mind helping the school to promote it when he can in order to repay his alma mater. But if it exceeds his ability, he will directly refuse. In that case, I'll take it. Lin Chen was not polite and put away the card and the bow on the desk without any intention of counting them. The principal raised his eyebrows. Don't you want to open it and take a look? Lin Chen smiled and said nothing. Can your bank count the bank card? I am the eye of all knowing, not the eye of bank card. This old man is really bad. The principal also found that he had said a lot of nonsense. He coughed lightly to cover up his embarrassment, stood up and took a book from the bookcase. The title of the book was Required Course for Professional Trainers. Then the principal began to read it as if he was immersed in the world of reading, and Lin Chen was not in a hurry at all and drank tea slowly. After all, in negotiations, whoever is in a hurry will fall into a disadvantage. Anyway, I have nothing to do today, so I can relish by sitting with the old man for a while. Thinking of this, Lin Chen took some cake and tasted them himself. It tastes really good. As expected of a rich man, this pastry seems to be made of some precious tree fruits that humans can eat, which can strengthen physical fitness. It seems to be quite expensive. One portion costs hundreds of thousands, so you have to eat more. The two of them did their own thing, which lasted for half an hour. In the end, the principal couldn't hold it anymore. After all, if he waited any longer, his precious pastry would be eaten up. This kid is a glutton. So the principal forced a smile and said, you have good patience. You already have the foundation to become a strong man. Thank you for the compliment, principal. Lin Chen tapped the table lightly with his fingers and said calmly, it's just the principal seems to have something to say. After all, the money and things have been given and you are reading book here for me and you won't let me leave. Isn't it obvious that you have something to ask for? The principal replied slowly, haha, you are indeed a genius, so smart. Come, let's have a cup of tea and sit down to chat slowly. He pushed open the French window and the wind blew in through the window, cozy and comfortable. Then he took the cup from the tea set that was kept at a constant temperature all year round. Tisk. The tea flowed gently into the cup along the wall of the cup, and the hot air was condensing in the steam. Only when the water vapor dissipated could you see the tea leaves floating in the water. Lin Chen was not in a hurry. He sat down carelessly and leaned back in a comfortable position. Here from the window you can see that the students of number 8 middle school are still immersed in the joy of victory, and the stage for the celebration banquet is being set up. Although I have begun to stay away from campus life, I have to say that this atmosphere can make people rela. But this principal is quite attentive. The other party is brewing again tea, and it costs extra money, so there must be something to ask for. So Lin Chen sat there quietly waiting. This old FO still tantalizing people here. Sure enough, the principal picked up the required courses for professional trainers that he had just taken out and slowly said, since I took over number 8 middle school, the enrollment rate has increased year by year. This book is a gift that I will personally give to every student when they enter a higher education institution. The principal put the book on the table and slowly unfolded it. However, this book is for you. You are the first person to get it in advance. Lin Chen looked calm and took the book. He could feel a sense of history that had settled over the years. When the principal saw Lin Chen pick up the book, he continued, my goal when I was young was to become a professional trainer, to explore those mysterious secrets, to open up the wilderness for the human race, and even to dream of fighting those quasi-god Pokemon and being free and easy. Unfortunately, I have worked hard for many years, but each time I was just a little bit short. Until this age I have failed 9 times. Speaking of this, the principal looked a little lost. After all, he failed 9 assessments in a row, which was a big blow to him. However, Lin Chen understood that the professional level represented a huge watershed. Once he became a professional level, he would be an army of one person, enough to sweep across an ordinary city and slaughter hundreds of thousands thousands of ordinary people. That's why he has such a high status. Lin Chen didn't expect the principal to suddenly say this to him, but his Prescion was still calm, showing a listening look, and he didn't mean to speak at all. Seeing his reaction, the principal cursed him in his heart, but he had already started talking, so he couldn't hold it back, so he continued. Later I gave up and took over the 8th middle school, putting my hope on the new generation of children. I thought there was no hope, but I didn't expect you to appear and sweep everything with absolute strength. Thank you for the compliment. Lin Chen nodded slightly and asked directly, so what does the principal want me to do? No one would talk a lot for no reason or even reminisce about the past. The fundamental reason should be that there is some purpose, and it's related to me. If it's too troublesome, Lin Chen will refuse directly. Ahem, why don't you play by the rules? The principal looked helpless. He thought he could play the emotional card to fool these young people, but he didn't expect Lin Chen to be just like an old-fashioned old man who was not easily influenced. It's difficult, but since he had said this, he stopped pretending and said seriously, do you want to get a Royal 3? PS a new day, please collect. Please vote for the monthly ticket. Please give flowers. Please give evaluation vote. Chapter 38 News about the top Beastway Sigurd level Pokemon egg. Please collect. Please give flowers. Royal 3? Only a fool would not want it. After hearing this, Lin Chen sat up a little straighter and became interested. You should know that Royal 3 is the core Pokemon cultivated by each alliance. Each one has 3 stages of evolution and is a representative Pokemon of a region. The reason why they are called Royal 3 is that their qualifications will be improved every time they evolve. Compared with most Pokemon in the wild, they have stronger potential and can become professional level beings with only steady cultivation. Even a small number of them have the opportunity to become elite level or even champion level, which can be said to be the best Pokemon under the Quasigot. In addition, Royal 3 has extremely strong combat power, the smoothest growth curve, stronger comprehensive ability, gentle personality when cultivated, less attribute restraint, and countless advantages. Lin Chen once checked the internet, and the mythical beasts that he once remembered, such as Arceus, Giratina of Reverse World, and the twin gods of time and space, Rayquaza, etc., have no legends in this world. However, there are some rumors that the 3rd level gods such as Zapdos and Moltres are legendary instances above the champion level. I don't know whether the information was blocked by the upper level or because no one has discovered those top mythical beasts so far. However, the latter possibility is greater. After all, although this world has Pokemon, it is not the original Pokemon world. But then again, Royal 3 has long been regarded as a strategic resource by various countries because of its strong comprehensive capabilities. They stationed troops and established research institutes very early and controlled most of their large areas of survival and reproduction at one time. They even helped them increase their fertility rates so that they could produce continuously and be used as core resources to attract and cultivate strong people in their respective alliances. After all, as long as they are human, they will have needs, relatives, offspring, etc. You don't need Royal 3, but your son, daughter, and your relatives always need some powerful Pokemon to protect them, right? At this time, the gentle and powerful Royal 3 is the best choice. Coupled with a complete welfare system and a very high social status, it directly attracted a large number of strong people. The 8 major alliances were established. In the wild, although there are Royal 3s, they are all small groups, but the majority are in the hands of major alliances. Moreover, there are very few Royal 3s that can flow into the market, and in many cases they are even more priceless. A well-cultivated Royal 3 is worth at least several million on the market, and even some Royal 3s with personality and physical defects need at least 1 or 2 million. What's more, after buying a Royal 3, it is not enough to feed it. If you want to cultivate it well, you have to use a lot of poke blocks to cultivate it carefully, which ordinary families can't afford. Over time, it will lead to the solidification of classes. The only benefit is that you can be promoted to the upper class through your own strength, but if you are too kind, you are either a traitor or a thief. Lin Chen smiled and asked tentatively, is the principal going to give me a Royal 3? Why did the principal suddenly mention a Royal 3 to him? Could it be corruption? Or maybe he is a spokesperson for an evil organization recruiting talent? Lin Chen thinks the latter possibility is a bit high. After all, Team Rockets often does this. Good guy, this is really hidden. He even became the principal. Thinking of this, Lin Chen's eyes gradually became strange and he began to observe his surroundings, ready to run away if he disagreed and then go to the prosecutor to report. After all, in this era, how can an evil organization compare to the power of the Alliance? Ahem. The principal of number 7 middle school felt Lin Chen's strange eyes. Although he didn't know what he was thinking, it was definitely not a good thing. So he said unhappily, what are you thinking about? I am a serious person. Although I can't give you Royal 3 Pokemon directly, I can tell you how to get them. Cultivating excellent Royal 3 is not something that can be bought with money. They are all taken up by some top second generation and research laboratories. They rarely appear on the market, but I have a way to get get excellent Royal 3. After saying that, the principal couldn't help but feel tired. What kind of education do children have now? How can it be so difficult? Thinking back to how simple they were in the past. Hearing this, Lin Chen's eyes were deep, knowing that there must be something wrong, so he waited for the NET step. Sure enough, after the principal had whetted his appetite, he paused and continued. There are 3 ways to get Royal 3. The first is to sign a cooperation contract with a large company such as Luffy Company, which manufactures Pokeballs, Pokemon Cultivation Center, etc. Seeking funding with the first place in the school will basically be successful. If you need it, the school can show proof of this and help you negotiate with them. This way you can at least get a Royal 3, and some top geniuses can even get Quasi-God Pokemon Egg. After listening to this, Lin Chen was very clear in his heart. Although he was famous, his own strength was still at an excellent level, and he was not qualified to get Quasi-God Pokemon Egg. At most he could get a Royal 3, but the price was to sign a long contract with them for more than 10 years, which also included different clauses of various sizes, commonly known as a contract of sale. After all, these companies are not charity organizations. If they give you a Royal 3 worth millions, they will squeeze out at least dozens or even hundreds of times the return. You may make money, but capitalists will never lose money. But for Lin Chen, with the treasure chest system, there is no shortage of resources, even some top-level things such as life gems, which even the top of the alliance probably cannot have. As for Pokemon, he already has Eevee, Aron, Tajapai, and a mysterious Pokemon Egg. In the future he will also be a Dragon Slayer, a tanker, and a special attacker, and the basic team has been formed. For the time being there is no shortage of Pokemon. Even if you want to find it, you have to find a Quasi-God Pokemon to join the team, so the first method is not suitable for him. So Lin Chen directly refused. Forget it, I don't like being constrained. The principal was not surprised, and a trace of satisfaction flashed in his eyes as he expected of a genius who can subdue the alien Aron within a few days of receiving Pokemon. He really has strong self-confidence, and his strength is worthy of this pride. The principal naturally wouldn't think that Lin Chen was just lucky to pick up that Aron, otherwise he wouldn't have invited Lin Chen to his office. The principal continued. As for the second method, it is some official special bounties. After all, most of the Royal 3 survival areas are controlled by the official. If you want to get a Royal 3, you can complete the bounty mission of the Alliance, but generally speaking, bounty missions are very difficult even for professional trainers. Not only does it take a very long time, but there are also a large number of bounty hunters as competitors. Personally, I don't recommend you to accept the mission now. When Lin Chen heard this, he already understood that this old FO was laying the groundwork, so he said straight to the point. Just talk about the third method. This old man is very bad. So much foreshadowing is just for this third method. The principal laughed, did not deny it, and stated his purpose. I want you to participate in the Hangzhou Youth League. P.S. These 2 pictures are just a transition to pave the way for the subsequent plot. The exciting plot is coming soon. Please add them to your collection. Please give me a monthly ticket. Please give me flowers. Please give me a review ticket. Chapter 39. The layout of the upper echelons of the Alliance. The idea of finding a Mega Evolutionary Stone Eye. Please add them to your collection. Hangzhou Youth League. Lin Chen was interested when he heard this and asked curiously, what kind of competition is this? The principal saw that Lin Chen seemed very interested and immediately began to introduce. Hangzhou Youth Newcomer League is one of the newcomer trainer leagues above the city level, organized by the Alliance. It is a city level league used to screen outstanding talents from various cities. The top 3 can get Royal 3 awards, each of which is carefully trained by top research institute. The top 10 can get a bonus of 100,000 to 700,000. If they are students, there are different levels of bonus policies when they take the college entrance examination. However, since it is a youth newcomer league, there is an age limit. Only those under 20 years old can participate in the competition. There is also an upper limit on the level of the Pokemon of the participants, the highest of which is superior level, and the competition system is 3v3. This is roughly a rule that only newcomers can participate. The purpose is to improve the overall strength of the younger generation of Zyuguo so that they will not fall behind the rest of the Alliance. The principal quickly explained the competition system, and it seemed that it had been planned for a long time. After listening, Lin Chen roughly understood that this was the catfish effect imposed by the Alliance. Using the competition as bait, catfish are spawned one after another so as to make the entire Alliance full of vitality and not become a stagnant pool of water. It can even cultivate a large number of strong people so that they can join the Alliance and enhance the strength of the Alliance. The price paid is just some extra resources in their hands. Even if these people are unwilling to join the Alliance, in the end they have also shown goodwill in advance. The Alliance plays the role of a caretaker on the road of growth and will not let them become enemies. Sure enough, no matter which world it is, the political wisdom of the upper class should not be underestimated. Lin Chen thought in his heart, but his expression was still calm. In the principal's nervous eyes he slowly asked, when does the competition start? Seeing Lin Chen take the initiative to ask, the principal breathed a sigh of relief, feeling that the matter was half successful, and replied, 1 month later. After that the principal of number 7 middle school smiled even more. In his opinion, Lin Chen's alien Xinyaran has reached the 9th level of entry, only one step away from the superior level. As long as Laren can evolve to the 2nd stage, he will even become a leader in the superior level and have a chance to advance to the top 3. Even if he encounters an opponent with restrained attribute, he will be guaranteed to be in the top 10. In this way it will definitely bring a lot of fame to the school and attract more students to sign up, and the bonus points can make Lin Chen's ranking in the college entrance examination rise by hundreds of places, and he has a better chance of entering the top 1000 and being admitted to a top university. As for whether Lin Chen will participate, it's impossible. Today's young people are young and energetic, and they all love to show off. Isn't participating in this campus-friendly match also for the sake of showing off? Just when the principal of number 7 middle school was smiling and thought he was in control, he saw Lin Chen's dull eyes and he seemed to be not very interested, which made him have a bad premonition in his heart. On the other side, Lin Chen understood after listening to the competition system. This old FO actually wanted to get something for nothing and let himself participate. No matter whether he wins or loses, number 7 middle school can gain fame, and with his strength he will basically be in the top 10 after a month. He is worthy of being the principal, and he is good at playing politics. To be honest, whether it is extra points in the college entrance examination or getting a Royal 3, Lin Chen is a little tempted. If he can get a Royal 3 like the number 1 roaring tiger in the universe, it would be perfect. Even if it doesn't work, it would be nice to get an old spray. After all, Charizard was known as the father of the designer in his previous life, and the most prestigious Royal 3, no one else. As for Garlic Turtle and Stupid 8 Turtle, although they are a bit ugly, they are the first generation Royal 3 and their strength is beyond doubt, and they have Mega Evolution. However, this world should not have discovered Mega Evolution yet, so if there is a chance we can find a way to find some precious stone. After all, once Mega Evolution is successful, the game will directly add 100 race values, and when converted to reality, at least the strength will be doubled. Even without these, it would be nice to have a Froakie. The final form Greninja is simply stunning. Although I am somewhat tempted as a staunch white girl vote party, I cannot let this old FO calculate. At least I have to get some benefits from him first. Thinking of this, Lin Chen flipped through a few pages of the book in his hand, typed a yawn, and said helplessly, "Thank you for explaining it to me, principal. Although the reward is very tempting, I won't get involved." "What? Not involved? How can this be possible?" The principal was shocked and a little confused. How could this kid not be interested in this? Why not play by the rules? The principal didn't care about his image and asked quickly, "Why don't you participate? Is there any difficulty?" Seeing the principal's appearance, Lin Chen knew that his plan was successful. He spread his hands helplessly and said, "Alas, principal, you know me. After all, my family is not well off, but I have to support Aron, a big foodie, and I have a lame Eevee to treat. I really don't have the energy to participate in the Hangzhou Youth Newcomer League." As he spoke, Lin Chen squeezed out 2 tears, which made anyone who heard it sad and anyone who saw it shed tears. He felt that if he returned to his previous life, he could even participate in the Oscar candidate. The principal rolled his eyes and muttered in his heart, "He just took a 2 million bonus from me, and the card in his pocket is not even warm yet. How could he have no money to eat? Who did he learn to lie with his eyes open? This kid is so black-hearted." Although he didn't ask for money, the principal felt that the kid in front of him had become a money-eating beast, and he was already eyeing his wallet. But he also understood that his calculations had been detected by the other party. The most important thing was that he needed Lin Chen to make number 8 middle school famous. So the principal said helplessly, "I really appreciate every student with potential, and I hope that excellent student can get a good ranking. Since you have difficulties, I will personally sponsor you another 200,000 yuan." After listening to this, Lin Chen turned around and left. "Where is this stack of buff?" After saying a lot, "It's only 200,000 yuan. You, a local tycoon, spend hundreds of thousands of yuan on a cake, but I'm so stingy." Seeing this, the principal hurriedly shouted, 300,000 yuan. Lin Chen paused but pretended not to hear at the net moment and continued to walk out the door. The principal shouted with a painful face, 500,000 yuan, no more. Lin Chen turned around, grabbed the principal's hand and said righteously, "Don't talk about money. It is the responsibility of every student to win glory for the school. I have no choice but to go to this competition." While speaking, he was righteous and awe-inspiring, as if the light of righteousness was shining. The principal said unhappily with a fake smile, "Can I not give it to you?" Lin Chen showed a harmless smile. "No. P.S. Keep asking for collection, asking for monthly ticket, asking for flowers, asking for evaluation ticket. If you have any suitable Pokemon you can also leave a message. Here is another anthropomorphic Pokemon picture. Chapter 40 Overlord Aron video uploaded a sensation in Hangzhou. Although a little distressed seeing that Lin Chen finally agreed, the pain on the principal's face suddenly disappeared and he laughed and said, "Then let's say it." The speed of the answer was so fast that Lin Chen was a little stunned. "I can't do this. Did I say too little?" The principal was afraid that Lin Chen would go back on his words, so he quickly said, "A gentleman's word is as good as a horse's." Of course, Lin Chen smiled indifferently. In fact, he didn't intend to go back on his word. After all, whether it is Royal 3 or ETRA points for the college entrance examination, he is determined to win. Sometimes it is also a kind of wisdom to stop when you are ahead, and excessive greed will only bring disaster. It's just that Lin Chen is thinking about who to send to the ring match at that time. Eevee and Aron are both on the verge of the critical point of evolution, just one step away from evolution. Although it cost an ETRA 500,000, which made the principal feel painful, but in fact the principal appreciates Lin Chen more in his heart. This little FO, not only is his combat command ability extremely strong, but he also cooperate closely with Pokemon, and he doesn't look like a rookie who just got Earl Dervish Pokemon. He dares to take action in the face of strong enemies, and he is not arrogant or impatient after winning. He is also neither humble nor arrogant in the face of himself, and even dares to come and blackmail him, but he stops when he is ahead and he won't make people feel disgusted. As long as he doesn't fall halfway, his future is limitless. The professional level should not be too difficult for him. In the principal's heart, Lin Chen has already scored a very high score. Although Lin Chen was born in an ordinary family, he was able to obtain the most resources for himself through various methods. This way is the growth path of civilian trainers. Such talents have the potential to become strong and form a new wealthy family. Moreover, Lin Chen now has the potential to become a strong man, but his family is average. If he does not take advantage of the current situation, when he becomes successful, he will not even be qualified to add icing on the cake. What's more, the stronger his strength is, the better it is for number 8 middle school. When he rises completely, the current investment will be doubled in return. The better the source of students in number 8 middle school, the better his political achievements, and maybe his position can be promoted at that time. What's more, the principal recalled Lin Chen's command in the battle today, and countless memories emerged in his mind. Wasn't he also such a young man who aimed to be a professional trainer? It's a pity, just one step away, and this step has trapped him for decades. The principal came back to his senses, took out another card worth 500,000 yuan from the drawer, put it on the table and said solemnly, "You must fight for my honor. Come back in the top 3. When saying this, the principal looked at Lin Chen sincerely, and Lin Chen also restrained his smile, nodded solemnly and said seriously, "I will try my best." After saying this, Lin Chen put away the card worth 500,000 yuan. Before leaving, he picked up the book Required Courses for Professional Trainers and said softly, "I'll take this book with me." Said after that, Lin Chen turned and left. The principal looked at his departing figure, his mouth curled up as if he saw himself when he was young. Lin Chen walked out the door, and under the bright sunshine he opened the first page of the book, which had a familiar name written on it, Zhou Shu. This was the principal's name. He opened the first page, which read, "Dear professional trainers, you have set foot on a field that I have never reached in my entire life. I wish you a prosperous martial arts in the rest of your life. The gift of a book is more like the passing of a dream." Afterwards, number 8 middle school held a celebration party. In the envious eyes of others, Lin Chen received a sign for the 2 million bonus and a soothe bell. Of course, 2.5 million had already been deposited into his account, and this was just a formality. Lin Chen, who received the prize, was also asked to speak on stage. He took the microphone and began to speak. "First of all, I would like to thank the principal and teachers for their hard work, and the 8th middle school for their continuous training. Thanks to my parents." Finally, Lin Chen began to read the script in the envious eyes of everyone. Although it was very stiff, he endured it for the sake of money. Finally, he took the champion trophy for the friendly match awarded by teacher Lin Qingguan and said loudly, "I wish you all a bright future. Lin Chen, 8th middle school is invincible." The cheers from the audience were deafening. After 10 minutes, Lin Chen finally came down. Chu Zener looked at him and smiled. "Don't forget the battle agreement with me." Lin Chen remembered Chu Zener's invitation in the morning and nodded. "Okay." Li Feng also said in a muffled voice, "You are very strong, but I will try my best to catch up. Don't let me surpass you." Thinking of Li Feng's advice to him not to go on stage before, he also knew that the guy in front of him was essentially a good person, but the boy was unwilling to admit defeat, so he smiled and said, "Then you have to work hard. Don't let Aron's defense be broken by then." Hearing this, Li Feng's face suddenly darkened. "What's wrong? You are the only one who is good when a girl invites you. Why do I think this is a ruthless mockery? So love will disappear, right? You will become a villain in the novel like this. Damn, so angry. Ha 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 ha." The others couldn't help laughing. Amid the laughter, the school was as lively as a festival. After defeating a longtime rival in a friendly match, all the students felt relieved. Lin Chen did not continue to attend the celebration but left the venue and rode his bicycle out of the school alone. With such a sum of money, he was going to buy some supplies. After Lin Chen left, the video of the match with Hu Tian was edited and uploaded to the internet. Somewhere in Hangzhou, a fat man who likes the Pokemon team just returned home. He habitually opened the Pokemon forum in Hangzhou. His name is Sun Jun. He is an ordinary trainer. Although his own strength is not strong, he reads some Pokemon information and some Pokemon battle videos every day. Although he has been smoothed by reality, he also admires those strong people more because they live the life he has always dreamed of. Therefore, surfing on the internet is his greatest pleasure. But today Sun Jun felt a little bored after watching a few videos, either some celebrity interviews or some rough battles. It's really disappointing. Let's go cook and watch the Pokemon TV series later, Sun Jun complained. Just when he was about to turn off the video and cook, a new news headline suddenly popped up and attracted his attention. What the hell? Number 7 middle school and number 8 middle school, isn't it a school? What kind of strange Pokemon can emerge from a fight between children? This is probably a headline party, Sun Jun muttered to himself. Although he didn't believe it in his heart, he subconsciously clicked on the video page. However, when he saw the picture, the whole person was stunned and he claimed, "This is PSA. The last few pictures are not exciting enough. I'm working hard on typing. Please collect. Please vote for the monthly ticket. Please give me flowers. Please give me evaluation ticket. It will be a new adventure soon, a new treasure chest. Please support. I won't let you down." Chapter 41. The Shock of the Alliance. The explosive Lin Chen. Please collect. Please provide data. What the hell is this thing? Sun Jun was stunned looking at the huge blue dread figure in the video. It looked familiar. It seems to be a shiny Laren. This title is actually true, not a clickbait. Sun Jun watched the video curiously, thinking that this shiny color is really domineering. It is actually blood red. From a distance it looked like a terrifying demon wearing blue dread armor. But he soon felt something was wrong because he found that the barrage suddenly began to swipe, covering the screen, and everyone was saying, "This seems to be an Aron. How is it possible? Can an Aron be so big?" Sun Jun was stunned for a moment and quickly paused the video and downloaded it to the local file, began to analyze the characteristics of this huge blue dread Pokemon frame by frame. "I really found something wrong. Laren is shorter and should be dark gray. Shiny's variant is blood red, so there is indeed a difference in appearance. But Guy Blue Eyes, there should be sheet-like steel armor on the back and there should be a protruding ridge in the center of each piece." Sun Jun looked at it a few more times and concluded that it was indeed an Aron. He couldn't help but claimed, "Fuck, this is really an Aron. It's too big. Is this a monster that can appear in the friendly match between number 7 and number 8 middle school? Or is this an elite Evolution match? And this defense is too cheating. It's simply a war fortress." Sun Jun was stunned until he smelled a burnt smell, and then he reacted because he was so engrossed in watching the video that even the water was burned dry. He hurried to the kitchen to turn off the fire and didn't even bother to eat instant noodles and continued to run back to browse the forum. Opening the Hangzhou Pokemon forum again, this post has been set as the hottest post on the homepage by the administrator. On the forum, the barrage of comments was crazy and countless people came in with doubts and then were stunned. The barrage came like a tide and everyone was hotly discussing the content of this video. "This is too scary." Sun Jun also slowly recovered from the shock. He stared at the follow-up content of the video. The Scyther in the picture rushed violently and started to attack at high speed. He murmured, "Scyther look very strong, but it's a pity that he is facing this overlord Aron. He should lose." When Scyther used the Sun Jun leaned back slightly in his seat, holding his breath as if his heart was in his throat along with the audience. After all, in their opinion, although the alien overlord Aron is powerful, this Scyther is not bad either. It should be a scene of equal strength. However, the NET moment they found that they were wrong. It was too wrong. Ding ding. Two crisp sounds came from the screen. Aron resisted Scyther's slash but left no trace. Almost invincible defense. Sun Jun couldn't help but stand up, excitedly clenched his fist and shouted, "Too strong." He bit his tongue subconsciously and felt a stinging sensation, but he didn't care. He stared at the screen, afraid of missing any scene. After Scyther's continuous attacks failed, Hu Tian ordered it to pull away and start flying high. "Prepare to delay the end." Sun Jun couldn't help but curse, playing trick. "This is too shameless. Men should fight with fist and flesh." Having said that, Sun Jun also knew that Hu Tian was taking advantage of the rules. After all, Scyther couldn't even break the defense, so this was the right choice. Hu Tian himself was also a very strong tactical genius, but in front of Lin Chen he became a foil. Just when Sun Jun thought the game was going to end in a draw, he found that Lin Chen looked calm and was not angry at all because of Hu Tian's tactic. Instead, he calmly commanded Aron to use dig and at the same time created a lot of dust, creating the effect effect of sand attack. The entire screen was instantly covered with yellow sand and the battle situation could not be seen clearly. Everyone frowned and Sun Jun also sighed. Sand attack can't hurt Scyther in the sky. Before Sun Jun finished speaking, 4 rocks soared into the sky and headed straight for Scyther in the air. Sun Jun said excitedly, use rock tomb to force it down. What a good tactic. Scyther's wings vibrating at high speed in the air were also captured by the camera and a slash shattered the boulder. Sun Jun couldn't help frowning. What a fast knife. It seems that this trick failed. However, the net second Sun Jun was stunned and could hardly believe his eyes. The Aron, who was originally underground, suddenly appeared. The huge figure fleibly stepped on the stone in the air as a springboard. Suddenly splash, spark and tackle soared into the sky. It was like a demon tearing the sky. Instantly knocks either away. Win or lose, decide. The barrage also flooded the entire screen at this time. Sun Jun had not recovered from the shock until the video progress bar reached the end. For a long time he couldn't help shaking his head in amazement. It was really wonderful. Although he was a student, he had the tactical sense of a professional level strongman who had been tempered by life and death for a long time. With this powerful Aron, he almost stepped half a foot into the forest of strongmen. The future is limitless. Returning to the Pokemon forum, Sun Jun found that this post had been pinned by the administrator and the popularity was rising wildly. Countless people saw the influ and then saw the video and kept sending barrages in surprise, directly rushing it to the top 3 of the Hangzhou hot list. Although it is not the first, you have to know that this is all the hot searches in the entire Hangzhou city. The other top 2 are official videos released and are related to the elite level, and the campus-friendly match between the 2 high schools can actually be ranked 3rd on the hot search list, which is enough to shock everyone. In other words, Lin Chen has been completely popular since this moment. PS the 5th update. Please collect. Please vote for the monthly ticket. Please give flowers. Please give evaluation vote. Chapter 42. The shock of the top research institute comes from the bounty of the black market. Countless trainers got to know Lin Chen and the alien Aron he used through the video, and they were all impressed by this domineering appearance and powerful command ability. Some well-known tactical commentators forwarded this video, including Zhao Jindu, a professional tactical master who forwarded this comment and commented, although there were not many gorgeous skills used in this battle, the trainer Lin Chen used his ability to show us a wonderful tactical duel and showed the style of a trainer. At the same time, he also called on everyone not to stick to the form in normal battle. The command tactics of Pokemon battles are not static. You should use your imagination and bravely try some new tactics to continuously improve yourself. Most people are speechless about this sentence. Can you learn this tactical level if you want to? Almost all of them are at the professional level. Lin Chen is still a student, but he is already so evil. The gap between people is really too big, and more people are very curious how big will this giant Aron evolution be after it becomes a Grin? Will its defense power be further improved, reaching or even exceeding the upper limit of the race's defense power? There is also a special guessing activity on the Pokemon forum, guessing the size of Aron after evolution. However, some people think that it may be just a simple mutation. After evolution to Laren, the size will return to normal and become an ordinary Laren. Differences in opinions will lead to arguments, and arguments will cause heat. If that were the case, the popularity of this post would only be limited to the 3rd in Hangzhou city. But a post from an official authoritative research room appeared and it instantly ignited the entire network. High price for purchase. Want to buy 500 ml of blood of the blue dread giant Aron in the video, willing to invest 500,000. Hope that those who know can forward it to contact this trainer. At this moment, a middle-aged man in a white coat wearing glasses in the Imperial Capital Research Institute was staring at the giant Aron in the video with an extremely excited look, and he named Zhou Zheng is a top scientific researcher who is about to get the title of professor. The topic of his research is exactly how Pokemon evolves into a different species. He was still researching when his colleague suddenly told him that a different species of Aron had appeared. It was extremely huge. He didn't believe it at first, but when he saw the video he was completely shocked. How could there be such a huge Aron? Is his Pokemon evolution theory correct? With excitement, Zhou Zheng watched the video frame by frame and couldn't wait to study the reason for the mutation of this Aron. If it succeeds, it will inevitably cause a dramatic change in the entire scientific research community. In the past record, similar special Pokemon have appeared more than once, and there is a huge gap between the size and ability of the same family group, but they are often extremely difficult to capture, or they are the trump cards of those top trainers. It is impossible to take them out for research. In addition to Lin Chen's Aron in the video, the 8 alliances have also discovered that some special Pokemon may indeed appear in some wild Pokemon groups. This special Pokemon is called as the Overlord Pokemon. It is naturally powerful and has a body size and strength far beyond its peers. It can easily advance to the professional level, even the elite level. So Zhou Sheng also wanted to study what exactly caused the birth of the overlord Pokemon, so he immediately asked for some blood for comparative research. However, the purchase information released by the National Research Institute also made the popularity of this video rise again, directly reaching the second place on the entire Hangzhou hot search list. Everyone knows that Lin Chen's talent of Aron has been recognized by the official research institute. Otherwise, why would a little blood cost 500,000? Countless people are curious about Lin Chen's origins, and some people with good intentions have dug out Lin Chen's background. At this time they discovered that Lin Chen was just a child from a working-class family in Hangzhou and even attended an ordinary class in the 8th middle school. This not only did not make others look down on him but made more people begin to admire him. After all, in this world 99% of wealth and power are in the hands of 1% of the people, and the remaining 99% of the people are all grassroots. They form the foundation of civilization. Worshipping the strong is the instinct deep in their ingrained soul. This world worships the strong. In addition, many girls are attracted by Lin Chen's appearance and they posted, "Lin Chen is too handsome. I beg for a contact method." Dear friends, Lin Chen's fan club has been established. If you want to join us and become orange juice, please send me a private message. I want to give birth to a baby for him. The female gorilla upstairs crawled to me. The number of comments under this post increased rapidly in an instant. Lin Chen, who always thought he relied on his strength, never thought that his first batch of fans were attracted by his appearance. Of course, there will definitely be black fans if there are fans. Soon someone posted a post on the forum. I asked my friend, according to the Pokemon collection record of the breeding house, Lin Chen chose the first Pokemon, which was a lame Eevee, but now it has become Aron. Where did this Eevee go? What is the secret behind the capture of the alien Aron? This part of the haters and sour people seemed to have finally found the black material of Lin Chen, and the comment area under the post suddenly turned into a battlefield of scolding. This guy must have abandoned the poor lame Eevee. This guy called Lin Chen is too cruel. Choosing and then abandoning. How sad that Eevee must be. A person who abandons his companions is not worthy of being a trainer. Some people think that there is nothing wrong with Lin Chen's behavior and they all posted, "After all, this is the right choice for a trainer." Forcibly choosing a lame Eevee will definitely affect Lin Chen's future. Decisive abandonment and concentrating resources to cultivate powerful Pokemon is the right choice. It's just that it's really a bit inhumane. As soon as the black fans post came out, it really made many people's impression of Lin Chen lower a lot, but overall there are meh reviews. After all, in their opinion, Lin Chen is too unscrupulous and not a good person. However, there are also some people who defend Lin Chen and regard him as an idol. They think this is the quality that a strong person should have. In addition to these discussions on the internet, some people have set their sights on Lin Chen's Aron. The black market suddenly refreshed and posted a bounty message. A bounty for the alien Aron. The amount is 3 million alliance coins. Some bounty hunters saw the sensation of the bounty message and began to contact each other. Damn, a 3 million bounty. This Aron is worth 3 royal 3s. Are you stupid? Royal 3s can be bought, but can such an alien overlord Aron be bought? This Lin Chen is just a middle school student. I'm going to accept the bounty. Don't be stupid. Didn't you see how scary that Aron is in the video? Don't kick the iron plate. Haha, even if it's an iron plate, I will melt it into molten iron. This is a business that makes a lot of money. I guess several top poaching groups will be tempted. On the other side, the sky gradually darkened and the excitement of the online world has not yet spread to the real world. In an office building, Lin Chen's parents are still working overtime at the company. They don't know what happened on the internet and are still working diligently. At this time, the usually serious supervisor Zhang came over and said to Lin's father and others with a smile, "Leave work early today. While working hard, you should also take care of your health." Father Lin was stunned for a moment. The supervisor, who was usually serious, was so kind today and even came to care about his health. Is Zhou Bai's brain broken? Father Lin complained in his heart, but he was still a little nervous, afraid of hearing bad news. Before he could say anything, he heard the supervisor continue, "As an excellent employee of the company has always seen your efforts, so from today your salary will be doubled." After that, the supervisor turned around and left with a smile. Although Lin's father and mother looked confused, they were still very happy in their heart. The increase in salary means that they have more strength and can make them the support of their son's life. In the past 18 years they have always been so conscientious and work hard for this ordinary and warm little family. They want to make their son's future path as easy as possible, and this is the simple and ordinary love of most parents. When they are happy, a colleague suddenly shouted, "Lao Lin, your son is on the news. PS first update, please collect. Please vote for the monthly ticket. Please give flowers. Please give evaluation vote. A new adventure will start soon." Chapter 43. From today on, I am not a human being. What? Father Lin immediately stood up and hurried over, feeling an genius. In his opinion, the company's supervisor suddenly treated them so kindly, and now the colleague mentioned that his son was on the news, so their first reaction was that something happened to his son. Could it be because his son had an accident near the company? Mother Lin on the side also looked uneasy, fearing to hear bad news. However, Father Lin quickly read the news and understood what happened, and his frown was real-ed. Mother Lin on the side pulled her husband's arm and asked hurriedly, "Dad, what happened?" There was a little crying in her voice, fearing that something happened to her son, who was thinking about her so much, and the sweat in her palms kept oozing out, soaking the corners of her clothes. Father Lin smiled, handed over the phone and comforted, "Don't worry, this is not a bad thing but a good thing." Good thing? Mother Lin was a little confused, but she was relieved when she saw her husband's reaction. She hurriedly took the phone from Father Lin's hand and read the news carefully. The anxiety in Mother Lin's eyes disappeared and turned into surprise and joy. She murmured, "My son is on the news." After reading the news, Father Lin and Mother Lin were stunned, and they couldn't digest this sudden surprise for a while. They also knew that their son had cultivated a different species of Aron, but they were not real trainers. Even if they had received Pokemon before, they were low-level ordinary Pokemon, and because of family reasons they had to cultivate their son, so they reluctantly sold it. So they only thought that this Aron was just a little bigger and the rest should be no different. But in the video, this Aron was like a demon god. Under Lin Chen's powerful command ability, it instantly crushed Scyther. He was decisive and defeated the number 1 player in number 7 middle school. He was the only one who made thousands of people dare not challenge him. Even though Lin's father and mother were just laymen, they could see how exquisite and powerful their son's tactical command was. In his hands, tactical command was like an art, so some people on the internet even called him an artist. Looking at the high-spirited Lin Chen in the video, Lin's father and mother couldn't help but sigh. Is this still their shy and introverted son? Not only that their son was praised by many tactical big vs on the internet and was considered by everyone to be a potential professional level genius, there is even hope to impact the top 500 in the college entrance examination. The top 500 in the college entrance examination was something they didn't even dare to think about before. After all, once you get in, it means that you can definitely enter a top university, and those who can graduate are basically professional level. They are the top superiors of Xia country. Among them there are even many legendary figures who have become elite or even champion. It can be said to be a step to heaven. Completely entered the upper class and is a wealthy family in itself. For a long time the couple felt guilty for not being able to create better learning conditions for their children. They worked hard but could only let their son enter an ordinary high school, and their son's sensible and considerate made them feel even more guilty. Fortunately, their son has been working hard enough and has maintained the first place in the class, but even if he is the first in the experimental class of Hangzhou number 1 middle school, he dare not say that he has the opportunity to enter the top 500 in the college entrance examination. And now the whole network recognizes that their son has this ability. The couple, who have worked hard for half their lives, have not realized what kind of sensation this hot search has caused. But the news of the first place in the friendly match between number 7 middle school and number 8 middle school alone is enough to make them happy for a long time. And at this time they also understood that the reason why the company manager was so kind was probably because he saw this video in advance, so he showed his goodwill, which was considered a favor investment for his son. After all, that is a future strong man. If Lin Chen becomes a professional level expert or even a higher level, this favor will be worth a fortune. I didn't expect that after working so hard for so many years I didn't get a raise, but thanks to my son I got it in one day. Although he sighed that he couldn't compare to his son, the smile on Lin's face could not be hidden. He was proud of his son. Mother Lin's eyes were filled with tears and she muttered to herself, "My son has made it. Old Lin, you're going to enjoy yourself now." Such a terrifying Aron. Once he completely completes evolution, the professional level will be a piece of cake. Your son is really very successful, unlike my kid who just stays at home and watches cartoons all day. I must beat him up when I go back and let him learn from your son. Old Lin, you guys have really come to a happy ending after all the hard work. By the way, can you ask your kid to give my kid a lesson? His tactical command ability is better than the professional trainers I've seen. The rest of the people also sent their blessing. After all, Lin's father and mother have very good personalities, so they are also popular in the company. Not to mention that their son is likely to become a big shot in the future. It's not bad to say a few more good words anyway, and maybe you can even get in touch with him. Why not? Thank you very much. Lin Chen's father was also enjoying the praise from others, nodding his head repeatedly, feeling a few years younger in an instant. Although he was happy, he was not stupid. He knew that his son was still preparing for the college entrance examination and could not be distracted, so he declined all the tutoring requests. It was not until after get off work that Lin's father said to his wife in high spirit, "Mom, let's go to the supermarket. Make something delicious for Chenner tonight." It was was the first time that the two got off work so early with smiles on their faces, responding to every neighbor who greeted them. At this time Lin Chen naturally didn't know what happened to his parent. He did see the videos and comments on the internet, but he didn't care too much. After all, it was all expected. Long before the end of the game he had guessed that Aron's appearance would inevitably cause a big sensation. After all, this size could not be hidden. Although being posted in advance would attract some dangerous eyes, it also won him the financial support of the principal of number 8 middle school and the sooth bell needed for Tijipai evolution. On the other hand, after being posted by the media, he could also enter spotlight and get protection in disguise. After all, once he died, even if others took Aron away, they could not use it and could only use it for research. Otherwise it would be equivalent to admitting that he was the murderer in disguise. In general, the benefits outweigh the risk. In order to improve strength faster, such risk replacement is worth doing. However, this is just a delaying tactic. Lin Chen does not want to rely on the kindness of others for his safety. Only absolute strength can bring the greatest degree of freedom. At this time he has come to the Pokemon Cultivation Center again and is ready to be a non-human. P.S. Please collect. Please vote for the monthly ticket. Please give flowers. Please give evaluation vote. Chapter 44. Psychic produces a divine beast and buys an egg hatching machine. When I came to the Pokemon Cultivation Center again, I was greeted by the receptionist again. The lobby of the Pokemon Cultivation Center was bustling with people who came to buy material. The receptionist's eyes lit up and she greeted Lin Chen and asked respectfully, "Mr. Lin, how can I help you?" This time her attitude was much more enthusiastic than before. After all, she had also seen the video and knew what potential the handsome boy in front of her had. You know, in addition to his strong tactical command ability, he is also a genius comparable to an intermediate breeder, able to produce a large number of high-quality Pokeblock. He is a master of both civil and military affairs. Lin Chen nodded and said, "I need to buy some materials for making Pokeblock." After she opened the glass door for Lin Chen, she tended her hand enthusiastically. "Please move to the VIP room." Lin Chen naturally knew what this meant. There were many people in the lobby, and in order to protect the rights of VIPs they would often serve them in the VIP room. As soon as he entered the door, Lin Chen saw that the other staff members of the Pokemon Cultivation Center were all magically excited. Many people in the hall have already cast their eyes towards him. They must have seen the video online and wanted to come up and chat. After all, from the information dug out, it is known that Lin Chen is just from a working class family. Who would not want to come up and ask for the secret of being able to subdue such a powerful Aron? However, seeing that Lin Chen was actually walking towards the VIP room, most people stopped and were extremely shocked. Is it necessary for the Pokemon Training Center to treat the champion of a mere school-level competition so solemnly, even if there is an alien Aron? You must know that although this is only a city-level branch, behind it is the entire Zyuguo Alliance, the highest violent organization. Even professional-level strongmen dare not offend the Pokemon Training Center. Could it be that Lin Chen has another identity? Thinking of this, everyone felt that Lin Chen was suddenly covered with a layer of mysterious mist which made people feel odd. Lin Chen didn't know what plot these people had imagined and followed the receptionist to the depths of the Pokemon Training Center. The VIP room was still luxurious and grand, and the manager Anshin had been waiting here for a long time. The receptionist waved her hand and a cup of tea with just the right temperature was silently delivered to the VIP room. She bent down slightly and said softly, "Please enjoy." After that she left silently. Anshin welcomed Lin Chen to the sofa. "Mr. Lin, we meet again. How many tree fruit do you need this time?" Lin Chen did not hesitate and took out the list he had prepared from his backpack. "The most important thing here is to purchase a large number of tree fruit. After all, the 3 Pokemon now have to be cultivated in the best way. This time we have to make Pokeblocks of the general Steel, Rock, Fairy and Psychic types, more than 300 of each type. In this way we can ensure the daily needs of Pokemon. Among them the general Pokeblocks Eevee and Tijipai can be used. Psychic Pokeblocks are designed to cultivate Tijipai's psychic talents so that when she uses the finger shake, the skills she casts will be more powerful and can be used more often. After all, Psychic is a series that often produces mythical beasts. The first artificial mythical beast, Mutuo, is a psychic which is directly promoted to A-level god, a bug-like E-istant. As for the fairy Pokeblock, they are prepared for Tijipai and the future Eevee evolution to Sylveon. However, the fairy series has not been discovered by the world yet, so its berries are also classified as psychic series, so the price is extremely high. However, Lin Chen thinks that even if the fairy series is discovered, the price will only be more expensive. Don't underestimate the evilness of these capitalists. Anshin took a look and was a little surprised, but still nodded and then handed it to the receptionist Net to him, who quickly began to prepare. After all, this batch of materials is not small and some of them need to be urgently transferred from the warehouse. Anshan entertained Lin Chen warmly and praised him. "I also watched Mr. Lin's game, it was so exciting. Lin Chen smiled and said softly, just luck. An Shan shook his head and praised, such tactical talent cannot be explained by luck. Mr. Lin, you are a real genius. Lin Chen smiled and said, thank you manager, and is really amazing he can run the Hangzhou Cultivation Center prosperously. Since the other party is trying to please him, Lin Chen will not be arrogant, of course he will say a few good words. When An Shan heard this, he naturally smiled more, thinking that Lin Chen's personality was gentle and modest, and he was indeed suitable for deep friendship. Just after they had been bragging about business for a while, the receptionist came back and said that everything was ready. An Shan handed over the receipt and said, the materials you requested are ready and placed in the intermediate poke blocks room. Here is the material receipt. Lin Chen was stunned for a moment. Intermediate poke blocks room? After all, when An Shan gave out the black card, it was agreed that the primary energy room could be used for free. Seeing Lin Chen's confusion, An Shan smiled heartily and said, Mr. Lin bought so many materials this time, I will only let you use the primary poke blocks room. Doesn't it make an a little stingy? Lin Chen happily accepted and said with a smile, then I will not refuse it. As a staunch white girl vote party, Lin Chen naturally would not refuse the benefits delivered to his door. He glanced at it casually and found that the data was a little wrong, so he asked, generally there are more fruits in the tree. An Shan smiled and said seriously, you are a big customer. For such a large order we certainly have additional benefit. I just hope that you can sell us more poke blocks in the future. Lin Chen nodded, knowing that the other party was showing goodwill, and naturally he would not refuse. After signing, he transferred 15 million from the card. Looking at the numbers on the card jumping, Lin Chen sighed in his heart. It's really spending money like water, but the places to spend money are not over yet. These are only 3 Pokemon. When the Pokemon in my hand evolve and then I form a team after SI Pokemon, I will be a real money-eating beast. I can't support them without making money. Lin Chen did not forget the business and asked, do you have an egg hatching machine here? Lin Chen still had a mysterious Pokemon egg from a diamond treasure chest in his hand. Although it can be hatched by body temperature, the egg hatching machine can protect the Pokemon egg to a greater extent and make it hatch as soon as possible. An Shan smiled, of course we have everything needed for Pokemon cultivation. The egg hatching machine currently has 2 price levels, namely the 100,000 yuan ordinary version and the 500,000 yuan Deluxe version. Then An Shan introduced the difference between the ordinary and Deluxe versions, which are not much different overall. The Deluxe version can only have a better appearance and slightly better nutrient solution. After listening, Lin Chen chose the ordinary version without hesitation. It is because the function of the Deluxe version is simply fancy, mainly for those rich people. At most the appearance is better and there is the ability of intelligent monitoring. Of course, in fact there are a lot of e-costs and it is still because of poverty. However, with the e-instance of the life gem, the nutrient solution is really not that important. After all, what can compare to the nourishment from the authority of the god of creation? After swiping the card, Lin Chen's wallet shrank by more than half in an instant. Then he said goodbye to An Shan and entered the intermediate poke blocks production room. Not long after, the receptionist brought a hatching machine. The hatching machine is not big and can be put into a backpack. It is oval in shape with a white hemisphere at the bottom and transparent glass at the top. Through the glass you can see the changes of the Pokemon egg in the machine. Lin Chen carefully put the Pokemon egg into the hatching machine. The warm yellow light illuminated the entire Pokemon egg. The nutrient solution automatically overflowed from the bottom of the machine, wrapped and soaked the entire Pokemon egg, nourishing the life in it. Put it on the hatching machine. You don't have to worry about shattering the Pokemon egg, and these nutrient solutions can not only accelerate the hatching of Pokemon eggs but also make up for some genetic defects so that Pokemon can be born healthy. It can be said that as long as there is enough money, we can solve the big part of the trouble. At the same time, he also placed the life gem on the machine, allowing the energy in it to penetrate into it so as to improve the talent of this unknown Pokemon. It's a pity that the eye of all-knowing is not complete yet, and it is impossible to directly scan the specific information of the Pokemon egg, and it is unknown what Pokemon it is. Otherwise, poke blocks suitable for it can be made in advance. I hope it is psychic or flying. After solving the problem of Pokemon eggs, Lin Chen also twisted his neck and made a clicking sound. NET. It's time to prepare to make poke block. PS. This plot is very fast. If you don't like it, I will abbreviate the production of poke blocks in the future. However, it is also a part of cultivating Pokemon. After all, we have to write a more realistic Pokemon world. Readers who like to watch urban pretense or wild adventures can leave a message. I will focus on adding more. There will be quasi-god and mythical beast. You can guess who is in this Pokemon egg. Please collect. Please subscribe. Please vote for the monthly ticket. Please give me flowers. Please give me evaluation vote. Chapter 45 1200 Pokeblock. The horror of the all-seeing eye. Lin Chen looked around and checked that there were no surveillance cameras then began to use the equipment. Sure enough, the machines in the intermediate poke blocks room were much more sophisticated. There were 4 robotic arms under the searchlight, which was twice as many as in the primary poke blocks room. In this way the efficiency and the level of sophistication of production will be greatly improved. Of course the relative difficulty of production will also increase a lot. Generally novices can't control it at all, but for Lin Chen it's also easy. Lin Chen didn't waste time and checked the batch of tree fruit. Although it was worth 16 million, there were actually not many of them. The stack boes were about 1 person high. Come to think of it, tree fruits are difficult to cultivate and some of them need to be picked in the wild, so the price has always been high. But the batch in front of him was freshly picked and the quality was good, so he was also very satisfied. So he started making poke blocks directly. 15g banana fruit with 30g citrus berry and a large can of milk for emulsification. 20g fog lotus fruit, 20g baya fruit, 30g biba fruit, 50g candlewood fruit. Roast over a slow fire. Time passed bit by bit and Lin Chen's production skills became more and more proficient. It has to be said that the efficiency of the intermediate poke blocks room is too high. With the ability of the all-knowing eye it is directly open. It's just not human. It took 5 hours and finally all the materials were consumed. As the robot arm stopped working for the last time, Lin Chen wiped the fine sweat on his forehead and took the last poke blocks from the finished product area. Crystal clear like a work of art. It done. He counted the poke blocks, of which 300 ordinary poke blocks were successful plus the ETRA 10000 UN tree fruit, a total of 310. Rock, steel, fairy and psychic, all 300, all of which are perfect quality primary poke blocks totaling 1200. If the other breeders saw this they would probably burst into tears. It took them a year to achieve the number, but Lin Chen only took 5 hours to complete it, and there was no failure, all of which were of the highest perfect quality. And these poke block Lin Chen sorted and put them into the boes that had been prepared long ago, enough for his Pokemon high-intensity training for half a year. Of course Lin Chen did not forget to use some scraps to make medium-quality poke block. Lin Chen took out 10 general poke blocks from them and took out a few from each of the other type except the fairy type, accumulating a total of 20 poke block. This number is already considered a lot. If there are more it will easily cause a sensation and cause unnecessary trouble. After waiting for another 5 hours until dusk fell, Lin Chen chose to go out. Then Lin Chen found the receptionist again. "Take me to see your manager." And hearing this, the receptionist knew that it was a business trip and quickly took Lin Chen into the VIP room. When he saw Lin Chen, An Shan said in surprise, "Brother Lin Chen, you came out so soon." According to An Shan's estimate, Lin Chen might not come out of the poke blocks room until the NET morning. Lin Chen shook his head and sighed too. "An ES failed many times, wasted a lot of materials, take the rest back first and try again later." After that Lin Chen placed 20 medium quality primary poke blocks on the table. An Shan laughed heartily when he saw the poke blocks on the table and said, "Brother Lin Chen is really gifted. He can make so many medium quality poke blocks in such a short time. It seems that he will soon be able to impact the intermediate breeder." Lin Chen smiled but said nothing. "If you knew that I stayed for a while and actually made 1200 perfect quality poke blocks, you would be scared to death." An Shan picked up the medium quality poke block on the table. Ox began to identify them one by one and finally said with a smile, 20 medium quality primary poke blocks. Let follow the old rules, 50,000 each. What do you think? Lin Chen also accepted it happily. Both parties immediately transferred the money to complete the deal. Lin Chen looked at An Shan with a happy face, thinking that if it wasn't too shocking to take out more than 1,000 perfect quality poke blocks at a time, he would really like to sell some. I guess he will be called the richest man in Hangzhou soon. But Lin Chen is not stupid, not to mention whether the Hangzhou Cultivation Center can take it. Even if it can, others will doubt whether there is any secret hidden in him. At that time, let alone An Shan, even the elite level and even the champion level will be alarmed. Even if they can't find the instance of the system, it is more likely that they will regard themselves as a tool for making poke block. Lin Chen never likes to test people's heart. He prefers to nip danger in the bud. When the strength is strong enough, you can sell more and exchange for the materials needed for Pokemon. After the transaction was completed, Lin Chen calculated. In other words, although he spent 15 million this time, he still made 1 million. In total he spent 500,000 and gave away 100,000 worth of general tree fruit. Thinking about it this way, breeders really make money. An Shan was also very happy. He got so many medium quality poke blocks with a very high degree of integration, which was enough to epand a lot of high quality customers. Although it was only a primary poke block, the quality was different. The energy contained was more than 10 times the difference, and there were fewer impurities, which was more suitable for breeding Pokemon. And the rich like such good, but it's a pity that most of the time they are out of stock. As for high-quality poke blocks, it is estimated that only senior breeders can make them, but the price is extremely high. Only perfect quality. That is almost a legend. Even a master-level figure cannot make a few perfect quality poke blocks in his lifetime. That is what is called a masterpiece. It can make Pokemon absorb perfectly, and long-term consumption can also improve the qualifications of Pokemon. From this we can see how rare the perfect level is. However, no matter how hard he tried, he could not have imagined that the boy in front of him with the all-seeing eye directly made 1/200 perfect quality poke block. If it were spread out, the whole world would be shocked. However, Anshan thought to himself, sure enough, the previous investment was right. After receiving the money, the two sides exchanged a few words and Lin Chen said goodbye to Anshan. At this time the sky was already dark and the hoot hoot, which was telling time in the distance, flapped its wings, announcing that the day's work was over. The evening breeze blew over Lin Chen's bicycle, spreading the legend of the boy throughout Hangzhou. When he returned home, he found that his parents were already there. At this time on weekdays his parents should still be working overtime. Seeing Lin Chen coming back, his mother smiled gently. "Xiao Chen, you're back?" Lin Chen asked while changing his shoes. "Mom and Dad, did you get off work so early today?" The father beside him couldn't sit still and said, "The supervisor asked us to get off work early." "Son, you know you're on the news." Lin Chen smiled and said calmly, "It's just a small competition between schools. I didn't expect it to be spread to you." He didn't expect that a mere ordinary school-level league would have such a big influence. It seems that Aron's influence is still underestimated. After all, your performance is so outstanding, many people are praising you. Mother Lin smiled and said, then she brought the food to the table and said softly, "Let's eat." Only then did Lin Chen notice that the table was full of dishes, all of which were his favorite. It seemed that his mother had been busy for a long time. At the dinner table, his father told Lin Chen about the change in the supervisor's attitude in the company today and the pursuit of his colleague. Mom also said that she received calls from relatives asking about her relationship. Relatives who were not related to her at all began to contact her, hoping to visit her during the new year. Dad, who used to be serious and suffocated by life, completely dispelled the haze at this moment. Lin Chen could feel the joy in his parents' words and the feeling of being proud. Lin Chen listened to their stories carefully, looked at his parents' white temples due to long-term hard work, and said seriously, "Our life will get better and better in the future." Dad nodded and did not forget to remind him, "Don't lack off during the college entrance examination because of a little achievement." Mom hurried out to interrupt, "Look at what you said, your son is sensible." After that she said softly to Lin Chen, "Xiao Chen, just do your best in the college entrance examination, don't be stressed." Lin Chen smiled and nodded and began to taste the food made by his mother. This ordinary and warm little home is his driving force for progress. After finishing his meal with his parents, Lin Chen returned to his room to do something very important. "P.S. Please add to your collection. Please give me a monthly ticket. Please give me flowers. Please give me a review. It will be available in a few days. I promise to update more than 30,000 words. Please support me. I will give you everything you need. Xiao Kuang Baba Xiao Chen, please support me." Chapter 46. What are you thinking about? They are Pokemon. Come out. Eevee, Aron, Tijipai. Lin Chen threw out the Pokeball and 3A white light emerged and all the Pokemon appeared in front of him. Before the white light dissipated, the three Pokemon had already started to move. It was obvious that they had been in the Pokeball for too long and had long wanted to come out for some fresh air. Eevee. As soon as Eevee left the Pokeball, he couldn't wait to get close to Lin Chen and rubbed his arm with his head. Eevee raised his head, his eyes full of resentment, as if saying, the master hasn't let Eevee out for a long time." Lin Chen touched Eevee's little head and said gently, "Eevee, I'm sorry, I won't do it any time." Lin Chen was also a little embarrassed. Indeed, apart from feeding and basic training, Lin Chen has been busy purchasing and making poke blocks recently. The only friendly match on campus was when Aron was sent out to fight. Thinking of this, Lin Chen felt a little guilty and said gently, "Let's play with you guys today." Sheiji. While Lin Chen was talking, he suddenly felt a cool and round touch in his arms. He looked down and found that Tijipai was getting into his arms. Sheiji. Tijipai rolled in Lin Chen's arms, looking like he hadn't had charm for a long time and missed his master. Although he looked like a troublemaker when he first met him in the wild, after getting along for a long time, Lin Chen found that he was a clingy person. Lin Chen also touched Tijipai's head and smiled dotingly. Seeing that his master also touched Tijipai's head, Eevee was not happy at this moment and looked at Tijipai hostilely like a jealous little girl. Tijipai didn't care, just kept rubbing Lin Chen's right hand with his eggshell and gave Eevee a look of taunt. "The master's favorite baby is me." Seeing this scene, Eevee was immediately furious and couldn't help but headbutt Tijipai. Sheiji. The impact was obviously not light and Tijipai's eggshell made a crisp sound. Tijipai was knocked to the ground by the headbutt and rolled aside. Tijipai came to his senses and got angry angry all of a sudden. The 5 needles on his head stood up, and at the same time he stood up and started shaking his fingers. Cha-chi! A ray of light lit up from Tejapai's fingers and extremely powerful energy fluctuations condensed at her fingertips. The red light was like substance and the surrounding air seemed to be frozen by the powerful energy. In an instant the flying Pokemon in the forest outside the window fled one after another. A Gringy condensed in the sky and the whole sky darkened a little. A dragon shape condensed in the void as if the overlord of the sky had descended. Yee! On the other side Eevee was not to be outdone. He stood up and all the hair on his body stood up. A cyan light began to condense on his head and purple patterns flickered beside the light. The fairy wind is ready to go. Judging from the energy fluctuations, Tejapai's fingers are likely to release some extremely powerful skills which scared Lin Chen and pressed them down at once. The light on Tejapai's fingertip and the cyan wind on Eevee's head dissipated and Tejapai raised his head and looked at Lin Chen in confusion. Lin Chen gently knocked on its head and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, but he was a little scared. This situation, I'm afraid it's a Quasigid level skill. Women are really scary. When they get jealous they can unleash infinite potential. Fortunately he stopped it quickly. If it was released the whole building would probably collapse. I don't know how to explain it to my parent. Aron, who was standing by, looked at the fight between the two stupid female beasts with disdain. Jealousy for mating, how boring. At this time Aron's nose moved and smelled a strong fragrance. Lin Chen also began to prepare food for them. Aron looked at the poke blocks that Lin Chen had prepared long ago and his saliva was almost coming down. Coco. After Lin Chen calmed down the anger of the two jealous people, he noticed Aron and smiled and gave her a steel poke block and a rock poke block. Coco. Aron was very happy. He crawled to her nest with the poke blocks in his mouth, squinting his eyes while eating and enjoying it. Aron's stomach made a gurgling sound and from time to time he glanced at the Eevee and Tejapai who were fighting over there. This life is so much more comfortable than in the forest. She is too lazy to get involved in their fight. Eating is the best thing. On the other side, Lin Chen, who had just finished feeding poke blocks to Aron, was a little overwhelmed. The fight that was finally settled was due to a slight difference in the size of the poke block, so the war was ignited again. Both sides stared at each other again. Sheiji. The two armies confronted each other and prepared to go to war. Seeing this, Lin Chen frowned and said, "Be quiet." Although he is willing to pamper Pokemon, it does not mean that they can make trouble without limit. Just like Ash's Charizard, he would not Pokemon that listen to their master even lost an important game. If it were him, no matter how strong the opponent is, he would drive him away directly. And he didn't want his team to be noisy all the time or even to intensify and start infighting. Sheiji. Seeing that the master was angry, although the two sides were hostile to each other, they didn't dare to continue the confrontation. The two Pokemon could only temporarily put down the fight and crawl to one of Lin Chen's arms. Lin Chen touched the angry Eevee and then touched the glaring Tejapai, took out the Soothe Bell from the backpack and hung it on Tejapai in her surprised eyes. Sheiji. Sheiji. Tejapai rolled happily on the ground, obviously liking the gift given to her by the master. On the other side, Eevee saw this scene and suddenly froze in place and the highlight in her eyes suddenly lost. There was an invisible black gas rising from her body. Obviously she was the first to come and she was the one who got the only gift from the master. Why? First she stole the master and now she got the same Soothe Bell. Why does Tejapai always come to steal her unique things? Could it be? Is she no longer needed? Thinking of this, Eevee felt a strong fear in his heart. It was afraid. It was afraid of losing its master. If it had never seen the sun, it could endure the darkness, but after it saw it, it would rather die than return to the darkness. Thinking of this, the malice in Eevee's eyes began to rise. Lin Chen also felt the chill behind him, and when he looked back he saw Eevee, who was like a sickly girl, staring at him intently and said to himself, "Not good. This damn Shura field was created." Lin Chen reacted. Pokemons are all very intelligent, and because of her childhood experience, Eevee has been bullied by other Pokemon since she was born in the Pokemon breeding house, and no trainer is willing to take her away. Over time her personality has become withdrawn and she has always lacked a sense of security. She has always felt that Soothe Bell is unique to her, which means that she is unique in the owner's heart. However, now that she has rashly given it to Tejapai, it has hurt her heart, which may make her feel unwanted again and afraid of being abandoned again. Thinking of this, Lin Chen also blamed himself a little. He has always wanted to make Tejapai stronger but ignored Eevee's feelings. It is really wrong. Fortunately it was discovered early, otherwise Eevee might have turned evil. So Lin Chen picked up Eevee and Tejapai and said softly, "You are all my most cherished family members. I hope you can stay with me until I reach the top of this world and see the scenery at the highest point." Originally Eevee was about to go berserk. After hearing Lin Chen's words, the black air on his body disappeared, replaced by a strong sense of attachment. As long as the master does not abandon it, it will always accompany the master. Tears were rolling in Eevee's eyes and her head gently rubbed Lin Chen, which made him feel a little distressed. This little little guy really lacked a sense of security. Eevee felt the sincerity in her master's words and she calmed down in Lin Chen's arms, whispering softly. Tijipai also crawled over after hearing Lin Chen's words and got into the master's arms again. The two little guys calmed down temporarily, but there was still some dissatisfaction in the eyes of the two little guys. Lin Chen also felt a little strange. When he said this, he always had the illusion that he was talking to two girls. It always felt like a famous scene in anime, "You are all my wings." Instantly I learned it in vain. I inexplicably looked like a scumbag. Damn. Lin Chen, what are you thinking about? They are all just Pokemon. P.S. This book is updated 5 times a day, definitely more than 10,000 words. Most of the time it is 120,000 or 130,000, so it is definitely full of updates. Please support. The minimum update is 30,000 words. After it is put on the shelf, the better the performance, the more it will be updated. The world view will soon be opened. The NET step is the outdoor adventure and the road to fame of the protagonist. Please collect it. Please vote for the monthly ticket. Please give flowers. Please give evaluation vote. Chapter 47. You Are All My Wings. Family Tijipai is on the hot search. However, this thought only flashed in my mind and was dispelled by Lin Chen. Lin Chen really felt the emotions of Eevee and Tijipai. Each of them sincerely wants to be with him for the rest of his life, and each of them has already recognized him in their heart. Similarly, his intentions are also sincere. He wants Eevee and Tijipai to grow together. Only in this way can they go further in this dangerous real world. He wants to take his Pokemon to the top and see the different scenery. In Lin Chen's eyes, they are not tools to become stronger and seek benefit. As early as the moment they were willing to follow him, Lin Chen regarded them as his family, and family members need to trust each other. Lin Chen said seriously, "I hope you can always stay with me, except besides me you are each other's best companions and you can trust each other. We are a family. A family should trust each other and stay together all the time." Lin Chen's voice was not loud, but every word was extremely sincere and every word was transmitted to the hearts of Pokemon. Hearing Lin Chen's words, Eevee and Tijipai looked at each other and put away the hostility in their eyes. Lin Chen saw them like this touched Eevee's little head and explained, "Eevee, the reason why I also gave a soothe bell to Tijipai is because I hope she can grow faster so that you can all evolve earlier and fight together soon." Eevee looked into Lin Chen's eyes and felt the sincerity in her master's eyes, knowing that her master had always cared about her and taken care of her feelings. She looked at Tijipai as if she had made up her mind and then slowly stretched out her forelimb. The two little guys touched each other. Lin Chen saw this scene, smiled with relief and said, "Tijipai, why don't you show your appreciation?" Cheji. When Tijipai saw Eevee's outstretched forelimbs, she hesitated a little and looked up at Lin Chen after a pause. Cheji. She recalled that her master carefully prepared poke blocks for her every day, played with her every day, and now gave her a beautiful little bell. Tijipai did not hesitate any longer and stretched out her chubby hand. After putting their hands together, Tijipai and Eevee looked at each other and smiled at the same time. The war was able to be eliminated because Eevee and Tijipai both felt Lin Chen's sincere heart and the warmth of home. Seeing this scene, Lin Chen smiled and touched the heads of the two Pokemon and said with a smile, "That's right, we must work hard together in the future." The two Pokemon looked at their master together and responded together. Cheji. The light in Eevee's eyes returned and she called softly, rubbing her head against Lin Chen's arm. Lin Chen also told it that he would make a unique gift for it, which made Eevee really happy. Tijipai also nodded, indicating that he was very happy now. Coco. Aron, who had finished eating poke blocks, lay on the ground comfortably and called out at the right time, indicating that he would protect everyone. Yet Eevee was not happy to hear this and called out a few times, indicating that she was the big sister. "Don't forget that I was beaten up at the beginning." Roar. Aron also roared in dissatisfaction and his armor shone with a blue dread light. "If I hadn't been injured, I wouldn't have been able to beat you." Aron stood up and a stream of hot air blew out of his nose, pretending to fight with Eevee. Tijipai on the side looked like she was watching the fun and didn't mind making trouble. She kept shaking her fingers and cheering. It seemed that if she was given 2 colorful flags, she could be a Pokemon cheerleader. Lin Chen flicked her forehead and said unhappily, "Why are you still adding fuel to the fire while watching the fun?" After saying that, he rubbed Tijipai's nose with his finger. Seeing that the owner was so intimate with Tijipai, Eevee and Aron were unhappy all of a sudden, and the spearhead instantly turned to Tijipai. The little guys started to make a fuss again, but this time there was a little more tacit understanding and mutual bonds were slowly being born. Lin Chen on the side also smiled when he saw this scene. Ding! Just as they were making a fuss, an information alert sounded, and Lin Chen, who heard the alert sound, turned on his phone. A post that was soaring in popularity was pinned to the top, and it had already been ranked in the top 30 of Hangzhou's hot searches, and it was still climbing. There were many people pouring in madly under the post, and the number of replies continued to increase. Lin Chen Chen took a look and was stunned. After reading the title, there were a group of people replying below. I also felt that powerful energy and the sky turned dark over here. Could it be that a wild Royal 3 appeared? Don't be silly, upstairs. Can Royal 3 have such energy fluctuations? I think it might be some mysterious Pokemon that has never been discovered. It seems that someone saw a dragon-shaped one. Maybe it's a dragon-type Pokemon. I've already set out waiting to capture it. Only you can capture it. The energy fluctuation scared all the flying Pokemon around. They all ran away. Don't lose your life there. There were more and more posts and the screen was refreshed very quickly. Lin Chen was gradually unable to keep up, but the only thing he could be sure of was that there was really a powerful mysterious Pokemon nearby. Lin Chen was a little surprised. It seemed that the location was not far away. It seemed that a mysterious Pokemon appeared. This mysterious Pokemon that came to the door should not be missed. What kind of Pokemon could it be? The energy fluctuation could attract so many people's attention, and even Hangzhou City was on the hot search. Thinking of this, Lin Chen picked up his coat and prepared to take the Pokemon out. He opened his phone again and checked the approximate location analysis under the post. It should be near number 8 middle school, maybe near Hiedi Street. Lin Chen always felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't put his finger on it. At this moment he caught a glimpse of Tijipai, who was still cheering for Eevee and Aron and shaking his finger. It dawned on him in an instant. Lin Chen couldn't help but complain. Fuck, this is my home. Tijipai, look at what you've done. It is estimated that soon a group of curious people will come here to look for the powerful and mysterious Pokemon that does not exist at all. And the source of everything is Tijipai's finger-shaking skill just now. Fortunately I stopped it early, otherwise the official might come to the door. The Emperor of Europe is really too scary. Lin Chen helplessly held his forehead and sighed. Look at my hot search physique. Seeing Lin Chen's appearance, the 3 Pokemon had already stopped playing and they all thought that something had happened to their master, and they all surrounded the master to comfort the master. Kakacheji. Lin Chen looked at the worried look of the 3 Pokemon in front of him. He touched the little heads of the 3 Pokemon, showed a relieved smile and said, in this world I can have your company. It's great. P.S. a new day net. I will go to the wild. Please collect. Please vote for the monthly ticket. Please give flowers. Please give evaluation vote. Chapter 48. The Great Demon King once again went to Celadon Rainbow Forest. After the campus-friendly match, a new round of courses began in the following days. The new courses have changed a lot from the previous one. Previously they were mainly based on the basic knowledge of Pokemon, supplemented by simulated actual combat, such as teaching about the attribute restraint between Pokemon in battle and the knowledge explanation of the evolution of various Pokemon. But now that all students have received their own Pokemon, the NET course will be based on actual combat, and the main course is how to raise Pokemon. After returning to school, Lin Chen rejected the principal's proposal to transfer him to the experimental class of number 8 middle school. Although the experimental class has better resources, it is close to the college entrance examination and the courses are mainly practical. There is no need to cause trouble. In addition, the campus where the experimental class is located is too far from his home, so Lin Chen did not agree to go to the experimental class of number 8 middle school. After all, in Lin Chen's opinion, the effect of fighting with students in the experimental class may not be much different from that of fighting with students in the ordinary class. Anyway, it's a big beating. Therefore Lin Chen continued to go to the ordinary class of number 8 middle school and practice every day. Some simple battles, of course the record is victory without exception. Every time Aron was released, the opponent's Pokemon lost the will to fight and they could only fight a few simple moves, and then they hastily admitted defeat. Aron was quite happy. After all, he could stand out, show his strength and get some fresh air. Every time he returned home, Aron would show off with Eevee and Tijipai, and the other 2 Pokemon were so envious that they kept circling around Lin Chen begging their owner to let them out to fight. But both of them were Lin Chen's trump cards, so he chose to hide it and let Aron attract attention. In this way, when it comes to important games, when someone deliberately targets Aron, Tijipai and Eevee will become the key to breaking the game. On the other hand, in school, although Lin Chen has become a small internet celebrity after the campus-friendly match fermented on the internet, he has also become a small celebrity. There was also a small episode during the period when Lin Chen just arrived at the school training ground that day Li Feng had been waiting for him here. Seeing Lin Chen coming in, Li Feng seemed to have made up his mind and said seriously, Lin Chen, fight with me. Lin Chen glanced at Li Feng's eyes, which were full of determination. It seemed that he was going to defeat his inner demon. Lin Chen nodded and the two came to the center of the training ground. Li Feng threw out the Pokeball. Come out, Bulbasaur. Lin Chen also summoned Aron and then used the All-Seeing Eye to look at Li Feng's Bulbasaur. It actually reached the SITH level. You should know that this Bulbasaur just reached the 5th level half a month ago. Not everyone has the big hands of Lin Chen's strict training plus Pokeblock as a meal training method. It seems that Li Feng has also gone through a hard training, but such a training method is actually squeezing the potential of Pokemon. Only scientific training method can minimize the potential of each Pokemon. The outcome of the battle is of course imaginable, and naturally Aron beat him. Grass type hit Steel type and hits with his head. However, Lin Chen has always admired Li Feng's diligence. After so many fights they can be regarded as friends. After the battle, Lin Chen patted Li Feng on the shoulder and said softly, "Too much is as bad as too little." Li Feng was stunned when he heard this. It took him a long time to come back to his senses. He said loudly to Lin Chen's departing back, "Thank you." Lin Chen did not look back but raised his left hand and waved it in the direction behind him. Lin Chen knew that with Li Feng's IQ he should be able to understand what he meant. In the days that followed, the popularity of the internet came and went quickly. At the beginning people came to interview every day and students from other classes came to watch. Later there were a large number of challengers from other high schools who wanted to step on Lin Chen to get to the top. It's a pity that they were all beaten by Aron and couldn't even break the defense. A few there are several geniuses who can't last more than 3 rounds. As the number of battles increases, Lin Chen has a nickname in school, the Big Devil. After all, every battle of his is an absolute crushing victory, and he will also force others to thank him. Regardless of gender, all are killed in seconds. Even a beauty like Chu Zener was crushed without mercy and was beaten to doubt life. Like a demon king, it makes people desperate. Over time the number of challengers has decreased. After all, no one likes to be abused unilaterally. For this, Lin Chen is also happy to be idle. When the paparazzi can't dig out more news, the heat naturally drops and Lin Chen basically returns to normal life. It's not that he is surrounded by people all day long. The outside world only remembers that there is a genius in number 8 middle school who has an alien Aron. In addition, only people around him will know how terrifying Lin Chen is. In addition, there are also benefits, that is, there are many more female fans. Lin Chen felt that he could often see girls peeking at him at school, and sometimes they would blush for no reason. The only thing that made him feel sorry was, girls are too timid nowadays. Why don't they take the initiative to communicate with him in depth? If they come, he can show them. Big Aron. The peaceful days passed by like a white horse, and the hourglass of time kept passing by. In the blink of an eye, more than half a month had passed. During this half month after school, every day Lin Chen would implement a series of training plans that had been formulated long ago and plan the cooperation tactics between the 3 Pokemon. In between each set of training, Poke Blocks would be used to replenish physical strength and enhance potential, and the strength of the 3 Pokemon was growing rapidly. During the day they rested in the Poke Ball, and at night they carried out the special training formulated by Lin Chen for them. The scientific training plus the supply of Poke Blocks is still very effective. Aron directly reached the peak of the 9th level of entry, only 1 step away from the superior level, but with her size and defense even ordinary superior level Pokemon are no match for her. Tijipai has also reached the 9th level of entry, and with her European style finger wagging, even superior level Pokemon will be beaten by her. Eevee has entered the 8th level of entry and is only 1 step away from crossing the threshold to the 9th level of entry. When Eevee learned that Tijipai and Aron were stronger than her, she was annoyed and trained alone, and it seemed that she was determined to compete with the other 2 Pokemon. After this period of training and the accumulation of Poke Block, the 3 Pokemon have made great progress in their own strength, and they are all capable of fighting against superior level Pokemon. In other words, Lin Chen has 3 Pokemon comparable to superior level Pokemon in his hands. With such strength he is considered the top even in the school, and even ordinary teachers are no longer his opponent. Therefore Lin Chen also felt that it was meaningless to stay in school any longer, and staying in school was just a waste of time. After becoming famous in the last friendly match, the school was more tolerant of Lin Chen, so Lin Chen went directly to teacher Lin Qingguan and asked for leave to go out for training. After listening to her teacher, Lin Qingguan thought about it and agreed, but just reminded, be careful. Lin Chen nodded in agreement, so he took 3 Pokemon and rode his beloved bicycle to Celadon Rainbow Forest again. PS, as for the heroine, everyone knows about it and there will be harems and so on. Chu Zener is just a tool person. Some things can't be said more. Cough cough cough. Please support. Chapter 49. Mysterious Forest Ranger. The hunt begins. Please collect. Please provide data. After making all preparations, Lin Chen went to Celadon Rainbow Forest again. Before entering the wild he attracted a lot of attention along the way. However, most people just looked at Lin Chen curiously and no one came to disturb him. After all, he was just a little internet celebrity who had passed his prime. Before he could bring the goods, he died halfway. Lin Chen also liked this quiet atmosphere. He rode his bicycle towards the morning sun and soon arrived at the entrance of Celadon Rainbow Forest. As soon as he arrived here, he saw that the ranger's hut was still standing there like a lighthouse, watching the returning ships, conscientiously pointing the way for the returning knees. At this time the ranger Lao Dai was already training his sand shrew. The yellow scales on this sand shrew looked very shiny and its eyes was slightly larger than that of ordinary sand shrews. It looked quite powerful. At this time the sand shrew was doing reaction training. Lao Dai held one throwing knife after another in his hand and threw the throwing knives at the sand shrew. Whoosh! The swift flying knife shot towards sand shrew. This sand shrew was obviously well trained and dodged every flying knife skillfully until old Dai threw the last flying knife. Orberg was facing the flying knife and was about to be hit. Turn around and pull the tail. The action was smooth and flowing. The metal flying knife was pulled by sand shrew's tail and instantly broke into pieces. Lin Chen could clearly see that at the moment when sand shrew hit the flying knife its tail flashed with white light. Lin Chen nodded in approval and thought, Orberg used his tail very fleibly and obviously had rich combat experience. How long have you been here? Old Dai stopped his movements when he saw Lin Chen coming and wiped his sweat with the towel hanging around his neck. Sand shrew stood behind old Dai obediently. Lin Chen stopped his bike net to the cabin and said to Lao Dai with a smile, Uncle Dai, long time no see, this sand shrew look very strong. Lao Dai scratched his head and smiled. After all, we have to protect this forest. This Celadon Rainbow Forest has never been peaceful. My old friend has helped me repel many poachers. After that Lao Dai touched sand shrew's head and the latter raised his head proudly. Seeing Lin Chen come to Celadon Rainbow Forest again, Lao Dai was a little surprised and laughed heartily. Thinking of the note Lin Chen left when he left last time, he praised, brother, you are the first person to report safety to me. Lin Chen smiled and replied, Uncle Dai helped me prepare so many props before entering Celadon Rainbow Forest, so I have to report safety to you. Lin Chen's humility made Lao Dai feel a little relieved. He touched his beard and said, brother, you have been very popular recently. It has been spread all over the internet. You are the trainer of the alien overlord Aron. I watched that game specially. It was very exciting. Lao Dai continued to praise while speaking. Young people are formidable. You will definitely become a powerful trainer in the future. Lin Chen smiled and returned the gift and then asked, Uncle Dai, I want to buy some more poke balls and tools for outdoor exploration. Lin Chen came here this time to go deeper into Celadon Rainbow Forest to see if there are better treasure chests. Old Dai smiled and replied, of course there are many, but I am curious about your overlord Aron. If it is convenient for me to see it, I can give you a 10% discount. Of course. Lin Chen smiled and nodded. Anyway, it has been e-posted online, so it doesn't matter if people see it offline again. What's more, there is a discount, so he will not refuse. Of course, all the prop and items here are cheap and of good quality. If the purchase volume is large enough, a 10% discount can save a lot of e-penses. Life is really not easy. Aron is performing. A white light flashed and Lin Chen called Aron. Aron thought he was out to fight other Pokemon in the school again, and he had already posed as soon as he came out. Roar! The blue dread armor shone with luster and the deep blue eyes were full of murderous intent. But Aron did not stand on the ground but supported his body with his hind legs, revealing his strong belly. The huge body and domineering appearance looked extremely shocking. The posture made Lin Chen couldn't help but hold his forehead. This is too much love to show off. More like a performance. Seeing the surrounding scene clearly, Aron snorted and strongly condemned her master's behavior of asking her to perform. She lay back and ignored Lin Chen. Sand Shrew, who was standing by, was also curious when she saw the huge Aron, but Aron's blue dread armor looked too fierce. Sand Shrew had to stay far away and dared not approach her. In order to let Lao Dai see Aron more clearly, Lin Chen had to bend down and whisper in Aron's ear, add a steel poke block tonight, Coco. In an instant Aron jumped up as if he had been injected with chicken blood and even approached Lao Dai so that he could see himself clearly. Seeing the harmonious relationship between Lin Chen and Aron, Lao Dai smiled with relief and stretched out his left hand to touch Aron's head. Aron had never seen a prosthesis before and stared at Lao Dai's left hand curiously. Old Dai smiled with satisfaction. It's really well cultivated. His eyes were full of complete with satisfaction, joy, and more of a kind of nostalgia. At this time Lin Chen was already selecting various exploration tools in the forest ranger's hut. The props prepared by Old Dai were more and more dazzling and more complete than the last time. From powerful insect repellent to honey fruit syrup that can attract beadrill and even tents and sleeping bag that can be spent in the forest overnight, everything is available. Not long after Lin Chen finished selecting, and Old Dai also gave Lin Chen the agreed discount and also wiped off the change. After the purchase, Lin Chen also planned to enter the Celadon Rainbow Forest. Old Dai looked at Lin Chen, who was about to leave, and he said softly, by the way, there are a lot of rats in Celadon Rainbow Forest recently. Lin Chen paused, nodded and replied, got it. It seemed like a meaningless conversation. Most people would only think that the rats here were Rattata when they heard this. Lin Chen smiled without saying anything and looked at Old Dai meaningfully. This old forest ranger doesn't seem to be that simple. After After saying goodbye to old Dai and preparing to leave the moment he turned around, the smile on Lin Chen's mouth disappeared and a trace of cold murderous intent appeared in his eyes. There are indeed a lot of rat. Now there are several following him. Chapter 50. The 12 red moons are coming. Who is the prey? In fact, since he just left the city, Lin Chen has felt that someone is following him. Unlike the curious eyes of others, their eyes are full of malice. The further you go into the wild, the more frequent the sight becomes and even turns into murderous intent. Although this group of people hides very secretly, their tracking skills are superb enough and they have always maintained a safe distance, but they can't hide from Lin Chen's all-knowing eyes. It can be inferred that this is definitely an organized and prepared criminal gang. Lin Chen immediately thought of the many pieces of information on the internet before, as well as the black market bounty order that the principal and teacher reminded him of. The alien Aron has a bounty of 3 million in the black market plus the Sooth Bell and the $1 million bonus he got. It is estimated that many people have regarded him as a fat sheep. It is not difficult to guess that this group of rats who followed him should be bounty hunters who want to snatch Aron. These guys are hyenas and venomous snakes living in the dark. Once they find an opportunity, they will deliver a fatal blow and tear flesh. The outcome is uncertain. Life and death are unpredictable. Lin Chen sneered in his heart, but on the surface he remained calm. After placing his bicycle, he continued to move towards the depths of the Celadon Rainbow Forest. Behind him there were about 3 people. After seeing that there were no other people around Lin Chen, the strong malice could no longer be contained and could erupt at any time. Want to take action? Lin Chen's mouth corners rose, but he would not let them catch up so easily. He flashed into the bushes and quickly left them behind after taking a few small paths according to his memory. Shortly after Lin Chen disappeared, the 3 people who had lost their target quickly met up, all wearing black hooded clothes with a red moon mark on them. One of the hooded men raised his head with a terrifying scar on his face and said in a hoarse voice, "Damn, this kid ran pretty fast, but I lost him." Another man took off his hood and a silver-haired old man looked old and said softly, "Maybe he was noticed. This kid has a keen sense." While speaking, the other 2 shut up and he was the leader. Another thin man said viciously, "Boss, how about we ambush near the entrance of Celadon Rainbow Forest?" The scarred man responded, "Yes, boss." The silver-haired old man pondered for a while and said slowly, "That is indeed a good place to start, but that will easily attract the attention of the Alliance and attract the pursuit of the prosecutor. You are a mad dog." Just when the 3 people were having a headache about how to hunt Lin Chen, they didn't know that a figure had been watching them in the shade for a long time. That's right. After Lin Chen shook them off, he didn't go far but waited for them to appear. As expected, the 3 of them got together to discuss the NET plan. At this time, Lin Chen had quietly followed them and knew their identities. The International Pokemon Poaching Group, one of the evil organizations that Xiaoguo offered a bounty on. 12 Red Moon, and the mark was the Red Moon Group on them. The 12 Red Moons is an evil organization wanted by Xiaoguo. The organization is notorious and often uses any means to achieve its goals. Murder and arson are just commonplace and notorious. Their targets are usually those rare Pokemon. They specialize in hunting and plundering precious Pokemon and then put them on the black market and sell them at high prices to make a profit. Just like hyenas, they will appear wherever there is a wind. The core figures of the 12 Red Moons are 12 people known as the 12 leaders. According to the records that can be found at present, they are 12 quasi-elites, each of whom is a quasi-elite with at least 1 elite-level combat power. There are even rumors that there is a mysterious Blood Moon leader above the 12 Red Moons who is an elite-level powerhouse, but the specific information is unknown. After all, in the eyes of most people, an elite-level instance can receive courtesy and obtain a lot of resources in any country. How could it be possible to join a small poaching group? However, what Lin Chen cares about is that these 3 people should be official members of the 12 Red Moon. Lin Chen opened the eye of all-knowing and a purple mysterious pattern appeared in his eyes and then swept across the pokeballs on the waist of the 3 people. A large amount of information poured in and the energy intensity in the pokeball was fed back to Lin Chen's mind. Although it is impossible to know what Pokemon it is, it can be roughly known that each of them has a superior level Pokemon and a few entry-level ordinary Pokemon. Lin Chen sneered, "What a big battle. In order to deal with me, 3 superior level trainers were dispatched. If 3 superior level Pokemon cooperate well, they can even surround and kill a mid-level trainer. It seems that they are determined to get Aron. If it were an ordinary person who encountered this situation, it would be a dead end. After all, although Aron can challenge the superior level, he is not strong enough to fight 3 alone. Even if it is really superior, a rare level trainer coming here is also in a life or death situation. If there is no trump card, it is definitely a dead end." But unfortunately, the trump card in Lin Chen's hand is not just an Aron. Lin Chen smiled and touched Aron beside him. "It seems that you are quite popular. The recent battles in school are too boring. Today I will let you fight to your heart content." Roar! Aron roared in agreement. Her armor began to tremble and the power accumulated under the armor began to be eager to try. After hiding her strength for so long, today she finally needs to reveal her trump card. The information you see is always what I let you see, and what you can't see you will never see again. Lin Chen gently tapped the poke ball on his waist and said softly, Eevee Tijipai, it's time for you to stretch your muscles. The two poke balls on his waist shook a little. It seems that Eevee and Tijipai are already a little impatient. Lin Chen said softly, don't worry, it's your battlefield. Net poke ball also quieted down. In the long-term relationship they have cultivated a high tacit understanding. Lin Chen's eyes were cast on the three people in the distance again. Although they regarded themselves as prey, he also regarded them as prey. After all, the bounty of each of the 12 leaders in the 12 red moons is more than 8 million, and the bounty of the formal members of the organization is also 500,000. The bounty will be increased according to the crime. In the eyes of others they are evil wolves, but in the eyes of Lin Chen they are walking soft sister RMB. When they are solved and the bounty is taken, with this money it is enough to buy a lot of supplies and accelerate the growth of Pokemon. Thinking of this, Lin Chen determined the plan in his heart. A trace of murderous intent flashed in his eyes and then patted Aron beside him and gave an order. Aron, use Rock Tomb. PS, please collect. Please vote for the monthly ticket. Please give flowers. Please give evaluation vote. Chapter 51, Killing Superior Level Pokemon. Instantly coming like a demon. Roar. After hearing Lin Chen's command, Aron roared, and at the same time she raised her head, stomped her hind legs on the ground, and 4 stone slabs peeled off the ground and then shot forward in a mouth shape, sweeping away in an instant, and the target was the 3 members of the 12 red members poaching group in front of them. On the other side, the 3 members of the 12 red moon poaching group were just about to make up their minds and plan to ambush at the entrance of Celadon Rainbow Forest by force, waiting for Lin Chen's arrival and then take action to eliminate him and complete the mission. Before they could move forward, a black shadow in the sky blocked their sight. In an instant the 3 people's eyes went dark. Years of performing bounty missions have given them a keen sense of perception. The 3 people immediately sensed the danger, and before they could see the flying object clearly, their bodies had already started to move and they hurriedly dodged. The silver-haired old man in the lead reacted the fastest. Although he looked old, he actually had the most sensitive intuition about danger. He shouted, "Get out of the way!" At the same time he paused and stepped back suddenly, barely avoiding the attack of the stone slab. The frightened silver-haired old man looked at his companion. At the critical moment, Scarface kicked with one leg and his body got out of the narrow gap under the stone slab at an extremely tricky angle and fell to the ground. Help! The thin man was not so lucky. He failed to react. When he looked up at the sky, the remaining stone slabs came towards him. It was too late to dodge. He was smashed into a meat paste on the spot and the scene was extremely bloody. At the beginning of the game, the Scarface and the silver-haired old man, who were still in shock, slowly stood up from the ground. Both of them looked ugly. They didn't expect that someone would ambush them here. They were secretly plotted. They were not sad about the death of the thin man, for the 12 red moons' feelings were unnecessary. Completing the bounty mission was their goal. As for the death of the people around them, they didn't care. They were all people who licked blood on the tip of the knife. The word companion seemed a bit childish. Benefits were what they were chasing. At this time both of them knew that the person who could ambush them here knew it even without saying it. It was definitely the target this time. Lin Chen. Rock Tomb just happened to be the famous ability of the alien Aron. Now that they knew who was making trouble, they were relieved. It was still easy to deal with a mere young boy. He was just ambushed just now. Both of them looked forward vigilantly. Lin Chen was walking slowly with Aron. They looked at each other and paid special attention to the skill sneak attack in the NET battle. They didn't expect that they were hiding so secretly, but they were still discovered by the other party. But now the most important thing is to deal with the boy in front of them and take Aron away to get the bounty. At this time the silver-haired old man looked at Lin Chen, who was walking from a distance, and then looked greedily at Aron beside Lin Chen and said to Scarface, "Scar, I thought someone was sharing the bounty with us, but now with the 2 of us we can still eat this." Aron steadily. Scarface also showed a greedy smile. He glanced at the huge stone slab behind him and said with some fear, "I almost died here, but if you survive a disaster you will have good fortune in the future. Hurry up and catch this alien Aron to claim the bounty." Just as the 2 of them were communicating, they directly summoned their Pokemon at the same time. 2 white light flashed past and a powerful aura rushed towards them. Before their Pokemon appeared, Lin Chen quickly gave the order, "Rock Tomb." But even when they were summoning Pokemon, they did not relish their vigilance at all. The 2 of them acted almost at the same time as Aron. The moment the 2 stone slabs fell from the sky, they had already rolled to avoid the Rock Tomb. The moment the stone slab fell from the sky, smoke and dust billowed and the terrifying concussive power spread out. Aron also took this opportunity to hide in the smoke and dust for a few hours. Seeing that Aron was missing, Scarface did not not panic but continued to sneer. Do you think sneak attacks can succeed twice? You can hide but your master can't. After saying that, he looked into the depths of the forest with bloodthirsty eyes as if his opinion was a winner. Court death. The silver-haired old man also snorted and started to retreat. From the two rock tombs just now he could roughly judge Aron's position through the attack distance of rock tomb. As long as you are out of attack range you are not afraid of being attacked by the opponent during the battle. It was only then that their Pokemon appeared. Precisely. Roar. The Scarface Pokemon is a monster with a big mouth and a ferocious appearance. There is a pair of sharp fangs in the huge mouth. It seems that it has swallowed many Pokemon. The Pokemon of the silver-haired old man is a Houndoom. The horns on Houndoom's head are large and curved. The lower limbs have 3 toes with sharp claws. There are 2 bone-like objects on the ankles and there is a long one that looked like an inverted triangle. The long tail is like a hell dog, extremely vicious. Lin Chen looked at these 2 Pokemon cautiously. You must know that they are all second stage evolution Pokemon which are bound to be different from the opponents he fought before. Lin Chen began to formulate tactics in his mind in order to defeat the enemy in the most reliable way. Then Scarface gave the order Golbat use ultrasound. The silver-haired old man also quickly gave the order Houndoom use odor sleuth. Golbat screamed and the sound wave spread out invisibly with itself as the center of the circle. As long as Golbat heard the echo he could determine Aron's position. On the other side Houndoom roared and his nose began to twitch. Through odor sleuth he could accurately find the enemy's location. As long as Lin Chen is found he is a caged bird and can be killed at will. But the moment Houndoom raised his head because the smell came from the top of his head. However, the moment he raised his head a black shadow descended and the huge alien Aron fell directly from the sky like a meteorite falling, coming with a huge force. Boom! With a loud noise Aron completely suppressed Houndoom and then stepped hard into the ground. Ouch! Houndoom wailed after being hit hard. All the bones in his body were crushed instantly. Bone spurs pierced the skin and a large amount of blood spurted out instantly. He fell to the ground, his eyes dimmed and he looked like he only had one breath left. And Aron's terrifying weight turned into a shock wave spreading out with Aron's landing point as the center. Boom! The terrifying power swept across all directions in an instant. Wherever it spread the earth shattered and the 2 poaching group members were also blown away. Roar! Aron stepped on Houndoom's head and the bloody armor was stained with blood. It's like a demon god who came out of ancient time. P.S. The 5th update, please collect it. Asking for a monthly ticket. Please give me flowers. Asking for rating vote. Chapter 52 The Power of the Most Powerful Overlord, the trump card of the 12 Red Moon. Please collect it. Please collect data. And at Aron's feet Houndoom was struggling at Aron's feet. Ouch! It was vomiting blood profusely and its 2 hind legs had been completely broken, twisting in an extremely weird posture. White bones could be seen from the broken parts of the severed limb. Houndoom! The silver-haired old man's eyes showed a bloodthirsty light and he saw that his main Pokemon was almost dying and his eyes were about to split. He didn't know how much energy and money he spent to cultivate Houndour and finally advanced him to superior level and then evolved into Houndoom. Relying on it I finally became an official member of the 12 Red Moon. Once Houndoom dies my status will plummet and the future will be really dark. When the time comes it may not be the enemy who kills you, it may very well be the Scar Net to you. Thinking of this a fierce look flashed in the eyes of the silver-haired old man. He stretched his hand to his waist, quickly took out another Pokeball and shouted, "Come out Guedud and kill him." A flash of white light flashed. Guedud fists struck each other making a bang bang sound and then he charged towards Lin Chen, looking at the posture as if he was going to hammer Lin Chen into a pulp. Even though the main Pokemon was severely damaged the old man did not lose his mind. He knew that as long as Guedud attacked Lin Chen he would save the enemy. Aron, who was eager to save his master, had to return to defense. This would not only save Houndoom but also oppose Aron's laws. They were different from the students in the school and had rich combat experience. Guedud used the headbutt. Guedud stretched his hands back, rushed forward and headbutted Lin Chen. Lin Chen was not panicked. The all-knowing pupil in his eyes was full of energy and kept transferring. At this time he had completely analyzed the attacking Guedud and had mastered all the information. Guedud, who was only at the entry level 7, dared to be so presumptuous. Roar! Before Guedud approached Lin Chen a huge roar was deafening. This was not a skill but Aron's roar. However, after the roar, like an ancient beast, Guedud fighting spirit suddenly stagnated and the fighting spirit disappeared without a trace and he trembled under Aron's roar. Seeing this the silver-haired old man and the scarred face suddenly turned black and the silver-haired old man even spit out a few words coldly. Useless thing. Damn it, a roar can actually have such a deterrent power. It can make Guedud, who is at the entry level of the 7th level, lose his fighting spirit. Is it true that the information that Aron is only at the entry level of the 9th level is true? A strong sense of crisis rose from the heart of the silver-haired old man, knowing that the NET battle will be a fierce battle. battle. Worthy of being a tactical genius, it is really difficult. Damn it. On the other side, the scarred face also had an ugly face. All this happened between the sparklet, and the battle situation has completely turned to Lin Chen's side. Golbat use ultrasonic waves. Ultrasonic waves can not only detect the enemy's traces but also interfere with the enemy. As long as they can rescue Houndoom, they will still have the strength to fight. But before Golbat could speak, a sound wave attack that seemed to be real directly enveloped Golbat, and the ultrasonic wave was forced to be interrupted. Scarface's face changed and he said in shock, disarming voice. Before he could react, a yellow figure like lightning had already attacked Golbat. Golbat was unable to dodge and was directly knocked away, hitting the tree hard, stirring up clouds of dust. When the figure slowly stopped, Scarface could really see clearly. The Pokemon that came was Eevee. After Eevee stood still, he looked at the silver-haired old man and Scarface coldly, and the cold murderous intent on his face had quietly emerged. All those who hurt their master must die. At this time, Lin Chen did not even take a step back and nodded to Eevee. Eevee, you did a good job. Eevee. Hearing the master's words, Eevee was very happy and the power in her body was quietly flowing, ready to sucker punch the enemy at any time. She wanted to show her master her progress. This Eevee was actually cured. Damn, are all the intelligence department trash? The silver-haired old man and the scarred face were shocked, and only then did they realize that their intelligence was too far behind. This lame Eevee was actually cured and his strength was extremely powerful, close to the superior level. What kind of monster is this kid? Not only does he have a powerful alien Pokemon Aron, but even this Eevee who has been trained step by step is so powerful. You know, it's only been more than half a month since he received the Earl Dervish Pokemon. If he is given more time, wouldn't he have the hope of becoming a professional level or even elite? Thinking of this, the two people's murderous intent rose in their hearts. Such a genius must not be allowed to leave alive. However, the current situation is extremely disadvantageous. After being attacked by Eevee's quick attack, Golbat has not completely lost his combat power, but he has been seriously injured. As for other entry-level Pokemon, they can't even form effective combat power, and releasing them is a waste of death. If this continues, they will all die. Thinking of this, the silver-haired old man frowned, scanned the battlefield, and thought about whether there was a way to change the situation. If there is no chance, should he abandon Houndoom and Scarface and leave here? At this time he was thinking in his mind while scanning the entire battlefield. Suddenly he saw the Pokeball that fell net to the skinny body, and the skinny Pokemon was originally the trump card prepared for this battle, and it was also a fighting Pokemon specially used to target Lin Chen's Aron. You know, Aron is 4 times weaker than fighting. No matter how fierce it is, it can't resist the bombardment of fighting skills. However, the battle happened very suddenly. They were attacked before they could react. They lost their men in an instant. The urgent situation made them unable to take care of themselves. However, as long as they could summon this Pokemon, the situation would be reversed again. Although the silver-haired old man was panicking, his feet were moving quietly. It seemed that he was preparing to escape, but in fact he was approaching the thin man's body step by step. 10 meters, 8 meters, SI meters, just a little bit more. The silver-haired old man's heart almost rose to his throat, and at this time Eevee's ears moved. He was always alert to the thin man. The Eevee of Golbat on the other side noticed this place. 4 meters, 3 meters, 2 meters. Eevee. At the moment when the silver-haired old man suddenly threw himself back, Eevee noticed his movement and reacted immediately. A cyan wind swept forward quickly, and the target was the Pokeball that the silver-haired old man was trying to catch. In an instant the fairy wind swept over, and the silver-haired old man was hit on the wrist by the fairy wind and his palm was cut off. A lot of blood gushed out from the broken wrist and the Pokeball fell to the ground again. But even so, the silver-haired old man was still smiling, covering his broken hand, his eyes full of crazy murderous intent, and laughed. Ha ha ha, it's too late, the net is your death. As he said, he slammed the switch of the Pokeball with his foot. Lin Chen still looked calm and even saw this scene, the corners of his mouth lightly raised. Everything is under control. Click. White light is released. Fairy wind swept through the smoke and dust. The terrifying aura spread and a powerful figure appeared. P.S. Now it has exceeded 120,000 words, but in order to thank the readers for their continued support, one more free chapter will be updated later, and then it will be put on the shelves at 12 noon. Please support. Please subscribe. The better the results, the more motivation the author has to write, and the more explosive chapters will be released with a minimum of 30,000 words. Chapter 53, Powerful Fighting Pokemon Overlord Aron Evolution. Please collect. Please support. When the smoke and dust slowly dissipated, the powerful figure finally revealed his true face. Primeape. The silver-haired old man who saw this scene, although he felt severe pain in his wrist, still showed a sinister smile. He wanted to make the boy in front of him die without a burial place. The revenge of a broken wrist. Repay with blood. The silver-haired old man turned his gaze back to the battlefield. After seeing Primeape's Primeape's figure clearly. He smiled. The strong body of Primeape in front of him had actually reached the middle level of superior. He sneered in his heart. It seems that this skinny guy has long been eyeing his position as the boss. This wave of pent-up moves is really a surprise. It's a pity that the dead man has no chance to climb up. Unlike Royal 3's Chimchar evolution, Primeape is a ferocious Pokemon derived from Mankey evolution. When it was the first form Mankey, its personality was extremely irritable. It would fight if it didn't agree with it. After evolution it became even worse. The reason why it is called the trump card is that Primeape is a fighting type which just restrains Aron's rock and steel types. Even Lin Chen frowned and got the result under the sweep of the all-knowing eyes. This Primeape has actually reached the middle level of superior, divided into beginner, intermediate, advanced and P. Fortunately it sneaked up and killed its trainer in advance, otherwise it would be really troublesome. Yagia! Primeape roared, and then it found that its trainer was dead and it was summoned by someone else. It scanned the surroundings and stared at Aron. Judging from the death of its master, it could only be caused by the guy in front of it. The silver-haired old man also took the opportunity to say, yes, it was it that killed your master. Yagia, Yagia! Primeape's face was very ugly when he heard it, and the murderous intent in his eyes was boiling. He punched his chest with both fists, and at the same time his knees were slightly bent, and he suddenly shot out and killed Aron. A deep footprint appeared on the ground where he had just stood. Boom! Primeape is worthy of being a superior intermediate fighting Pokemon. It moves as fast as lightning. It quickly approaches Aron with a flash. The speed is so fast that it is almost impossible to see clearly. Yagia! After getting close to Aron, the furious Primeape immediately used a series of fighting skills. Cross chop over shoulder throw, crazy fury swipes, down kick. Under the fierce attack of the irritable Primeape, a series of terrifying fighting skills were used, crazily bursting out with terrifying power. Roar! Even though Aron's defense was extremely strong, it was still a bit uncomfortable facing such extreme attribute restraint and level gap. The violent shock made his eyes redder. For a moment Aron could only defend further, his armor flashing with blue dread luster, ready to find flaws in the gap of attack at any time. Yagia! Primeape dodged again, his hands crossed in a cross shape. His figure had already fallen behind Aron and a cross chop was launched again. Now, Aron, who had a high combat awareness, immediately seized the flaw in Primeape's attack and pushed the ground hard with his back foot. The ground cracked instantly, and the aftermath of the shock tended all the way. Primeape, who was originally attacking with all his strength, suddenly lost his balance and his cross lash was interrupted. Roar! Seizing the opportunity, Aron roared, turned around and rushed towards the unstable Primeape. This attack was powerful and heavy, like a chariot rolling over. If a direct hit would definitely cause heavy damage to Primeape. But Primeape is indeed a superior mid-level fighting Pokemon. It has strong fighting skills. Its legs are slightly bent and its hands are wrapped around Aron's armor. At the moment when it was about to be knocked out, it used its legs to relieve the force and actually took the tackle. Great, this time it's saved. The silver-haired old man and Scarface were overjoyed when they saw this scene. As long as they could deal with Aron, there would only be one Eevee left. Facing the double attack of Golbat and Primeape, two superior Pokemon, it would be unable to fight back and die. The battle between Primeape and Aron continued. For a while the two sides went back and forth. The horrible aftermath of the battle rolled up clouds of dust, and the two sides also broke trees as they fought. For a moment Aron and Primeape were fighting hard, and Eevee had already started to approach the battlefield at high speed, wanting to help Aron. On the other side, the silver-haired old man and Scar-faced man certainly couldn't let Eevee break the situation, and Scar-faced man immediately issued an order. Golbat, use air slash. His Golbat, who had just been knocked away by quick attack, had returned to the battlefield at this time. Seeing that Eevee wanted to support the battlefield, he immediately let out a hissing sound, and a transparent air wave with white light instantly rushed towards Eevee. Lin Chen immediately issued an order. Eevee, get out of the way. I saw that air slash attacked Eevee's legs like a scimitar. Eevee stopped suddenly and avoided this sharp air slash. The disturbed Eevee had to face Golbat again. The silver-haired old man and scar-faced man were extremely proud. You know, if this continues, only defending and not attacking Aron will be defeated sooner or later. Scarface sneered and said, surrender early. Hand Aron over obediently. Don't let us hurt him and affect his quality. Maybe we can spare your life. Sparing his life is of course a lie. They want to see Lin Chen panic. Torturing the enemy is also their greatest pleasure over the years. It can also make the target panic and lose their fighting spirit. Seeing the target kneeling on the ground like a maggot, constantly begging for mercy and then promising to let him go the moment the other party sees hope kill him. The surprise and disbelief in his eyes intertwined despair. It is simply a wonderful drama that has come to an end. But they never saw that scene. Lin Chen in the distance looked at the battlefield calmly. That calm look made the silver-haired old man frown. Could it be that he has any other trick? Lin Chen said to Aron lightly, since you have reached the limit, just unload the things. What that thing. The ominous premonition in the silver-haired old man's heart became stronger and stronger. Roar! After hearing the master's command, Aron roared, and then the armor on his body moved along his muscles like waves. Click click. Aron's body suddenly made a sound like a mechanical gear, and then the last click stopped and something similar to a belt suddenly fell. Bang! This thing made a heavy sound when it fell to the ground, raising dust. The silver-haired man and the scarred face suddenly shrank their pupils when they saw it clearly. This is gravity belt. The market price is 800,000, which can adjust the gravity for Pokemon and conduct weight training. It has not been discovered before because the blue dread lines on Aron's body just match the belt of the gravity belt, and then Aron squirmed his muscles to get the belt stuck in the gap of the armor, and the gravity belt cannot be seen from the outside. Surprisingly, that is to say, this Aron has been fighting with several times the gravity, and it can still have such a speed. Thinking of this, the two looked at each other and a bad premonition emerged in their heart. The silver-haired old man and the scarred face looked at each other, and they did not intend to escape. If they left, Eevee would support Aron, who removed the gravity, and Primeape would be quickly defeated. At that time, with their speed, they would not be able to escape either. So Lin Chen must be defeated. What's more, Primeape is not without the ability to fight. Roar! Aron, who removed the gravity belt, roared like a roar that penetrated the ancient time and space, and suddenly a white light shone on his body. When Lin Chen saw this white light, he smiled as expected, but the two members of the poaching group were stunned. This is the light of evolution. This terrifying alien overlord Aron is actually going to evolve. PS 2 more chapters have been updated and a full 124,000 words are on the shelves again. Thank you readers for your continued support. I will also work hard to restore a real Pokemon world, and the follow-up will be more and more exciting. It will be available at 12 noon. Please subscribe to support. Chapter 54 Get the Wool of the Creator God. The horror of the European Emperor Tajapai. Aron evolution is complete. The sacred white light emerges from Aron's body, and countless particles of the law of evolution surround her body. Then it converged little by little, penetrated into the blue dread armor, and countless energies were rapidly injected into its body. The armor on its body began to fade, and a harder new armor was born. This is a leap in the level of life. When Lin Chen saw the scene, the corners of his mouth rose slightly. After waiting for so long, it finally time to reap the reward. Although Aron's speed value is not high in the game, he belongs to the category of being beaten, and if he encounters attribute restraint, he will even be killed instantly. But this is the real world, plus the all-knowing eye. There are almost unlimited possibilities. So in order to train Aron's speed reaction ability and his own strength, Lin Chen specially spent a huge amount of money to buy a gravity belt. Recalling the strict training during this period, although Aron was very hard, all his efforts were not in vain in the end. At the beginning, the moment Aron put on the gravity belt, his limbs were shaking constantly, and he could only continue to move with the support of his strength. After all, 1 times the gravity is equivalent to another self of the same size on his back. It's not that Aron can't carry the same weight as himself. Any Pokemon can bear gravity that is several times their own weight. It's just that under the effect of the gravity belt, these gravity will be evenly distributed to every part of the body. You can bear enough weight with your back, but you can't guarantee that your arms, neck, and even fingers can bear the same weight. And Aron, he can bear it. Originally, Lin Chen saw that the gravity of the gravity belt was so heavy, and he originally planned to let Aron wear it and get used to it. Unexpectedly, Aron, with the power of covet, insisted on maintaining the training intensity like Eevee, Tajapai, and the others. Seeing that Aron was training so hard, Lin Chen would give Aron 2 more steel poke blocks and rock poke blocks every day. Aron also gradually adapted to the strict daily training after wearing the gravity belt. From the beginning, he was not used to even 1 times the gravity, but later he could maintain a normal speed at 2 times and even 3 times the gravity. It can be said that he has made extraordinary progress. Since then, Aron has been asked to carry it every day and do high-intensity training every moment. Under this terrifying high-intensity training, plus a large number of poke blocks are fed as if they are free. Aron, who is in the first form, has accumulated a huge amount of energy in his body. In fact, he can evolve a long time ago. In order to maximize Aron's potential, Lin Chen asked him to suppress his evolution impulse until he could not suppress it. In addition to maintaining gravity training during this period, he must also cooperate with other training methods to tap Aron's potential as much as possible. Of course, most people dare not do this. High-intensity training plus the blessing of gravity can easily cause Pokemon to be injured. If hidden injuries are left, it will be too late to regret it. But Lin Chen didn't have this concern. He only needed to pose the Pokemon to the life gem every day. No matter how intense the training is, it can perfectly heal the wound and replenish life energy without worrying about leaving any hidden injuries. It can be called the biggest bug among all training props. After all, this is one of the powers from the God of Creation. It is a divine object that can make the whole world revitalize. This ability is not too amazing. However, Lin Chen didn't know when Arceus the alpaca would suddenly come to the door. At that time, as long as it was not in a rampage state, Lin Chen could still have a friendly exchange with the other party and then return the life gem. As for staying, do you want to eat a special skill from the god of creation, the gravel of punishment? That is the strongest power that 3 first-level gods can't withstand a blow. Therefore, while the alpaca hasn't come to the door yet, Lin Chen feels that he should get more wool. Until now, Aron's potential has been tapped to the limit. There is only one opportunity left to evolution. Originally, when Lin Chen entered the Celadone Rainbow Forest this time, in addition to looking for some treasure chest, the main purpose was to find a strong enough opponent for Aron to break through the shackles of evolution in one fell swoop. Unexpectedly, the powerful Pokemon was not found and the 12 red moons came first. After Lin Chen confirmed that their strength was not exceeded, the first thing he thought of was to let Aron fight and break through this limit. This is also the reason why Lin Chen did not release Eevee and Tijipai directly at the first time. The purpose is to let Aron completely break through the door of evolution through fighting under extreme pressure and fully release his potential. As expected, using the pressure of the powerful enemy Primeape, Aron's spiritual thoughts were sublimated, and after removing the shackles of the gravity belt, he consumed a large amount of poke block and accumulated huge energy which surged in an instant and broke through the shackles directly. Looking at Aron covered by the white light of evolution, Lin Chen was also very curious. He also wanted to see how big Aron would be after evolution. How much bigger would it be than the normal Aron? According to the current trend, Aron is already 3 or 4 times bigger than the normal Aron. If evolution into Aron can also increase in size, wouldn't that mean it will directly become a mobile war fortress? Oh no! Compared to Lin Chen's surprise, the faces of the two people on the other side changed instantly. In addition to shock, they were more deeply afraid. It hasn't evolved yet, and Aron, which is only in the first stage, is so terrifying. If it is allowed to evolve into Aron in the second stage, how powerful will it be? Wouldn't it be able to crush them directly? At that time, even if Primeape's attributes are restrained, it may not be able to cause damage to it under the extreme power gap, and once Primeape is defeated, only death awaits them. After all, the two have been bounty hunters who have been on the edge of a knife for many years. They are also well-known figures in the 12 Red Moon. Even in this situation, they have not completely panicked. The two looked at each other and reached a consensus. Escape now will only be defeated by Lin Chen one by one. It is necessary to interfere with Aron's evolution and make its evolution fail in order to win a glimmer of hope. Aron must not be allowed to evolve. Pokemon's evolution is not instantaneous. After reaching a certain intensity, the accumulated energy will be released in the form of particles in an instant, thus causing a life transition. It is essentially a miracle of life. The white light seen after each evolution is the energy particles transforming the Pokemon's body, allowing it to enter the NET stage. Although different Pokemons have different evolution method, the common feature is that they take a certain amount of time. Only after the energy particles are absorbed, the body shape will begin to change and the evolution will be completely completed. However, this is not a competition arena. There are hard rules in the arena battle of trainers. Once either side evolves, the battle will stop immediately and continue after the evolution is completed. Most of the battles in the wild are life and death. Whether it is to prevent the opponent from evolving or to sneak attack the trainer, it is a common occurrence. Either you die or I die. Scarface suppressed the fear in his heart and shouted, "Golbat, use haze to disrupt them." Yes. Golbat flapped his wings and spit out a ball of haze from his mouth, which spread in an instant and swept towards the battlefield. Eevee was not to be outdone, and immediately the blue wind constricted the purple pattern and swirled away, instantly blowing away the haze. Lin Chen observed the battle situation on Aron's side and continued to issue orders. Eevee, use quick attack. Eevee. Eevee began to accelerate and turned into a yellow spark, approaching Golbat, who had just released haze. But Golbat is a dual-type Pokemon of poison and flying after all. It rolled in the air and avoided the quick attack at a weird angle. Even so, a strong wind blew across Golbat's face. Golbat flapped his wings desperately to stabilize his body and was almost knocked to the ground by the strong wind. Damn it! Scarface was furious when he saw this scene. He had carefully cultivated for many years and finally evolved Golbat into a superior level Pokemon, but he didn't expect to be entangled by an entry-level 9th level Eevee. In addition, Guaidud was also frightened by a roar when facing Aron of the same level. One can be explained as good luck. It is not just luck that can explain the cultivation of two powerful ones with one hand. When the silver-haired old man looked at Lin Chen again, his eyes changed. What kind of monster is this kid? An Eevee that has not evolved can be trained to be so powerful. He took another look at the battle in the distance. At this time, Primeape was still fighting with Aron, but as time went by, the white light became bigger and bigger, and it can be seen that Aron's body shape has changed quickly. If this continues, Aron will complete the evolution. If this continues, it will be too late. The silver-haired old man was an at this time, knowing that he could not delay any longer. In the distance, Houndoom fell in a pool of blood and had already lost his ability to fight. Looking at this, if he was treated later his life might be in danger. He thought quickly, then through the poke ball a white light emerged and an entry-level 9th level Akens appeared in front of him with a winding body. Let it guard him directly. After all, the intensity of the battle over there at this time is no longer something that ordinary entry-level Pokemon can intervene in. Even if they go over, they will only be cannon fodder. At the same time, the silver-haired old man stared at Aron on the battlefield, carefully hoping to find its flaw. Suddenly he noticed that the evolution light around Aron was all concentrated on the left side, as if reshaping his body. And this is the flaw. So the silver-haired old man, he shouted at Primeape, focus on attacking its left side. However, he was not Primeape's master and could not give Primeape direct orders. Primeape sneered and didn't want to pay attention at all. Idiot! The silver-haired old man cursed in his heart, but Primeape was their only hope to survive, so he continued, only in this way can you defeat him and avenge your master. When Primeape heard this, his expression was extremely ferocious. Master! Avenge the master! Yagia! With a roar, the fighting skills were used again, attacking Aron in evolution. This time he obeyed the command of the silver-haired old man and went straight to Aron's left side. Cross break! But this is the most critical moment of evolution, and it is also the weakest moment of Aron. Once hit, even with Aron's defense, it will be instantly defeated. Once interrupted, not only will Aron fail in evolution, but he will also be severely injured. In serious cases, it will even affect his foundation and potential. Seeing Primeape launch an attack, the silver-haired old man and the scarred face were both happy. At this time they no longer cared about the bounty. It was already lucky to be able to leave here. Anyway, the bounty was for Aron. As long as he was caught, even if it was a corpse, he could be exchanged for money. What's more, in their opinion, the most dangerous person in front of them was the boy standing there, and he must be strangled in the cradle. Money can be earned later. Otherwise, when he becomes stronger in the future, he will not be able to bear the anger of such a genius trainer. Even the entire December Red Moon may suffer revenge. It's a pity that they won this time. 0. As for flowers, Eevee wanted to step forward again but was stopped by Golbat, who followed closely. Scarface saw Primeape coming up again with Sucker Punch, and a hint of joy flashed in his eyes. He shouted, kill him. The silver-haired old man glanced at Lin Chen in the distance. He wanted to see Lin Chen's panic face, but unfortunately Lin Chen stood there quietly watching everything in front of him calmly. His eyes were extremely calm, as if it was not his Pokemon that was about to be attacked. So calm. Seeing Lin Chen like this, the silver-haired old man had a bad premonition in his heart. Is this kid really a human? Suddenly he saw Lin Chen turned his head and gave him a mocking smile, as if he was laughing at his stupidity. Oh no! Whoosh! Before he turned around, a gust of wind blew and Scarface's exclamation was heard behind him. Suddenly a small twister descended, carrying a sharp wind constantly cutting through space, directly hitting Primeape, rolling it up whirlwind into the air and smashing it down hard. Flying System Advanced Skill Storm. Seeing this scene, the two were almost scared. Could it be that a professional level strongman of the flying system came? If so, they would have no way out. It was the silver old man who reacted first and reminded, no, although it is a storm, its power is much smaller than the normal version. Scarface also reacted quickly. The power of this skill seemed a bit strange, as if it was only the power of the superior level. Until then they found Tijipai at Lin Chen's feet. Tijipai's fingers were shining, and it was obvious that he had just used the finger shaking skill. They reacted instantly. This high-level flying skill storm was actually shaken out by shaking his fingers. Damn, what good luck. This guy actually has a Tijipai. The silver-haired old man didn't bother to scold the group of intelligence officers who were just eating for free and quickly issued an order against be defensive. He knew that the initiative of the battle was still in his hands, and what he was most afraid of now was Lin Chen, Sucker Punch and the others. So he asked Akens to be defensive so that Lin Chen had no time to take care of the two of them. On the other side, although Primeape was attacked by the storm, it was not seriously injured. It fell to the ground and quickly got up. It went towards Aron. Sucker Punch again, and a sharp kick came straight at it. Seeing this, the silver-haired old man said coldly, Humph, I don't believe you will have such good luck any time. Lin Chen sneered, oh really? Tijipai used the finger shake. Cha-chi. Tijipai shook her finger obediently and her finger flashed again. The two people on the opposite side immediately observed the surroundings, preparing to meet the possible energy impact, and this time there was no strong wind. Nothing happened. Scarface smiled smugly. It seems that the goddess of luck is not favoring you anymore. Before he finished speaking, he saw the face of the silver-haired old man changed, because they felt a strange energy fluctuation. An invisible spiritual thought spread from Tijipai's finger, and the target was Primeape, who was performing a downward kick. This time the ability that appeared when shaking the finger was actually a psychic skill, Confusion. Although the skill power is not as powerful as the previous storm, it is a psychic skill that is a natural counter to the fighting type can. In an instant the terrifying confusion swept over and hit Primeape in the horrified eyes. Primeape was blown away like a kite with a broken string, and the momentum was like a cannonball. Bang, bang, bang. It knocked down 3 giant books in a row and finally stopped when it was hit hard on the 4th tree. Suddenly smoke and dust flew, blocking everyone's sight. It's over. This scene made Scarface sit on the ground and despair surged. I don't believe it. The silver-haired old man looked crazy and could hardly believe the scene in front of him. Why is it confusion? Why does this kid have such good luck? What is that? Just when he was about to despair completely, a figure appeared in the rolling smoke and dust and rekindled the hope of the 2 people's lives. Bang! Primeape appeared again, slammed his fist together. His body was covered with scars and a cruel smile hung on the corners of his mouth. It actually came out again. Yagia! Primeape roared and the muscles all over his body began to bulge. The furious Primeape's eyes were bloodshot at this time, and he only had eyes for the only enemy, Aron. Although he was seriously injured, Primeape's momentum was still rising and the flying Pokemon in the forest flew up one after another. It's back again. The Primeape in front of him looked crazy. His muscles became tighter and the blood in his body flowed at a high speed, rushing in his blood vessels, making his heartbeat heavy like the sound of a huge bell. However, to gain more powerful power you need to pay a price, and the price at this time is its life. Lin Chen saw this scene and his all-knowing eyes were still open. He whispered, what a tenacious guy, he is really loyal to his master. It's a pity Lin Chen didn't finish his words, but the corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a hint of smile. It's a pity. Aron's evolution is complete. P.S. The first update, a 6000 word chapter. Please collect it. Please subscribe. Please vote for the monthly ticket. Please give me flowers. Please give me vote. Today I will update 30,000 words at least. The more you subscribe, the more you will update. Please support me. Chapter 55, the invincible demon Laren tearing Primeape apart alive. The prosecutor is shocked. Please subscribe. First, in the center of the battlefield, the light of evolution surrounding Aron became less and less until the last light particle sank into the blue dread armor like a drop of water disappearing into the water, as if everything around him had returned to calm. The white particles brought the last bit of energy needed for evolution. Aron's excitement in the battle was replaced by calmness. She slowly closed her eyes and the cells in her body were reorganizing. Every cell was beginning to divide, replicate and evolve at a very fast speed. Suddenly white light surged out and the life energy burst out like a stormy wave. The light instantly enveloped Aron's whole body, making it impossible to see what was happening inside the light. However, this light only condensed and gathered again in an instant and absorbed into Aron's body. The light of evolution on Aron dissipated. Aron complete the evolution. It was not until this time that Laren revealed that terrifying posture like a demon descending to the world. After the evolution, its eyes plotted again. It was nearly 2 meters tall, almost comparable to the final form of Agron. After all, the average height of Agron was only 1 meters. In other words, after the evolution, although Aron was only the second stage of Laren, it was already comparable to the general ultimate evolution body Agron, and her body length reached an astonishing 5 meters, which was 4 times that of the general Laren. When Aron evolved, it would remove its original armor, and Lin Chen's Aron was no exception. After the original blue dread armor was removed, it turned into a harder blue dread hard armor, and the color became more and more bright red. It seemed to be immersed in a sea of blood, extremely ferocious. The protruding blue dread spikes on the back were like the sharp sword of an ancient demon god, full of unparalleled deterrence. Even the dragon-type Pokemon, which is generally known for its eyes, is just a tiny thing in front of her. Its blue eyes are more intense, with a faint purple halo flashing with violence and arrogance. The dark void under the spine net to the spikes is like an endless hell that devours souls, and the blue dread armor is more vivid, just like the Shura demon god walking out of the ancient battlefield. There is a pair of spiked straps on each foot like a warrior's wrist guard, which makes people feel the amazing explosive power flowing. Standing there, it is like a terrifying war fortress. All creatures that stand in front of it will be ruthlessly crushed into slag. 830. At this time the battle resumed, but Laren did not look at Primeape, who had just fought with her. There was no enemy in her eyes, only one thing to be trampled. What is the enemy? Just crush it. Roar. Laren roared and looked at the master who made him evolve with gratitude, his eyes filled with joy. This powerful force is inseparable from the master's helping hand. Lin Chen nodded with satisfaction and said, this is the result of your hard training during this period. Yagia. At this time Primeape had already stood in front of Laren. Being ignored, he was extremely raging. He wanted to smash the Laren in front of him with one punch. Although he saw that Laren evolution was completed and saw the huge body, he was a little afraid, but the burning of vitality had made him completely crazy. His unyielding nature allowed him to stand up again after being seriously injured, and also took away his last bit of reason. Yagia. Primeape roared and prepared to attack again. Although Primeape had lost his mind, his fighting instinct made him know that ordinary skills might not be able to defeat the enemy. He stood still and a transparent air wave spread from the top of his head to his whole body. Then his momentum continued to rise. This is a skill to strengthen the body. Focus energy. Primeape's muscles swelled again. This time even its well-trained body could not bear it. The blood vessels in its chest burst and blood gushed out. But Primeape didn't seem to care. A trace of violence lashed in his eyes. Even though he was so seriously injured, his unyielding nature made him still not fall down. With the blessing of focus energy, Primeape's body looked bigger than before because of the expansion of muscles. It also increased its strength, speed and reaction. Yajia! Primeape roared again. Focus energy is done. Lin Chen's all-knowing pupil opened and purple patterns appeared in the depths of his pupils. He looked at Primeape calmly and the data analysis was completed. Focus energy can greatly improve the combat effectiveness of Pokemon, but with Primeape's current body it may be too late to use it even if he is sent for treatment immediately. What a crazy guy. It is indeed a Pokemon that is always in rage. Yajia! Then Primeape kicked his leg and began to rush forward, quickly aiming at Aron in front of him. Wherever he passed, the grass and trees made a whirring sound and the strong wind formed by his body almost broke the weed. Primeape's movements were completely invisible and he was close to Aron in almost a blink of an eye. I saw Primeape gave up defense and launched Sucker Punch at Aron. He was crazy and used his last trump card, Close Combat, an extremely powerful skill in the fighting system, giving up all defenses and sucker punching the opponent. If other Pokemon use this move, it will also reduce their 2 defenses. Under the characteristics of not admitting defeat, the negative effects of close combat are eliminated and replaced by further power enhancement. He believed that even if the big guy in front of him evolved into Aron, he would kneel down in front of this unparalleled fighting power. Even Orberg would be slashed by this move. However, this time Aron just looked at him indifferently and let this shocking blow come down. Boom! With a loud bang, the terrifying power shook in the center of the battlefield. Aron's figure sank suddenly and the ground under his feet cracked instantly. At the same time, with Aron's body as the center, a spider web-like crack spread out in all directions, spreading for more than 10 meters before slowly stopping. Countless smoke and dust flew up, covering the sky and the sun. This blow was shocking. When the silver-haired old man and the scarred face saw this scene, the despair on their faces completely dissipated, replaced by a face full of joy. Scarface saw that Primeape had the upper hand and said in ecstasy, "Success!" The silver-haired old man also breathed a sigh of relief. He was completely sure that this Primeape had already reached the middle level of superior, and even said that the power of this blow that burned vitality had touched the high level of superior. Even if Aron successfully evolved, he would definitely be knocked down by this punch that burned life. The dust and smoke from the gust of wind formed by this blow continued to rise, and the 2 Pokemon on the battlefield were vaguely visible in the dust and smoke. Finally, the hurricane rolled up by this punch gradually dissipated, and when the dust and smoke dissipated, they saw a desperate scene. On the battlefield, the 2 Pokemon still maintained the posture of the punch just now, and Aron stood there quietly without any trace left on his body. At this time, Primeape seemed to be fied in place and his right hand was constantly shaking, making a barely audible buzzing sound. This was the tremor caused by the collision of absolute power, and the high-speed tremor could also relieve the force on the arm. The buzzing sound disappeared immediately, and the net moment the trembling stopped. Crack crack! If you get closer you can hear the sound of bones breaking. Primeape covered his right hand with a distorted look. His right wrist was twisted at an extremely strange angle, revealing the white bones inside. At this time, Primeape's face finally had a trace of clarity, ming under the huge gap in strength. Fear occupied his heart again. Scarface and the silver-haired old man saw this scene and their faces showed horror and disbelief, followed by deep despair. Attribute restraint? It's useless. How is this possible? The shadow of death loomed over them, and they could only hope that Primeape in the center of the battlefield could stand up again. At this time, Primeape's face was full of pain. He regained his sanity and woke up. The side effects of burning his life in an instant were all imposed on him. The severe pain broke his last bit of fighting spirit. The previous madness was just because he could feel that there was a chance to win, but now he couldn't even break the defense. It would only be a meaningless death. Primeape's whole body was trembling and he kept retreating in fear, but his body that was backlashed had completely lost the ability to move, and survival is the instinct of all life. Even so, Primeape still stood up with all his strength and he dragged his body to escape. Primeape screamed. Even though his bones were broken, his excellent fighting physical fitness and survival instinct made him run away quickly. However, Lin Chen would not give it this opportunity. After all, if Primeape had really interrupted Aron's evolution, then the situation might be completely different now. Kindness to the enemy is cruelty to oneself. Lin Chen prefers to nip all possible threats in the bud. He issued an order directly. Aron, use Metal Claw. Roar! Aron roared and his huge body moved like a chariot. His huge body was not slow but as fast as lightning. lightning. Of course this was also due to the hard training before evolution. Laren ran forward and caught up with Primeape in an instant. There was a bloodthirsty light in her eyes and her claws flashed with silver light. Then with a high splash 3 silver light came down from top to bottom, illuminating the world that was originally covered by smoke and dust. Primeape looked back and saw the huge shadow. She was terrified, but she was powerless to resist. She could only watch the terrifying demon god descend and the sharp claws pierced through her body. Accompanied by the painful wails echoing in the forest, Laren suddenly heard force swish. Primeape body was torn in half and blood splattered like a bloody rain, making people sweat. Primeape was torn alive. The flesh that was instantly split in half was still dripping with blood on the ground, and some of the blood fell on Laren's armor, making her look even more bloody and hideous, like a demon god from the depths of hell. The silver-haired old man and Scarface, who had originally placed their hopes on Primeape, suddenly felt weak at the sight of this bloody scene. Their greed had kept them from leaving here, but now the prey had become the hunter. Their strong desire to survive left them with only one thought: survive. After all the fighting, Primeape was torn apart by this Laren, and if they didn't run away they would probably die. Scarface saw this and hurriedly ordered Golbat break through. They were in Eos at this time and hurriedly fled away from Laren. Eevee didn't let them go so easily and immediately issued another disarming voice. Golbat, who was extremely sensitive to sound, froze, and then another quick attack and was knocked out again. Golbat had to continue to fight, and Scarface didn't dare to take Golbat back into the Pokeball. In that case the two of them would definitely not be able to escape and could only be slaughtered. The repeated attack forced Golbat, who had already had the intention to retreat, to dodge all the time. Scarface's face was extremely ugly. Seeing that he could not get rid of Eevee, he directly ordered Golbat to use all his strength to kill Eevee and then escape. When necessary, even Golbat could be abandoned. Scarface gave an order. Golbat used noise. Hearing the command, Golbat was fired in the air and a sound wave began to spread from his mouth. The target was Eevee from Sucker Punch, and Eevee's figure suddenly stagnated. Eevee had not reached the superior level after all, and it was fighting against a higher level. In addition, Golbat had the advantage in the air and there were not many skills that could be used against it, so it could not attack it effectively. Moreover, when Scarface and his men were running away, the desire to survive was even higher and every attack was released at the risk of death. Buzz! The noise swept over and Eevee's body was restricted and could not move. If you want to kill me, I'll kill your Pokemon first. Scarface finally found an opportunity. A trace of cruelty flashed in his eyes and he turned back and quickly issued an order. Golbat, use air slash. Golbat flapped his wings and a white, almost transparent air wave appeared above his head, and then the air wave surged and rushed straight towards Eevee, came breaking the weeds wherever it passed. If it was hit by this attack, Eevee would be seriously injured if not dead. Aron, who was far away, saw this scene and a fierce look flashed in his eyes. Eevee and the master are both a family. Only after losing can you know how to cherish. All those who hurt the family will be wiped out by her. Roar! Laren roared and a sound like metal friction swept away, turning into a terrifying sound wave. Wherever the sound wave went, all the trees were shaking violently and the leaves fell one after another, turning into a hurricane. The sound wave came directly like a tide and the air slash was completely dispersed before it approached Eevee, and then the remaining force continued to surge forward and hit Golbat directly. Golbat screamed in pain and his body, which was originally suspended in the air, was unstable and he fell to the ground with a snap metal sound, a common skill that can interfere with the enemy, but when Laren used it, it turned into a terrifying sound wave attack. From this we can see how terrifyingly her strength has increased. It's over, it completely over. The silver-haired old man showed a desperate pression. The sound waves of metal sound made him desperately cover his ears. The hurricane he set off made him retreat again and again, and he could hardly stand still. Before evolution he was able to beat the superior initial stage Pokemon. If it hadn't encountered the fighting type superior intermediate stage Primeape with 4 times attribute restraint, I'm afraid that 3 superior initial stages would have been difficult to break Aron's defense at the same time, and even the Primeape with 4 times attribute restraint was only slightly at a disadvantage. Now that it has successfully evolved into Laren, its strength has increased several times. Even facing the desperate attack of Primeape burning its vitality, even its defense was not broken. What has this Laren reached now? I'm afraid it can at least face the superior high level or even the superior peak level Pokemon head-on. It's simply a monster born for battle. On the other side, Metal Sound's hit was not a finishing move. At the moment when Golbat was confused, Laren had already arrived. The huge body ran and directly set off earthquake like a war machine, crushing his. At this time Golbat had just flown back from the ground. The roar made it completely lose its will to fight. Even if Scarface desperately gave orders, Golbat could only flee in panic. Roar! Seeing that Golbat wanted to escape by flying, Laren kicked his claws and directly lifted a large piece of of stone from the ground. Then Aron hit the boulder with a tail swing and the boulder suddenly shot out. Bang! After a loud bang it broke above Golbat's head and turned into countless rocks to hit him. Even though Golbat kept dodging in the air, he was still hit by the rubble that looked like Draco meteor. He fell directly to the ground and was in great pain, but the rocks kept falling as if it was raining stone. In an instant a pile of stones half a person high was piled up. It was like a tomb. One hit for life and death. Eevee. One hit to bury Golbat. Two powerful superior level Pokemon couldn't even survive a single move in front of Aron. How terrifying. Run away. Separately there is still a glimmer of hope. The silver-haired old man and the scarred face could no longer care about so much at this time. They both planned to abandon their Pokemon and run away. The two looked at each other and immediately ran in two directions. Seeing the two people like this, Lin Chen sneered, "It's too late to escape now. Eevee, use fairy wind." Eevee aimed at the two people who were running away and a green wind began to condense above his head and the purple pattern constrict swept away with the hurricane. Even if they were fast, could they be faster than the hurricane? The fairy wind arrived in an instant and hit the backs of the two people directly, knocking them into the tree. The two people made a sound of broken bones, rolled their eyes and fainted. Lin Chen naturally thought of killing them, but for him now improving his strength is still the most important thing at the moment. These two people are official members of the 12 Red Moons and each of them has a bounty of at least hundreds of thousands, and it is convenient to collect the bounty alive. What's more, judging from the crimes these two people carry, the only way left after being arrested is the death penalty. Not much different. Just as Lin Chen was thinking about how to hand the two over to the prosecutor, the sound of wings fluttering was heard in the sky. Looking up, a huge blue bird flew over. Armored bird. The armored bird slowly landed with its wings spread and there was a woman in black uniform on it. Even without saying anything, Lin Chen understood the identity of the visitor. Xiaoguo, prosecutor. Speak of the devil appears. However, they came after the fight was over and they came so punctually. Who did they learn this from? From Officer Meguer in bleach. Whoosh. Accompanied by a strong airflow, Steel Crow flapped its wings and slowly descended. On the back of Steel Crow, a young woman in a prosecutor's uniform said with a serious look, Xia Country Prosecutor Shen Yu ordered to arrest the poaching group members. Before she finished speaking, Shen Yu noticed the two poachers who had fainted in front of her, as well as the traces of battle on the ground and the corpses on the ground. The scene was extremely bloody. She cast her eyes on Aron and the calm Lin Chen and was a little confused. What is going on? Looking at the scene in front of her, Shen Yu couldn't help but doubt her life. In the morning she suddenly received an anonymous report. It was said that members of the poaching group went to besiege a young genius trainer who had recently become popular. Shouldn't the scene be critical? Shen Yu rushed over as soon as possible and could see from a distance that the trees in the forest fell down in unison and the dust raised by the hurricane was whirring. He thought he had arrived too late and couldn't save the young genius trainer. When the battle had already begun, he urged Steeljaw to speed up, but the result was that all the members of the poaching group fell down Houndoom in a pool of blood and Golbat fainted in the rubble. Even a superior level Primeape was torn apart. These are 3 superior level Pokemon. They were all crushed. And what exactly is this huge blood-colored monster? Chapter 56. The target is Rayquaza. Aron caused a sensation comparable to the power of a mythical beast. Please order first. After landing, Shen Yu carefully stayed away from the blood-colored giant monster. Although it looked particularly ferocious, Steeljaw was there and the other party didn't get close, so it shouldn't attack directly. Shen Yu did not intend to approach this rare Pokemon. As a prosecutor of Xia Country, the manual clearly mentioned the action guide when encountering potentially aggressive Pokemon, which was to stay away from them. Steel Armored Crow did not feel the killing intent and issued a warning, so it should not be aggressive, so Shen Yu did not pay any attention to it. Until then, Shen Yu began to carefully observe the surrounding situation. But when Shen Yu saw everything in front of him, the traces of the battle declared how tragic the battle was. Looking at the blood on the blood-colored monster, it was obviously done by it, and looking at its appearance, it swept through 3 members of the poaching group and it was still leisurely, and it seemed that no one was injured. With such strength, it is estimated that it is almost catching up with the peak of the superior level, right? Originally I didn't understand how everything that happened in front of me was caused. Now Shen Yu has sorted out the logic and there is only one possibility. That is, everything in front of me was caused by this blood-colored monster. It must be that the 3 members of the poaching group encountered this rare blood-colored giant Pokemon when they attacked the genius trainer, and thus they had evil intentions and wanted to capture it. However, he misjudged his strength and ended up angering the blood-colored monster and was wiped out. When he arrived later, the blood-colored monster had no killing intent, probably because it had killed the superior level Primeape and had calmed down. But this had little to do with her. She was just here to save the young genius trainer. Although he arrived too late, fortunately he was saved by this monster by mistake, avoiding a tragic tragedy. However, Shen Yu glanced at the calm Lin Chen and admired the young man in front of him. He is indeed a tactical genius rumored on the internet, and he can remain calm when seeing such a bloody scene. If it were an ordinary person, he would probably be scared to death. Although he was also the hunted party, it was already excellent for a trainer who had just debuted to remain calm when seeing this scene, and naturally he could not be asked to form any combat power. Just as she was thinking, the giant red monster in the distance moved and slowly walked towards this side. Every step was extremely heavy, shaking the earth. Good qualities still allowed her to react quickly and ordered Steel Armor Crow keep an eye on it. After all, this blood-colored monster had just swept through 3 members of the poaching group and also tore a primeape alive. It can be seen that it is powerful and extremely brutal. If he took action, even Shen Yu would not have the confidence to win. With a frown, he immediately put his left hand on the poke ball on his waist and at the same time stretched out his right hand to Lin Chen and said cautiously, "Come here, stand behind me, be careful of that monster. No matter what happens, I will protect you." And this blood-colored monster was able to kill and seriously injure 3 powerful members of the poaching group, indicating that its strength may have reached the high level of superior. And looking at this momentum, even I may not be easy to deal with and there may be danger. So the best way is to quickly take Lin Chen away from the air. On the other side, Laren retracted her eyes that scanned the surroundings. She had confirmed that there was no danger around and the battle was indeed completely over. After seeing that there was no other danger, she was ready to return to her master. But what is this human mother beast doing? Is he trying to stop me from returning to my master? Thinking of this, Aron's eyes were filled with murderous intent and he acted like a madman, as if he wanted to tear apart all life. Every step was like a demon invading the earth, so terrifying. It's bad. Shen Yu's face was extremely ugly and he was ready to let Steel Armor Crow take him to evacuate. However, just when she was about to leave, she found that Lin Chen was still standing there, which made Shen Yu a little uneasy. Was the kid scared out of his wits? So she spoke again and said quickly, "Come here quickly. This giant Pokemon may have reached the superior level and I may not be its opponent. If a battle breaks out, if you don't come here, I won't be able to protect you." Unexpectedly, the young man in front of him not only did not stand behind him but began to actively approach the bloody monster. Children today are really desperate. Shen Yu had a headache and quickly gave the order to the Steel Armor Crow. "Steel Armor Crow, be ready to take him away at any time." "Go." The Steel Armored Crow nodded and flapped its wings to show that he was ready. But the NET scene made Shen Yu a little confused and felt that his world view was about to collapse. Surprisingly, the huge bloody monster was extremely well behaved in front of Lin Chen and gently rubbed his hand with its head. Like a puppy waiting for praise from its owner, Shen Yu was completely stunned. What the hell is going on? This monster, did you listen to him? It wasn't until Lin Chen slowly raised his head that she came back to her senses. At this time, Shen Yu felt that her head was filled with mush. Suddenly a terrifying suspicion appeared in her mind. Could it be Inspector Shen? My name is Lin Chen and this is my Pokemon, so don't worry. He had already made some vague guesses, but when he heard Lin Chen say these words himself, Shen Yu still felt a little confused and subconsciously asked, "Your Pokemon?" This terrifying Pokemon that brutally tortured 3 members of the poaching group and swept through the superior level. Is it Lin Chen's? Shen Yu recalled the content of the report information but could not put the young man in front of him who had mastered the bloody monster together with the figure of a young genius trainer who was in danger and needed help. Isn't there news that the young genius trainer's Pokemon is an Aron? How could it be such a huge bloody monster, etc.? A giant bloody monster? Shen Yu seemed to have remembered something and looked at the bloody monster again and looked at it carefully. At this time I discovered that this bloody monster looked very much like an enlarged version of Shiny Laren. It just looked so vicious that people ignored this possibility for a while. After all, no normal person has ever seen such a big Laren. The height of this Laren is almost as high as his final form Agron, not to mention that it is more than 5 meters long, which is simply huge. No matter how you look at it, there is no way to connect people with Laren immediately. Shen Yu couldn't complain in his heart, but he also clarified his thoughts and understood the general story of the matter. It was probably a poaching group that came to attack Lin Chen, but unexpectedly during the battle Aron evolution turned into Laren and killed the 3 of them instead. Although what Shen Yu was thinking in his mind at this time sounded very related, it must be extremely dangerous. Thinking of this, Shen Yu took another look at Lin Chen, who was still calm. He didn't feel at all like he had just experienced the aftermath of a great battle. There is only confidence and indifference. He is indeed a tactical genius and he is indeed a true warrior despite his great reputation. And there is one thing to say, this Laren is really so handsome. Thinking of this, Shen Yu glanced at the steel-armored crow beside him. He was originally quite satisfied with its appearance, but the comparison between people was so irritating that his eyes suddenly felt disgusted. Instantly I felt that my steel armor no longer smelled good. It's really annoying to compare people to each other. Gahoo! The steel-armored bird on the side was lying on its back. It felt its owner's gaze and immediately became dissatisfied and roared angrily. He has never been this angry in all these years. Thinking of this, the steel-armored crow turned around and prepared to compete with Laren to show his master who was the most majestic. But seeing the terrifying Laren covered in blue dread armor, the spikes on its back and the sharp teeth, I felt like I could eat a steel-armored crow in one bite. The steel-armored crow originally fluttered its wings, but Laren was keenly aware of the murderous intent and glanced at the steel-armored crow. The horrifying killing intent boiled over and the steel-armored crow quickly turned his head away in fright. Think about it or forget it. A good bird will not suffer any immediate losses. While Shen Yu was observing Lin Chen also took out a pokeball. Come back, Eevee. Tijipai. Two beams of red light flashed and both Eevee and Tijipai returned to the pokeball. At this time Shen Yu noticed the other two Pokemon beside Lin Chen. Just now, because Laren's size was so shocking, she didn't even notice Eevee and Tijipai. Although it was just a quick glance at Lin Chen, when he took them back he immediately realized that the other two Pokemon were not weak either. Each one was powerful and it was obvious that they had been trained very well. You must know that she had read Lin Chen's information and knew that his family background was average, but he cultivated 3 powerful Pokemon not long after receiving Pokemon. This shows that his talent is how terrifying. While Shen Yu was observing Lin Chen was naturally observing this heroic female prosecutor. There is a kind of investigator from a certain island country. Ahem, cough, similar feeling. Lin Chen was a little embarrassed, looked at the steel-armored crow and then opened the omniscient eye. Lin Chen also knew that this hard stone head could increase the power of rock attribute moves, but that was in the game where you could drag the item directly. How to carry it in reality? This is not like the gravity belt and soothe bell, which can be automatically retracted and worn according to the size of the Pokemon. You can't tie a stone with that belt and hang it around your neck. That picture is too weird. Lin Chen imagined that picture. Eevee and Tijipai were both carrying soothe bell and then looked at Laren. A tied black stone was hung around his neck. Roar. Seeing the master's appearance, Laren also understood what the master meant, picked up the hard stone head with his mouth, threw it back and threw it directly into the dark void on his body. The hard stone head was embedded directly inside. Then you can clearly see the luster on the hard stone head begin to flow into Laren's body a lot, and Laren absorbed the energy in it and his eyes narrowed in comfort. Roar. It can be seen that Laren is very happy now. Eevee and Tijipai on the side were a little envious when they saw this scene. They didn't expect that the black stone could have such an effect. I don't know the main, how did the person find it? Lin Chen was also surprised. It turned out that this could be done. Look at the hard stone head embedded in the hole on the top left of Laren's back, and the other 5 holes are still empty. Could it be that SI holes can be filled? He is really gifted. But thinking of this, Lin Chen couldn't help but complain. He always felt a very bitter feeling, and this started from feeling that Eevee and Tijipai were like human girls. His thoughts were completely distorted. He couldn't turn back for the time being. It was really poisonous. Laren naturally didn't know that his master had thought of some strange ideas, but continued to walk forward in a swagger. As for Tijipai, he rode on his head humming a song with a che-ji sound and began to shake his fingers to point the way around, ready to search for some more good things. It must be said that although Tijipai couldn't see these treasure chests, her luck was indeed beyond words. With Tijipai's casual guidance, Lin Chen found 2 silver treasure chests in a row. He is worthy of being the most beloved child of God. Luckily, the other 2 silver treasure chests opened metal film and 1000-year-old charcoal respectively. Lin Chen knew that metal film could be applied to Laren. It not only increases the power of steel skills but also further improves her already terrifying defense. The other one is 1000-year-old charcoal. The information given by the all-knowing eye is, it can be said that these 2 are extremely powerful items. If they are put on the market, they are worth at least $1 million. And Lin Chen, who has a treasure chest system, can open them directly. The happiness of cheating players. Just these 3 items alone. This trip to Celadon Rainbow Forest has been very profitable, and now it is just noon. Lin Chen will naturally continue to move forward. Che-ji, Tijipai sang happily on Laren's head, weighing his body. It was obvious that he was enjoying the environment of Celadon Rainbow Forest after not coming out for a long time. Eevee lay on his master's shoulder and looked around curiously. Although he had been here before, he was constantly training and fighting, so he had no time to stop at the natural scenery, and he had to be on guard against danger at all time. This time, because his strength had improved a lot, he was much more relaxed, but Eevee did not take it lightly and still guarded his master's side, paying attention to the slightest movement around. Laren acted as Tijipai's mount all the way. Wherever he went, the weak Pokemons fled in all directions. She enjoyed this feeling of power very much. As they walked along, they soon heard the sound of gurgling water. A stream appeared in front of them. The midday sun was abundant abundant and it was not too strong in this season shining on the water. Lin Chen was going to get some water, but when he looked up he was stunned because above the stream a dark gold treasure chest appeared. P.S. This is a chapter with nearly 10,000 words. Today 45,000 words have been updated. Please collect. Please subscribe. Please give me a monthly ticket. Please give me flowers. Please give me a review ticket. Thank you for your support. The author is still working hard. CC. Chapter 60 Forming a Pokemon Core, the strongest creation of the god of creation and the socially incompetent Phoebus. Please subscribe. Before approaching the stream, Lin Chen saw a dark gold treasure chest from a distance. The reason why it is called dark gold because from the patterns and carvings on the treasure chest it is obviously more exquisite than that on the ordinary saffron treasure chest, and the color of the treasure chest is also darker, showing dark gold. In other words, this treasure chest is of higher quality than the ordinary saffron treasure chest. The treasure chest is inlaid with dark gold beads and the edge of the lid is wrapped with bright metal strips, making the whole treasure chest look more luxurious. As for the details above, Lin Chen has not approached yet so he can't see it clearly. At this time this dark gold treasure chest is floating in the center of the stream. I don't know if it's because only I can see and touch it. The dark gold treasure chest did not sink to the bottom of the water but floated up and down with the fluctuations of the water surface, but was not carried downstream by the flow of the stream. It's like being in a special dimension. Lin Chen recalled that every time he opened the treasure chest and took out the props, the treasure chest would dissipate. I think it's not a physical entity, and of course it is not affected by physical rules, nor will it be affected by the eternal environment. The only difference is that it is estimated that there is only the life gem formed by the fusion of 5 pieces of the god of creation stone slab, and it even began to affect the surrounding environment and gave birth to the alien Aron. I don't know if all treasure chests above diamond level will have similar abilities. However, Lin Chen is in a good mood to encounter a dark gold treasure chest here. It seems that the biggest gain of this trip is coming. Before he could be surprised, Lin Chen suddenly narrowed his eyes and suddenly found that the color of the treasure chest was a little different. Lin Chen stopped where he was and activated the vision bonus of the all-seeing pupil. After a closer look he was shocked. There were actually 2 treasure chests. There was actually a golden treasure chest diagonally below the dark gold treasure chest floating on the water. However, due to the angle when he looked over, this treasure chest was blocked by the dark gold treasure chest, so it was out of sight. The 2 treasure chests overlapped and I didn't notice them at first glance. I have to pay attention any time. If I miss a diamond treasure chest because of my blurred vision, Lin Chen will probably regret it. But this is just Lin Chen complaining in his heart. You know, with the all-seeing eyes his vision has long been far beyond that of ordinary people. It was just because the dark gold treasure chest blocked his sight and the ripples on the water surface that he couldn't find the saffron treasure chest below. Tijipai is worthy of being the Emperor of Europe. He led the way casually and actually let himself get 2 gold treasure chests at the same time, and one of them was a dark gold treasure chest of higher quality. He is really the favorite child of God. This luck is really terrible. I must take her out for a few more rounds in the future. Cheji. Tijipai was still shaking her fingers and pointing the way. Seeing that the owner stopped, she patted Laren's head to indicate to stop and then stared at the owner, who suddenly laughed. Lin Chen picked up Tijipai and kissed him, saying happily, "Good job." After that he put Tijipai back and prepared to get the 2 treasure chests. Lin Chen didn't notice that Tijipai's face turned red instantly and the fingers that were shaking were a little overwhelmed. Obviously this sudden intimacy made her a little confused. Cheji. Tijipai hadn't come out of the surprise yet and almost stumbled off Laren's head. When she regained her balance she couldn't even hold the eggshell. Eevee on the side was so envious that her eyes turned red and the black air in her eyes rose. Sure enough, it can accept getting along with Tijipai, but it can't stand the master's intimate treatment if it's not on itself. However, the experience of angering the master and being taught a lesson last time is still vivid, so Eevee can only grit his teeth and ignite his fighting spirit in his heart. Although he doesn't know why the master is so happy, if Tijipai can do it, it can do it too. I will never let Tijipai take away more of the master's favor. If I have to kiss, I should kiss myself. While Eevee was still thinking about how to defeat Tijipai, Lin Chen was also preparing to open 2 treasure chests, but although he was excited he did not let down his guard. Looking at this quiet river he felt something was wrong. He subconsciously opened the all-knowing eye and was surprised by the scene in front of him. He murmured, "This is." Eevee also noticed something and instantly issued a warning to the master. "I already know." Lin Chen nodded. He had discovered the secret of this stream and was no longer in a hurry to get close. Not long after, the yellow-brown stones on the stream moved and some smaller yellow-brown stones quickly drilled into the cracks of the stone. These densely packed stones turned out to be a group of Pokemon, and as the group of yellow-brown stones began to move they also showed their true appearance. It turned out to be a group of crabbies lying sitting on the rocks to enjoy the sunshine. Looking around, almost the entire stream near the shore is covered with this yellow-brown stone. In other words, this stream is occupied by a group of crabbies, as many as 100 each of which is on the mossy rocks enjoying the flow of the stream and occasionally catching wild fish to eat. Lin Chen looked carefully at the slow flow of the stream. A crabby was spitting bubbles and its huge pincers were waiting at the narrow pass waiting for the fish swimming upstream. A huge wild magi carp was swimming leisurely, unaware of the impending danger. I saw this magi carp swimming to the slow flow pass, and the guillotine instantly tore the body of the magi carp and blood splattered. The tail of the dying magi carp was still slapping the water surface. The net moment the crabby had already crunched it and swallowed it, and its sharp teeth instantly ground it. The scene was extremely bloody but also extremely real. This is the real world. In addition to being gorgeous and magnificent, there is also the survival rule of the jungle. Pokemons are also hunting and killing each other for survival. Lin Chen touched Eevee's head and praised quick reaction. As Eevee pecked of a hidden characteristic of danger prediction, it has a strong perception of all dangers. Net time if I don't open the all-seeing eyes in advance, then Eevee will be his invisible eyes. When Eevee felt the gaze of her master, she was extremely proud. She looked around more vigilantly and continued to protect the safety of her master. After hearing Lin Chen's praise, Eevee raised her head and secretly competed in her heart. It is no worse than Tijipai. Lin Chen didn't know Eevee's psychological changes. He continued to look at the two saffron treasure chests in the center of the stream, thinking about how to take them out. He also noticed that the upper reaches of the slow-flowing area, which was easier to hunt, were mostly slightly smaller crabby. The downstream area with fast-flowing water is home to crabby with stronger hunting ability and larger body. And right in front of Lin Chen there is a leader surrounded by many crabby. Crabby's evolution form Kingler. Compared to the red and white intertwined with other crabby, Kingler's body has turned into dark red with bumps all over his head and many more teeth on his mouth. His body is twice the size of other crabby. The most eye-catching thing is the left one. The pliers look extremely sharp. This is a bit troublesome. Seeing this scene, Lin Chen did not take any more risk. After all, this kind of local snake living in groups in the water is not easy to mess with. Although the crabby's racial value is only more than 300 and most of them are only at the 3rd or 4th level, they are outnumbered. They attack extremely frantically and have a strong regeneration ability. Even if the pliers are twisted off, they will grow automatically after a period of time. So they are extremely fierce on weekdays, and they are often particularly crazy when fighting for territory. And their leader Kingler, after crabby evolution, has a racial value of 475, close to 500. The attack has reached an astonishing 130 points and the defense racial value is also 115 points. Among all the home Pokemon it is already very good. Coupled with the terrifying giant force and pliers, it is almost a nightmare. In addition, Kingler's combat attributes are also very good. Apart from the grass and electric types, it has many resistance attributes and basically does not counteract other Pokemon. With its high attack and defense and social characteristics, ordinary adventurers can only avoid it when they meet it, especially the huge pincers, which are said to have 10,000 horsepower to clamp everything. Although it is a bit exaggerated, it is enough to show the power of Kingler. And Ash has successfully captured a crabby, and Ash's Kingler is also a great warrior. In the water field at the opening of the Pokemon League, the leading crabby unexpectedly defeated the opponent Mandy's Gutter and evolved. After the evolution, Kingler defeated Seadra and Golbat by himself, and helping hand Ash won the first victory of the competition, successfully achieved a glorious record of 3 consecutive victories in the league competition. But later, because Ash already had 6 Pokemon, the Pokeball that captured Krabby was immediately teleported away. Although being teleported away does not count, as releasing one attribute comes to mind when mentioning Ash. If you don't release Pokemon, they will die. Even the Quasi-God released a lot. Even after going to the Orange Islands, he released his teammate Brock, but in the end he didn't release a loser like Go-Go, which is really puzzling. However, from the current situation, if you want to get the 2 saffron treasure chests, you must go around this group of crabbies, and judging from their appearance, they will not leave this area with plenty of food for a few days. If there is really no other way, then you can only take it by force. Thinking of this, Lin Chen opened the Eye of All-Knowing and checked Kingler's data. Kingler: gender male, strength superior, intermediate, talent yellow, features Macamp Laws, abilities Clamp, Glare, IAI/Macamp, Water Gun, Bubble Beam, Crab Claw, Hammer. Comments: although the hard claws have the power of 10,000 horsepower, they are too large and slow to move. They live in groups in the deep streams of Celadon Rainbow Forest. They have violent personalities and like to prey on weak Pokemon in the water. After checking the data, Lin Chen was a little worried. The strength of this Kingler was not high or low, but because Laren was twice as weak to water. A Kingler is easy to deal with, but this is a wild Pokemon that doesn't follow the rules. If you can't beat it, you will fight it in groups. This is also the reason why this group of Krabbies have been able to dominate this stream for so long. Even with ordinary bubbles or water gun skills, more than 100 Krabbies spraying together will form a terrifying force enough to sweep across Hone for dozens of meters, etc. It can be said that quantitative change leads to qualitative change. Even Laren can't withstand the attacks of so many Pokemon. It's not that they can't beat them, but they don't have an advantage in attribute. Even if they win, both sides will suffer. Lin Chen doesn't want to waste too much time on this group of Krabby, nor does he want Laren to be injured, which would be a loss. It would be best to find a way to drive them away and get the treasure chest at the lowest cost. Thinking of this, Lin Chen couldn't help but sigh in his heart, although it was not so easy to find 2 saffron treasure chests at once. However, after seeing the power of group Pokemon, Lin Chen was inspired to form a Pokemon core. If a Pokemon core can be formed when facing some powerful enemies, human C tactics can also be used. After all, this is the real world. It's not like in the game where you can't get 6 Pokemon and the extra ones will be sent to the bow. In reality, as long as you can afford a huge food supply and prepare a suitable breeding environment for them, no one will care how many you breed. If you can form a grass type, water type, rock type, etc. Pokemon core and then learn weather skills or field skills, wouldn't it be possible to have a bunch of weather teams directly have celestial skills similar to those of mythical beasts? At this time, Lin Chen has begun to have pictures in his mind. He has begun to imagine what it would be like if he could form a Pokemon core. If there are 100 professional Pokemon releasing Rain Dance together, wouldn't it be a flood? Another 100 professional Pokemon release Sunny Day together, wouldn't it instantly turn into Drought Norman? Especially the strongest race recognized by the world of gold, the dragon type. If you can form a dragon core with a command, countless dragon Pokemon will wreak havoc and will surely be able to destroy everything, destroy the city and the earth just like a demon king. That scene is so cool. Most dragon Pokemon are not only individually powerful but also extremely beautiful. Even ordinary elite level strongmen encountering such a large number of core, they can only retreat. But Lin Chen was just thinking about it. After all, he didn't even have a professional level Pokemon yet, not to mention 100 professional level Pokemon. Not to mention 100 professional level Pokemon. Even if you want to train 100 superior level Pokemon, it would cost an astronomical amount of money, and the daily food expenses would be millions. Unless you are rich enough to rival a country, you basically can't afford to support so many Pokemon. What's more, how to learn skills is also a problem. The main core skills of the weather team are difficult to comprehend. If you have average qualifications, you even need the assistance of a learning machine. But each high-level learning machine is not to mention that it is controlled by the official alliance. Even if it is open for purchase, it is expensive. What's more, with so many Pokemon, how to understand each other, how to obey orders, etc. are all big problems. But thinking of this, Lin Chen had an interesting picture in his mind. If you really have a legion of 100 professional level Pokemon, when you encounter an enemy, it will take half an hour to throw a Pokeball. When fighting, you have to stretch out your hand and shout, "Wait until I throw all my Pokemon," before you start. That requires you to have an invincible frame like when you transform. After all, the opponent will not wait for you to slowly summon them one by one before fighting, and will have already taken action to deal with you. Unless Lin Chen can carry a small world with him like some novel protagonist, and the small world can provide a large amount of supplies for these hundreds of Pokemon to consume, and then wave his hand to sprinkle thousands of Pokeballs, and the Pokemon army will sweep away. That scene will probably be very interesting. Roar! Laren saw that the master was staying in place at this time with a smug expression on his face, and thought that the master was attacked by some psychic skill. A roar made Lin Chen come back to his senses, and he couldn't help shaking his head and smiling bitterly, feeling that he was whimsical. Carrying a small world with you? How is it possible? Are you dreaming? This is the Pokemon world. The only other world he knew seemed to be Giratina, and only it could freely enter and eat it, the reverse world and the real world. That was the reflection of the real world, containing endless dark matter energy full of destructiveness, so it was extremely broken and not suitable for human survival. And there was also a irritable and grudge-holding Giratina, the little miracle eye. Because of the fight between the two gods of time and space, he ended up following 2 consecutive theatrical versions. This level of persistence is comparable to that of a stubborn alpaca. It is worthy of being the strongest first-level god Giratina among alpaca creations. Putting aside these unrealistic ideas, Lin Chen also figured it out. Now I feel that I am almost empty just by raising 3 Pokemon, not to mention that after Laren evolution again, my appetite will definitely increase dramatically. By then I guess I will be poor to death. Every time I think of this, Lin Chen can't help but look at Laren. So Laren is used to being looked at. Broken jar broken. Laren's face didn't even turn red, and he already had a natural expression, so Lin Chen could only put these ideas aside for the time being. Even if he really wanted to form a weather team, he would probably just select a few elites to join the second team to assist in the battle. This idea is quite realistic. Moreover, there are various schools in the weather team such as sunny, rainy, sandstorm and snowy days. For example, the blood recovery speed is doubled in rainy days, a polyper is not affected by ground skills and a storm is mastered. Or a sandstorm team, the sand hiding feature is combined with an e-quadrille to dodge high attack. But there are only sandstorm team and rainy day team. YYDS. Lin Chen would consider forming a weather team because after all, Aron in his hand has the rock attribute plus the earth-late ability in the life gem 0. He can find a way to learn sandstorm and sand tomb and let Aron guest star in the sandstorm team. As for the real and thorough formation of the sandstorm team, Lin Chen has no plan yet. After all, Sandst, the core of the ORM team Tyranitar, is a quasi-god. As for e-quadrille, it is strong but too ugly. But a Tyranitar cub is worth hundreds of millions and there is no market for it. It is also a big eater. It is recorded in the Pokemon Poke that to grow to the final form of the class chicken, at least one mountain must be eaten. Comparable to Aron the foodie. If you want to raise these two things at the same time, do you think it is too late to go bankrupt? Lin Chen will not raise two big eaters at the same time even if I die of poverty. But if I can really get a Tyranitar cub, I am willing to raise it. After all, the race value of Tyranitar after Mega Evolution is fake 100, which is directly comparable to the mythical beast, and the appearance is cool. Who would not want to say it is really delicious? And even if the weather team is hard to find, you can settle for the NET best thing and choose to gather paralysis powder, sleep powder to IC powder, etc. a bunch of dust skills and form a haze team. Once the battle start, throw all kinds of dust skills at the face. Even if you can't kill the opponent, you will be disgusted to death. When I thought of this shoe tactic, Lin Chen couldn't help but feel numb. It's really disgusting, it's disgusting. After thinking about the lineup, Lin Chen muttered, it seems that I can pay attention to some Pokemon suitable for rainy days and sandstorm teams in the future. However, these are all things for the future. I still want to imagine how to drive away these Krabby and get the 2 saffron treasure chests. Lin Chen looked at the mighty and domineering Kingler. When he was thinking about what to do, suddenly a water gun spit over and hit Kingler in the face. With a snap, water splashed. The damage is not high, but it is extremely insulting. Kingler was stunned, his eyes widened. This was his territory and someone dared to come and pick a fight. Bang! Kingler was furious and his huge claws smashed the boulders around him. The Krabbies around him became agitated and jumped into the water one after another, searching for the culprit who fired the water gun. Gurgle, gurgle. The whole stream was stirred by the Krabbies making a gurgling sound, and the yellow-brown Krabbies searched in the water. Soon they found the aliens around them and surrounded the figure in an instant. Lin Chen was also a little surprised. Just when he was about to take action, someone took the lead and challenged a group of hairy crab. Bah, Krabby, what kind of Pokemon is this? It's so wild. Thinking of this, Lin Chen also looked over. After being surrounded by a large number of Krabbies, the figure also floated to the surface of the water. When Lin Chen saw this thing, he was stunned. It's not because it's too cool, it's because he is so familiar with this thing. Ugly spots, broken fins and the dead fish eyes that never change. Isn't this Phoebus, which is called the water type double waist, together with Magikarp? It's just that the Phoebus in front of him is 2 times bigger than the ordinary Phoebus and look like a fathead fish. But no matter how big it is, isn't it still a Phoebus? And the appearance of this enlarged Phoebus is even uglier than the ordinary Phoebus. It's not that Lin Chen looks down on these 2 water type double waist, but mainly because they are really useless in their first form. Not only are their racial values extremely low, but they can't learn any skills. Almost any Pokemon can bully them, but if they can evolution, it will be a great success. These 2 water type Pokemon known as the double useless each have their own unusual evolution form. Magikarp is nicknamed the Great Fierceness, and after evolution it becomes the ferocious Gyarados. Not only has it transformed from a water type to a flying type, its strength is also very strong and it can also mega evolution, and its race value instantly skyrocketed. In the anime, James was tricked by Uncle Magikarp on the SS and to buy a Magikarp in a saffron Pokeball, but Jessie and Meowth despised it for being useless. When the SS and was in trouble when they wanted to rely on it to save their lives, the Magikarp was afraid of water. Then it was kicked by James's evolution foot and it evolved into Gyarados with 1 kick. Then the furious Gyarados chased James for 9 blocks and its power was indeed unmatched. However, in the real world, Magikarp evolution is not like in the game where you can advance at a certain level. It also requires extremely high talent. Once you make the wrong choice, it is likely that you will invest a lot of resources but end up losing everything over time. As a result, no one is willing to raise Magikarp. After all, who is willing to entrust their future to a salted fish king? With energy and resources, it is better to cultivate a Royal 3. Although Phoebus is 1/9, it can also evolve into a very strong melodic Melodic, which is known as the most beautiful Pokemon, which is also an E-Dream. In the game, Phoebus also needs to carry Prism Scale and then communicate through transmission to evolve. But this is the real world. It is impossible to really communicate and transmit, which would be really funny. It's too child play. Moreover, Lin Chen vaguely checked the information. In this world, it seems that no one has discovered the connection between Phoebus and Melodic. In other words, most people don't know that Melodic is derived from Phoebus' evolution. From this it can be seen how rare it is for Phoebus in the real world to evolve. As for another way of evolution, it is similar to carrying Prism Scale. It requires improving its own beauty, which is more illusory than intimacy. Originally, Lin Chen thought that the evolution of Eevee and Tijipai required the evolution of intimacy. At least he could feel the bond between the two. But how to improve the beauty? Dress it in beautiful clothes? This is even more ridiculous than improving intimacy. Therefore, Phoebus has always been a sewer Pokemon in this world, no doubt about it. Although Melodic after Phoebus' evolution is the core of the Rainy Day team, Lin Chen is not very interested in catching a Phoebus now. After all, he does not have Prism Scale, and this kind of Melodic Scale is an absurdly expensive Luyuri on the black market, costing 5 or SI million. Generally, some idle dignitaries like to collect them. I really don't understand the collection habit of rich people. For Lin Chen, even if he urgently needs to form a Rainy Day team, there are many substitutes for the core of the Rainy Day team, such as Politoed, which can move freely on the ground, which is obviously more suitable. After all, before Phoebus' evolution, you can't always carry a fish tank with you. What's more, Phoebus are born ugly and have low self-esteem, so it's difficult to train them. Just as Lin Chen was thinking, he saw that the surrounded Phoebus was not afraid but looked very proud, and a hint of arrogance and disdain appeared on his ugly face. It was like a noble queen came to inspect the territory and suddenly saw a group of country bumpkins. She was dissatisfied, and the Demon King asked the guards to clean up this group of losers. Yalu yalu. This contemptuous look instantly angered a group of crabby. You came to taunt and despised them, and it was the ugliest Phoebus. Damn it, huh? Although this Phoebus was surrounded by layers, it still looked disdainful and once again spit out the water gun, spraying Kingler's head. Clang clang. The angry Kingler banged his giant claws ready to tear the Phoebus apart alive. Lin Chen was completely stunned when he saw this scene. Who the hell said that Phoebus are inferior? This is almost too arrogant. Social envy disorder. Is this still Phoebus? Are you sure it is not a disguised Pokemon? P.S. The first update 8000 word and 400 word. Please collect. Please subscribe. Please monthly vote. Please give flowers. Please give evaluation vote. Chapter 61, Usurping the Power of Creation and Creating the God of Heavy Rain. The Demon Laren appears. Lin Chen was also a little surprised, but after a closer look he found that the Phoebus in front of him only had blue fins and tail, and the rest of the body was all khaki. There were some pits on the body, the scales were ugly, and the hollow inverted triangle at the tail was particularly eye-catching. But it can be confirmed that this is indeed a Phoebus and it is not a disguised Pokemon. However, this Phoebus is different from other dull Phoebus, and its eyes are full of emotion. There is a hint of disdain in the arrogance and a bit of contempt in the disdain, as if it looked down on Krabby's simple appearance, just like a noble queen inspecting her territory, and then seeing a group of mud legs occupying the road, she got angry and told these social scum to get out, and such a look instantly made Krabby unhappy. You are the ugliest Pokemon, okay? Don't you have any idea in your mind? How dare you come to our territory and look down on us? This Phoebus is really shameless. Lin Chen couldn't help but sigh. He had never seen such an arrogant Phoebus. You should know that most of the Phoebus are relatively inferior and timid. After all, whether in terms of appearance or racial value, they are the lowest level. It is even called the three Pokemon with poor special attack, together with Shuckle and Bonesley. Among the three Pokemon with only 10 special attack, Shuckle is at least in the first tier in defense and special defense, with both defense reaching an astonishing 230. Bonesley's attack and defense are at least average, and Bonesley's tiers can also have medicinal effect. But Phoebus, in addition to its strong vitality, has a very low racial value. Together with Magikarp, it has completely lowered the racial value of water-type Pokemon. Among the three special attack ways, it is also the bottom one. However, the Phoebus in front of Lin Chen is obviously a little different from other Phoebus. It actively taunted more than 100 Krabbies, not to mention that it is not afraid of death and it has no sense of force. It actually looks down on other Pokemon for being ugly with a Phoebus face. This is not only not inferiority complex, but also social envy syndrome. It is really too thick-skinned, and there is also a problem with the brain. But why is it so opposite to the general personality of its own tribe? Thinking of this, Lin Chen curiously opened the all-seeing eye and checked the attributes of this Phoebus. After reading the attributes of this Phoebus, Lin Chen was really surprised. Good guy, is this still a Phoebus? Ordinary Phoebus are just like Magikarp, mastering a skill that can hardly be called a skill splash. The effect of using it is to flutter on the ground and nothing happens. In reality, although it can also hit people with splash. As long as you stay away, this skill will be useless on the spot. Overall, it is still a useless skill. It is precisely because of this that they have no combat ability at all, and it is difficult to upgrade their levels and even more difficult to evolve, so they are called waste Pokemon. However, this Phoebus in front of us actually mastered a full 5 skills from general system to water type, and one of them is a genetic skill, Rain Dance. Even the general water type Royal 3 at the entry level 8 can't compare to it, right? Especially Rain Dance, which is the core skill of the Rainy Day team. Wait, genetic skill? Seeing this genetic skill marked, Lin Chen 06 was confused. You know, most Pokemon cannot have genetic skills. Even in the game, many players need to use the egg-laying method crazily to get the right attribute for a genetic skill and attribute. As for the genetic skills, they can only rely on luck. But in the real world, the conditions for genetic skills are extremely harsh with 2 thresholds. The first is that the genetic skills must be skills that both parents have. Generally, Phoebus are bred between Phoebus. If both parents can only do splash, then they can only learn splash. If neither of them can do it, how can they inherit it? The second is the influence of strength. To be able to inherit skills, at least both Pokemon parents must reach the peak of the professional level or even higher, otherwise they cannot affect the skills of the Pokemon eggs laid. It's just that ordinary Phoebus can't advance to the peak of the professional level. In other words, the Rain Dance that comes with this Phoebus in front of you is likely inherited from a melodic with strength above the peak of the professional level. In other words, it was directly born by melodic at the peak of the professional level. No wonder this Phoebus has the Cyan qualification and is huge in size, a circle larger than other Phoebus, and his personality is not inferior at all, but a little arrogant and even a little social NB. In this way, this Phoebus may have seen his parents and knows that his parents are noble melodic, so it also knows that it is very likely that it will evolve into melodic like its parents in the future. With such a concept, it will naturally not feel inferior and even develop this arrogant character over time. You know, Phoebus that can evolve into melodic and Phoebus that cannot evolve, although they look exactly the same, can almost be seen as 2 species. In fact, in Lin Chen's opinion, Phoebus and melodic can indeed be seen as 2 races, just as it is believed in the real world, because among Phoebus there is only a 1 in a billion chance of breaking through the boundary and evolving into melodic, and after becoming melodic it will only give birth to offspring with another melodic. However, the number of melodic in the wild is extremely rare, and it is even possible that it will not meet a suitable partner throughout its life and finally die alone. It is precisely because of this that the number of melodic is extremely rare, but God is also fair. Because of the scarcity of numbers, the offspring born between melodic, not only is it powerful, but it also has a high chance of evolving into melodic. As for the rest of the Phoebus, it depends on whether they are the 1 in a billion chosen one. It seems that the Phoebus in front of him has the capital to be proud, but this Phoebus is too arrogant. It actually took the initiative to provoke Kingler and his group of younger brothers. It seems that it has just left home and has not been beaten by nature. Lin Chen looked closely and saw that the Phoebus was still spitting bubbles at this time. Although it was surrounded, it was not panicked. After all, the Krabbies surrounding her were only at the 3rd and 4th level. Facing the 8th level Phoebus, they could not pose any threat at all. Whoosh! Phoebus shook his blue tail and taunted the Krabby closest to him. His tail lightly swept across Krabby's claws, causing Krabby to close his claws, but he was deftly pulled out. He accelerated his body with the water flow and rushed out, knocking a Krabby behind him out and knocking him to the ground. His movements were brisk and he had a kind of graceful and elegant temperament, but it was a pity that he looked so beautiful that he couldn't bear to look at him. Sure enough, she was n times more beautiful than Dong Shi when they both held their heart. This damn world that values appearance. Cook. The siege failed, and the other dozens of Krabby were so angry that they spit bubbles with their big claws raised above their heads, waiting for Kingler's order, and then they would rush up and tear the ugly Phoebus apart. Gurgle, gurgle. Another string of bubbles floated over and hit Krabby's face and then broke apart. Still in taunt. Cook. The Krabby closest to Phoebus finally couldn't help it and rushed over with its pliers waving. But with its speed, how could it possibly keep up with Phoebus? After all, hunting on weekdays is also waiting for the fish to pass by in the shallows, waiting for the fish to pass by the pliers when they lose their vigilance, and then finding the right opportunity to attack suddenly. In the deep water area of the stream, the speed dropped sharply, and facing the well-prepared Phoebus, it was directly fooled around. Puff, puff, puff. Phoebus's growl was hoarse, completely different from the sharp and high-pitched melodic after evolution. A series of bubbles came out of Phoebus' mouth as if mocking the stupidity of the Krabbies. This made all the Krabbies completely angry. Their eyes were red, their huge pliers flashed, and they began to swim faster, ready to catch the Phoebus swimming in the water and tear it apart completely. For a while the whole stream was bustling. Although Phoebus was much stronger than other Krabbies and was very fast, there were too many Krabbies. Phoebus almost couldn't break out several times, and the Krabbies had strong armor and extremely high water resistance, so they could could withstand the opponent's attack. They quickly became familiar with Phoebus's attack method and escape routes and began to block them in a targeted manner. This made Phoebus' situation more and more difficult. But think about it, these wild big sisters fight every day and their fighting instincts are very strong. How could they just be stupid and let the other party play with them? If this continues, this Phoebus is likely to be caught. Lin Chen shook his head when he saw this scene, thinking that this Phoebus was still too young, and opened the eye of all-knowing to scan the entire stream. In this stream, except for a large number of Magikarp that Krabby regards as food and a small number of Goldeen tribes entrenched in the downstream, the rest are Krabby's territory. There are no Pokemon with the same aura as Phoebus, and there are no stronger energy fluctuations. In other words, there is no Melodic nearby. Lin Chen was a little confused. Generally, powerful Pokemon will protect their offspring. Why did this Phoebus appear alone in a stream in the Celadon Rainbow Forest? For Lin Chen, as long as the powerful aura above the peak of the professional level is nearby, he can sense it at the first time, but it seems that there are no more powerful Pokemon nearby. Where is its parent Melodic? Did this Phoebus run away from home by itself, or did something happen to its parents causing it to be abandoned? However, seeing the large amount of mud and a large number of dull and broken scales on Phoebus, it is obvious that it has not been taken care of for a long time. Melodic, as a Pokemon who loves beauty and cleanliness, will not tolerate his children being so dirty. Therefore, Lin Chen felt that the latter possibility was greater. Could it be that a powerful poaching group had come? After reading the attributes of this Phoebus, Lin Chen had some more ideas in his mind. Although this Phoebus is a bit ugly, it seems that it can be considered to be tamed. Well, maybe more than a little bit. However, it is a Phoebus born by Melodic after all, and its personality is extremely arrogant. For Phoebus' beauty, the biggest obstacle to evolution is that the average Phoebus has too low self-esteem, so it is extremely difficult to train them, let alone to evolve. Lin Chen has also heard of a hypothesis that the way to evolve Phoebus to Melodic's beauty is to dress up Phoebus through prism scale and decorations so that they can regain their self-confidence and no longer have low self-esteem, and then they can successfully evolve. And from the origin of this Phoebus, no matter its talent or level, it can crush other Phoebus, and its personality is also extremely arrogant, so there is a great chance that it can successfully evolve to Melodic. The most important thing is that it has the rain dance skill. If you can subdue her, you can directly build the strongest rainy day team system. Plus, the characteristic of this Phoebus is the dream special adaptability, and after evolving to Melodic, it will become an attract body. When a Pokemon of the opposite SC uses a contact move to attack Melodic with the attract body, there is a 30% chance of being fascinated. Whenever the fascinated Pokemon uses a skill, there is a 50% chance that it will be unable to move. This is the so-called stiff state, a super strong passive control skill. Although there is only a 30% times 50% probability, that is a 15% probability of actually triggering. It sounds like the probability of triggering is not high, but in fact in the real world the control effect in Pokemon battles is very rare. Although the abnormal state cannot be limited to 1 or 2 like in the game, some states cannot coexist, such as sleep and confusion are contradictory state. In a real battle, these states can be continuously superimposed and even directly endanger life. What's more, Melodic can completely trigger this ability actively through the constrict skill. As a snake-shaped Pokemon, Melodic has a powerful force in his body. Once constricted successfully, even boulders will be crushed instantly. If the passive ability is triggered again, it will almost crush all Pokemon of the opposite SC. Therefore, the essence of attract body is a bug-level active control skill of a person, and it also has the passive ability to resist close-range Pokemon. In this way, Phoebus's qualifications are perfect. The most important thing is that Lin Chen has the life gem in his hand, which is composed of 5 stone slab, thunder, water, grass, electricity and earth, and contains the power of creation at the beginning of the world. If targeted training is carried out, it may be possible to create a god of heavy rain with power comparable to those top bees. But there is also a problem. Lin Chen looked at the arrogant Phoebus and knew that if he wanted to subdue this arrogant Phoebus, he might not be able to make her surrender directly, and it might even arouse rebellious psychology and make trouble easily. Just like a woman, she needs to be adjusted. Cough cough cough. Let's be reasonable. So if you want to subdue her, you still need some routine. It just so happens that this Phoebus is now besieged by a group of Krabbies, and it looks like it will soon be hosted. At that time, the opportunity will come naturally. Eevee looked at the owner with a smile on his face and followed the owner's gaze to stare at the Phoebus in the stream. Although Eevee didn't know why the owner was looking at this Phoebus, the owner was looking, so Eevee was looking too. Seeing Phoebus being chased and blocked at this time, Eevee raised his head and looked at Lin Chen, curious about why the owner was so concerned. Did he want to help? Lin Chen's mouth corners slightly raised, shook his head and said, "No hurry, it's not time yet. Everything depends on the right time. If it's too early, it's easy to have weak emotions, and if it's too late. It's easy to get a dead fish, so you still have to show up at the right time to be a hero and save Phoebus. After all, since ancient times true feelings can't be retained, only routines can win people's heart. At this time the Phoebus in the stream didn't know that someone on the shore had already planned to routine itself and was still fighting with the other crabbies. But as the battle continued, Phoebus's physical strength decreased, causing his speed to slow down, and he could hardly break through the blockade of the crabbies. This made Phoebus a little uneasy. He felt the danger, and he also understood that the most urgent thing now was to break through the encirclement of the crabbies, otherwise he would definitely die. But Phoebus wanted to retreat, but these crabbies would not let him go. He just repelled a crabby, but soon two crabbies surrounded him. They came from the left and right, and two tackles came towards him. Phoebus avoided them again with the advantage of speed, and at the same time two water guns were fired from his mouth facing the crabby, whose eyes were not covered by the shell on his forehead. In a short moment the eyes of the two crabbies were shattered, and transparent blood like grease was instantly washed away in the stream. The two crabbies instantly lost their combat effectiveness, waving their pliers randomly in the water, stirring up waves of water. Seeing this, Lin Chen nodded and said appreciatively, "This Phoebus is quite smart. It knows that attacking the shell and pincers is useless, so it directly attacks the most vulnerable eyes." Phoebus can't hear Lin Chen but continued to shuttle quickly between the stream. The surrounding crabby group had formed a circle. Phoebus was like the one who escaped in the game of throwing the handkerchief. He could only rely on his speed to avoid the thrilling attacks again and again. Two more water guns, but this time their eyes suddenly shrank down and they were dodged. Phoebus was shocked, but the moment of daze gave him an opportunity. He was attacked by a crabby. The huge pincers flashed white light and smashed down suddenly. Alloy claws. Bang! Phoebus was hit and bent his body in pain. The scales on his body fell off and blood seeped into the stream, but he also endured the pain and took the opportunity to distance himself. The water gun sprayed again, directly shattering the eyes of three crabbies. But the three crabbies fell, but it didn't work at all. The remaining crabbies became more and more furious, swarming around like a big net to protect them. In a blink of an eye, even Lin Chen couldn't see what was happening inside. He could only vaguely see Phoebus fleibly dodging the crabbies attacking from all directions. Lin Chen looked at the fleibly Phoebus, his all-seeing eyes flashing, and said in surprise, "It's obviously not at its limit, but it's a we. Could it be Eevee?" Eevee was a little confused. "Isn't it at its limit? Isn't it almost besieged to death?" However, Lin Chen didn't plain just smiled and said, "Keep watching." Water guns kept repelling crabby, but some water guns had already lost their accuracy and hit crabby's shell. But hitting the shell with strong defense can only push crabby back a few steps and can't cause much damage. After all, they are all water-type Pokemon and there is no skill restraint between them, so the damage effect is naturally very poor. Although Phoebus did not fall into a disadvantage in the face of many crabbies for a while, it seemed to be in a desperate situation as it kept dodging attack. On the other hand, the leader Kingler on the side did not make a move at all, or it was a condescending mentality similar to cat playing with mouse. It likes to see its prey fall into despair little by little. It can also let the Kinglers practice and gain some practical experience so that there will be other evolutions into Kinglers in the tribe, so that the entire race can always remain strong. At this time it was very satisfied with this scene, waving its huge pincers and ordering other crabby to catch Phoebus. He wanted to smash the offending Phoebus into fish sauce with his pincers and then eat it bit by bit. The crabbies who heard Kingler's order became even more excited. They all wanted to show off in front of the boss and they rushed forward one after another. Phoebus spit out a string of bubbles. It had already sensed the danger and began to curl up. It seemed to be frightened and continued to move closer to the deep water. The rest of the crabbies didn't think much and rushed forward directly. Boom! Suddenly a powerful water-type energy burst out from Phoebus and instantly spread across the entire water area like a whirlpool. Several crabbies who were closer were instantly torn apart and turned into a pile of debris. Water pulse, the special skill of water type. This water type energy shook the entire stream and in an instant it directly caused several large whirlpools to spread. These crabby groups were caught off guard and were caught in it. They waved their pincers desperately trying to grab a fire-ed object, but they couldn't use their strength. In an instant the crabby group was completely wiped out. Seeing this, Lin Chen said with appreciation, showing weakness to the enemy a good tactic. Eevee on the side was also a little surprised. He didn't expect that this ugly fish could be so smart. However, the master is still powerful. He has detected everything long ago. Eevee looked at her master with admiration, just like a little fangirl. Phoebus flashed a hint of sarcasm in his eyes, ready to create chaos among these crabby. Obviously it succeeded. All these crabbies were in chaos. Puff puff puff. Seeing this scene, Phoebus seemed to have succeeded in his evil plan. 833 spit out a string of bubbles, then turned around and prepared to run away. Seeing that it was so skilled, I knew that this trick had been used many times. It's a veteran. No wonder it dared to come to taunt a tribe with Kingler. Kingler saw the chaotic crabbies and the ugly duckling who was about to escape, and a trace of disdain flashed in the huge crab's eyes. It held up the huge pincer on its left arm, and a strong white light condensed, gathering infinite power, and suddenly hammered down. Fighting skill arm hammer. Boom! The terrifying force hit the water surface like a thunderous explosion. Bang bang bang! In an instant the mud and sand at the bottom of the water were swept up by this terrifying force. With Kingler's pincer as the center, a huge force formed a circle of ripples, and then the ripples spread out and directly hit the water pools used by Phoebus E. The powerful brute force penetrated into the water, instantly curbing the spread of the water pulse and even ruthlessly crushed it. The originally chaotic stream once again returned to calm, and a large number of crabby stabilized their bodies. Lin Chen saw Kingler's arm hammer and said lightly, "It's over. This Kingler is worthy of being the overlord here, and his ability to control the battle is too strong. Such an environment is also a bonus for it." At the same time, after shattering the water pulse, Kingler did not stop, opened his mouth parts and spit out a freezing wind. Like a cold wind passing through, it instantly froze the water surface and spread rapidly, instantly blocking Phoebus's retreat in front. Bang! With a loud bang, the triumphant Phoebus was still looking back at the crabbies behind him, but he crashed into the ice wall that Kingler froze. The stream bounced back directly. This collision was really severe, and Phoebus was in so much pain that her eyes were watery. However, when cute Pokemon's eyes were watery, they looked very pitiful, and when Phoebus' eyes were watery, he always felt a little funny. Phoebus didn't expect that this abominable big crab actually mastered ice skills. Thinking of this, she spit out a water gun and rushed towards the ice wall, but it had no effect on the ice wall. The rest of the crabby also stood up shakily and began to disperse the chaos, but at this moment Phoebus had no way to retreat. Clang clang! Kingler knocked her claws and the huge crab legs stepped out, deciding to personally deal with this ignorant guy. She slowly approached Phoebus, raised the huge claws above her head and clamped a few times in the air, making a crackling sound as sharp as tearing everything apart. Phoebus looked at the terrifying Kingler and slowly swam backward, but the tail still hit the ice wall. Although his eyes were proud, there was also a hint of despair. Could it be? Is he going to die before he finds his mother? Thinking of his missing mother, Phoebus felt a strong sense of unwillingness and nostalgia. It's a pity that Kingler will not pity his prey. The giant claws that are said to have 100,000 horsepower were raised high and smashed down suddenly, making Phoebus, who had already exhausted his physical strength, close his eyes in fear, waiting for the coming death. At this moment countless memories flooded into her mind. The soft and sharp growl in her memory was her mother's voice. In a trance, Phoebus seemed to see a vague shadow, and the past experiences flashed before her eyes like a marquee. Is this death? Just as she was about to accept the end of death, a calm voice sounded. Laren use rock tomb. Duo. Accompanied by a roar, 4 huge stones fell from the sky, turned into a blockade array and pressed down with a bang. And the target was Kingler, who had ed his vigilance. Because it was not a river with a very deep water level, the huge stones fell into this stream with a low water level and collapsed and pressed down instantly. Boom! Just one blow directly pressed Kingler under the boulder, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. The terrifying movement shook the surroundings, causing Phoebus to be pushed away by the water for dozens of meters. He subconsciously opened his eyes and saw a huge blood-colored monster like an ancient demon beast appear. The terrifying pressure swept across as if it was going to swallow the world. What happened? Could it be that the Demon King has revived? Phoebus had this thought in his mind and suddenly saw a handsome young man slowly walking out from the side of the bloody monster like a hero in the story coming here. PS 8000 words long, chapter 16,000 words updated today. Please collect. Please subscribe. Please vote for the monthly ticket. Please give flowers. Please give evaluation vote. A new mysterious Pokemon will join soon. Not this social NB fish. There will definitely be surprises, and the subsequent competition will also begin. The Demon King who swept an era is coming, and we must form a Divine Beast team and a Sickly team. Ahem, please support me. I have a picture to try to post. I don't know if I can post it. This chapter contains pictures. Click the illustration button in the lower right corner of the screen to view the pictures. Chapter 62. Kingler who suffered. Pua opened the saffron treasure bow, and Phoebus who self-attacked. After coming out, Lin Chen opened the all-knowing eyes and looked at the stream, and then the corners of his mouth rose slightly. The effect of Laren's attack was very good. Kingler was hit directly by Laren's rock tomb and was smashed into the water on the spot. 4 stone slabs pressed on its solid shell. Although it should not be killed, Kingler was also seriously injured. At the same time, with the huge stone slabs pressing down, countless sand and stones met with mud made the bottom of the water turbid, and a new round of chaos began. The crabbies had not yet recovered from the aftermath of water pull. Now they saw the boss being smashed into the bottom of the water and immediately turned around in a hurry. Lin Chen looked at the scene in in front of him, and he was also impressed by the process in his heart. It was too easy. At first, when Lin Chen was still watching on the shore, he was ready to let Eevee use fairy wine to attack the Krabby group, but he gave up the idea after thinking about it. You must know that fairy skills have no restraint on Kingler, and fairy wind is also strong. After all, fairy wind cannot penetrate the water surface. Once Krabby hides in the water, the power will be halved. When it is advanced to Sylvian in the future, you can try to learn skills such as magical leaf, but now the overall effect is not great. So Lin Chen thought of either letting Tijipai shake his fingers and directly shake out a high-level attribute skill to clear the field, preferably a thunder skill which can stun them all through the conduction of water. Come to Electrovish, maybe you can even eat hairy crab. Although Tijipai is lucky, he can only guarantee that the skill that appears when shaking his finger is a powerful skill, but he cannot specify the attribute. Maybe he will directly shake out an auxiliary skill and give the opponent a full blood recovery. In this case, he will have to face the water gun attack of a group of Krabby later. Too random, but it is the most suitable method. Anyway, if it doesn't work, he can just retreat. However, before he could make a move, Phoebus showed weakness to the enemy and lured the Krabby group into the water. A powerful underwater wave confused a piece of water, and a wave of killing came. The Krabby group, which was originally the most threatening, was unexpectedly solved by a Phoebus, and it only used one skill. I guess Kingler himself could not have thought that a Phoebus would master the special skill of water pulse. Especially water pulse directly affected a large area of water, causing all the Krabbies who went into the water to fall into chaos. As for those Krabbies who could barely move freely, they could not get away to fight for a while in order to protect their companion. In just a moment, the Krabby group's combat power was halved, leaving only a superior mid-level Kingler, which was not a big deal. From this we can see how strong the water-type talent of this Phoebus is, but it is normal. It has inherited the field skill Rain Dance, which means that this Phoebus's talent is still very strong for water-type skills. What's more, her own characteristics happen to be the adaptability that improves the power of skills of this attribute. The addition of the two is not a simple 1 + 1 = 2, but an exponential growth. Coupled with the appropriate water-type environment, it instantly explodes with several times the power. This is why many times when Pokemon learns skills, although they will learn a few more skills of different attributes to play restraint, they really pay attention to learning skills of their own attribute, because the attribute bonus is extremely high. In fact, even Laren can learn Water Pulse and Rain Dance through a special skill learning machine, but because its attributes are rock and steel, its affinity for water-type skills is very low, and the effect it can produce is also worse. Maybe the effect of using Water Pulse is similar to that of an entry-level 5th or 6th level water-type Pokemon, or even worse. Considering all factors, the return rate is extremely low. Unless it can produce an effect similar to Charizard with the water storage characteristic, it can be effective, but that is basically a 1 in a billion probability, no less than picking up a Quasigod cub on the road. And this Phoebus in front of her, with her existing water-type talent and her own characteristic adaptability, if she can evolve into Melodic, she will definitely be a first-class water-type bully. Just that attack, although it relied on the environmental advantage, it also cleared dozens of Krabby with one skill, causing them to fall into chaos, enough to become the core of the Rainy Day team. Thinking of this, Lin Chen was a little looking forward to it. If the Rainy Day team was really formed, what kind of power would it be? Lin Chen's all-seeing eye remained open, sensing Kingler's energy reaction. Before he saw that Kingler had a hidden wound on his back that had not healed completely, which should have been left in the previous battle with other Pokemon. Although this wound usually has no effect, and even after a long time it will slowly heal, but at this moment it has become a fatal weakness. Rock Tomb is very effective. After all, after so many years of learning, Lin Chen has long combined his knowledge with the real world, thus giving birth to today's powerful command ability. Pokemon Command is not just a simple release of skills, but requires targeted orders based on factors such as terrain and weather. Even some elites without the ability to detect weaknesses with the all-seeing eye need a lot of time to find the wound on Kingler's back through the water. Coupled with the assistance of the all-seeing eye, Lin Chen's command ability is comparable to that of a top trainer. Therefore, just one Rock Tomb directly caused Kingler to be severely injured. The Krabby group was completely in chaos without a leader and could not unite together. It became a pile of loose sand and could be easily defeated. Lin Chen looked at the Phoebus hiding in the dark and peeking at him with a hint of amusement in his eyes. He pretended not to see it and continued to give orders. Laren, use Rock Slide. Laren heard the master's order, roared, and threw the huge rock on the shore directly. The huge stone fell from the sky like a meteor and suddenly plotted above the heads of the Krabby group, turning into a sky full of rubble and smashing into the stream, and completely shattered the psychological defenses of the Krabby. They felt the threat of death and began to flee in panic. If Kingler had not been in trouble, this group of Krabbies would have united together, and even if Laren was huge stage they would not have lost their fighting spirit. However, they are different from the Pokemon trained by trainers. For a long time they have relied on Kingler as the core and obeyed the command of the tribe leader to fight. Although the tribe usually cooperates with each other very well, it also reduces the situation of hunting alone, resulting in a state of chaos once the leader is lost. Now their boss has been buried by the stone and his life or death is unknown. They were also attacked by Rockslide. The tribe fighting system established by the leader collapsed instantly because there was no leader. Just as they were fleeing, a loud noise came from the place where Kingler was buried. Boom! The 4 huge stone slabs that were originally pressing on Kingler's back were suddenly smashed. Countless broken stones splashed smoke and dust loaded, and a huge figure jumped out again. It was Kingler. Its eyes were cold and the huge pincers flashed white light, gathering huge energy. Even a boulder could not withstand a blow. If it were a flesh and blood body, it might be smashed into meat sauce in an instant. However, under this domineering action, Kingler's body was already broken. Because the hard shell was broken from the weak point, a large piece of it was directly shattered, revealing the flesh and blood inside, which kept wriggling inside, and a large amount of greasy blood oozed out. One of his eyes was also severely injured. It looked extremely ferocious. Phoebus was also very surprised to see this scene. The terrifying Kingler, who almost tore himself alive, was so embarrassed in front of this human. The huge contrast between the before and after, plus the fact that the other party saved him, made Phoebus curious about Lin Chen. I want to know more about this human. After breaking through the heavy pressure, Kingler roared and the huge pincers suddenly knocked, making the crabby group temporarily quiet down. However, when it made a large-scale movement, the damage caused by Laren's rock tomb boulder pressed down, causing the wound on his back to crack again, causing Kingler to stagger and almost fall again. It looked extremely miserable. Kingler hit the boulder with rage. The pain from the wound on his back made his mind more and more out of control. He looked at Lin Chen in front of him with rage. This human dared to sneak attack him. Kingler wanted to attack Lin Chen immediately, but Lin Chen looked at him calmly at this time without even taking a step back and said lightly, "A trapped beast fight." Laren saw that this big crab dared to taunt his master. His eyes turned red and the murderous intent on his body burst out at this moment, and he roared back. The roar was shocking and instantly spread to the forest. The terrifying sound shook the entire Celadon Rainbow Forest. The flying Pokemon in the distance flew up one after another and fled the area in fear. Even the crabby group was trembling on the side. The overlordal pressure shocked all spirits at this moment. Kingler was also frightened by the roar and stopped, and a trace of fear flashed in the remaining crab eyes. The monster in front of him that just injured him was this huge creature. Such a terrifying Pokemon was actually captured by human. It was all because of the despicable human. Carado. Laren also entered the stream. His huge body stepped into the water like a monster, descending here, and the surrounding crabbies fled, fearing that they would be crunched into slag by this monster. Although Kingler was injured at this time, he could not lose his momentum. He waved his huge pliers and gathered his steel abilities. Alloy Claws. The huge pliers contained infinite power and smashed out. Laren was not afraid at all and faced it head-on. Bang! Along with the terrifying sound of metal collision, Kingler instantly felt the terrifying recoil from his right pliers, which made his tiger's mouth numb and felt that it might break at any time. What kind of monster is this? This defense is too terrifying. It is countless times stronger than any opponent it has encountered. It is like a towering peak standing firm. However, to its great horror, Laren took his angry blow but did not change at all, looking at him with mocking eyes. Laren roared, raised his huge body, and a terrifying shadow enveloped Kingler and his front claws swung out suddenly. Alloy Claws. The same moves, but Laren's injury was like a demon ravaging all living beings, coming with the power to tear everything apart, and fell on Kingler. Crack, crack, crack. The remaining carapace of Kingler was torn into pieces again, eating the holes of the claw mark, and the flesh and blood were also torn, and like the greasy blood it flowed into the stream continuously. The severe pain made Kingler's face reveal a human-like distortion. This roar made Kingler feel terrified, and at the same time he completely recognized the other party's identity. Is this a Laren? After Kingler recognized the identity of the monster, he doubted the crab's life even more. It's not like he hasn't seen Laren before, and he even fought with a very strong Laren. At that time, relying on his own attribute restraint and powerful strength, a few bubble beams and arm hammers made the Laren flee. But is the bloody giant Laren in front of him really the same species? Is the creator joking? Although he was afraid, Kingler noticed that Krabby beside him was trembling. The crab legs were not on the hind leg, and the fighting spirit in his broken eyes was further burning. Although Kingler was shocked and frightened in his heart, he was still a tribe leader with pride. When the tribe met an enemy that could not be defeated, then as the tribe leader he would not retreat even a little. Once the opponent was killed, his own people would probably be eaten. The law of the jungle is the law of survival in the wild, but it has to protect the tribe. Kingler stared at the terrifying Laren, his eyes boiling with murderous intent. moment. At the same time he ignored his broken body and endured the pain to continue to exert his strength. Its claws flashed with light and its 8 crab leg turned to one side and stuck into the cracks of the stone to stabilize its body. Naturally it was ready to fight to the death. It wanted to die with this Laren and let this stupid human pay the price. Lin Chen looked at Kingler, who was ready to fight to the death, and suddenly spoke with a smile. You may not be afraid of death, but your tribe still needs your protection. Without you they may become the food of other Pokemon, killing people and destroying their heart. Kingler, who was originally ready to fight for his life, suddenly, like a balloon with a hole punctured, he began to lose his spirit. Hesitation appeared in his heart because Kingler knew that what the other party said was true. Because there has been no suitable successor in the tribe, and even the entry-level 7th level Krabby is rare. Once they die they will definitely not be able to resist the siege of the rest of the tribe and they may become their food. Kingler, although angry at this despicable and insidious human, looked at these terrified tribesmen but hesitated. Do you really want to fight to the death? Seeing this, Lin Chen continued to add fuel to the fire. If you retreat now I can let you go. Kingler's psychological defense was completely broken, and Pokemon and humans have similar IQs, so they also have weaknesses and strategies are also useful for them. Kingler's weakness is its tribe. Kingler's face was extremely ugly when he heard this, and his giant claws were trembling slightly because of anger. So angry. This human is threatening me. Cook. Kingler, who heard the sound, looked around. Several skinny Krabbies were hiding in the corner. At this time they were pulling a Krabby that had just been born a short time ago to the shore. It seemed that they were caught by the remaining Pidgey in the battle. Looking at his own people, Kingler hesitated. Can he really defeat the giant Laren? The answer is impossible. The ending is likely to be trampled into a meat paste by the opponent. Even Kingler is a covet who wants to survive. If he can survive, he doesn't want to fight for his life. Once this idea came up, the original killing intent began to recede. Kingler looked around. At this time the Krabbies were in a mess. Only a few strong Krabbies still had fighting power. More weak Krabbies were weakly leaning on the shore after rounds of fighting. Although Kingler was very unwilling in his heart, he still made a decision. Retreat. Staring at Laren in front of him, Kingler cautiously called out to the entire tribe, and all the Krabbies began to retreat and keep a safe distance, and Laren just looked at them with disdain. If it weren't for the fact that the master didn't want it to get hurt, he alone would be enough to sweep the entire Krabby tribe. The so-called caution is useless in the face of absolute power. Before leaving, Kingler, who was the last to leave, still waved his pliers and looked at Laren with an unconvinced look. It shook its huge pliers, indicating that it would come back for revenge, and then brought a group of Krabbies how left in a mighty manner. Do you think you are Grey Wolf? Seeing this, Lin Chen shook his head and felt a little funny in his heart, but he really didn't want to continue fighting. Facing a superior level mid-level Kingler who was ready to fight desperately, and under the condition of being restrained by the attribute, it would only increase the injury in vain. After all, this is not a game. Even if he wins by force, he will not increase the Eparian spar. His purpose is just to get 2 precious golden treasure chests. So Lin Chen directly took advantage of the opponent's psychological weakness and forced him to retreat. In fact, if Kingler is calm enough, he can unite more than 100 Krabby to launch an attack together, which will cause some trouble to Lin Chen. After all, the chaos caused by Water Pulse is almost gone and the Krabbies are about to regain their sanity. It's a pity that they met Lin Chen. A tactical command genius. Let Laren start roaring and shaking the mind, making the originally chaotic Krabby tribe even more chaotic. At the same time, the use of the rock slide skill was not intended to cause much damage to Kingler from the beginning, but to prolong the time of chaos in the Krabby group so that the Krabbies could not calm down, let alone unite together. Aron's deterrence, step-by-step pressure, and the strategy of attacking the heart completely forced Kingler into a desperate situation. In addition, the protagonist gave it a choice to survive, breaking Kingler's fighting spirit. At the same time, for the safety of the tribe, it could only retreat temporarily. It can be said that this Kingler tribe fell into Lin Chen's routine from the beginning and was completely led by the nose. This time it was a crushing IQ, winning without fighting. In this way, not only does it not need to waste time, it can directly open the treasure chest. On the other side, Phoebus looked at the human in front of him decisively and calmly commanded, and with his own strength frightened and scared away hundreds of Krabby and saved himself. The last sentence is what it thinks. Thinking of this, Phoebus' eyes began to change. Could it be? This is the prince destined for it. Phoebus rolled in the water, recalling past experiences. When her mother was around, she would often tell stories about the human world, and her favorite was the story of the prince and princess. The prince would ride a majestic mount wearing a sword, come to the princess and wake her up with his kiss, or under the threat of an evil demon he would fall from the sky and rescue the princess. This scene is very similar to what it is now. Thinking of this, Phoebus spit out a string of bubbles, and her mind was already full of imagination. In the past, she always brought herself into the story, and she thought of herself as the princess of the story. Although although she was very ugly and didn't look like her mother at all. But her mother encouraged her that as long as she worked hard she would definitely become the most beautiful melodic. The ugly duckling once said that ugly ducklings will always become white swan. It must be like this. Thinking of her mother, Phoebus felt a little sad. Originally it would not have come to the lower reaches of the stream but lived in a larger lake. With the protection of its mother it lived a happy life and was carefree every day. But one day its mother suddenly disappeared, which made it completely panic. It wandered day and night, and after several months it could not find any trace of its mother, and she found that she could not become like her mother but was just an ugly Phoebus. Such a reality made it start to deceive itself. In fact, this so-called arrogance is actually more like a protective layer of excessive inferiority. Once it is broken you will see its true weak heart. Therefore it thinks that it must be because it is too weak. Money is good that it was abandoned by its mother. As long as it becomes stronger its mother will come back again. With this obsession Phoebus swam along a trail into the stream and came to the outskirts of Celadon Rainbow Forest. Then it saw the overlord of this stream, that is this Kingler. The reason for launching taunt is to defeat the ugly and evil demon king like the protagonist in the storybook so as to have a better life. It's a pity that imagination is beautiful but reality is cruel. Before in the lake with the protection of Melodic no Pokemon dared to kill it, but the Kingler on the periphery was not so merciful and was ready to smash it into a meat paste. Just when Phoebus thought he was about to die he was saved. It was a human youth. It was like the prince saving the princess in the story. Thinking of this Phoebus' eyes also became affectionate, but with its ugly face Lin Chen felt a little creepy. Why is this look so strange? Why is it blushing? This Phoebus, it seems to know a lot. Lin Chen couldn't help complaining in his heart, but he also knew that Phoebus's favorability had been brushed up. But Lin Chen, who is well versed in the routine of picking up girls, knows that the more at this time he can't take the initiative because Phoebus is too arrogant and even has a bit of social incompetence. If you capture it directly you don't know what kind of chaos it will cause, and its ability to attract hatred will break the harmonious atmosphere, and it may even offend many powerful Pokemon outside. So you have to suppress it from the beginning, control a character and train it well. Therefore he decided to do the opposite. Ignore her. Thinking of this Lin Chen rolled up his trouser leg, stepped on the bluestone and walked toward Phoebus' direction. The excited Phoebus twisted his body in the water and was a little at a loss for a moment. The prince came over. Is he here to find me? The princess? He must be coming to kiss me. No, my mother said that girls should be reserved. I have to reject him first. So in Phoebus's expectant eyes Lin Chen got closer and closer. How should it test this human? What if he kisses me? Will it give birth if I kiss? I am still young. Looking at the expectation and joy in Lin Chen's eyes, Phoebus was also a little excited and bitter. No, if he thinks I rejected him, wouldn't it be too sad? But I can test him and then reluctantly agree to become his best Pokemon. However, just when Phoebus was fantasizing, Lin Chen passed by her and petrified her instantly. The female fish is nothing. Saffron treasure chest is true love. P.S. This is a 7,400-word chapter. Please collect it. Please subscribe. Please give me a monthly ticket. Please give me flowers. Please give me evaluation vote. The protagonist will soon have a team. I don't mean Phoebus. There is also a very strong Pokemon coming. The NET step is the lead. This chapter contains pictures. Click the illustration button in the lower right corner of the screen to view the pictures. Chapter 63 Fusion of Supreme Authority, How to Conquer Divine Beast and a Treasure Chest that Runs Through Time and Space. Phoebus was stunned. This is different from what is said in the storybook. How can he just walk over? Phoebus's fishtail, which was still shaking slightly, also stopped. He felt that things were beyond his control and a sense of uneasiness emerged in his heart. She was ready to wait until the human in front of her approached her, then hide behind the water plants and wait until he stretched out his hands to welcome her, then consider whether to run into his arms. Such desires should be welcomed so as to be in line with her own reserve. At least she must not lose her temperament as a queen. As the descendant of the most beautiful Pokemon Melodic in the world, she must have such a style. However, in the end she will definitely agree to let him take her away, but she needs a small test and set a little hardship for him to make him feel precious. Of course, after all, he is her prince and she will definitely let him pass. Just like in the story, all the prince's journeys to see the princess will not be smooth sailing. The prince needs to wear a sharp sword, ride a white horse and come to the dragon's cave from a distant country just to save the princess. Only after passing layers of tests can the princess be taken away. Just like the human in front of him came from a distant city to this Celadon Rainbow Forest and saved himself at his most dangerous moment. This is a beautiful encounter, even more beautiful than the encounter between the prince and princess in the story. Only such an encounter is a gift from fate to oneself. And looking at the Pokemon he cultivated, although they cannot compare with himself in beauty, their strength is really good. Especially this giant Laren, like a knight in a storybook, is the most suitable as a guard. The queen always needs a few guards. As for Eevee, it can be used as a mount, and the egg-like Digipi Just be a pet. Phoebus has begun to enjoy a bright future in his heart, believing in the fate destined by fate. Under the helping hand of this human he should quickly evolve into melodic. By then its beauty will be enough to fascinate everything and all Pokemon, and humans will bow down and surrender to its beauty like a work of art. By then her mother should be back, right? She wants her mother to see how excellent the prince she chose is. Let her mother be happy and don't abandon it again. However, what Phoebus didn't expect was that just as she was enjoying a bright future, this human actually ignored it. Lin Chen rolled up his sleeves with a hint of joy and covet in his eyes and didn't even look at it. At this time he walked straight to the center of the stream with only the treasure chest in his eyes. As for Phoebus, how can he be as good looking as the treasure chest? How can he leave? Phoebus was stunned for a moment, thinking that the human in front of him was embarrassed to contact him. After all, just like the prince in the story, he would not dare to blaspheme when he saw the princess's gorgeous face. What are you thinking? I am not those cowardly princesses. Don't be polite to me. Phoebus spit out a string of bubbles, twisted his body quickly and began to approach Lin Chen, making himself more proactive. Snap! Its fishtail gently slapped the water surface and the splashing water almost wet the trouser legs of this human. But Lin Chen didn't even look back and continued to walk forward. Is he an idiot? He didn't see this? Although Phoebus was inwardly annoyed, he still thought that this human might not have seen it clearly, so he swam underwater and then emerged from the bottom of the water as if he had just emerged from the water. Phoebe, in order to attract Lin Chen's attention, the sound of the water was so loud that even a few Magikarp who passed by were scared away by this. 837. Seeing Lin Chen, Phoebus still ignored her and angrily slapped the water with his tail. Could it be that some confusion skill controlled him? Following Lin Chen's gaze, Phoebus looked toward the middle reaches of the stream, but there was nothing there, only the waves of sunlight reflected on the water, which attracted Lin Chen's full attention as if there was some rare treasure there. Although this sparkling stream looks quite beautiful, but can anyone look better than myself? Thinking of this, Phoebus finally couldn't help it any longer. She swam past Lin Chen from behind, then patted the water and stopped in front of Lin Chen. Lin Chen smiled to himself when he saw Phoebus meeting in front of him. The fish is hooked. Sure enough, if you want to deal with such an arrogant woman, you beast, you have to do the opposite. Just ignore her. People who are too arrogant often feel that they are special. If they just hang around her, they will definitely be treated as a licking dog. Even if they are ordered around, they will definitely not be able to tame them, because the other party may not have you in their eyes at all, but they will look at the type who is indifferent to them, thus stimulating their competitiveness. Especially for women who often seem to be arrogant, the queen is likely to be a hem. This can also be applied to Pokemon. Now that Phoebus is taking the initiative to stop him, it means that his routine is working. This Phoebus rank is too low. When I was the king of the sea, I caught 5 fish in one night, then galloped my horse and then walked on the wall for several days. But in this world his chastity should be refreshed. Lin Chen dares to say that he has no predecessor in the world. After all, they are all in another world. Thinking of this, Lin Chen looked at Phoebus and said softly, "Okay, Kingler has been driven away by me. It's safe here. You can continue on the road. Please pay attention to safety." Net time. Listening to Lin Chen's gentle voice, Jojo suddenly felt warm in her body. She felt that the human being in front of her was so gentle and his voice was so soft and nice. Even when faced with his current ugly posture, he is still kind-hearted with no trace of disgust in his eyes. He even cares about himself. Good man. He must be himself, the destined prince. Phoebus spit out several strings of bubbles, happily thinking that if Lin Chen said he wanted to conquer it later, it would immediately agree. However, after the man in front of her finished speaking gently to her, he actually ignored her, bypassed her and continued walking forward. Only then did Phoebus react. It felt like a bolt from the blue, shattering her dream instantly. This human being doesn't seem to be a hero at all to save the beauty. In fact, he was just too kind, so he saved himself just like a stray fish. Thinking of this, all the bubbles Phoebus spit in the water burst. His eyes widened and his body lay flat, floating on the water like a dead fish. I completely doubt my life. But soon Phoebus jumped out of the water and looked at himself through the reflection on the water. He still looks like this, with bumps and bumps on his cocky body, and he still looks dirty, showing no signs of turning into a beautiful melodic. Phoebus spit out bubbles. His eyes became more and more disappointed and his mentality changed slightly at this time. Really, I am still deceiving myself. Even though he is the child of the most beautiful AgJ Pokemon in the world, he always looks like this. Can I really evolve myself? Phoebus can tolerate being despised and rejected by other Pokemon. It doesn't care about that because it believes that it can become a beautiful melodic like its mother and show its charm in front of a prince. This is her obsession and her dream, but she can't bear to be ignored, or even the other person doesn't even look at you. This is an insult to her. Phoebus sighed in his heart, and his mother's words to him rang in his mind. In the distant lake which used to be Phoebus' home, my mother would tell herself every day, "From now on you will be the most beautiful Pokemon in the world." world. Phoebus heard his mother's words and asked doubtfully, is it really possible? My mother would always respond gently and patiently, yes I will. Although I saw myself like this with the encouragement of my mother, I gradually believed in all this and believed that I would become the most beautiful Pokemon in the future. Later one morning Phoebus woke up early and found that his mother had suddenly disappeared. I thought I was just hunting for food, but my mother didn't appear again for several days. No matter how Phoebus wandered and even swam the entire lake, he could not find his mother. Since then my mother has completely disappeared. It has also become a wandering Phoebus, wandering in loneliness all the time. The only thing that supports it is the obsession to become as melodic as its mother. From its point of view, the mother was probably angry when she saw that it didn't make a good effort to evolve, and maybe it turned into a melodic. Mother will come back. Mother can't lie to it. It will definitely become the most beautiful melodic. Thinking of this, Phoebus' eyes regained a bit of spirit and it turned its gaze back to the man in front of it, secretly relieved in its heart. Come on, you can do it. The ugly state now is just a process of transformation for itself, and it will definitely become a beautiful melodic. However, Phoebus is also a little helpless. After all, it knows that it can evolve into a noble melodic, but the human in front of it may not know it. Even most humans don't know that melodic is evolved from Phoebus. After all, in the past period of time I have met many of the same kind, but most of them are dull and timid without any confidence, but more like the mud in the ground and will never get out of the day. And they don't even know about evolution, nor do they know the existence of melodic. Even if I explain it to them, no Phoebus will believe it and even actively reject it as an alien. Even Phoebus himself didn't believe in himself, not to mention that someone would associate Phoebus, an ugly Pokemon, with the most beautiful Pokemon melodic. But if this goes on, won't he have no chance? Phoebus suddenly felt tired. Could he take the initiative to follow and beg humans to accept him? This made him hesitate. After all, he was a noble descendant of melodic. How could he take the initiative to beg human? But if he missed this kind prince, wouldn't he miss the opportunity when he left? Dignity is important, or love is important. Phoebus faced a choice and chose to take a look at the three Pokemon still beside Lin Chen on the shore. At this time Tijipai was still singing happily on Laren's head, waving his little hands so cute. Laren looked around looking for rocks on the shore. It seemed that he had found some game. You can always find minerals with good taste by the water. Eevee half squatted on the ground staring at her master in the stream, unwilling to move away for a moment, and no movement could escape her eyes. It is the guardian of the master. When Phoebus saw this scene, he roughly understood the composition of these three Pokemon: a big guy, a small one, and a silly FO. As long as he evolved, he could beat them in minutes. Eevee's intuition was the most acute, probably from the danger foreknowledge in her talent, which made her immediately sense Phoebus's gaze. What is this Phoebus doing in the water? Why is he staring at me all the time? And his eyes are so strange. Eevee always felt that this look was malicious, but she had to help her master keep watch, so she didn't bother to pay attention. She just nodded coldly and fought back with her eyes without showing weakness. I haven't settled the account with you for blocking the master before, but you Phoebus also want to follow the master? What a foolish fish dream. Thinking of this, Eevee deliberately shook the soothe bell on her chest. Ding ding ding. The crisp bell sounded and the power of soothing the soul spread out, making Eevee look proud. Such an ugly Pokemon is not within her threat range and the owner cannot like it. And Phoebus saw Eevee's arrogant and proud look and suddenly felt sour in his heart. Was it given to her by the prince? Damn it, it must be that the prince didn't meet me earlier, so he gave her the bell. If I had known the prince earlier after evolution, I would instantly become the most beautiful Pokemon in the world, not to mention a little bell. At that time the prince would give me whatever I wanted and he would be fascinated by it. Thinking of this, Jojo remembered that she had heard her mother read such a story with huge changes before and after in the human storybook. What is it called? The Ugly Duckling or Cinderella? Forget it, it's the same anyway. Thinking of this, Phoebus' big eyes suddenly lost focus. The prince did not recognize him when he saw himself as Cinderella. When he evolved and transformed into melodic, this human would definitely be fascinated by him. At that time I must let the prince teach that silly FO a lesson. Let it know who is the most beautiful Pokemon. I didn't expect Eevee to arouse its competitive spirit. Interesting. Lin Chen took this scene in his eyes and his mouth corners slightly raised. Everything was under control. The more unwilling Phoebus is, the easier it is to train teach. After all, what he wants is an obedient Pokemon, not an arrogant Phoebus with social nagging disorder. It has just entered the 8th level, but it dares to taunt a superior mid-level Kingler and 100 Krabbies. It's simply poisonous. If it weren't for its extremely strong talent and its own rain dance is god level, plus he is the direct descendant of melodic, there is a great chance that he will evolve into melodic, which can easily become the core of the rainy day team or even merge the water authority of the god of creation. Otherwise Lin Chen would not make a move. After all, the law of the jungle is the survival law of this world. Even human civilization is just a gorgeous dress and the essence is still the strong plundering the weak. Arrogant Arrogance is okay, but it needs to be matched with strength. Otherwise pure arrogance is just a kind of stupidity which will only bring disaster. At that time, even if you pay the price for it, you deserve it. Ash's Charizard is a living example. Although he is very powerful, he is arrogant and sometimes does not obey orders. When fighting Richie in the Quartz Stadium, he can easily defeat Charmander with the same attributes, but after the opponent used Pikachu, he actually lost his fighting spirit because he felt that the opponent was too weak. In the end, Ash lost to Richie. It was a game that he should not lose. In addition, Iris's Dragonite also made the same arrogant mistake when facing Ash's Krokorok. He could have finished off his opponent, but he didn't listen to the command and finally let Krokorok evolution into Crocodile and was defeated helplessly. Lin Chen didn't want such a thing to happen to him. After all, not all battles can be stopped. Once in the wild, there is no referee to stop, and only the death of one party can determine the winner. If it is because of Phoebus's personality problem that causes him to lose the battle or even put himself in a dangerous situation, such a Pokemon, no matter how talented and powerful she is, Lin Chen will not keep it. Even if he captures the legendary beast in the future, he will beat it directly and teach it the truth with physical method. If it doesn't work once, beat it 10 times and it will always be obedient. However, Phoebus's personality has not been completely solidified yet, and there is still a chance to correct him directly from the beginning. By the way, knock it down, and when she is obedient, consider conquering her. So Lin Chen didn't pay much attention to Phoebus. Now he has come to the middle of the stream. Two golden lights reflected the sunlight, and the saffron treasure chest still floated up and down with the waves, looking particularly dazzling. It really feels like a card draw. Lin Chen couldn't help but sigh, feeling quite expectant. These two treasure chests took him a lot of effort, and he drove away Krabby family to get them. I hope to get something good. Lin Chen was about to reach out to open the treasure chest, but suddenly he seemed to remember something. The hand that was about to touch the saffron treasure chest was suspended in the air, and then he took it back again. I almost forgot an important thing. Phoebus, who was waiting behind him, saw Lin Chen suddenly turn around and hurriedly swung his fishtail and spit out a few bubbles. At this time it no longer wanted to be reserved. Phoebus was already very happy. The prince recognized me after all. Ah, he looked at me. However, Lin Chen ignored it but waved his hand and shouted to Tijipai on the shore, "Tijipai, come here." Cheji. Although Tijipai didn't know why the master asked him to go over, he nodded obediently and knocked on Laren's head, asking him to take him over. After all, with its current body shape, if the key stepped into the stream rashly, it might be drowned. Laren snorted but did not refuse. He stepped forward like a war fortress and stepped on the stream with his huge hoof, instantly cutting off more than half of the water upstream. For a moment the entire stream seemed to be cut off. Laren's 4 deep footprints were left on the soft soil. Every step he took was like a small mountain moving slowly. The scene was spectacular. You have to know that it is only the second form now. If Aron evolves into its final form, its eyes may increase several times. By then its huge body may be able to cut off the entire stream or even easily destroy the mountain just by standing here. Even standing there now, the scene is like a giant beast from ancient time. It symbolizes the highest violent aesthetic and is the embodiment of extreme power. Boom boom boom. The vibration of the ground caused the waters near the shore to begin to vibrate. Every time Laren took a step, a ripple would come from the shore. The ripples quickly spread from the shore and Phoebus was shaken a little. Before I didn't feel anything when I looked at this blue dread giant Laren from a distance, but now that I'm close looking at Laren's brutal and hideous face, I feel like he can eat 10 of me in one bite. No, 100. Thinking of this, Phoebus was so scared that he subconsciously swam back a little. When he realized that he was so scared that he retreated, Phoebus suddenly felt a little ashamed. She is going to be Melodic's female fish. How can she be scared off by a mere Laren? When she becomes Melodic, she will definitely let this big guy be her bodyguard. Yeah, that's it. After all, the queen needs some silly bodyguards around her. This appearance is mighty and domineering, which suits her best. Thinking of this, Phoebus suddenly felt better. Seeing Lin Chen being banned, his eyes became more covet. Laren, who was waiting in the water at this time, didn't pay attention to the little Phoebus and soon came to the owner. Come closer. Lin Chen waved his hand and asked them to move closer. The reason why he called it here was naturally because before unbowing he had to rub the luck of the European Emperor. Metaphysical unbowing, boundless magic power. More. Laren slowly stretched his neck and Tijipai looked at the owner stretching out his hands and danced excitedly. Lin Chen touched Laren's head and whispered, "Thank you for your hard work, Laren." More. Laren growled, indicating that these were all trivial matters. Lin Chen smiled, then stretched out his hand and began to rub Tijipai's little head angrily. Sheiji. Although Tijipai didn't know what happened, he naturally didn't resist the intimate actions of his owner. He waved his little hands and laughed happily. Eevee in the distance saw this scene and there was a hint of jealousy in his eyes and black air rose around him. It's a pity that it is a duty to protect the safety of its master, otherwise it would also want to run into its master master's arms charm. Damn Tijipai, you are so lucky. I must surpass you. On the other side, Lin Chen rubbed Tijipai's head while muttering, absorb the European Emperor's European energy, stay away from me. As Lin Chen said this, he cast his eyes on the 2 treasure chests in the stream. After thinking for a moment, he decided to open the saffron treasure chest below first. As for the dark gold treasure chest, the good things should naturally be left for later. After all, opening the bow requires a knife first and then it can be shipped. Since he had enough European Emperor's luck, Lin Chen slowly stretched out his hand and put it on the saffron treasure chest. Click. With a mechanical crisp sound, the saffron treasure chest was slowly opened and then a ray of light poured out of the treasure chest, shining with an ancient and sacred light as if it ran through time. Lin Chen opened his all-knowing eyes. When he saw the contents of the bow, a flash of surprise flashed across his eyes. He said in shock, this is PSA 7000 word chapter. I misread the last one. It should be the opening of the bow. The title is wrong. I'm sorry. Please add it to your collection. Please subscribe. Please give me a monthly ticket. Please give me flowers. Please give me a review ticket. CC. Chapter 64 Mega Evolution Keystone Elite Level Item makes you feel dirty when playing tactic. Please subscribe. In the treasure bow, a ray of light flickered. When Lin Chen stretched out his hand, the ray of light turned into a crystal clear colorful bead that flew out of the treasure bow and then landed steadily in Lin Chen's hand. Lin Chen held the bead above his head, reflecting the colorful light through the sunlight. He carefully examined the bead in his hand. The bead was about the size of a fingernail. It looked like it could be embedded in some bracelets or necklaces and carried with you. It felt cold in his hand. The whole bead is colorful. Looking from the bottom up, the colors correspond to the red, orange, yellow, green, blue and purple of the Pokemon's talents, and in the center of the bead you can see a circle of light gold. In addition, you can see clear lines on it which are like the shape of a falling leaf. It looks like the marbles I played with when I was a child. Just laying with it in my hand, I can feel a strong energy flowing in the bead. At the same time, Lin Chen opened the eye of all-knowing and the data of the bead also appeared in front of him. A simple sentence, but it made Lin Chen feel a surprise. It turned out to be a keystone, the most important key to open Mega Evolution. You know, the general evolution form of Pokemon basically only has 2 or 3 times and the evolution is irreversible, but in fact there are a small number of Pokemon that can have Mega Evolution, also called Mega Evolution. It is beyond the limit of Pokemon that can evolve so far and belongs to a higher level of evolution. Chachi. The Tijipai on the side shook his finger and looked at his master in confusion. He only saw a ray of light and a shiny bead appeared on his master's hand. Lin Chen put the keystone into his pocket and there was a hint of joy in his eyes. Although there is no Pokemon that can Mega Evolution for the time being and there is no corresponding evolutionary stone, it is always good to prepare in advance. After all, in the real world no one knows that Pokemon has a Mega Evolution in addition to general evolution. Pokemon that has undergone Mega Evolution will temporarily release hidden power and EERT abilities that cannot be obtained through general evolution. This evolution currently only appears on certain Pokemon and Mega Evolution is a temporary state and cannot be maintained permanently. However, in Lin Chen's opinion, it is more like Pokemon cannot control this life energy, so it can only use evolutionary stone to stimulate it, temporarily increase its strength, and then it will be consumed after the burst and return to the depths of the body. Moreover, the sum of the race values of Pokemon after Mega Evolution will increase and the attributes and characteristics may change. It can even have different evolution branches by using different Mega Stone. In the game it is generally directly increased by 100 race values, so that Royal 3 can directly obtain the ability value comparable to Quasagod, which can be called a plug-in artifact. For example, Charizard, the final evolution form of Charmander in Royal 3, is one of the appearances of Mega Evolution. It can be transformed into 2 forms by using Mega Evolutionary Stone evolution, which is really envious of a lot of Royal 3. Among them, the Y form strengthens the power of the fire system. Although the body is fragile, one shot is enough to destroy a city. With the addition of the flying system ability, it can be called a mobile glass cannon. As for the form, Charizard finally gained the dragon attribute. That's right, Charizard is not a dragon and it looks like a dragon, and its name also has a dragon, but he is essentially a flying and fire type. It was only after the X evolution that he gained the dragon attribute. It can be said to be the shame of the Dragon Clan. Even Altaria, the Dragon Clan traitor, is better than him. However, because Charizard is the designer's biological father, its attributes and abilities in all aspects are also extremely powerful. Whether in anime or games, its appearance rate is extremely high. There are also many Mega Evolutions similar to Charizard, such as Blastoise, Venusaur, Tyranitar, etc., which can make their strength leap through evolution. From this we can see how powerful Mega Evolution is, and the Keystone is the trump card for temporarily strengthening the power. Maybe when he reaches the professional level he can use the Keystone to open the Pokemon's Mega Evolution and fight against the elite level strong. It is equivalent to the first step to the strong. Of course Lin Chen was not too happy too early. He remembered that the conditions for Mega Evolution were extremely harsh. To start Mega Evolution it is far from enough to simply let Pokemon have Mega Evolutionary Stone Eye. The trainer also needs to have the Keystone to unlock the magical power contained in it, and spiritual bonds are needed to allow Pokemon to Mega Evolution. Unlike Mega Evolutionary Stone Eye corresponding to different Pokemon, the Keystone can open any Evolutionary Stone Eye, which is equivalent to a Master Key. This time it's really a big profit. Lin Chen smiled, turned around and touched Tajipai's head again. It will take a long time to have the opportunity to get the Keystone and the final precious stone. After all, this world has not yet discovered the existence of Mega Evolution, which means that these ores are still buried underground, and even Lin Chen is ready to go mining. Unexpectedly, the saffron treasure chest on the stream in Celadon Rainbow Forest was opened directly. This luck is simply too good to be invincible, worthy of being the European Emperor Tajipai. He is really the favorite child of God. He got good things in the first treasure chest. On the contrary, it is not necessarily useful to get Mega Evolutionary Stone Eye. After all, among the known Megas, only Laren's evolution type Aron and his team can use Mega Evolutionary Stone Eye. After evolution, the racial value is 100 points higher than before, mainly in physical defense, and the attribute will change from rock and steel to a single steel Pokemon. The main significance of Steel Rock is to avoid the weakness of fire, but it makes the output of ground and fighting types quadruple weakness, and Pure Steel makes the weakness of fighting and ground types doubled again. With the addition of basic physical resistance, Aron is obviously better than Aron without Mega in terms of being a tanker, but everything has its pros and cons. Because of the lack of rock type, Aron has no main type bonus and is actually more difficult to output than ordinary Aron, which is half weakened overall. The most important thing is that after Aron Mega Evolution, the shield will become thicker than the health bar. If it is put in the game, it is simply a stupid operation. Although the physical defense has reached the ceiling, the special defense is too low and it is easy to be directly penetrated by the special defense Pokemon. Of course, the real world is not like this, such a simple calculation. Especially the alien overlord Laren in his hand, if it evolves to Aron, the defense will be higher. However, no matter how high the defense is, when the opponent cannot break the defense, it will seem that it is not worth the loss to use the attack ability to replace the defense ability. What's more, his alien overlord Laren has all-round attributes that are far superior to those of the same race. Even if the attributes are replaced in game terms, the blood bar is ridiculously thick and the shield is as thick as a bug. It is equivalent to an all-round improvement for the entire team. It raises the overall upper limit. After all, Lin Chen did not intend to use the evolved Aron as an attacker from the beginning. He also wanted to see how powerful the defense above Aron could be. Can he resist the attack of thousands of enemies with his own body, like an ancient sacred mountain, suppressing countless strong men, making them despair because of the ineffectiveness of their attack? However, this reminded Lin Chen that he should train Laren's resistance to special attack Pokemon to avoid a weak point that can be broken. Once this defect can be made up, Laren will become a real nightmare level Pokemon, even comparable to the legendary bees. As for the rest of the Pokemon in Lin Chen's hands, they can't Mega Evolution for the time being. It's not that they can't, but he doesn't seem to have found the corresponding Mega Evolutionary Stone Eye in his memory. However, although they didn't find their Evolutionary Stones Eye in the previous life, it doesn't mean that they can't be found in this life. Maybe the treasure chest will be opened, or it will be discovered by those researchers after the large-scale promotion of Mega Evolution. After all, he can travel through time and bring a system, which means everything is possible. Maybe in the future we can see the Mega Evolution of Sylveon or Togekiss. It's cool to think about it. Of course, not all Pokemon Mega need Evolutionary Stones Eye. Rayquaza is the only one that does not need Evolutionary Stone Eye. It has a special organ called Mikado organ in its body. This organ can store the energy from meteorites that Rayquaza swallows in the atmosphere by instinct. This energy is really used by Rayquaza for Mega Evolution, and Mikado organ is the keystone that replaces Mega Stone and Trainer. Rayquaza in Mega Evolution is very powerful. The protruding jaw will tend with long tentacles to release particles. These particles can control the concentration and humidity of the gas and manipulate the weather. Therefore, it is called the God of the Sky and holds the power of the sky. In the movie version, Rayquaza after Mega Evolution can defeat Yogra and Groudon after the original return at the same time. It can be seen that Rayquaza is powerful, but Lin Chen does not expect to get a Rayquaza now. Who knows if there are Rayquaza living in the ozone layer of this planet? Even if there are, it is not something he can covet. After all, for this kind of first level god, even the instance of the elite level or even the champion level is as small as an ant in front of it, possessing the power to destroy the world. In any case, for Lin Chen at present, the keystone is a more suitable item for him than the Mega Evolutionary Stone-ite. As for Laron's Evolutionary Stone-ite, he can slowly search for it in the future. Anyway, it will take a long time for it to evolve into a Gran, and the Mega Evolutionary Stone-ite is estimated to be only considered a precious stone now, and it can be purchased. When the Mega is announced in the future, it will become a strategic material and be controlled by major alliances. Lin Chen, who got the keystone, was in a good mood and began to rub Tijapai's head frantically, intending to get another wave of luck. "You are really my little lucky star, Cheiji." Tijapai's face flushed red and she waved her little hands. Although she didn't know why the master suddenly thanked her, she was happy when the master was happy. Eevee on the side puffed up his mouth. A dark aura appeared in his eyes and he was full of envy. "The master has touched Tijapai many times. I wish the master would do the same to me." Eevee turned his head away, unwilling to watch the master touching Tijapai's head, and kicked Ons on the side. Phoebus in the water saw this scene and spit bubbles with jealousy, with dangerous light flashing in his big eyes. He was so intimate with other Pokemon in front of him. "That egg-like Tijapai, don't think about being my pet in the future." Phoebus was unhappy and her fishtail gently slapped the water surface. She slowly approached Lin Chen in the water, wanting him to look at her. "If I became his Pokemon, would I also be treated so gently, just as beautiful and happy as the prince and princess in the storybook?" Thinking of this, it also had some expectations and swam faster. Lin Chen had naturally noticed Phoebus approaching him slowly, but he continued to keep the original trousers, not even looking at Phoebus, and continued to rub Tijapai's luck. Seeing that Lin Chen ignored him continuously, not only did Phoebus not retreat, but a strong desire to conquer rose in his heart. It must become this man's Pokemon. Even if it was looked down upon at the beginning, Fan just waited until he evolved, blinded his eyes, and became his servant. Thinking of this, Phoebus did not continue to swim forward. She didn't want to see her prince touching other Pokemon, so she spit bubbles and looked elsewhere. It happened to meet the eyes of Eevee, who was kicking stone. Phoebus, who was originally ridiculed by Eevee, now found a point to fight back and immediately cast a gloating look. Eevee was so angry that his teeth itched. If it didn't want to get wet in the water, it would have wanted to teach Phoebus a lesson. Phoebus was not afraid at all. His huge fish eyes were full of ambition. "Wait until I evolve and conquer this man. Then I can make these silly Pokemon jealous of me, especially this silly FO. Let them be jealous. As for the big guy, just be his guard. It will be very impressive to ride him out." Thinking of this, Phoebus had a big dream in his heart. It wants to conquer this human and these three stupid Pokemon. But how to conquer them? Phoebus waved his fish tail in his hand and a plan came to his mind. The first step is to trick this human into conquering him. Cheiji. On the other side, Tijapai was also very happy to be praised by his master and kept rolling on Laron's head. Lin Chen thought that Tijapai and Laron had lived here before, so he gently touched Laron's head and whispered, "You haven't been back for so long, go and get some fresh air." Hearing his master's words, Tijapai patted Laron's head and said happily, Cheiji, let's go for a walk." "Duo." Laron nodded. She had wanted to walk around for a long time. If she hadn't been afraid that Tijapai would fall into the water, she would have left long ago. Now that Tijapai also wanted to walk around, she immediately became interested. She trotted along the riverbank of the stream and her huge body scared the Pidgeotto group that came to drink water and fled in all directions. Duo. Seeing this scene, Laron felt extremely happy. You know, she lives alone in the cave and she can only be cautious at ordinary times, and this stream has always been occupied by the Kingler tribe. Before, it didn't dare to come to the stream at all. It was cautious when drinking water and it had to turn around and run away at the slightest movement, and every time she came here she was afraid of being besieged by crabbies and she might be beaten up if she was surrounded. But now she can directly occupy an entire stream and no Pokemon dares to offend her. The changes before and after made her feel so happy, and all this is after following the master. It is the master who gave it powerful power. Roar! Laron roared comfortably to the sky and immediately countless flying Pokemon in the surrounding forest were startled. This feeling of mastering power is great. Tijapai saw Laron's power and happily shook his finger to cheer for her. This guy really likes to show off. Lin Chen couldn't help but laugh when he saw this scene. You know, before they were captured, the two of them fought each other and Aron at that time was determined to teach Tijapai, who occupied his cave. I didn't expect that the two of them are so good now. It's really fate. Laron heard Tijapai's cheers and had to show off in front of her, performing a trick of catching wild fish and returning to primitive life. Laron was still lying on the shore like before, carefully staring at the fish in the water. The method that worked every time before didn't work. Wherever Laron went, the fish would scatter in advance. You know, Laron was not so big before. Now it's like a small mountain. It's definitely not feasible to catch fish by sneaking like before. Before approaching the fish, the heavy steps alone will shake the water surface. How can the fish not be scared away? Looking at him squatting and holding his breath carefully, Lin Chen's mouth corners slightly raised, revealing a knowing smile. Shaji. Seeing that Laren still didn't catch any fish, Tajapai stood on Laren's head and cheered her up with rhythmic voices. Laren was a little angry because he still hadn't caught any fish. He kicked the ground hard, causing a small earthquake. The water surface was surging like a boiling scald, and several small fish floated up with their bellies turned upside down. A lot. Laren didn't expect that she could stun the fish with one kick, so she went into the water and bit the fainted fish and swallowed them in one gulp. As soon as she took a bite, Laren regretted it and spit out the fish. This is too unpalatable. It's not as good as the one made by the owner. Laren remembered that when she was hungry she was very happy to catch a fish to fill her stomach. Seeing the floating fish, she couldn't bear to throw them away, so she decided to let the owner make the grilled fish she had seen on TV. She had eaten it once before. I've been craving it for a long time. As a smart Laren, naturally she had been exposed to the internet for a long time, and she, who claimed to be a gourmet, only watched food shows every time she watched TV. Every time she finished watching, her saliva almost flowed down, and then she began to pester the owner, insisting that the owner make it for her to taste. Every time at this time, Lin Chen would always smile helplessly. This foodie. Thinking of this, Laren began to catch fish continuously. Lin Chen on the side did not pay attention to Laren and the others' movements and turned his attention to the second treasure chest. The dark gold treasure chest floated on the water, and it was obviously of higher quality. Lin Chen rubbed his hands and closed his eyes and muttered silently, "Tajapai, help me open the bow." After speaking, Lin Chen stretched out his right hand, and the moment he touched the dark gold treasure chest, the lid began to slowly rise. Click. A familiar mechanical sound came and the dark gold treasure chest opened. The light in the treasure chest shone, and the ancient light reflected the law, turning into a scale with rainbow light and falling into Lin Chen's hands. This is prism scale. Lin Chen was stunned for a moment. Although prism scale is also very precious and has no market value, its overall value is only about 5 or SI million. But it is not stronger than the keystone, right? Especially once the role of the keystone is known to people, it may not be a matter of value, and it will attract countless people to fight for it. Even the elite and even champion level strongmen will be tempted by it. After all, many of their main forces are Royal 3 or ordinary Pokemon, relying on talent and hard work to narrow the gap between them and quasi-god. If they can get the keystone and the corresponding evolutionary stone, their strength will usher in a qualitative leap. It will completely rewrite the current situation of the 8 alliances. It can be called a strategic treasure. Therefore, in terms of value alone, prism scale is worth less than the keystone. But why did it appear in the dark gold treasure bow? Thinking of this, Lin Chen took a closer look at prism scale. Suddenly felt something was wrong. A cool touch came from his hand, and this not so heavy piece of scale seemed to be surging with extremely powerful force. Lin Chen held the scale in his hand and slowly closed his eyes. Whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly Lin Chen felt like he was facing the vast ocean, and the surging power was like the surging wave. Just holding it, he felt that he was just a sailboat in this vast ocean, swaying with the wind and wave. Whoosh whoosh. In calm times he only felt that this boundless ocean was unfathomable, but if a strong wind suddenly rose, the wind and waves would bring a monstrous force covering the sky and the sun, and could smash this sailboat in an instant. No, not just sailboats, even the 10,000-ton giant ship that could cross the ocean would be instantly overturned by this supreme power. Lin Chen slowly opened his eyes, and at this time a layer of fine sweat was already on his forehead. Just holding this prism scale, you can feel an extremely terrifying pressure. Lin Chen opened the eye of all-knowing, and countless data flashed in front of him. Zero. Ask for flowers. It's actually the elite level melodic prism scale. Lin Chen finally understood it at this time, and his Zion was extremely surprised, as expected the level of the treasure chest directly corresponds to the value of the item. No, if we talk about value, the ordinary prism scale on the market is 5 or SI million, which is just to satisfy the boring collection of rich people. However, if someone knows the true effect of this elite level prism scale in Lin Chen's hand, even professional level or even elite level strongmen will fight for it. It is a precious treasure that can improve Pokemon's talent. It is worthy of being opened from a dark gold treasure chest. You know, this prism scale was transformed from a melodic who was at the peak of the elite level and only one step away from becoming a champion level. Before she was alive, she already possessed the power of the law and was extremely powerful. She could easily cause a tsunami, destroy a city, kill hundreds of thousands of people, and displace millions of people. It is a real mobile disaster, the real supreme power. Moreover, the prism scale can also improve the qualifications, making it even more rare. You should know that other humans cannot use the all-knowing eye to see the effect directly like Lin Chen, but the top item appraisers can still roughly infer the effect of the items through observation and testing. Some of the items that can improve the qualifications of Pokemon, even if the improvement is slight, are worth tens of millions or even hundreds of millions in the market. Although no one knows shows its efficacy if it enters the market. The powerful water-type energy contained in it alone can be dozens of times more expensive than ordinary prism scale. Lin Chen took a deep breath, calmed his excitement and cast his eyes secretly on Phoebus, who was fighting with Eevee at this time. You know, Lin Chen has the life gem, which just happens to have a corresponding water-type slate which contains the water of creation authority and can radiate water-type energy, plus the qualifications improved by evolution. Adding the two together, maybe when Phoebus evolves the qualifications will jump 2 levels and become purple level qualifications. If so, once this Phoebus evolves, it is very likely that Lin Chen will become the first purple level Pokemon in his hands. Thinking of this, Lin Chen looked at Tijipai, who was cheering for Laren in the distance. As ejected of the European Emperor Tijipai, he can get whatever he wants. Although it was a wave of metaphysic, the harvest was indeed surprising. If before Lin Chen was only interested in conquering Phoebus, after all even a melodic child needs enough time to grow before it can evolve. But now that he has obtained this elite melodic prism scale, he is determined to get it. But he knows that to conquer Phoebus he must be aloof. The more he ignores her, the faster he can train her and teach her well. And when Lin Chen got the prism scale, Phoebus turned around and looked at Lin Chen. Phoebus spit bubbles and felt that the human in front of him was getting more and more pleasing to the eye. It seemed that it was destined that he was his prince. It must be fate, the guidance that fate brought to him. It was destined to be him. Maybe by following him he can find his mother. Just as Phoebus was looking at Lin Chen's back and muttering, she suddenly saw the human in front of her, suddenly turned around and looked at her. He finally looked at me. At this time Lin Chen put away the prism scale, waved to Phoebus, who was still watching, showed a gentle smile and said, "Go back quickly, be careful in the future, don't be rash and be besieged by Krabby again. I won't always come here." It seems to be comforting, but it is actually a hint. The first half of the sentence seems to be a reminder, but it is actually a hint that it is too dangerous in the wild and it is safe to follow me. The second half of the sentence is even more decisive, using the method of crushing the psychological defense line to tell the other party, "Once I leave I will come less often and you won't see me in the future." The two sentences together made Phoebus unable to hesitate and could only be forced to make a quick choice. In fact, in order to collect more treasure chests, Lin Chen will definitely come to Celadon Rainbow Forest frequently in the future, but he will not tell Phoebus all this. After all, as long as the routine is deep, the iron rod can be ground into a needle. Phoebus was really an eas when he heard this. "I won't see you in the future. How can that be?" At this time it no longer cared about being reserved. It swam quickly in front of Lin Chen with its body swinging and spit out a string of bubbles. "I also want to follow you and see the outside world." Her eyes were full of covet. Covet can form bonds with this human. Eevee on the side heard this, snorted and cast a disdainful look. What qualifications does this kind of chicken have to become the owner's Pokemon to join them? However, Pokemon with low appearance like Phoebus are not worried about stealing the owner's favor. Such an ugly fish is not a concern. Sheiji. Hearing the movement from the owner's side, Tijipai, who had already returned from fishing, shook his little hand. She didn't mind the new companion but was looking forward to it. It should be fun to have an Etra underwater mount. More. Laren on the side didn't even look at Phoebus but just asked Lin Chen with his eyes, "This Phoebus is not tasty. I'm hungry. When can I make grilled fish?" Lin Chen saw that Phoebus had already swam up on his own initiative and he looked a little hesitant. He seems like a kind human being who can't refuse to adopt Pokemon. He is thinking about his own species. Lin Chen is also hesitant, his eyes revealing that he doesn't want to capture two weak Pokemon. Phoebus saw the meaning in Lin Chen's eyes and quickly used a water gun at the shore. The water gun shot out and hit the berry on the top of an orange tree on the shore accurately. Seeing that Lin Chen's E-Precision did not ease at all, Phoebus flicked his tail and the water pulse spread instantly. Boom! Suddenly 3 whirlpools formed on a piece of water and all the fallen leaves floating on the water were rolled in. Using water pulse twice in a row made Phoebus a little tired, but he maintained an elegant theme. But the E-Precision on Lin Chen's face still did not change. Phoebus looked at Laren, who was staring at the fish on the shore. She gritted her teeth and began to sway quickly in the water as if she was dancing or a sacrificial ceremony. Mysterious power began to surge, causing a large number of dark clouds to gather in the sky and the world became dim. Rain dance. A light rain began to fall in the sky, and as Phoebus swam faster and faster the sky became darker and darker. Enough! Lin Chen, who saw the scene, hurriedly stopped Phoebus. If he really let it finish rain dance he would probably be soaked like a drowned chicken. But this water type talent is really nothing to say. The coverage of this rain curtain is almost 50 meters, just the size of a battlefield. You know, Phoebus is only at the entry level 8 now. When its strength is further improved, how terrifying will it have? Will rain dance not directly cause a flood? Puff puff puff. Seeing Lin Chen stop him, Phoebus stopped, panting heavily. Obviously rain dance consumed a lot of his energy. A hint of hesitation flashed in Lin Chen's Chen's eyes and his E-Pression was tangled for a moment, then he slowly said, "Do you want to be my Pokemon?" Hearing this, Phoebus nodded repeatedly. It was originally working for this purpose. "Yes, but I don't like Pokemon that are too noisy." Phoebus spit out a string of bubbles indicating that he would be quiet. Lin Chen showed a barely noticeable smile and continued, "I also want to accept yours, but you see I already have 3 Pokemon and I am not very peaceful on weekdays." His face was full of regret, so Phoebus hurriedly shook his tail indicating that he would get along harmoniously with other Pokemon. It was just like a dog to satisfy the wishes of the male god. In this way Lin Chen made a series of requests. "I can only say that if the routine is not enough, the acting skills will make up for it." How could Phoebus, who is too low in rank, be the opponent of the deep-sea fisherman? The already confused Phoebus could only nod his head repeatedly. After all, in his opinion, he must not miss the human in front of him. This human simply does not know how beautiful his future is. After he evolves, he will definitely surprise this human. Then he will be charmed to death and then negotiate new conditions. With this idea in mind, Phoebus agreed to these unequal treaties all at once, and Lin Chen's mouth corners slightly raised and he did make a touching E-Pression on his face and said affectionately, "Since it has come to this, I naturally cannot hurt your heart. From today on you are my partner and my family." After speaking, Lin Chen took out a Pokeball from his pocket and finally said, "Have you really thought about it?" Phoebus nodded vigorously and almost took the initiative to knock the Pokeball down. "Okay." Lin Chen threw the Pokeball. Before the ball fell into the water, Phoebus had already jumped up and hit the Pokeball. The ball opened. In response, a red light flashed and Phoebus was sucked into the Pokeball. The Pokeball that fell into the stream didn't even shake. Ding! The red signal light on the Pokeball went out. Phoebus successfully captured. Success! At this time Lin Chen slowly smiled and Eevee beside him couldn't help but shiver, always feeling that the owner was planning a very scary conspiracy. And Lin Chen looked at the Pokeball in his hand with a playful look. Sure enough, the heart of playing tactics is dirty. PSA 10.000 word chapter. Today's Explosion of 24,000. Please support. What other Pokemon do you hope to capture? You can leave a message in the comment area. Please collect. Please subscribe. Please monthly ticket. Please flowers. Please comment. This chapter contains pictures. Click the illustration button in the lower right corner of the screen to view the pictures. Chapter 65. Get a new treasure chest. The mysterious Pokemon egg hatched. Please subscribe. A white light flashed again and Phoebus reappeared in front of the other 3 Pokemon. Lin Chen raised the corners of his mouth and said with a smile, "Phoebus, say hello to everyone." Phoebus originally wanted to say that he was different from his peers, not called Phoebus but had his own, but think about it, when the reversal comes there will be a bigger surprise, so I just accept this name. But should I say hello to these 3 Pokemon? Phoebus hesitated for a moment. Although he has social naivete, it doesn't mean that he likes to get along with other Pokemon, or rather he has a kind of loneliness in his bones. "I don't want to get close to other Pokemon." However, when Lin Chen saw this, he coughed lightly, which reminded Phoebus that he had just signed a series of unequal treaties. One of them was to get along well with other Pokemon. Damn it, as a descendant of the noble Melodic, the most beautiful Pokemon in the future, I actually bowed my head to this big guy, the little one, and this silly FO, and became the 4th at the end. What a shame. When Lin Chen saw the scene, he smiled playfully, took out his mobile phone, opened the internet search engine and quickly entered a few words. "What is it like to release Pokemon?" Then he clicked on the voice assistant and started to play the sound. "Release Pokemon, is it for the stomach? Release ginger to eat Pokemon? Pokemon class is open. Pokemon are naughty and hard to catch. Most of them are pretending. Just beat them up." Uncommon ingredients. Phoebus 10 cooking methods. Witness the birth of delicious food. First, put in garlic and cooking wine. Phoebus was confused for a short time. These answers were more ridiculous than the other, making it tremble with fear. How did releasing become giving up life? Why do I feel like I'm on a pirate ship? What the hell is the last one? Is Phoebus' status so low in the human world? There are actually 10 ways to do it. Isn't this too scary? Puff puff puff. It spit out a string of bubbles continuously, feeling like a fish under the eaves. It has to bow its head. What's more, it was something it agreed to. It would be too embarrassing to regret it, which is not in line with its identity as the future queen. Moreover, since she is a princess and has not yet evolved into Melodic, she really needs to keep a low profile during this period. Only a short period of dormancy can bring a bright future. Don't bully the poor young. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. That's right. Phoebus began to find ecus in her mind, preparing to blend in with them and build good relationships. After all, although she came late, she also has the opportunity to become a big sister. Maybe she can develop these 3 opportunities into her own subject and then let them help her and get all the love of this human. The plan worked. Thinking of this, Phoebus gave herself a thumbs up. In her heart turned a circle quickly in the water, floated to the surface again and spit out a string of bubbles to the 3 Pokemon one by one, saying hello. Seeing Phoebus's performance, Lin Chen's eyes became more and more satisfied. In fact, looking down at the phone, this is not a search term for releasing Pokemon, it is just a meme software similar to Clefairy Shrimp, but the effect is good. It directly scared Phoebus. At this rate, this Phoebus will definitely become his shape. Thinking of this, Lin Chen also said to other Pokemon Eevee to Japai, Laren, welcome your new partner. Eevee. Hearing Lin Chen's words, Eevee came over, glanced at Phoebus and then nodded. Although Eevee doesn't like more Pokemon to share the owner's love, this Phoebus is so ugly. It shouldn't threaten me since the owner said so. Let her join. As long as it is the master's order, Eevee will support it unconditionally. Phoebus was happy on the surface, but in her heart she thought with disdain, stupid FO, you dare to look at me like this? When this princess evolves, I will blind your eyes and then snatch the master away. How much? Laren slowly came over after hearing Lin Chen's words. She still didn't care about Phoebus's joining. She was now thinking about how to make the fish she just caught delicious. However, Laren always felt that this new companion, why is it so much like an enlarged version of the raw material of grilled fish? I don't know if it tastes good. Even though he is so weak, he was subdued by the master. Could it be that he is also like me, just to reserve more ingredient? He is worthy of being the master, and he is really far-sighted. Just when Laren admired the master in his heart, Phoebus suddenly felt a chill on his back and a little creepy. It was as if he was being stared at by something terrifying. Could it be that the enemy he had offended before was here? Phoebus thought of the large number of Pokemon he had offended before and he was immediately glad. Fortunately, he followed this human. I guess these idiots can't find me. This is the safest place. Just when Phoebus was feeling proud, he didn't know that the place where he was the most dangerous area. Laren net to him was already thinking, when there is no food, is this Phoebus suitable for steaming or braising? Although I saw on the online food show that Magikarp and Phoebus are not delicious, but the owner's cooking skills are art. Maybe it can even turn rotten into meat. Decay is magical. As for why I thought about it so early, don't ask. Asking is to be prepared. Able to come up with a menu suitable for Phoebus in the first place. Cheji. Tajapai shook her finger. She has a gentle personality and is friendly to everyone, welcoming the new companions to join. Seeing that the three Pokemon accepted him, Phoebus was relieved. At least the first step of the plan, joining this human team, was successful. And now it seems that a stupid FO, a big fool and an egg fool are not a concern. As long as one evolution, you can become a big sister. At that time the master will be stunned by her beauty. Thinking of this, the future is bright. While Phoebus was still imagining the future, Lin Chen had taken out a small brush from his backpack, bent down and began to clean the scales for Phoebus. Since Phoebus has been conquered, you must take it seriously. Since Phoebus' evolution requires beauty, he also began to try to make Phoebus beautiful by cleaning and maintaining the scales, thereby accelerating the evolution. And Lin Chen did not want to waste the talent of this Phoebus, so it was best to keep Phoebus in the most beautiful posture and achieve perfect evolution under the nourishment of the life gem. In this way, maybe after the advancement he can get a powerful melodic comparable to the professional level. So he took out the brush from his backpack and began to clean it carefully. SHH. The brush made a slight rustling sound when sweeping on the scales of Phoebus. Lin Chen's movements were very gentle and he carefully cleaned the dirt in every scale for Phoebus. Since the beauty is to be achieved, it means starting from the details. Cleaning these tiny dirt can not only improve some beauty but also make Phoebus more comfortable and light and swim faster in the water. These tiny pieces of sand had been making Phoebus uncomfortable on weekdays. At first Phoebus was still a little uncomfortable and kept twisting his body in Lin Chen's hands. But seeing Lin Chen's serious attitude and gentle movements, he gradually stopped resisting and lay obediently in his palm. Especially seeing that all the dirt in the scales was cleaned out, Phoebus was very satisfied. It felt like he was back to the time when he was with his mother, accepting his mother's love. Sure enough, following this human was right. But when Lin Chen cleaned the scales on Phoebus' tail, Phoebus swung his tail violently. There! But in the end, Phoebus with a red face was pressed down by Lin Chen and forcibly cleaned, and he looked like a dead fish. After cleaning the dirt, Lin Chen applied healing spray to the wounds on Phoebus' body left by the battle with the crabby group. Eevee. When Eevee saw Lin Chen cleaning Phoebus' scales, his mouth slightly puffed up and he was extremely envious. Why can such an ugly guy enjoy the help of the master to clean it personally? She has never tried it before. A lot. Laren took a step and brought the fish he just caught, motioning to Lin Chen. Master, cook the fish I caught first. I saw on the internet that Phoebus is not delicious, so don't wash it. When this sentence came out, Phoebus was scared and thought it was going to be eaten. It jumped a wave of salted fish, but fortunately it was calmed down by the protagonist. However, Lin Chen realized at this time that Laren had mistaken Phoebus for stored food and couldn't help laughing. Cheji. Tajapai on the side happily shook his fingers and cheered for his master. When Lin Chen finished cleaning Phoebus, he was about to rest, but Eevee's little head squeezed into his arms and his little eyes looked at him covetously. Tajapai and Laren were not afraid of trouble either, and both came over to get the master's care. Okay, each of you has one. Lin Chen shook his head helplessly. He didn't expect that these Pokemon would be so jealous. Although the process would be a bit tiring, he was not a person who favored one over the other, so he nodded and agreed, making the 3 Pokemon very happy. Phoebus on the side rolled his eyes and thought to himself, a bunch of followers. After a while Eevee also accepted the master's bathing service, squinting his eyes very happy, but like Phoebus he also washed his tail with a red face. Then Tijipai and Laren did the same, but Tijipai was okay, but Laren was so big that Lin Chen almost tired himself out and he couldn't help but grit his teeth. I thought that in the future I would leave such work to Melodic after evolution. Just give Laren a hydro pump to clean it, and by the way you can also eat size water, attribute resistant. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Just as he was thinking about the harvest, Laren couldn't help but shudder, feeling that something bad was going to happen. After the cleanup was finished, several Pokemon also shook off the water droplets on their fur with satisfaction, stayed beside their owners and enjoyed a piece of it. Was quiet for a moment. The biggest change was Phoebus. Although he was still ugly, his scales were clean, revealing their original cyan color. In the light of dusk they shone brightly and looked much more beautiful. Phoebus hadn't experienced this refreshing feeling for a long time. He swam happily in the water, splashing water with his tail from time to time. Lin Chen wiped the sweat from his forehead and took out the elite level prism scale. The energy fluctuations contained in it instantly attracted Phoebus' attention. The same scales as his mother's. Phoebus was a little excited at first and kept jumping in the water. At first she thought it was the scales of her mother, but she soon realized that the aura in it was much stronger than her mother's. If the aura given to it by her mother felt like a river, then the scale in front of her was more like the vast ocean. She could feel a strong water-type energy, and her eyes seemed to detect the ancient years and saw a beautiful melodic dancing under the moon. That was its dream. Phoebus was immediately excited and kept turning in circles in the water, looking at Lin Chen with extremely expectant eyes. Covet can get scales. But then she felt a little embarrassed. She had just arrived and was saved by the master, so what qualifications did she have to take such a precious treasure? Thinking of this, Phoebus resisted her love and moved her eyes away with difficulty. Seeing this scene, Lin Chen couldn't help laughing and said, ha ha ha, don't turn your head, this thing was originally meant for you. After that it took out a string, strung it together and said in a soft voice, put it on. As it said in Phoebus's extremely expectant eyes, the necklace was hung tightly on her body. At the same time Lin Chen opened the Eye of All-Knowing. Under the information captured by the Eye of All-Knowing, the endless flow of water-type energy in the prism scale began to nourish Phoebus' body, making her scales smoother. As long as you wear the prism scale, even when you are resting, the water-type energy can continue to improve Phoebus' strength. Especially after wearing the prism scale, the ugly appearance does have a hint of beauty. The so-called beauty is indeed not groundless, but there are traces to follow. If you carry it for a long time, when it reaches a threshold, Phoebus will evolve, become the most beautiful water-type overlord Melodic. Looking at the gradually changing Phoebus, Lin Chen suddenly had an idea in his mind. If you record the process of this Phoebus change and then integrate it into a paper to prove the instance of Phoebus' evolution and beauty value, publishing it will definitely cause a sensation. The connection between Phoebus and the most beautiful Pokemon Melodic alone is enough to cause a sensation. In this way he will definitely be able to improve his social status. He may even be awarded the title of Pokemon Senior Researcher by the Alliance, because he has opened up a new topic, a new Pokemon evolution. If he publishes the Eevee evolution theory and other knowledge he knew in his previous life, it will surely cause a sensation around the world, gain both fame and fortune. This is not because he simply wants to show off his prowess in front of others, but because the Pokemon he gets are becoming more and more precious, which will definitely attract more greedy eyes. Among them there may be elite level or even higher bigwigs besides the evil organizations such as the 12 Red Moon. This is not alarmist but a precautionary measure. Therefore, if you can live with enough social status, you will have a natural layer of protection so as to obtain the protection of the Zyuguo Alliance and even human society. It is also a good thing for him. Moreover, after becoming a top researcher, it will become much easier to collect material. You only need an EQs to cheat a wave of public funds. Cough cough cough, I said it wrong. It is to apply for a huge research fund. You can easily obtain a large number of rare resources and collect mega evolutionary stones suitable for your Pokemon. Thinking of this, Lin Chen couldn't help but feel a little excited and felt that this idea was feasible. Previously he didn't plan to publish papers such as Eevee's Pokemon evolution form just because at that time he was insignificant and it was easy for Berry to be stolen when he was not strong enough or even bring disaster. Lin Chen is still clear about the principle that a man is innocent but guilty of holding a treasure. Moreover, publishing a paper is not a simple matter and it requires a lot of professional terms as well as a lot of argumentation reports. experimental data etc. It's not that you will be taken seriously if you publish a paper casually. Without enough knowledge as a foundation, you will be considered to have picked up knowledge from a secret realm. Therefore you must create a suitable genius personality so that you will not be detected. Lin Chen suppressed these thoughts in his heart and had to wait until the college entrance examination to try. The most important thing at present is to get the evolu of the other 3 Pokemonian was ready. Kaduo. Laren's stomach suddenly started to rumble and she looked at Lin Chen eagerly, showing a covetous pression. Lin Chen touched Laren's huge head and whispered, "Okay, don't worry, I'll grill you fish right away." Kaduo. Hearing this, she was originally in a listless state and suddenly became energetic. Laren kept looking for various firewoods needed for grilling fish for Lin Chen, and Tijipai stood on Laren's head and kept cheering her on. Laren was immediately full of energy. She was just picking up firewood with big strides, and after hearing Tijipai's cheers she roared. Roar. Then she crashed into a huge orange tree. Crack. The orange tree that required one person to hug fell down, but whoever was grilling just cut down a tree. Laren then began to tear the tree trunk with his fangs. With a few bites his sharp teeth broke the trunk into 8 pieces, turning it into neat and uniform firewood. Shaji. Seeing this scene, Tijipai was even happier, shaking his fingers and waiting happily. Lin Chen took out the foldable simple barbecue grill that he had prepared long ago from his backpack. After all, if he wanted to live in the wild he had to prepare these picnic supplies. Sizzle. The simple disposable gas bottle was installed under the barbecue grill and a blue flame rose. For a moment Laren, who was still happily chewing the branches, froze. This Lin Chen smiled and showed a contemptuous pression. "You didn't pecked it, times have changed." Then Lin Chen began to take the fish handed over by Eevee and began to cook. These fish were all hunted by Laren, so the quantity was large. After the fish were put on the barbecue grill, a fragrance gradually drifted out. Phoebus smelled the fragrance, but she would not eat a bite of this wild fish that looked similar to herself. At this time Eevee picked some grey mushrooms from somewhere and Lin Chen took them with a smile. Eevee, great. Although he had no experience of surviving in the wild, the most primitive instinct of Pokemon still allowed Eevee to distinguish whether the mushrooms were poisonous. Even if it didn't work, there was still the life gem to back you up. As long as you are not dead, you can be saved. Soon the grilled fish was fully cooked and the aroma drifted along the wild wind, bringing it to the nose of every Pokemon. The 3 Pokemon looked at the owner eagerly, waiting for his order. Phoebus in the water beside him also smelled the fragrance and turned his head away proudly. "I would not eat a bite of my own even if I starved to death." Lin Chen smiled and looked at the Pokemon and said gently, "Everyone can start." In an instant the Pokemon jumped up with joy, and this posture was not inferior to the speed when eating poke blocks at ordinary time. It was thanks to Lin Chen's superb cooking skills. His parents worked hard every day for many years and always went out early and came back late, so he would always cook at home, so he had such exquisite cooking skills. More. Among Pokemon, Laren eats the most diligently, almost a fish in one bite. The grilled fish originally allocated to it was as big as a small mountain, but now it is gradually shrinking at a speed that is almost visible to the naked eye. Laren's stomach is also visibly swollen. Shaji. Tijipai's chubby hands holding the egg shell can't stop at this time, and he buried his head in the grilled fish and began to devour it. After all, once you eat the food made by the owner, you will never forget it. Eevee on the side eats the grilled fish most elegantly. With a light scratch of his claws, the grilled fish is separated from the middle, revealing the most lump part of the fish belly. Then Eevee is like a lady, gently piercing the fish belly with the tip of his claws and eating it. Look at this. She usually squats in front of the TV with Laren and learns this. As for Phoebus in the water, she refused at first and turned her back in the water to prevent herself from seeing other Pokemon eating fish, but the fragrance kept drilling into her nose like a seductive devil. Seeing her like that, Lin Chen smiled and said, "Phoebus, how about eating some of your own kind?" Lin Chen also deliberately put the emphasis on the last 2 words, which made Phoebus slap the water in anger. "I'm starving to death. Die outside. I can't eat a bite even if I jump from the bottom of the water to the land." Just when Phoebus swore, Tijipai held a piece of fish meat and stuffed it directly into its mouth. Phoebus hurriedly wanted to spit out the fish meat, but in just a moment the mellow taste made it unable to help but smack its lips. This taste. A moment later there was another Pokemon holding a grilled fish and chewing it. Phoebus' eyes sparkled with tears. It was the first time he had eaten such delicious food. "Oh my god, it smells so good." Phoebus immediately ate happily, even more than Tijipai net to him. He comforted himself while eating. "Anyway, it's not Phoebus' family, it shouldn't be a species. Besides, it is normal for big fish to eat small fish." Yes, that's right. With this sad and angry thought, Phoebus ate freely and felt the charm of the delicatessen for the first time. Soon Laren caught a small mountain of fish and swept them all away. Phoebus was waiting for new feeding in the water, but was told that she had finished eating. At this time she regretted not starting earlier. Lin Chen looked at Phoebus Phoebus's appearance and took out a piece of water-type Pokeblocks from his pocket like a magic trick. Although the quality of the low-level water-type Pokeblock opened from the treasure chest is average for Phoebus, it is the supreme delicacy. The other 3 Pokemon laughed when they saw this scene. After all, since they followed their master, they felt the true meaning of life. Keep getting stronger until they accompany their master to the highest mountain. For the NET 7 days, Lin Chen found a cave and built a simple tent inside. After having a basic base for survival, he began to explore the Celadon Rainbow Forest. In the wild, he collected treasure chests with the help of Tijipai and challenged some powerful tribe leaders with Pokemon. After the battle, when the physical strength was consumed, he stopped to rest and feed Pokeblocks and then used the energy of the life gem to illuminate the Pokemon so that they could recover quickly and avoid hidden injuries. Repeatedly, the high-frequency battles were carried out continuously, making the Pokemon in his hands soar in strength. Among them, Laren, the strongest combat power, basically took action every time she encountered a strong enemy, so her strength was fast. It is possible to break through to the superior high level at any time. There is also a small gap in the middle. Lin Chen originally planned to apply the metal film he had obtained before to Laren to improve the steel ability. Unexpectedly, just applying the metal film aroused the curiosity of several other Pokemon, and they applied a little secretly. The result is imaginable, and they were directly stained with the metal film. After all, this is a prop for steel Pokemon and it directly sticks to their hair. Even Phoebus' scales were stuck and they were immediately in a mess. In the end, Lin Chen could only give them a bath overnight and then scolded the 3 little guys and made them stand for a night. However, Laren's defense did increase after using the metal film. It looks much brighter and the blue dread armor shines with a metallic luster which is more and more bright red. Just a glance, it seems to see the endless sea of blood spreading. After 7 days of training, Eevee reached the peak of the 9th level. Although Tijipai did not have many opportunities to fight during the training, she also reached the peak of the 9th level early. Phoebus with Elite Prism Scale has fewer opportunities to fight, and most of the time they fight in the water, but they can find few opponents. However, she only needs to wait for the water type energy in the Prism Scale to nourish her and she can grow. Even so, Phoebus is at the peak of the 9th level. The 3 of them can break through to the superior level at any time, but Lin Chen did not let them rush to evolve but planned to accumulate for 2 days, preferably before the Hangzhou Youth League. Unknowingly, Lin Chen's strength has also changed dramatically. With his current strength, he is a leader even among superior trainers. Moreover, during this period, although Lin Chen did not enter the most dangerous core area of Celadon Rainbow Forest, he also found more than 20 black iron treasure chests and SI silver treasure chests. It's a pity that the good luck of the first day did not continue. Even the European Emperor Tijipai was useless. In these 7 days, no saffron treasure chests were found, let alone other treasure chests of higher quality. Most of the resources that were opened were low-level Pokeblocks, berries, and a large amount of healing sprays, nutrient solutions, and other items. However, they were also frequently used supplies, and the accumulated value was about 500,000. Moreover, you didn't need to buy these things yourself, you could get them by opening a treasure chest. It was like a free girl, and it was enough to make many people envious and jealous. You should know that Pokeblocks can only be purchased in the market. As for berries, in addition to the different growth cycles, the timing of picking is also different. When they are not ripe, they cannot be used to make Pokeblocks after being picked, and they taste sour. Some berries are even poisonous when they are not ripe, but once the berries are about to mature, the Pokemon tribes that usually use this as their territory will begin to occupy this place. At this time, it may be very difficult to pick them. After all, Pokemon in the wild regard food that can improve their strength and fill their stomachs as the most precious resources. When they meet an enemy who wants to pick them, they will come out in full force. This is also one of the reasons why the price of tree fruit in the market has always been high, and Lin Chen can get these resources by opening the treasure chest. It's simply a bug. Apart from these items, the only most valuable one is the SI silver treasure chest opened Ultra Ball. Each Ultra Ball is worth 100,000 yuan. Compared with ordinary Poke Ball, it has a larger internal space and is more comfortable to live in. For example, it is the difference between a residential apartment building and a seaside dabai. The first time Lin Chen got the Ultra Ball, he naturally changed it directly for his Pokemon. In this regard, he never treats them badly. After trying to live in their new house, the 4 Pokemon happily described the scenes inside to their owners, and they were all very satisfied with their new home. Especially Phoebus, it feels that only such a Pokeball can be worthy of its noble status. Looking at the 4 Pokemon accompanying him, Lin Chen was also very happy. The SI Pokemon of the first team, including the eggs that have not yet been born, the task reward Chincy, and the Royal 3 that must be won in the Hangzhou Youth League. It is equivalent to gathering a team and adding a core player of the second team, and this was less than a month after he got his first Pokemon Eevee. Lin Chen suddenly felt felt as if he was in another world. In the past 18 years, the knowledge and physical strength accumulated in this month have become the cornerstones of progress. More importantly, Lin Chen is not as lonely as before. These Pokemon are like his family. Although they all have their own tempers and hobbies and they fight with each other from time to time, they always love each other. I like this kind of life, Lin Chen said silently in his heart, and then checked the remaining supplies and food, which were basically enough for the last day. The harvest after Celadon Rainbow Forest has become less, mainly because it takes more time to go back and forth in the cave every day. It is too dangerous to set up camp directly in the depth of the forest, and the supplies are only enough for 1 week, so Lin Chen has no idea of going deeper. And the Hangzhou Youth League is about to start, so Lin Chen is ready to end the experience early. And Rella, so Aron took the initiative to catch a lot of fish. She was addicted to it and prepared to let Lin Chen grill fish for her. Lin Chen did not refuse. After all, they had been training hard for a long time in the past few days, and they were very hard, so it was just a meal. It is most scientific and reasonable to use poke blocks to supplement the energy consumed by training. After all, poke blocks are the most suitable food for Pokemon in terms of nutrition. As for grilled fish, although most Pokemon are still carnivorous Pokemon after being cooked in oil and fire, although it is delicious enough, it cannot perfectly supplement the energy needed by Pokemon. This is also the reason why most Pokemon cannot grow up. After all, they may not eat a poke block in their entire life. It is not difficult to eat enough, but it is the most difficult to raise well. This is the biggest gap between the lower class civilians and those children of the rich and powerful. Resources. Sheiji Kaduo. Seeing that their master agreed, the Pokemons were also very happy. Without Lin Chen's command, they spontaneously helped their master prepare the grill for grilling fish. The most excited one was Phoebus. Hearing that he was going to eat grilled fish, he swam quickly in the water and then flicked his tail. The action was even faster than Aron. Water pulled. In an instant, the stream began to fluctuate, and then 3 whirlpools appeared on the water surface, sucking all the fish in the water into it. When the whirlpool completely dissipated, a group of fish floated up in a daze, precise and efficient. The action was so efficient that it could be called a fish trader. Just as Eevee was helping his master take the grilling equipment from the backpack, Eevee suddenly found a slight vibration in the backpack and shouted. Hearing Eevee's urgent call, Lin Chen turned around to check and saw that the incubator in the backpack suddenly lit up. Through the glass chamber, it can be seen that the nutrient solution inside is being absorbed by the Pokemon egg, and it begins to decrease visibly. The nutrient solution is decreasing like a siphon, condensing at the bottom of the incubator and finally seeping into the Pokemon egg. Lin Chen was also surprised when he saw this scene. This is the mysterious Pokemon egg that was opened in the saffron treasure chest before. Finally, it is going to hatch. PS Chapter 1 10,000 word. Please collect. Please subscribe. Please monthly ticket. Please flowers. Please comment. The new edition is too low. Please read it. Niche themes will kill people crying. This chapter contains pictures. Click the illustration button in the lower right corner of the screen to view the pictures.